Chapter 1. It's over. I've crushed a wolf. In the snow-laden primeval forest, Ye Luoxing knelt atop a colossal white wolf, her body battered and bruised. With utmost care, she tenderly patted the wolf's face. Seeing the wolf unresponsive, Ye Luoxing gritted her teeth as she surveyed the broken branches around her, cursing, "You incompetent system, I will make you pay." She was originally a member of the Supernatural Special Operations Unit in the 29th century. Tasked by her organization, she returned to the primeval forest to gather information on animals, aiding in the restoration of the ecological chain ravaged in her time. However, due to a system malfunction, she was airdropped into this location before she was prepared to descend. Had it not been for the activation of her protective shield, she would have met her demise right then and there. "Please, Brother Wolf, you cannot die," Ye Luoxing cried out in anguish as she scrambled off the white wolf. As she attempted to assist the creature, she lifted her gaze and locked eyes with a pair of golden, enchanting orbs directly across from her. In that instant, both were momentarily stunned. Feng stared blankly at the female who had descended from the heavens. The shock reflected in his golden eyes, transformed into awe upon beholding her beauty. What a stunning female! He had never encountered such exquisite beauty before. Was she sent by the beast god? Wow, what a massive snow owl! Ye Luoxing, equally bewildered, widened her eyes in excitement as she beheld a 3-meter-tall snow owl in the snow, tilting its head to observe her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Without giving the snow owl a moment to escape, Ye Luoxing lunged forward, tackling it to the ground. Its warm, soft feathers against her skin sent delightful shivers through her. Ye Luoxing contentedly squinted her eyes, retrieving a data collection ring from her spatial pocket and fastening it around the owl's neck, sweetly declaring, "You are mine now, little snow owl." In response to the female's sudden proclamation, he felt his skin flush with heat, his pupils constricting in disbelief. She likes me? The female likes me. Is this truly my good fortune? It was indeed a blessing from the beast god. Engaging in a skirmish with the wolf tribe today had proven to be the right decision. "Yes, yes, yes, I am yours." He nodded repeatedly, emitting a chirping sound. Seeing the snow owl struggle violently, Ye Luoxing hurriedly pressed down on its wings, leaning closer to say, "Don't move once I finish collecting information. I will let you go." Upon hearing this, the snow owl obediently stilled. Just as Ye Luoxing attempted to summon the system to connect to the data collection ring, the snow owl's wings slowly encircled her waist. "System? System? Are you dead?" Ye Luoxing called out, unable to summon the system. She reached for the circular ring around the snow owl's neck, intending to collect the data manually. Suddenly, the snow owl flipped over, pinning her to the ground. Ye Luoxing sensed an overwhelming pressure and swiftly drew her tranquilizer gun. Just as she aimed the gun at the massive snow owl, a terrifying sight unfolded before her eyes. The enormous snow owl instantaneously morphed into a human form, revealing a stunningly handsome man with a bare chest reflected in Ye Luoxing's dark eyes. His ink-black hair, gradient from white to black, cascaded to his waist. He wore nothing but a feather skirt tied around his waist. His physique was tall and muscular, his skin naturally pale, his facial features soft yet striking, and his golden eagle-like eyes mysterious, while a high, slightly flushed nose and sensuous lips formed an alluring smile. The man leaned down, gently brushing his fingertips against Ye Luoxing's icy lips, his voice as soft as flowing water. "Let us bond, female." The scene fell silent for a heartbeat. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Ye Luoxing unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger, her face already as pale as snow. "What the hell? A fairy!" Ye Luoxing kicked the snow owl away, executing a swift maneuver to stand, and without waiting to regain her balance, she bolted. Simultaneously, she mentally cursed, "What kind of absurd place has that incompetent system sent me to?" Before she could take more than 2 steps, a powerful force bore down from behind, pinning her to the ground. The soft, thick snow cushioned her fall, sparing her from pain. In the next moment, she heard that demonic voice whispering in her ear, "Female, where do you think you're going? The forest is dangerous. Let go of me." Ye Luoxing struggled fiercely, but his strength was overwhelming. Having just arrived and still recovering from her injuries, with the system down, she was nearly defenseless. Phony did not release her instead. He flipped her over to face him and asked, "Female, were you sent by the beast god?" "I am your lord." The warm breath he exhaled brushed against her face, leaving Ye Luoxing utterly dazed. Phony gazed intently at her exquisite features, completely entranced. Her eyes, like flower petals, sparkled with starlight. Her delicate nose resembled a mountain peak. Her beautiful lips glowed with a hint of pink. Her skin was as pristine as white clouds. Her short black hair flowed like water, smooth and lustrous. Unable to restrain himself, He gently touched her cheek with his fingertips. His pupils dilated in surprise as he exclaimed, "Female, you are so soft. I like you. I want to care for you for a lifetime." As he leaned closer, Ye Luoxing thrust her knee towards him. "Get away." Her movements were swift and unyielding. In that instant, she heard a pained cry, and the man before her vanished. Just as she turned to sit up, a voice resonated close to her ear from behind. "Little female, you have destroyed my masculine symbol. How shall we bear offspring?" Ye Luoxing's hair stood on end, and she quickly scrambled to her feet, drawing an M747 rifle to aim at his head, her voice cold and defensive as she queried, "What exactly are you?" Seeing the female inquire about his identity, He straightened his posture with newfound confidence. In a clear, melodious voice, he introduced himself. "I am He, a seventh-tier male beastman from the nearby Snow Owl tribe, the strongest warrior in the entire tribe. And you, female?" Male beastman, Ye Luoxing latched onto a crucial term, digesting this information. "What is your name? Which tribe do you belong to?" Phony moved closer to her once more. "Don't move." Ye Luoxing's voice brimmed with caution as she stepped back, pressing the rifle firmly against him. Ye Luoxing swiftly surveyed her surroundings, realizing the towering coniferous trees draped in silver stretched skyward, their thick trunks wider than 10 of her combined. The sparse, dead plants around her towered above her head, and the snow beneath her feet buried her ankles. The distant mountains loomed majestically, far beyond her futuristic imagination. Standing amidst this vast wilderness, Ye Luoxing felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance for the first time. Her hand trembled around the rifle, and she murmured anxiously, "Where exactly is this?" "This is the extreme river forest. Beyond the storm plains lies the mountain range where our Snow Owl tribe resides." "Female, you're not from the northern clans, are you?" He regarded her with curiosity, inhaling her scent. As he sniffed intently, his brow furrowed in confusion for a moment before his golden eyes sparkled with excitement. He gazed at Ye Luoxing as if he wished to devour her whole, exclaiming, "Female, you actually have no other mates? Wonderful. I shall be your only male." He felt completely enchanted. She was beautiful and soft, her voice melodious, and she radiated a delightful fragrance. Even if she had other partners, he was determined to bond with her, especially since he had encountered her alone. Author's warning must read. 1. The first chapter features a character who becomes disfigured due to injury, a plot that will extend for several chapters before the next chapter begins. 2. The male antagonist is overly malicious, which some readers may find difficult to accept. If you feel uncomfortable at any point during your reading, please stop. 3. The narrative overall leans toward an initial phase of dissatisfaction, gradually building up to a more enjoyable experience, with occasional plot fluctuations progressing toward a strong female lead and a slow burn, rather than being purely a feel-good story. 4. Throughout the narrative, the female lead displays considerable tolerance towards female characters, and many plots will feature reversals. 5. This serves as a caution for those who may dislike such themes. Please proceed with caution. If you leave negative reviews for this reason, it would be impolite. Let us respect one another. Thank you. 6. Finally, I extend a warm welcome to those willing to join the journey. A bow. The possessiveness evident in the man's eyes was unmistakable, and the biting cold wind snapped Ye Luoxing back to her senses. Danger, she instinctively sensed the peril. She had to escape this place. Ye Luoxing's gaze dropped, landing on the tranquilizer needle embedded in his chest. Noticing he remained conscious despite such a massive dosage, she recalled his explosive speed moments before, reassessing his strength. She looked back at him and tentatively asked, Does it hurt? Hmm. Confounded by the female's sudden inquiry, Foamy followed her gaze to his chest. Upon spotting the tranquilizer needle, he yanked it out, allowing the blood to flow freely. Little female, are you concerned for me? Foamy said cheerfully, adding, I don't feel pain. I'm a 7th-tier male beast man. These little things cannot harm me. Ye Luoxing watched his barbaric actions, the blood streaming from his chest, and the wounds visibly healing before her eyes, leaving her utterly stunned. She scrutinized the man before her, noting his height of approximately 1.88 meters, towering over her by several centimeters. His physique was strikingly aesthetic, with straight, powerful legs beneath the short feather skirt and a torso adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. The curves of his chest and arms showcased a perfect silhouette. If she were to run, given her current state of injury, it is unlikely she could outrun him. After assessing the situation, Ye Luoxing arrived at her final conclusion. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she withdrew her long spear and beckoned him with 2 fingers, saying, You, come here. Ye Luoxing's expression was indifferent, yet her movements exuded a captivating allure. Feng He, sensing her invitation to draw near, felt a surge of excitement and quickly approached her, his voice husky as he murmured, Female, embrace me. Ye Luoxing opened her arms, demanding a hug. This simple gesture sent a jolt through Feng He's mind, his cheeks flushed and body aflame as he swiftly pulled Ye Luoxing into his embrace, exclaiming, Female, let us now unite. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain pierced his back. Ye Luoxing had produced 3 tranquilizer needles, injecting them directly into his body. She was confident that this dosage could incapacitate a dinosaur, so surely it would subdue him. However, Ye Luoxing's expression soon turned blank. She noticed Foamy pulling back a few centimeters, his hands still wrapped around her waist, looking down at her with a puzzled expression as he asked, Female, why do you keep grabbing me? Ye Luoxing gazed into his clear eyes, her lips twitching. I? Foamy tightened his embrace, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he replied, If you enjoy holding me, feel free to do so. After all, I belong to you. I'm merely concerned that my skin might be too tough and hurt your hands. Ye Luoxing wanted to scold him, but found herself at a loss for words, nearly gasping for breath. Are you feeling unwell? She inquired, striving to calm her racing heart. Upon hearing her question, Feng He's ears turned red. He pressed his entire body against hers, leaning down to whisper in her ear, I do feel rather uncomfortable, I suppose. Listening to his husky voice and sensing the shift below, a chill raced from Ye Luoxing's feet to the crown of her head. She immediately pushed him away with force, exclaiming, Enough. Silence. Stop talking. Let go. Ye Luoxing struggled fiercely, her anxiety mounting to the point that she contemplated dismantling the system piece by piece. Yet, Feng not only refused to release her, but reacted even more intensely. His breath was warm against her, and he murmured in a low voice, Little female, please remain still, I will not harm you. I can't believe you. Your body is practically melting me. Feng He's hands roamed restlessly, and Ye Luoxing's expression became increasingly distressed. Realizing her struggles were futile, she raised her gunstock, intending to strike him unconscious. However, in her eagerness, she inadvertently aggravated her wound, letting out a sharp hiss. Female, are you injured? Feng He's voice was filled with concern as he noticed the blood staining his sticky palms, his face paling instantly. He hastily released Ye Luoxing and tore at her clothing, saying, Quick, let me see. Feng He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt swelling within him, as he had been preoccupied with fighting the beastmen from the White Wolf tribe, oblivious to the bloodshed surrounding them. Now, realizing the severity of her injury, he cursed himself for not noticing sooner. Hey, what are you doing? Ye Luoxing exclaimed as he tugged at her crimson cloak, swatting his hands away while trying to adjust her attire, stepping back in alarm. Do not touch my clothes. Seeing Ye Luoxing's resistance, Feng He became flustered, disregarding his hesitation. He swiftly scooped her up, gently coaxing, All right, I won't touch you, but you must first come back to the tribe with me to see the shaman. I refuse to go. With her feet suddenly off the ground, Ye Luoxing's eyes widened in terror, desperately rejecting him. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not halt Feng He's forward momentum. And in the next moment, a soft yet commanding kiss landed upon her icy lips, as Feng He gazed at her with his profound golden eyes. After the kiss, he feigned a threatening tone, saying, "If you dare to move again, I shall tear your pelt." This statement proved effective. Upon witnessing his claw reach for her collar, Ye Luoxing immediately fell silent and still. However, her left hand stealthily slipped behind her back. Retrieving a smoke bomb from her space, their eyes met briefly. Feng He's gaze was as gentle as the warm sun, while Ye Luoxing's eyes were cold and wary. Just as she was about to pull the pin on the smoke bomb, she noticed the man's body swaying unsteadily. 3 seconds later, the grip around her loosened, and Feng He fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. Ye Luoxing, having spun gracefully in midair, landed steadily on the ground. She stared in astonishment at the scene before her, then approached to pat the handsome face of the man. When he showed no response, she stiffly uttered, "The effects of this tranquilizer are rather slow. Farewell, beautiful fairy." Under normal circumstances, Ye Luoxing might not have been so ruthless towards a handsome man. Yet now, in an unknown world inhabited by beings with extraordinary powers, she had to exercise caution. Ye Luoxing swiftly departed the scene. Her long spear in hand, maneuvering adeptly through the forest, the sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays downwards. In her mind, she coldly called out to the system, "Yu Shang, I know you are still there. You better explain the situation to me. Otherwise, I shall erase your memory and ensure you truly disappear." Hearing Ye Luoxing's icy warning, the system, Yu Shang, finally sprang to life. That a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. System malfunction detected. Time machine damaged. Currently undergoing repairs. Repair progress at 1. Current deployment continent. Unknown. 90 compatibility with the Beastman world. Language fusion in progress. 40 complete. Other relevant information has been organized and is available for review. Yu Shang's report left Ye Luoxing feeling overwhelmed. Soon, with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Why can't I use my powers?" The system quickly responded, "Due to the dense spiritual energy in this alternate world. Your body is struggling to adapt. If you attempt to use your powers forcefully, you may face one of two outcomes. First, you could explode. Second, your formidable powers could obliterate this world. Hence, Yu Shang has temporarily sealed your abilities." Upon hearing Yu Shang's explanation, Ye Luoxing finally felt at ease. She had previously sensed the sealing of her powers and guessed there must be a reason for it. Therefore, she refrained from attempting to break through the barrier, which was also the reason she had endured the presence of that beast man earlier. How long will it take for my body to adapt to the spiritual energy here? When will the time machine be repaired? After regaining her composure, Ye Luoxing posed two crucial questions, but all she heard in response was the system's alarm. Beep beep. Energy levels insufficient. System entering automatic hibernation. Ye Luoxing, you better restore energy quickly. As Ye Luoxing trudged through the snow, the journey became increasingly arduous. Suddenly, she heard a beast roar from behind, and a gust of wind rushed towards her back. Quickly, she shot a line from her wrist device, embedding it into a nearby tree. Just as the claws were about to pierce her, she retracted the line and leaped into the air, landing safely on a sturdy branch ahead. Turning back, she saw a gray bear, twice the size depicted in animal guides, glaring at her with wild greed. After a failed swipe, it swiftly charged at the tree. Bang! Ye Luoxing immediately pulled the trigger, 3 claw marks already etched into her back. As blood trickled down, she witnessed the gray bear let out a mournful cry before collapsing. She had slain the bear, though it was not her desire. She simply needed to ensure her survival first. Given its size, it should not have been a beast man. Letting out a pained hiss, she realized her wounds were numerous, and she needed to find a place to bandage herself, standing atop a high point. Surveying the coniferous forest, the cold wind whipping her loose hair and garments. Snowflakes dripped from her thick lashes, her eyes resembling an endless deep sea. With her long spear in hand, she appeared as a mysterious and perilous sprite amidst the wilderness. Ye Luoxing locked onto a direction where the trees were sparse. Leveraging the line, she swiftly traversed the trunks of the forest. Soon, she approached a clearing devoid of trees, with a half-frozen river flowing through it. Delighted, she leaped down from the branch, only to slip and crash into the snow with a thud. Damn it! Ye Luoxing bit down on her molars, exclaiming, "What a stroke of bad luck! Even drinking cold water feels like choking." She spat out a mouthful of snow and lifted her head from the ground. Yet, as she did, she froze in place. Ahead, upstream of the river, a group of tall, half-clad, handsome men were striding toward her. They wore short feather skirts, with several carrying prey larger than themselves, all seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation. Does it really take that long for Feng He to deal with those filthy wolf beasts? If he delays my delivery of food to the females, I shall be quite displeased, grumbled a white-haired Mosin, who walked at the forefront. The muscular, 2-meter-tall Taylay surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Spring has arrived. The number of tribes in the area has increased. That it seems Feng He is competing with them. Indeed, Feng He has come of age. He should be seeking a mate this spring. He doesn't fancy the females of our tribe. But soon it will be the contest to the northern territory, where many tribe females will gather. Feng He will surely attend." Exactly, so he must be stockpiling food in advance for a mate. The beastmen exchanged thoughts on Feng He's tardiness. That moment, a massive snow owl circled above them, then swooped down, transforming in a human form before them. I still haven't seen Feng He. The melting snow has concealed his scent. The beastmen's conversation echoed clearly in Ye Luoxing's ears. Hearing that familiar name and observing the transformed snow owl, a black line seemed to slide down her forehead. She involuntarily slowed her breath, even her body swelling with tension, and began to inch backward cautiously. Truly, what an abysmal stroke of misfortune. All right, let's head back. Taylay was just preparing to address his companions when he abruptly halted, intently sniffing the air, his brow furrowed as he queried, "Do any of you smell something? Something? What scent?" Mosin followed suit, his earlier displeasure still evident in his eyes. As their words emerged, Ye Luoxing felt a jolt in her heart, rendering her motionless. Yet soon, several pairs of golden eyes fixed upon her direction. Mosin murmured, "It's the scent of blood, and the scent of a female." Taylay, stunned, replied, discarding the prey on his shoulder and racing towards the source. His entourage followed suit, a formidable procession. Ye Luoxing, witnessing the spectacle of handsome men rushing towards her, could no longer afford hesitation. She scrambled to her feet and turned to flee. However, as she took her first step, she collided with an unyielding wall of flesh. Two large hands tightly encircled her waist, and Feng He's familiar, melodious voice resonated above her. "Little female, do not run. I am neither a demon nor a beast. I shall not harm you. I was so worried when you disappeared. It is too dangerous for you to be alone in the forest. Come back with me. I will protect you." Feng He leaned his head against Ye Luoxing's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern, fearful that if he loosened his grip, she would vanish once more. Ye Luoxing, feeling the warmth she recognized, exerted great effort to create a few centimeters of distance. She gazed at Feng He in astonishment and said, "You woke up rather quickly." Feng He was about to respond when he noticed her current state, momentarily stunned. Female, before Feng He could finish his sentence, the beastmen had arrived near the riverbank. Each of them staring in shock, their eyes unable to conceal their excitement. Taylay was the first to speak. "Feng He, what is happening? Do you know this female?" Mosin followed suit. "Where did this little female come from? I have never seen her before. Why is she alone in the forest? How do you know her? Which tribe is she from?" The beastmen clamored with delight, each voice more eager than the last, yearning to approach Ye Luoxing. Yet, Feng He held her tightly, and they could only gaze at her back, straining their necks to get a better view. Seeing the covetous glances of his kin, Feng He tightened his embrace around Ye Luoxing, his eyes warningly asserting his claim. "She is the one I found in the forest, and I shall become her mate. You are not allowed to lay your eyes on her." "Found her? How splendid! Our tribe has gained another female," Mosin exclaimed. "Feng He, although you are the strongest, the choice of a female's mate is not solely yours to decide," Trell retorted sharply at him, before more of the male beastmen could speak. Feng He revealed his sharp claws, his entire being radiating a menacing aura, silencing them instantly. That moment, Ye Luoxing forcefully pushed Feng He aside, exclaiming, "I told you I won't go back with you." After her declaration, she turned to leave, but the previously confrontational male beasts surged forward, encircling her and speaking in unison. "Female, you cannot." Their words trailed off abruptly, as all the male beastmen stared in a daze at her countenance. The surroundings fell into a brief silence, until Ye Luoxing, growing impatient, prepared to take action. It was then that Emosen's astonished and stammering voice broke the quiet. She looked so ugly, and Osan gazed at the female before him, whose body was swollen, skin darkened, and features sunken amidst a face covered in blisters, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain. Yet, out of respect for the female, he swallowed the remaining 3 words. The brows of Trell and the other male beastmen knitted together in confusion, their earlier enthusiasm and excitement seemingly extinguished by a glacier. They had never encountered such an unattractive female beast. "Fenghe, what on earth is this female?" Trell hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts for a long while. Ye Luoxing keenly sensed the disappointment in their eyes. She had already realized something was amiss with her body. Raising her hands to inspect, she confirmed they were indeed swollen and darkened. Her gaze swept over the ground where she had just fallen, spotting a dark purple grass that had been crushed beneath her, leaving an odd puddle of liquid on the snow. That it appeared she had been poisoned. However, was their reaction truly warranted? Ye Luoxing pressed her hands against her face, and upon contact, her expression fell as she thought, "This is bad. I've turned into a pig's head." Fenghe's concerned voice sounded from behind her. "Female, not only are you injured, but you are also poisoned. If you do not receive timely treatment, you will die. I know there is an antidote with the shaman." "You are quite persistent." The Ye Luoxing frowned slightly, turning to look at him, her heart already filled with worry. Fenghe leaned closer and continued, "In the spring forest, not only are there hell beasts and strange beasts, but insect tribes and giant beasts often roam as well. If you're captured, they will either eat you or force you into a mating bond, disregarding your will." Fenghe continued to describe the dangers of the forest, and Ye Luoxing gazed into the vast mountains. Fully aware of the various risks in this primal world, she could even sense that she had not merely touched one type of poisonous plant along her journey. Her current condition was quite severe, and she felt as if she were losing too much blood. Ye Luoxing's body swayed in the wind, prompting Fenghe to quickly support her. The surrounding male beastmen, witnessing her injury, couldn't help but show expressions of concern. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Luoxing resolved to take her leave. "Female." At that moment, the circle of male beastmen suddenly bent forward in unison, their right fists placed firmly against their chests, declaring in unison, "Fenghe is right. You must come with us." What appeared to be polite was, in reality, domineering. They would never allow a female to remain alone in the forest. Ye Luoxing was momentarily stunned by the scene. And when she met Fenghe's gaze again, she saw his golden eyes filled with unwavering determination. From their brief interaction, Ye Luoxing sensed that a female status here seemed unusual. And now, if she did not accompany them, it was highly likely that Fenghe would forcibly take her away. Ultimately, considering her wounds could not afford further delay, Ye Luoxing extended her hand toward Fenghe and said, "All right." Seeing Ye Luoxing agree to accompany him, Fenghe immediately broke into a smile, grasping her hand. "Let us return to the tribe now. Female, hold on tight." He placed Ye Luoxing on his back and swiftly transformed into a massive snow owl, soaring into the sky. The sudden lift from the ground startled Ye Luoxing, but she quickly grasped the fur on Fenghe's back. Looking back, she saw dozens of snow owls carrying their prey, soaring into the heights, all following closely behind Fenghe, a mighty procession of raptors dominating the sky. From her elevated vantage point, Ye Luoxing beheld the grandeur below in its entirety. She had never witnessed such gigantic coniferous forests. She had never seen sunlit, snow-capped mountains that seemed to pierce the clouds. She had never encountered such vast, boundless plains. She had never observed glaciers meandering down from towering peaks. She had never witnessed the vibrant life force striving to break through the ice and snow. Fenghe guided her above the forest, where she spotted massive rabbits and lynxes, even catching sight of an enormous domesticated reindeer, as large as a dinosaur. Strolling through the woods, startling the wildlife all around. Sounds of hunting reverberated from below. "Quick! Surround that giant beast. It will sustain our tribe for a long time. Roar! Capture it." So that was the giant beast Feng he had mentioned that Ye Luoxing withdrew her gaze as they flew over the plains. The biting wind and snow striking her face, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. This must be what Feng he referred to as the storm plains. "Female, hold on a little longer. We will arrive soon." Feng he sensed her trembling and dove toward the plains. Just as he was about to touch down, Ye Luoxing clearly saw him snatch 2 large lemmings from the ground below, then shoot back up into the sky at an angle. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, leaving Ye Luoxing utterly astonished. She knew that birds of prey had excellent vision, but the speed of this hunt was truly astonishing. She could even imagine how Feng he would have captured her if she had insisted on leaving. "You are," Ye Luoxing began, stunned, truly impressive. Feng he had not thought much of it. He merely intended to bring back a little snack for the young female, but unexpectedly, her compliment made him blush instantly. With an eagle's cry, he asked, "Little female, tell me what you like to eat, and once the shaman treats your wounds, I will go hunt for you." Feng he spoke a lengthy string in beast language, which translated to Ye Luoxing's ears as "Ji Li," while Ye Luoxing was immediately bewildered. What is he saying? Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Energy has been restored. System rebooting. Integration progress with beast world language. 40, reaching critical point. Integration halted that you've finally woken up. What did those words mean? As the moon's energy replenished, Ye Luoxing redirected her attention from the distant mountains to engage in earnest conversation in her mind. The moon's mechanical response came. There are too many beast tribes. The remaining 50 of beast language is difficult to integrate, so only the language of the beastmen can be merged to ensure you can understand them, and they can understand you. However, due to the unknown species in the beast world, the remaining 10 of beastmen language is also challenging to translate, requiring your exploration. To Ye Luoxing paused for a second. Explore what nonsense. How's the repair of the time machine coming along? When can we leave? Ye Luoxing had no intention of lingering in this dreadful place. She still had a mission to fulfill. Yet, the moon unexpectedly replied coldly, "Sorry, Ye team, we cannot return for the time being." Ye Luoxing's expression changed dramatically, and her grip on Feng he's feathers tightened involuntarily. Feng he, sensing her distress, anxiously inquired, "Little female, are you in pain?" At that moment, Ye Luoxing gritted her teeth in her mind. "Say that again." 2 crackling sounds of electricity rang out, as if the moon had frozen momentarily, and after 3 seconds, it finally stated, "Time machine repair progress. 1. It can no longer repair automatically. We can only collect animal information. The system has just compared data through the information collector. The data on beastmen highly overlaps with primitive animal data. Therefore, the beast world can also serve as a task location. Upon collection of the task, the time machine can be repaired for the return journey. The moon wishes you success in your mission." The system's cold yet obsequious voice rang out. "You dog of a system." Ye Luoxing was about to explode in anger. Zzz. The system's energy was insufficient, automatically entering sleep mode. The moon employed an emergency measure, shielding Ye Luoxing from her fury and foul language. Ye Luoxing was so furious that her chest heaved dramatically, compounded by her excessive blood loss, making her feel as if she could faint at any moment. Just then, Feng he's voice came from below. "Little female, we have arrived home." Ye Luoxing was interrupted from her thoughts, following his gaze to discover he had flown her over a mountain range, arriving at the largest peak in the center. The snow-covered summit rose like a colossal beast, piercing the clouds. The entire peak was barren, yet the top was hollowed out with hundreds of caves of varying sizes. As Feng, he led her toward one of the higher caves. Ye Luoxing suddenly realized this was their tribe. Just half a meter from the cave entrance, Feng he flung the prey into the cave, transformed back into his human form, and leapt inside with Ye Luoxing in his arms. A wave of warmth enveloped Ye Luoxing, alleviating the chill that had settled over her. Feng he reached the back of the cave and gently placed her on a nest, saying, "Female, you should rest for a while. I will go find the shaman." "Very well," Ye Luoxing replied lightly, raising her gaze deliberately at the man before her, who was proudly displaying his bare chest. Once she noticed Feng, he swiftly disappearing into the cave, she began to survey her surroundings. The seven-shaped cavern, measuring approximately 50 to 60 square meters, was quite rudimentary. To the far end of the passage lay a stone bed, upon which various dried plants had been arranged into a nest, already flattened from use. The horizontal section of the seven was piled with assorted animal hides and bones. Aside from that, there was nothing else. How remarkably clean! Ye Luoxing touched the icy stone edge of the bed, and given its primal state, she was certain they wouldn't even know how to use tools. If she were to live here for an extended period, would she truly not go mad? In her frustration, she inadvertently tugged at her wound, glancing at her hand, which was swollen like a bun, rendering her unable to cry. She retrieved a medical kit from her spatial storage, extracting alcohol and ointment for swelling and inflammation, along with bandages and scissors, before returning the items to the kit. Gently, she removed her outer garment and began to apply treatment to the wounds on her arms. Just as she started, Feng he returned to the cave entrance. He hurriedly approached, cradling a bundle of herbs wrapped in animal skin, exclaiming, "Female, the shaman has been escorted by the tribe to gather herbs far away. I've brought the antidote." As Feng he drew near, he observed Ye Luoxing lifting the animal hide to apply something to herself. Upon seeing the myriad wounds crisscrossing her skin, sorrow threatened to overflow from his eyes, and he felt an overwhelming sense of worry and guilt. He knelt beside her, saying, "Female, you are gravely injured. This is entirely my fault. What does it have to do with you?" "I caused this myself," Ye Luoxing replied calmly. Her gaze fell upon the herbs peeking out from the animal skin in his hands, and her eyes brightened as if she had spotted something familiar. She quickly reached out, opening the bundle to examine one of the herbs, inhaling its scent. Upon confirming its identity, she exclaimed, "Blood-cleansing herb! You actually have this here. It seems your claim about the detoxifying herbs is quite credible." The blood-cleansing herb had already been dried, indicating that their shaman possessed considerable knowledge. That's why Ye Luoxing placed the herb back and continued to sniff the other herbs. While Feng he watched her actions in astonishment, exclaiming, "Female, you recognize herbs? My name is Ye Luoxing. Please refrain from calling me female all the time." She introduced herself amidst her busy work. Feng he was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing she was willing to share her name, a charming smile lit up his deep and striking features, transforming his eyes into twinkling stars. "Very well. I shall call you Luoxing from now on. Can you assist me in applying the ointment? I cannot reach my back." Ye Luoxing met his gaze. Feng he, captivated by her profound eyes, nodded vigorously. "Of course, I will do whatever you ask." Ye Luoxing had partially removed her white shirt, revealing her sports top beneath. Given her swollen and discolored appearance, she lacked any semblance of beauty. Yet, seeing her natural actions, Feng he was momentarily stunned before settling behind her, while Ye Luoxing picked up her medicine, instructing, "Use mine, the liquid to clean the wound, and apply the rest to the injury." As she spoke, she demonstrated on her arm before handing it to him. Feng he accepted it with uncertainty, asking, "What is this?" Just as Ye Luoxing turned to respond, she inadvertently caught sight of an unflattering angle due to his sitting posture, compounded by his bare chest being so close. Flustered, she quickly turned back, tossing her windbreaker over him, saying, "Put on the animal hide." Noticing her action, Feng he looked down at himself, then back up at her, a teasing smile forming as he boldly declared, "You are the female I like. I am yours entirely. As long as it is you, not only can I look, but you may touch me freely." Ye Luoxing was rendered speechless by his audacity. With a stern expression, she responded to his candidness, "We have only just met. How can you claim me as yours?" Feng he pointed to the silver ring around his neck, saying, "But you said you liked me and marked me. Since I like you too, that makes me yours." Ye Luoxing was about to retort when she noticed Feng he raising his head slightly, confidently showcasing the information collector around his neck. Suddenly, she recalled seeing similar items on the necks of the male beastmen by the river earlier. Wait a moment. Could this signify something ambiguous in the beast world? A sense of foreboding rose within her before she could dwell on it further. Feng he leaned closer, hands braced on either side of her. His tone gentle yet oddly insistent. "You possess me and wish to evade responsibility. I will not allow you to escape. Luoxing, What are you doing? Ye Luoxing exclaimed, nervously shifting away, her right hand raised to create distance between them. He encircled her, his smile softening as he reassured her. Don't worry, I will wait until you are healed before we bond as mates. Straightening up, Ye Luoxing frowned at the handsome beast-man before her. Given her injuries, she deemed it unwise to confront him aggressively, so she settled back down, saying, All right, let's apply the ointment first. These things truly work. He, still uncertain, sniffed the alcohol and ointment in his hand. The pungent scent invaded his nostrils, causing him to hesitate before applying it to Ye Luoxing. Avoid complications, she casually explained. These are from our tribe's shaman. They're effective, so just use them. Hesitating, he finally acquiesced. Very well, he followed Ye Luoxing's instructions, using a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to clean her wound. Noticing her slight shiver, he became even more cautious, tenderly saying, Luoxing, it might hurt a bit. If you can't bear it, just bite me. Ye Luoxing replied softly. His gentle touch and tone caused her perception of this primitive beast-man to shift momentarily. Perhaps he was not as savage as she had initially thought. After a while, he finished applying the ointment and helped her wrap the bandage. Throughout the process, their movements grew somewhat intimate. Seizing the moment, Ye Luoxing asked, What does the item around the neck of male beastmen signify in your world? He was momentarily taken aback by her sudden inquiry. Female, do you rarely leave your nest? How can you not know this? His surprise revealed his understanding of her previously beautiful appearance, realizing she had been well protected by her tribe. However, not knowing this simple fact led him to speculate whether she had just come of age or if she were a royal female beast, raised in such delicate purity. Resolving to himself, he was determined, regardless of her past, now that he had encountered her, he would become her mate. Luoxing, he suddenly grasped her hand, placing it upon the silver ring around his neck. Due to the anatomical differences between male and female beastmen, the male's Adam's apple was also referred to as the second symbol of masculinity. Aside from the female he cherished, he could not casually display it to others, nor could females touch this area on males. By giving this to me, you are proving that I belong to you, he explained earnestly. Listening to his ambiguous explanation, Ye Luoxing felt as if she had entered a surreal realm. She discreetly fumbled for the switch of the information collector, awkwardly saying, I see, but I truly did not know its meaning earlier, so as long as I take it off, it won't count, right? After speaking, she quickly pressed the switch, only to find that the information collector did not detach. Shocked, she attempted to yank it off, but he swiftly seized her hand, preventing her from doing so. With her wound now bandaged, he leaned over her, pinning her down, his voice turning icy. No, you may not understand, but I can explain it to you. However, I now carry your scent. If you reject me, I will never find a mate in this lifetime. Surely it cannot be that dramatic. Ye Luoxing slowly withdrew her hand, inwardly cursing the dog system. Look at you, so handsome and strong, the tribe's foremost warrior. Even if we do not bond, there will still be females who like you, she attempted to reason with him. Yet, he held her firmly, his voice low. If I am so appealing, then why do you not like me? Ye Luoxing found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to his profound inquiry. Was this man not a primitive being? How could his mind work so quickly? Liking someone was not merely about being excellent. It was a complex emotion that Ye Luoxing struggled to articulate her thoughts. Wishing she could punch him for his presumptuousness, especially since she was injured and her abilities were sealed. How much longer could she endure this? I do not care, he declared dominantly, straightening up. I am yours. If you do not want me, I will jump off the mountain. Ye Luoxing listened to his threatening words, her expression stiffening. After 2 seconds, she hesitantly spoke up, But you are a flying beast. You can soar through the skies. Jumping down won't lead to death, will it? He raised his head high and stood up. He snatched up the herbs and strode toward the cave entrance, declaring, I shall crush these herbs and, while I'm at it, procure some food for you. He took the 2 lemmings with him as he exited, and Ye Luoxing exhaled in relief as she watched him fly out of the cave. In her mind, she called out to the system, Yushang, why can't I remove the information collection ring? The mechanical voice of Yushang resonated in her mind, stating, when the time machine malfunctions, Many items in the space are damaged. Currently, only 7 information collectors remain, and the activation switch is malfunctioning, preventing normal use. That if forcibly removed, it will further impair its function. There's a chance it will detach automatically after the information collection is complete. What? Only 7 left. We initially brought 10,000. Ye Luoxing sprang up from her nest, feeling a wave of despair wash over her as she registered this bewildering news. She closed her eyes to inspect the state of her spatial inventory, only to find a boundless darkness with shelves askew, various items piled haphazardly in a disarrayed scene that resembled a junkyard. Trembling, she opened her eyes. Clenching her fists, she exclaimed, "With only 7 left, how are we to complete the collection task? How will we return?" Yu Shang fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. "There is still an airship in your space capable of collecting passenger information. It may prove useful." Yu Shang's voice abruptly ceased. Just as she saw Feng He flying back through the cave entrance, he handed her a pouch of herb remnants, saying, "You should eat this. It will counteract the poison." "How did you return so quickly?" Ye Luoxing furrowed her brows, noting he had been gone for less than 3 minutes. "I excel in certain tasks, while others, not so much." Feng He muttered softly, still appearing miffed at Ye Luoxing, his demeanor visibly sulky. "What did you say?" Ye Luoxing, equally irritable, had no time to placate him. This time, Feng He found himself at a loss for words. Observing her irritation only deepened his discontent. He placed the herbs in her hands and settled down to cut meat beside her. Ye Luoxing gazed down at the remnants of herbs in her palms, then glanced at the information collection ring around his neck, ultimately resting her gaze on his strikingly handsome face. With a sigh, she resigned herself and sat beside him. She slapped her own hand, exclaiming, "Serves you right for being so careless." The crisp sound reached Feng He's ears, prompting him to set aside the meat and grasp her hand with concern. Apologizing, "It was my fault. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt yourself. If you must strike someone, hit me instead. I won't force you." The last statement came out with a tone akin to that of a wronged spouse. His features were undeniably exquisite, despite his flamboyant golden eyes drooping slightly. Ye Luoxing felt a pang of reluctance as she contemplated withdrawing her hand. Oh no, she nearly forgot. She had no resistance to overly beautiful things. All right. Ye Luoxing gently patted his shoulder. "I didn't mean to blame you. I was merely scratching an itch." Feng He's golden eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. "Then allow me to scratch it for you." In the next moment, he delicately traced her hand with his fingertips. Feng He's hands were remarkably attractive, pale, slender, and with distinctly defined knuckles. It was unusual for a beastman, typically accustomed to hunting, to possess such fair skin. Perhaps it was due to their lineage or the climate of this place. Thus, his complexion contrasted sharply with the common sun-kissed tones of muscular men. His gentle touches sent delightful tingles across her skin, stirring something within her. Realizing she had fallen prey to his charms, Ye Luoxing quickly averted her gaze, mentally repeating, Don't look. I am not a pervert." Abruptly, she yanked her hand back, feeling flustered as she declared, "All right, I will take the medicine." Indeed, she truly needed to take the medicine. Ye Luoxing grabbed a handful of herbs and brought them to her mouth, but upon seeing the assortment of colors and unfamiliar herbs, she hesitated. She turned back to confirm. "Do I chew these? Are you sure they are not poisonous?" "I assure you, I once ingested the poison from the purple black flower. This is what I consumed. I even informed the shaman about this remedy." Feng He asserted confidently. Seeing his unwavering certainty, Ye Luoxing gritted her teeth and swallowed the herbs whole. As she struggled to gulp them down, Feng He promptly offered her water. "Quick, drink some water." Just as she was about to accept, she caught sight of the water contained in a hollow beast bone and waved her hand, saying, "Forget it. No need." After swallowing the herbs, she felt as though her entire being had soured. Acknowledging the limitations of their surroundings, she knew it was impossible to obtain properly prepared herbs for raw water. She was wary of potential contaminants or parasites lurking within. Although she had consumed anything and everything during her wilderness training and generally boasted robust health, this was, after all, the beast realm. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. If anything were to go awry, calling for help would be futile. "Luoxing, once you finish the medicine, you should eat something. You appear far too frail. Feng, he remarked, presenting her with 2 peeled and chopped lemming meats. Why? Ye Luoxing stared at the raw flesh wrapped in the clean beast skin, the meat still glistening with blood. Her mouth twitched involuntarily as disbelief washed over her. And she incredulously asked Feng He, "Are we seriously eating raw lemming meat? Do you not eat it raw?" Feng He replied, genuinely puzzled. Having never pursued a female before, and with the mothers and fathers of his kin departing early, he lacked understanding regarding the care of females. But then he remembered that sick females and weak elder beasts in the tribe would not consume raw food. Instantly standing up, he said, "I apologize. Luoxing, I was thoughtless. I will go fetch some fire to cook the meat for you." Feng He, fearing Ye Luoxing would scorn his ineptitude, hurriedly prepared to leave in search of fire. Seeing this, Ye Luoxing called after him, "No need. I have food." She had already retrieved a can of meat and bottled mineral water from her spatial inventory, beginning to eat and drink with ease. Feng He turned back, his expression shifting to one of confusion. "Where did you keep these items?" "You don't need to worry about that. I always carry them with me." Why, Ye Luoxing certainly would not divulge the details of her spatial abilities. Feng He did not press further, merely glancing at her provisions before deciding to leave again, stating, "Is this all you typically eat? No wonder you are so small. This will not do. Since I am now your partner, I must ensure you eat the freshest prey. I have enough with this." Ye Luoxing raised her voice to interrupt him. "Besides, I am not small." She almost doubted her own physique due to his words, glancing down at her body, at a height of 176 centimeters. Although she may not match the robust physique of a beast man, she had graduated from military academy and maintained both muscle tone and a defined waistline. Feng He scrutinized her closely, then lifted his gaze to inquire, "Luoxing, which tribe do you belong to?" Ye Luoxing hesitated for a moment before answering quickly, "I am from the rabbit tribe." Claiming her zodiac sign as a rabbit was indeed fitting. Upon hearing her lineage, Feng He felt reassured, recognizing that the rabbit tribe was inherently petite. However, he soon recalled something and looked at her in astonishment. "No wonder you were so afraid of me earlier." He approached her, crouching down to meet her gaze intently. "Luoxing, although our snowy owl tribe preys on wild rabbits, we do not hunt beastmen. Moreover, as a female, I would never harm you if you are afraid. I promise I will never eat rabbits again." Hearing Feng He's sudden, earnest declaration, Ye Luoxing found herself frozen, spoon poised at her lips. Rapidly recalling the habits of the snowy owl, she silently lit a candle for herself in her mind, inwardly screaming, "Damn, I almost forgot that rabbits are on their menu. Why did I choose such a species? Fortunately, they don't eat beastmen. That was a close call." Stiffly, Ye Luoxing forced a spoonful of meat into her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. She had caught on to the peculiarities surrounding their discussions of females, which only deepened her curiosity. After a moment of silence, she cautiously asked, "How many beastmen are there in your tribe?" "There are a total of 495 beastmen in our snowy owl tribe, comprising 20 females and 475 males. It is a tribe of moderate size among the flying beast factions in the nearby territories. Yet it is the strongest among them." Feng He answered candidly that, in truth, he felt a surge of joy upon hearing Ye Luoxing inquire about their tribe's information, for it signified that she was contemplating staying. Thus, he divulged the details of the tribe with great care. However, Ye Luoxing found herself somewhat unaccustomed to his forthrightness. She had initially intended to probe slowly, yet her strategy appeared insipid in the face of his sincerity. As she listened to the information he provided, Ye Luoxing was taken aback. 20 female beasts? Feng He nodded with pride. "Indeed, it is precisely because our snow owl tribe is formidable that we have such a number of female beasts. Most tribes do not have nearly as many." "Where are the others?" she exclaimed. "Isn't the ratio nearly 25:1? How can that be considered excessive?" Ye Luoxing was astounded, finally grasping the identity and status that females held in this realm. After finishing the remaining canned meat, she recalled something and inquired, "Do you still possess fire seeds?" Feng He nodded even more proudly. "Yes, although we are far from the bee city, all major tribes in the northern lands have preserved fire seeds. Even after winter has passed, we maintain fire seeds in the designated no-hunting zones." Upon hearing his response, Ye Luoxing nodded, realizing they could wield fire, which was reassuring. Yet, She caught another term and pressed on. Beast City? Where is it located? Feng He was taken aback. Luoxing, you do not know of the Beast City. It is quite distant, and the journey is perilous. Typically, females do not venture there without pressing matters. Feng He discerned her confusion and felt a sense of relief. If Luoxing were not a female of the Beast King tribe and nobility, her willingness to stay might have been even greater. Ye Luoxing detected an element of intimidation in his tone and wished to further inquire about the yin beasts and the beasts. Just then, a shadow loomed at the cave entrance. Both a human and a beast turned their gaze, witnessing a figure pause at the cave's mouth. Mosin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Feng He, the chief calls for you. Understanding the reason for Mosin's arrival, Feng He turned back, embracing Ye Luoxing and whispering gently in her ear. I shall return shortly. Wait for me. Luoxing, taken aback by his sudden embrace. Ye Luoxing was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Mosin, observing this scene, furrowed his brow, disdain evident in his gaze. Only when Feng He released Ye Luoxing and approached the entrance did Mosin swiftly transform into a snow owl and take flight. As the cave fell silent once more, Ye Luoxing contemplated briefly before donning her coat and making her way to the entrance. Standing atop the elevation, she surveyed the distant, undulating mountains, each blanketed in ice and snow. The highest peak rose majestically at the center of the range, its altitude so great that its depths were unfathomable. For Ye Luoxing, should she desire to leave the cave, her lack of flight would spell certain doom. Nevertheless, she needed to assess her surroundings first, leaning out to gauge the cave's proximity to the mountain summit. Approximately 60 to 70 meters, it seemed manageable. Her expression shifted to one of determination as she activated the resilient line in her wristband, anchoring it to the lofty mountain wall. With a leap, she ascended, securing a second line upon reaching the heights, successfully conquering the summit. Beneath the azure sky, sunlight cascaded down, and the view expanded magnificently. Ye Luoxing beheld the distant ice river and plains, faintly perceiving the forest along the horizon. There were no signs of inhabitants upon the surrounding peaks, and, as she scanned the narrow summit, she noticed two expansive platforms on either side of the main peak. Uncertain whether they were deliberately carved or naturally formed. Yu Shang, do you know what the beasts and yin beasts are? Ye Luoxing inquired of the system. Currently, there is no relevant information. However, wild beasts refer to ordinary animals that cannot transform into beastmen. Beastmen are animals capable of adopting human forms. Giant beasts are rare mutated varieties among ordinary animals that do not possess special abilities, and, as the name suggests, insect tribes. Yu Shang replied with a plethora of seemingly useless information. Ye Luoxing's expression reflected her exasperation as Yu Shang continued. Upon your descent, I detected a large communal tribe with primitive housing structures, most likely the Beast City. Feng He mentioned. Ye Luoxing frowned. Houses, I understand. She leaped onto the wide platform to the right, continuing her inquiry. Is the airship functioning properly? Noticing her newfound calmness and determination to complete her task, Yu Shang responded earnestly. The airship is fully operational and can be activated at any time. Ye Luoxing nodded, and at that moment, several snow owls suddenly soared into view from the right side of the sky. They circled above before locking their gaze on Ye Luoxing and diving towards her. In less than 5 seconds, they transformed into human forms before her. Haina stepped forward, grasping Ye Luoxing by the collar. You are the female that Feng He brought back. She scrutinized Ye Luoxing with narrow eyes, ultimately landing on her face, marred by the healing ointment, and disdainfully remarked, You're an eyesore. Did Feng He hunt a wolf that blinded him? What could he possibly see in you? Haina fulunk, Ye Luoxing aside. Her previous displeasure morphing into sheer contempt, her demeanor considerably calmer. Simultaneously, Ye Luoxing examined the 4 beastmen accompanying Haina, noting that this was her first encounter with a female beast in the beastman world. Standing at approximately 1.8 meters, Haina's robust physique was adorned only in a feathered bustier and skirt. Her long hair, a striking blend of black and white, cascaded down to her waist, her face elongated. Features well-defined, with slender eyes, a narrow nose, and elongated lips. In terms of aesthetics, she possessed an air of sophistication. Yet, strangely, her skin bore a healthy wheat tone intermingled with an unhealthy purplish hue, marred by numerous, uneven pits, reminiscent of someone suffering from long-term poisoning. "Who are you?" Ye Luoxing inquired, unperturbed by Haina's rudeness. Haina shot her a cold glare, her tone unfriendly. "I am Haina, a 5-star female beast of the Snow Owl tribe." The male beastmen behind her had also appraised Ye Luoxing, their physiques robust, defined abs, striking features, and handsome appearances, surrounding Haina like guardians of a flower, an incongruous sight. Yet they furrowed their brows at Ye Luoxing's unappealing visage. However, due to her being a female beast, the strongest among them, Jieshi, stepped forward and asked, "New female, what star rank are you? How did you encounter Fenghe?" Jieshi and the others presumed that given her dark, swollen appearance, her star rank must be quite high. After all, star rank influences a female's appearance. Females like Haina, both beautiful and strong, were exceedingly rare, and they could not harbor excessive expectations, given that Haina was the most beautiful high-star female within the Snow Owl tribe. "I have no obligation to answer you," Ye Luoxing replied, perplexed by their mention of star rank, wondering if it pertained to combat prowess. She maintained a facade of calm, while her eyes hinted at deep uncertainty. Jieshi, taken aback by her retort, felt awkward and retreated to his previous position. "Humph," Haina scoffed, closing in. "You look scrawny and hardly resemble a high-star female. I warn you, stay away from Fenghe. He is mine." "Such possessiveness?" Ye Luoxing smirked, raising an eyebrow at her. "What if I refuse?" Her deliberately provocative tone and gestures ignited Haina's simmering anger, and she coldly retorted, "Then I shall beat you down." The two locked gazes, and Ye Luoxing's eyes flickered over Haina's pronounced features. She stood slightly taller, the deep purple at the corners of her eyes adding an air of mystery, reminiscent of an ancient sorceress. Momentarily captivating Ye Luoxing. Unquestionably, Ye Luoxing found herself admiring Haina's overall presence and aura. Her aesthetic sensibilities often embraced the unconventional, and she thought the females of the beast world were, in their own right, quite captivating. Seizing Haina's hand while she was momentarily taken aback, Ye Luoxing gazed earnestly into her eyes. "Sister, your eyes are truly enchanting, like jewels glistening in sunlight, both crystalline and captivating, exuding an aura of wondrous magic that draws one in." "I adore you." Faced with Ye Luoxing's sudden gesture and confession, Haina stood frozen. Her expression one of shock as she stared at the seemingly unattractive female before her. She noticed that this ugly female's eyes resembled the starry sky of an endless night or the depths of an infinite ocean. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, those black orbs held a mysterious allure. In the moment of their sincere gaze, Haina's expression became somewhat awkward, and as if snapping back to reality, she yanked her hand away, attempting to appear fierce yet stuttering as she declared, "Why, you best not try this. I will definitely reclaim Fenghe." "Very well, sister. I shall await your return." Ye Luoxing's smile remained as radiant as ever. Haina coldly turned away, transforming into a snowy owl, soaring into the sky. The remaining four, including Jieshi, exchanged astonished glances with Ye Luoxing before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the Snowy Owl tribe's leader, the elderly chief Ling sat beside a stone bed, flanked by 10 formidable male beasts. In the expansive cavern, which measured over 100 square feet, stood the tribe's male beasts of rank 4 and above. Huddled together, with Fenghe positioned at the forefront, the atmosphere within solemn. After a lengthy silence, Fenghe fixed his gaze on Ling and respectfully yet resolutely declared, "Chief, she is not a female of the Snowy Owl tribe. I found her, and I will be her only mate. I shall not yield on this matter, but you cannot claim her as your mate." Ling Dong's voice, aged yet commanding, resonated. "Fenghe, you are the strongest warrior of our Snowy Owl tribe. However, until now, you have yet to encounter a mate you desire. Logically, I should wish you well upon finding a female you like, but..." Ling Dong stood, the 2 closest male beasts instinctively moved to protect her. Ling Dong advanced towards Fenghe, stating, "But you must not be so selfish. You should understand that a female cannot have only one mate throughout her life, even if you are a rank 7 beast. It is not permissible. Not even the king beasts and nobles of Beast City can monopolize a female. A female's choice of mate is determined by herself." Feng He was struck by Ling Dong's harsh reality. His fists clenched at his sides, unwilling to agree, yet unable to refute. That moment, the other high-ranking beasts in the cavern began to chime in. Although they held great respect for Feng He's strength, they would not relent on matters concerning mates. The hulking male beast adorned with bone ornaments spoke up. The chief is correct. Feng He, you should have introduced the new female to everyone. Yet you brought her back to your own cave. That is too much. Indeed, Feng He, since the female has arrived in our snowy owl tribe, she is now one of us. Every male beast has the right to pursue her. Echoed a rank 4 beast coldly. Another rank 5 beast added. Feng He, we have finally gained a new female in our tribe. This is a blessing from the beast god. We all wish to meet her. A handsome male beast chimed in. Bring the new female here. The chief should arrange her accommodation. Their voices rose, quickly filling the cavern with a cacophony, which left Feng He exceedingly displeased, unable to contain his fury any longer. He bellowed, silencing the cavern in an instant. She is injured. Let me see who dares to touch her. If you wish to be her mate, you must first defeat me. Feng He's eyes glinted like a frigid river, causing the surrounding male beasts to step back in fear, for everyone knew the sheer strength of a rank 7 beast. It was only a matter of time before Feng He would crush them. The male beasts murmured in discontent. Feng He, the atmosphere in the cavern turned tense, with the male beasts eyeing Feng He restlessly, the silence lingering for about 3 minutes. Enough! Chief Ling Dong's cold voice shattered the stalemate. The female is injured. It is indeed inappropriate for her to move. We shall wait for the shaman's return, and besides, she is residing with Feng He, which poses no issue. Ling Dong's warning caused the male beasts to lower their heads in shame. They had been overly excited and had forgotten the fact that the female was injured, which was indeed their fault. Feng He coldly withdrew his gaze from them, while Ling Dong's voice rang out once more. The arrival of a new female in the tribe is a significant matter. After she rests for a day, tomorrow evening, I shall summon the high priest and the tribe members to collectively welcome her arrival. At that time, Feng He, you shall bring her forth. Ling Dong's words were a command, not a negotiation. Feng He understood that rebuttal was futile. He merely cast a cold look towards the other male beasts and declared, if you are not afraid of death, then come. With that, he turned and left, the male beasts parting to create a path. Yet, observing his arrogant departure, they furrowed their brows in discontent. The rank 6 male beast spoke coldly. Chief, look at him. Upon returning to his own cave, Feng He found Ye Luoxing already there. He saw her quietly seated, and he immediately concealed the gloom on his face, replacing it with a charming smile as he approached her. Luoxing, does your wound still hurt? It's bearable, Ye Luoxing replied, as she organized the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Upon noticing Feng He had returned, she withdrew her consciousness from her space and turned to face him. Feng He naturally sat beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. It is a bit chilly here. You are injured and must not be exposed to the cold. Let me hold you while you rest. But it is still early, Ye Luoxing remarked, glancing at the sunlight streaming through the cave entrance, subtly distancing herself from his embrace. She indeed felt a bit cold, but they had only just met, and it felt inappropriate to be so close. Feng He perceived her resistance and refrained from pulling her back, instead glancing outside at the changing sky, puzzled. It is already dusk. Although your rabbit tribe's hunting times differ from ours, it cannot be that late, can it? Dusk? Ye Luoxing responded in surprise, rising to walk towards the cave entrance. She gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky, confirming that she had not misjudged the time. Could it be? Feng He also sensed something amiss. He approached her from behind, suddenly exclaiming in astonishment. Luoxing, are you from the central continent? That place is so far away. How did you arrive here? Hearing Feng He's incredulous tone, Ye Luoxing seemed to confirm her suspicions and blurted out 3 words. It is perpetual day. It appeared that Yu Shang had not been mistaken. This place resembled her planet closely, indeed allowing her to regard the inhabitants here as targets for her collection tasks. You snowy owls are nocturnal creatures, correct? Ye Luoxing turned to inquire, recalling that snowy owls were a type of owl. We in the northern lands do not have such conditions. We only experience polar nights and polar days. Furthermore, As we are beastmen, we attempt to synchronize our activity hours with other tribes, allowing for more effective hunting and defense against external threats. Feng He patiently explained, choosing not to pursue his previous queries, but rather actively clarifying Ye Luoxing's doubts. Are you a solitary tribe? Ye Luoxing continued to ask, eager to discern the differences between beastmen and wild beasts. Non-beastmen snowy owls typically live solitary lives or in family units, often nesting on the tundra rocks. However, all beastmen, regardless of their tribe, predominantly live in groups and reside in relatively safe locations. Feng He continued to elucidate. His descriptions of the wild snowy owl's habits largely aligned with what she had previously learned at IT. Seemed that indeed there were distinctions between beastmen and wild beasts, with the latter likely living in groups for mutual protection against rival tribes. As beastmen were, after all, more intelligent than wild beasts. After a brief contemplation, Ye Luoxing queried within her mind, "Can I collect data on wild beasts in the beast world as targets for my tasks?" "I do not recommend it," Yu Shang quickly replied. "Firstly, your information collector is insufficient, and the airship can only gather information on humans. Secondly, the wild beasts in the beast world face numerous dangers, and the collection process may take too long, rendering your efforts futile. Thirdly, the data on beastmen is more suitable as materials for the airship." "Fine, I suppose that was a wasted thought," Ye Luoxing conceded, abandoning that notion to AT that moment. Feng He, who had been observing her lost in thought, took the initiative to ask, "Luoxing, do you have anything else you wish to inquire about?" Ye Luoxing glanced at him before slowly making her way towards the edge of her nest. Yu Shang informed her in her mind, "The 24-hour time calibration has been completed. Current time, 19:27. Ye Luoxing settled slowly onto the edge of the stone bed, pondering for a moment. Then, with a smile, she raised her gaze to the beast man standing before her and asked, "Feng He, is Haina a very strong female in your tribe?" It was the first time Feng He heard her address him by name, and he was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond and blushing slightly. Once he regained his composure, his expression became awkward, yet his tone was urgent. "Have you met Haina?" "Yes," Ye Luoxing replied, providing no further explanation. Feng He skillfully half-squatted before her, visibly concerned. "She did not do anything to you, did she?" "Haina is a rank 5 female beast. Aside from the chief and the chief's offspring, she is the strongest female in our tribe, and also the most beautiful. Many high-ranking male beasts from surrounding tribes are infatuated with her. The strongest and most beautiful female beast, pursued by numerous high-ranking male beasts." With this brief understanding, Ye Luoxing formed a foundational comprehension of Haina. However, she found herself puzzled and surprised by the initial 2 pieces of information Feng He had revealed. She was indifferent to appearances, but she was curious. What is the star rank? Is it similar to the ranks of male beasts? Ye Luoxing initially intended to probe discreetly, but ultimately resolved to inquire directly. After all, due to her earlier display of ignorance, Feng He had already formed a basic impression of her, and he appeared to harbor no ill will. She found herself lacking the patience to meander and waste time. However, this time, Feng He widened his eyes in astonishment at her question, gazing at her with a look of sheer surprise. Taken aback by his sudden stare, Ye Luoxing felt as if he were regarding a fool. "What's the matter?" she stammered. Luoxing, Feng He's expression and tone were complex, and suddenly he enveloped her in an embrace, whispering close to her ear, "Rest assured, I have chosen you. Even if you lack a star rank, I will not abandon you." "What do you mean?" Ye Luoxing suddenly realized that the star rank seemed to hold significant importance for females. Faced with the gentle beast before her, feeling the warmth of his body, she momentarily lost herself, allowing him to hold her tightly. Although she did not comprehend the meaning of the star rank, she sensed the immense resolve behind his words. Just as the atmosphere within the cave felt warm and inviting, a shadow suddenly loomed at the entrance. Tella arrived at the cave and was greeted by this scene, his expression momentarily stiffening. Assuming he had arrived in an opportune moment, he nonetheless interrupted Feng He, saying, "The chief has asked me to deliver the prey you caught today. She said you need to take care of the female, and any future catches need not be shared. She also sent some fruits favored by females." Tella tossed the prey onto the ground and carefully placed the fruits wrapped in animal skin beside it. At this point, Feng He released Ye Luoxing and turned to look at the entrance. With Ye Luoxing on his back, his expression darkened. I understand. You may leave now. While Tella was usually rational, he could not help but feel displeased with Feng He's attitude. He retorted, Feng He, the new female does not belong solely to you. Do not be unreasonable. Say that again. Feng He's voice had turned ominously grave. Tella's face visibly paled at the challenge. Ye Luoxing noticed the tension between the two beasts and, disliking the words of the male at the entrance, coldly interjected, I do not belong to any of you males. I am simply myself. Ye Luoxing's tone was far from courteous as she responded coolly to Tella. His gaze shifted to her, and he scrutinized her swollen, unappealing face. Her displeasure made her appear even more unattractive. Initially, Tella had been somewhat courteous due to the tribe finally acquiring a new female, but now, seeing her in this light, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He coldly turned away, saying, Do as you wish. Tella departed swiftly, and both Feng He and Ye Luoxing noticed his rapidly shifting emotions. Ye Luoxing, with her keen perception, scanned the pile of food at the entrance before turning to Feng He, asking earnestly, I lack a star rank and am quite unattractive. Do you still intend to pursue me? When their eyes met, Feng He's gaze remained as gentle as ever. He tenderly took her hand and replied sincerely. Once a male has chosen a female, he remains loyal for a lifetime. From the moment we first met, I chose you. Therefore, regardless of how you change, I will follow you forever. Confronted with Feng He's unadulterated sincerity, Ye Luoxing found herself at a loss for how to respond to such pure feelings. She turned to her nest, calmly stating, It's late. Let us sleep. I'm a bit tired. Seeing her peacefully settle into his nest, Feng He smiled with joy and nodded. All right, I will watch over you. Feng He found a large stone slab to block the cave entrance, and in the pitch-black cave he climbed into the nest. Gently wrapping his arms around Ye Luoxing's waist, listening to her steady breathing, his lips curving upward as he lay awake for a long while on the opposite side of the main peak. A group of male beasts had gathered, and upon seeing Tella approach, they surged forward. The second warrior of the Snow Owl tribe, the sixth-tier Tuyas, asked Tella, What does the new female look like? Is her star rank high? Which tribe does she belong to? I don't know. You can ask Feng He, Tella replied coldly. Tuya suddenly burst into mocking laughter. I need not ask. I know she's an ugly female, and quite short. You? Tella raised an eyebrow in surprise, then spoke in a low voice. Do you dare speak of the female? We did not say that. Chuckled the fourth-tier Ali from the right. This was said by Haina. She has already seen that ugly female. Haina. The nearby fifth-tier beast perked up at the mention of her name. One of them remarked, If it's Haina saying it, it might not be true. After all, she is so beautiful and outstanding that in her eyes, all other females must appear as hideous creatures. You are right. It is normal for the new female to be less attractive than Haina. After all, Haina only visited Beast City once, and there was a line of high-tier beasts pursuing her. She is a high-ranking beauty that even the females of Beast City cannot compare to. Haina held a revered status among the male beasts, who would willingly sacrifice their lives for her. Not only them, but all male beasts from nearby tribes would bow their heads upon encountering Haina. Tella, you and Mosin are acting mysteriously. Do you wish to learn from Feng He and monopolize the new female? A fifth-tier beast complained, sensing that Tella and Mosin had been behaving oddly since the arrival of the new female. Tella surveyed the 20 or so male beasts surrounding him, choosing not to respond, and instead turned to the leader, Tuyas, saying, Don't you all have females you fancy? Why are you so eager to inquire about the new female? You'll see her tomorrow anyway, did I say. Tuyas, you wouldn't want to pursue the new female. Would you? Tuyas scoffed at Tella's words that I shall forever be devoted to Bai Xian. Regardless of whether the newcomer is a hideous creature, my feelings will not change, as a powerful beast with 6-tier strength. Tuyas commanded respect among the nearby tribes, and few dared to provoke him. With his power, he was indeed worthy of being Haina's partner. Many females from neighboring tribes aspired to be his mate, but he only had eyes for Bai Xian, the most exceptional female of the White Wolf tribe. He looked down upon all others. After saying this, Tuyas departed, and Tella chose not to engage further, transforming into beast form and flying away. The cold winds of the north swept away the gathered beasts and the flowing passage of time, as they fell into slumber, awakened by the morning birds. Rising from their warm nests, the time announced, 6:00 am. The voice of the system rang clear while Ye Luoxing slowly opened her drowsy eyes, gazing at the uneven stone walls above her, feeling something constraining her. In an instant, she regained full consciousness, kicked to the left, and simultaneously moved inward, exclaiming, "Who is there?" "Luoxing, you're awake?" A massive bird head loomed before her, and Feng He's gentle voice resonated. What the Ye Luoxing's face paled in shock as she felt the warm fur beneath her feet. An overwhelming discomfort flooding her entire body. The bird before her was simply too enormous. She locked eyes with its golden orbs for 3 full seconds before slowly coming back to her senses. Feng He quickly transformed back into human form, leaning closer with concern. What's wrong? His hand still grasped her ankle, but since he had reverted to human form, the sensation beneath her feet had shifted to his firm abdomen. Observing this peculiar position, Ye Luoxing hastily withdrew her foot, her tone transitioning from panic to calm as she said, "I'm fine." Scanning their surroundings, she noticed that she was fully dressed, while Feng He remained half-clothed. Moreover, he shared the same animal skin draped over his well-defined chest, and his long legs were pressed against hers. She could distinctly sense his body heat, creating a somewhat intimate atmosphere. She quickly sat up and asked him, "Did you sleep holding me like this all night?" Feng He nodded honestly. "Yes, you were shivering from the cold last night, so I held you while sleeping." Hearing this, Ye Luoxing found herself at a loss for words. Perceiving her unease, Feng He sat up as well, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Don't worry, I promise not to touch you until your injuries heal." Ye Luoxing shifted away from him, saying, "Just speak normally, no need to come so close." Feng He's charming eyes sparkled with amusement, yet he did not press closer, simply observing her carefully. "Luoxing, it seems your injuries have improved significantly." Ye Luoxing raised her hand to take a look. Discovering that the swelling on her body had dissipated, as she touched her face, she found that it too was no longer swollen, and the blisters had subsided, apart from the lingering darkness under her eyes. Even the wounds beneath the bandages seemed to have scabbed over. She could distinctly feel that her condition had improved significantly compared to yesterday, recalling the time announced by the moon earlier. She was astonished to realize she had slept for over 10 hours. The excessive blood loss from the previous day had rendered her body incapable of sustaining itself, leading her to fall into a deep slumber. Devoid of any vigilance, completely unaware of the living presence beside her throughout the night, Ye Luoxing helplessly pressed her forehead, but given the improvement in her injuries, she deemed it a reason to feel joy. "Luoxing, are you hungry? I have roasted some meat for you. Get up and eat a bit," Feng He cheerfully remarked. The aroma of roasted meat wafted into Ye Luoxing's nostrils. In truth, she had sensed it earlier, but had no time to pay attention. Following the enticing scent, she glanced toward the entrance of the 7-shaped cave, where a clearing had already been made, and a fire pit was ablaze. Several skewers of meat were sizzling above the flames, seemingly having been grilled for quite some time, releasing a tantalizing oily fragrance. It looked quite appetizing. Ye Luoxing's stomach let out a low growl. "When did you wake up?" Ye Luoxing queried with a hint of curiosity. "In the early hours," Feng He replied. The beastmen were rarely known for their roundabout ways. Upon hearing her stomach growl, Feng He eagerly urged her, "I specifically sought advice from the elder beastman on how to roast meat. You must try it and tell me how it tastes. If you don't like it, I'll roast you another batch." Seeing that he had risen early solely to prepare meat for her, a glimmer of warmth flickered in Ye Luoxing's eyes. She descended from the stone bed and took a seat on a rock by the fire pit, picking up a skewer of meat to examine. The meat was tender and fully cooked. Yet due to the absence of seasoning, she could detect a distinct fishy odor, the taste oddly familiar. Just then, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Fully cooked wild duck meat, non-toxic and free from parasites. Safe for consumption. Duck meat was certainly worth 8 or Y. Ye Luoxing brought the skewer to her lips, biting into it, and the rich juices burst forth in her mouth, although there was a lingering fishy taste. Ye Luoxing, who was accustomed to eating anything, found it quite palatable. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Feng had already squatted down beside her, His face filled with anticipation, while Ye Luoxing gazed at him, the golden gleam in his eyes reflecting the firelight, and continued to take a second bite, generously praising, "It tastes wonderful, far better than what I could roast." She spoke the truth. To achieve such flavor without any seasoning was indeed impressive. After all, during her missions in the wild, she would likely eat even raw meat. "Really? Then I'll roast meat for you every day," Feng he exclaimed, elated by her approval. But he suddenly recalled something, his brow furrowing in surprise as he fixed her with an intense gaze. "You aren't a rabbit, are you?" Ye Luoxing was just finishing the last bite of her skewer when Feng He's unexpected question caused her to freeze mid-chew. Oh no, she nearly forgot to mention her identity as a member of the rabbit tribe. Rabbits seem to only eat vegetation. Ye Luoxing was contemplating how to explain when she noticed Feng He leaning in closer. "I understand now. Your second beast form must be a carnivorous beast, right? Which tribe does your father belong to?" Feng He had already crafted a reason for her, eagerly awaiting her response. But Ye Luoxing could not comprehend his words at all. After hesitating for a few seconds, she swallowed the morsel and stiffly asked, "Second beast form." Seeing the confusion on Ye Luoxing's face again, Feng He was taken aback, speculating once more about where she had previously lived that she was unaware of such basic knowledge. He couldn't tell if Ye Luoxing had been overly protected or had suffered greatly. Although the latter seemed unlikely, he felt a pang of sympathy for this female and vowed to take good care of her in the future. Beastmen possessed two forms. The first beast form was their shape after transforming into a beast inherited from their mother, while the second beast form was a potential manifestation of certain beastman abilities upon reverting to their human form, inherited from their father. For instance, if you and I were to mate and have offspring, the beast form of our child would be a rabbit. When the child transformed into a beast man, they might inherit my sharp claws or keen golden eyes. Feng He patiently explained to her. Upon hearing about this fascinating genetic transformation, Ye Luoxing's eyes sparkled with interest. In this world of beasts, there was not only no reproductive isolation, but it seemed one could also unbox surprises. Remarkable. So, if a carnivorous beast and a herbivorous beast mated, their offspring could eat both meat and plants? Ye Luoxing inquired. "Indeed," Feng He affirmed. "So what is your second beast form?" Ye Luoxing pretended to ponder before replying. "I don't know." Feng He instructed her, "Try to see if you can transform into claws or something." Ye Luoxing replied, "I can't, thank you." However, she feigned an effort to try, and in the end, Feng He watched her fail with a hint of disappointment. As this meant he would remain unaware of Luoxing's meat preferences. Ye Luoxing began to grasp the inheritance relationship. Essentially, if a female offspring were born, her descendants would all have rabbit forms, while if a male were born, their beastman forms would carry the father's genes. Understood, Ye Luoxing nodded, murmuring, "Then it would truly be a pity to have offspring with me." "Why do you say that?" Feng He asked, puzzled, grasping Ye Luoxing's shoulders. He explained, "Beastmen are different from wild beasts. Beastmen have ranks, as long as the rank is high. Even a herbivore can be formidable. Besides, a litter of rabbit cubs would be so adorable." Hearing him sincerely refer to rabbit cubs, Ye Luoxing felt hesitant to point out that he was insulting her. However, the pity she felt was not for that. Rather, it was due to the fact that she had no beast form at all. If she were to truly bond with a beastman, it would be a waste of their genes. Ye Luoxing chose not to continue the discussion on this topic, finishing the remaining skewers of roasted meat. Aware that he did not consume cooked food, she did not waste his effort. After she finished, Feng He promptly offered her some fruits. "This is an orange heart fruit. Your beast form is a rabbit, so you will surely love it. Give it a try." Feng He said enthusiastically. Ye Luoxing gazed at the orange, peach-shaped fruit before her, politely accepted it, and took a bite. The juice flowed in her mouth, combining flavors of peach and apple, along with a fragrant aroma. It was indeed crisp and sweet, and the scent was unique, something Ye Luoxing had never encountered before, yet she found it delightful. It's delicious. "Thank you, you don't need to thank me. It's only right that I take care of you." Seeing her happy, he felt a surge of joy as well. However, Feng He then recalled something, his expression turning troubled. "This was picked by my tribesmen from a place far away. The journey takes most of the day. Now that you're injured, I can't bear to leave you alone in the cave. Once you recover, I will personally go and gather more for you." Suddenly catching the significant implication in Feng He's words, Ye Luoxing remembered her intention to test the airship, and a plan began to form in her mind. After finishing the fruit in her hand, she turned to Feng He and said, "Could you go and pick some for me today?" Feng He was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had actively made a request of him. "But, Luoxing, do you really like them that much?" he asked earnestly. "Yes, I really like them." Ye Luoxing nodded in affirmation. "All right then, I'll go and gather some for you." Feng He readily agreed without offering any excuses. His prompt acceptance caused Ye Luoxing's heart to race a beat. This fellow was quite adept at charming her, simply through his genuine heart. After Ye Luoxing finished her meal, Feng He helped her change the dressing and then prepared to leave. Concerned about the numerous wounds on her body, he worriedly suggested, "Shall I call the shaman to take a look at you?" "No need," Ye Luoxing rejected for the nth time. "The wounds have already improved. I just want to rest for a bit." Seeing her insistence and recalling the beastmen in the tribe who eyed her with desire, he finally relented, saying, "All right, I'll discuss it with you when I return. I promise to go and come back early." Feng He moved the stone slab at the cave entrance, transformed into a snow owl, and after placing the slab back, flew off into the distance. Sensing that he had gone far, Ye Luoxing stood up and walked toward the cave entrance. He truly is cautious. The voice of the moon echoed in her mind. "Let us set off as well." Ye Luoxing deftly moved aside the heavy stone slab before her. The warm sunlight outside the cave spilled into her deep, dark eyes, while the gentle breeze of early spring swept away the lingering chill and darkness within. The rays of the sun adorned her with a golden halo, as an invisible airship appeared in the sky ahead. Ye Luoxing's extraordinary powers were beginning to revive, taking her position at the rear of the airship. The cabin doors sealed shut, and the vessel smoothly transitioned away from the Snowy Owl tribe. Once in a secure location, Ye Luoxing quickly refreshed herself in the cramped living quarters, washing her body and hair before donning a black and blue work uniform. She slipped into a pair of combat boots, donned a helmet and gloves, and spritzed herself with scent-masking perfume, formally taking her seat in the cockpit for her inaugural trial. Iris recognition complete. The control panel was activated. Disengaging autopilot mode, initiating map scan, activating living entity scan, scanning range, full coverage, safety protocols engaged, combat readiness activated, passenger mode initiated. The mechanical voice within the airship continued its tasks as Ye Luoxing's hands flew over the control panel, until she paused 15 minutes later and spoke. "Good morning, Qingyun." "Good morning, Captain Yi," responded the mainframe robot. "Qingyun, you appear to be in good spirits. Thank you for your kind words. I am yet to falter. And I have already mapped the surrounding area for you." Qingyun continued, projecting a detailed map before her. The landscape of the stormy plains, including mountains and rivers, was displayed, with star icons marking the locations of living entities. From a map, Ye Luoxing could even discern the locations of the orc tribes, her finger gliding across the surface. "What are your plans?" Yu Shang inquired in her mind. As she examined the map. Ye Luoxing replied, "If I were to simply abduct an orc and flee, do you think they would be frightened enough not to smash my Qingyun? Therefore, to be prudent, I believe our primary objective is rescue." "Rescue?" Yu Shang questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, rescuing the injured orcs will lower their defenses," Ye Luoxing asserted, already formulating her plan. "Qingyun, scan for passengers in need of assistance." "Understood." Commencing scan, Qingyun's mechanical voice responded while Ye Luoxing piloted the airship away from the stormy plains, heading toward the distant Jichuan forest, home to numerous orc tribes, which would facilitate the completion of her initial mission. Meanwhile, at the southern edge of Jichuan forest, a group of Wolf Clan orcs were being pursued by a faction of high-ranking orcs not native to the north. Both sides were stained with blood, and the scattered Wolf Clan orcs bore grave injuries, while dozens of high-ranking orcs bared their fangs, their expressions menacing. "These vile Yama beasts, they dare to ambush us while we hunt." The White Wolf chief, Bibin, cursed fiercely. "Bibin, shall we truly ignore them? Our numbers are too few for this hunt, and the Yama beasts are overwhelming, all high-ranking." Even he would struggle to cope. A fourth-tier White Wolf voiced his concern. The other White Wolves glanced back at the lone Black Wolf, who was bravely covering their retreat, his fur contrasting sharply with theirs, yet he fought valiantly, sustaining numerous wounds as he defended them. Bibin did not turn back, coldly stating, "He is merely an abandoned mongrel, no different from those Yama beasts. His joining our tribe was never out of goodwill, if he hadn't deserted the team yesterday, or wouldn't have been beaten so badly. We even lost a female, because of him." Upon hearing Baben mention the previous day's incident, the remaining white wolf orcs recalled the unfamiliar scent of a female lingering in the forest. They cast another glance at the black wolf fighting alone at the rear, their expressions shifting, and without hesitation, they departed at this moment. In the skies above, Ye Luoxing followed the guidance toward her destination. She spotted a group of running white wolf orcs below, and as she zoomed out, she saw over 40 orcs from different tribes encircling a solitary black wolf. These orcs were clearly not ordinary creatures. They were vicious, their fangs dripping with blood and flesh remnants, their claws caked with gore, and their blood-red eyes brimming with mockery and murderous intent. They toyed with the black wolf, who protected his companion single-handedly, not immediately killing him, but engaging in a relentless barrage of attacks, tearing away at his flesh with their claws, biting at his neck and tail. Yet despite the black wolf being severely injured, they dared not breach his defenses. Arg. The black wolf emitted a low warning growl, causing the multitude of enemy beasts to shrink back. "He is formidable," Ye Luoxing observed from the cockpit, calmly adding, "However, his stamina is nearly depleted. He cannot hold out much longer. You intend to rescue him?" Yu Shang inquired why Ye Luoxing's actions provided her answer as she piloted the invisible airship toward the group of hostile beasts. A smirk gracing her lips, "Of course." Below, the leader of the Yama beasts, a massive black serpent, hissed, "He has no strength left. Everyone attack. Kill him. Once this black wolf is dead, the white wolf tribe will pose no threat. Soon, the females of our tribe will be ours. The beast master will be pleased." The black wolf, wary, retreated as the surrounding male orcs closed in, just as the bloodthirsty Yama beasts lunged at him. The black wolf prepared for a final stand, lowering his body in readiness. That moment, the Yama beasts felt something rush past them, and suddenly, the black wolf they had been targeting vanished from sight. "What the hell?" the Yama beasts exclaimed in disbelief. "Eye in the sky." Ye Luoxing found herself with a sharp claw pressed against her throat. In a hurried attempt, she adopted a raspy feminine voice and exclaimed, "Don't be alarmed. I am here to rescue you." Upon hearing a female voice, the male beast behind her hesitated, slowly retracting his claw as he surveyed the peculiar surroundings, peering through the transparent window at the forest outside. He transformed into human form, his deep, resonant voice echoing. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. You only need to know that I am not your enemy," Ye Luoxing replied, turning to glance at him. She was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. The half-clad man before her had long black hair, cascading to his waist, sun-kissed skin enveloping his well-defined chest and abs. He was evidently more robust than most males from the Snowy Owl tribe. Standing approximately 190 centimeters tall, with legs exuding primal strength, as if he could spring forth in an instant. The black animal hide skirt accentuated his athletic physique. His features were strikingly chiseled, although he bore an Eastern appearance. His facial structure was distinctly Western. His face was rugged, his brows sharp like swords, with deep purple eyes, a nose like a distant peak, and lips carved with precision. He radiated a potent aura of masculinity, embodying the image of a handsome and aloof wild one. Wow. Opening this blind box has revealed a delightful hidden gem. Yu Shang exclaimed mechanically. Why Ye Luoxing retorted, "You are a robot, not a lecherous rogue." While Ye Luoxing was indeed captivated by his looks, her true curiosity lay with his original form. "What is that on your head? Is it your companion? Did you hollow it out?" He seemed not to be a talkative individual, yet he scrutinized her, noticing that she revealed not a trace of skin, prompting a cascade of inquiries. "Have you ever seen an orc without internal organs capable of flight?" Ye Luoxing understood his reference to Qingyan. The black wolf, unaware of her disdain, observed her reluctance to elaborate and placed his right fist over his heart, bowing his head to her. "My name is Liao Yuan. I am a male of the White Wolf tribe. Thank you for saving me." Though Liao Yuan had many questions for her, he wisely refrained from voicing them. Why Ye Luoxing glanced at his battered form and tossed him a tube of ointment, saying, "Sit down and apply this. The contents will aid in your swift recovery. Liao Yuan skillfully caught the item she tossed, hesitating before choosing to sit beside her, the soft texture of the exquisite seat prompting him to inspect his surroundings. Subsequently, he returned the ointment to her, coldly refusing. I do not require this. I will heal quickly. As he spoke, Ye Luoxing recalled Feng He's remarkably rapid recovery. Indeed, when she looked again at Liao Yuan's wounds, she noticed they were gradually healing. Very well. Suit yourself, Ye Luoxing replied, retracting the ointment and continuing to pilot the airship. I shall escort you back to the White Wolf tribe, she added a remark. Meanwhile, Liao Yuan was lost in thought as he stared at the control panel before him. After observing for quite some time, he still could not identify what it was, and he found it to be quite peculiar. Radiant and strange, he extended his claw to mimic Ye Luoxing and press a button, only to be abruptly interrupted by her. Don't touch anything, she admonished. Liao Yuan fixed his gaze upon this unusual female. Which tribe do you belong to? Why can I not discern your lineage? Ye Luoxing smirked. Perhaps your sense of smell is lacking. Liao Yuan looked at her intently. If I cannot detect it, then no ore from the northern lands would be able to either. Why, Ye Luoxing replied calmly. You certainly possess a great deal of confidence. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of an orc lunging towards her, one hand gripping her helmet, attempting to remove it. Why Ye Luoxing had anticipated such an impolite act. She noticed the male orc was exceedingly cautious, having just tested her, now seeking to confirm whether she was indeed a female. However, Ye Luoxing swiftly pressed down on her helmet while simultaneously pushing him back into his position. At the same time, she commanded Qing Yun to engage the autopilot, flipping over to straddle him, restraining his legs, and using a specialized safety belt to bind him tightly. She drew a dagger and pressed it against his injured neck, warning, You better behave. You are certainly not a female. Liao Yuan, taken aback by her quick reaction, fell silent. What is it to you who I am? Did I not save you? Ye Luoxing reasoned with him, noticing his intention to transform aboard the airship, prompting Qing Yun to deliver a measured electric shock as a warning that a peculiar sensation coursed through Liao Yuan's body, leaving him stunned, his violet eyes widening in shock. Why Ye Luoxing cautioned once more. If you move again, I will not hold back. Were it not for Qing Yun gathering his data, she would have truly wished to knock him unconscious. Just as her words fell, she witnessed Liao Yuan's violet pupils constrict suddenly, his entire body rapidly flushing red. Then, beads of sweat began to surface on his skin, his searing body heat transferring to her, causing him to tremble as he gritted his teeth and emitted a low, anguished growl, as if enduring immense pain. Seeing him in such a transformed state, Ye Luoxing was genuinely astonished. Having experienced the apocalypse, she feared he was on the verge of mutation, hastily reaching out to pat his face. What is wrong? Have you been poisoned? Or? Liao Yuan's muscular arms bulged, his entire body taut, as though he were attempting to break free from the bindings. He managed to grit out a few words through clenched teeth. Get away! Leave here! Upon sensing the dangerous signals he was emitting, the alarm on the airship blared, and as she was filled with confusion, she heard the voice of you in her mind. Alarm! Due to the previous battle and the recent electric shock, there is an 80% probability that the male orc before you is about to ascend. When a male orc ascends, he gains immense explosive power and reflexes. Please prepare for a response. You are about to ascend? Ye Luoxing directly inquired upon hearing Yu's explanation. Hurry, go, Liao Yuan repeated without contradiction. How can I assist you? Ye Luoxing did not wish for him to damage her airship, seeing his extreme suffering. She proactively asked, contemplating whether to administer a sedative in the next moment. Liao Yuan abruptly broke free from his restraints, flipping over to pin Ye Luoxing beneath him, his hands bracing against the back of her chair. His violet wolf eyes intensely focused on her, hot breath billowing forth. Why Ye Luoxing had already inserted the needle into his body when you immediately interjected, Do not administer the sedative. Yu's timely warning prevented Ye Luoxing from pushing the medication through. She gazed at the man above her, her voice low as she asked you, What does he intend to do? You paused briefly before answering truthfully, He wishes to take advantage of you. Team Leader Yi. To hell with that. Upon hearing Yu's words, Ye Luoxing did not hesitate to kick at the male orc above her. Yet, even facing Ye Luoxing's speed infused with supernatural power, the explosively powerful Liao Yuan easily caught her foot with his hand. Folding her leg and leaning in closer, inadvertently brushing his hand against her chest, causing both to freeze momentarily. Liao Yuan's deep gaze bore into her as a low, husky voice emerged. I am now certain. You are female, Ye Luoxing. You are truly seeking death. She pushed the sedative into his body, disregarding Yu's warning, then pressed a button on the side of the armrest. Instantly, a more potent current surged through Liao Yuan's body. And handcuffs secured him in place. Ye Luoxing leaped out of her chair's range, kicking him back into the seat, where the handcuffs automatically loosened. Just as he turned, the resilient wires shot out, binding him tightly. As he sat back down, Ye Luoxing leaned in closer, a cold smile gracing her lips. If you are not afraid of having your body severed, then struggle all you like. Liao Yuan's burning gaze remained fixed on her as he struggled a few times, the binding wires cutting into his flesh, drawing blood. Witnessing this, he finally ceased his movements. Ye Luoxing inquired of Qing Yun. Is the data collection complete? It is ready, Qing Yun responded, as the airship reached the eastern edge of the forest, home to the White Wolf tribe. This tribe lay nestled between two towering peaks. With orcs stationed at the entrance, Ye Luoxing returned to the pilot's seat, contemplating where to dispose of him, when she suddenly heard more severe groans of agony from Liao Yuan. His body was covered in bulging veins. His eyes fixated on her as if she were his sole focus. Ye Luoxing, finally exasperated, exclaimed, Are you in heat? Liao Yuan's face flushed further at her blunt remark, gritting his teeth as he averted his gaze haughtily. Upon witnessing his reaction, Ye Luoxing's expression darkened. Could it be that she had hit the nail on the head? After observing Liao Yuan for a considerable time and recalling his earlier unpleasant demeanor, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as a feather appeared in her hand, and she gently brushed it across his muscular chest. Liao Yuan's body trembled, and he stared at her in shock. He found Ye Luoxing grinning like a cunning little fox, her voice enticing. I am here to help you. She adopted a low, melodious tone, a stark contrast to her earlier hoarse voice. Liao Yuan was taken aback by her sudden shifts and her previous feigned concealment. Her alluring tone sent shivers through his very bones. Particularly, the restless feather on his chest felt as if a swarm of ants were crawling within him, causing his body to quiver involuntarily as he gritted his teeth. Breathing heavily and coldly questioned, What do you intend to do? Given your current state, if I do not rescue you, you might very well perish from within. I, however, am one to see a rescue through to the end, so no need for excessive gratitude. Ye Luoxing replied with a sly smile, though regretfully, he could not see her expression. Hearing Ye Luoxing's tone, both the robot Yu and Qing Yun emitted crackling electric sounds in fear. They were well aware of her methods. She could bring a fate worse than death without shedding a drop of blood, recalling when Ye Luoxing had interrogated a criminal aboard the Qing Yun. Even the most astute of intelligent robots dared not entertain any thoughts of usurping humanity. They feared she might endow them with the sensation of pain, then subject them to the same ordeal. Though this male orc would not be treated as cruelly as those villains, what would transpire today would be etched into his memory forever. Energy levels are insufficient. The system is entering sleep mode. You announced, data collection is complete. The airship has entered hover mode, and the system is now in sleep mode, Qing Yun added. Over the next hour, Ye Luoxing provoked his anger, stirring the complex emotions within him while simultaneously alleviating the pain he experienced due to his impending ascension. In a single day, she had saved his life twice, witnessing his strength grow and ultimately observing him lose consciousness. Liao Yuan's sweat soaked his dark hair, strands clinging to his handsome face, rendering him both disheveled and beautiful. As Ye Luoxing noticed him drift into slumber, she smiled gently. I only saved you twice because of your good looks. She removed her helmet, her dark eyes devoid of mischief, radiating tenderness instead. In truth, you understood that she was merely putting on a brave front. She genuinely wished to help him, not wanting this solitary orc to fall victim to the beasts of the underworld without a fight. Farewell, beautiful one. Ye Luoxing bent down and gently kissed his flushed lips, her healing abilities immediately cleansing his frail body and resolute spirit. In that moment, he was utterly reborn in the dim and blurred world. Liao Yuan beheld a face he could not clearly discern. He felt his lips tenderly enveloped, his entire being submerged in a cloud of warmth he had not encountered in a long time. Within that brief hour, Liao Yuan indelibly etched her image in his memory. This mysterious female beast who descended from the heavens, rescuing him from the clutches of the Yama beasts at that moment. He believed he would follow the fate of all his kin, cast once more into the vastness of the world, facing death and solitude. Yet amidst the endless snowy expanse, a hand reached out to him. He knew he could never forget her. He recalled the birthmark that accidentally revealed itself near her collarbone. It would be his only clue in the search for her. I will find you. So be cautious and do not let me catch you. Before succumbing to the abyss of darkness, a restless beast within Liao Yuan cried out. Ye Luoxing brought the airship to a low altitude, kicking him into the White Wolf tribe, where he saw his kin rushing towards him as she piloted the airship into the horizon. Liao Yuan received no information about her, yet she had acquired every detail about him. Name, Liao Yuan. Gender, male beast. Age, 25 years. Species, Black Wolf tribe. Rank, rising 8th rank. Mate, none. Health status, living habits, preferred foods, food chain illustrations, and other relevant data are available upon request. 8th rank male beast. It seems you have stepped into a storm. Yushang cautioned her that her abilities had not fully returned, and she had been able to control him earlier only because beasts are in a weakened state during rank ascension. Ye Luoxing understood the concern, confidently smiled, and replied, "Do not worry, he will not find me." Seeing this, Yushang said nothing further and simply entered the data into the archives, since it was her first time using the airship to gather information. Ye Luoxing did not linger outside for long. Before noon, she had returned to the Snow Owl tribe. Fortunately, she had come back early, after carefully examining the system-organized data on the beast world and Liao Yuan's profile. She had just begun to sort her space when Feng He returned with a pile of fruits. Tea this time. Ye Luoxing had already changed back into her previous attire to avoid suspicion. Luoxing, I picked some other fruits for you to try. Feng He approached, a broad smile on his face, cradling 50 or 60 fruits in a large beast hide. That why Ye Luoxing's senses were gradually regaining their sharpness. And she first caught a whiff of blood. Upon looking down, she discovered a long, deep wound across Feng He's chest. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried over, asking, "How did you get such a serious injury?" Feng He, seeing her concern, quickly replied, "It's nothing, just a minor wound. It will heal soon." Ye Luoxing urged him to sit by the stone bed and took out alcohol and medicine to treat his wound. Nonsense. If it were a minor injury, you would have healed by the time you flew back. She had witnessed their self-healing abilities. This injury was a result of her asking him to gather fruits. And Ye Luoxing felt a pang of guilt. I just ran into a group of annoying Yama beasts, but I've dealt with them, so it's no big deal. Feng He said nonchalantly, sensing he could not hide the truth from her. Hearing the term Yama beast again, Ye Luoxing's movements slowed. After the Yama beast had appeared, Yushang had already informed her of their identities. Yet, why did Feng He and his companions frequently encounter the Yama beasts? Were there many of them? Since Feng He claimed he had dealt with them, it seemed he and Liao Yuan had not encountered the same group. Luoxing, you don't need to worry about me. You should eat first. Feng He offered her the fruits again. After applying the medicine, then we can talk. That Ye Luoxing's words left no room for argument. Seeing her furrowed brow, Feng He realized she genuinely cared for him. As she personally treated his wound, he gazed at her deeply, a warm current flowing through him, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation enveloping his heart. He had never seen a female beast tending to a male beast's injury. After all, it was common for male beasts to get hurt, and even if the injuries were severe, other male beasts would take care of them. She was a female beast and need not concern herself with him in such a way. Luoxing, Feng He said softly, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. Once you heal, let us become mates, shall we? He had never felt such a desire to be with any female before. He truly could not bear to part with her. He liked her very much. Feng He's sudden action left Ye Luoxing's expression and movements frozen. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. You touched my wound. Upon hearing her words, Feng He quickly released her, anxiously scanning her for signs of renewed bleeding. I'm so sorry. Let me see. You needn't keep apologizing. I dislike it. Just learn to respect my feelings. Ye Luoxing gently moved his hand away and began to wrap his wound with a bandage. Feeling the distance between them fluctuate, Feng He sensed that when she was close, he could reach out and kiss her. Yet when she was far, even the slightest transgression could cause her to vanish from his sight forever. He recognized that her words and actions were deliberately distancing herself from him, and he obediently nodded. All right, if you dislike it, I will change. I will learn to respect your feelings. After Ye Luoxing bandaged his wound, she decided to be forthright with him, gazing intently as she said, Feng He, once I recover, I will leave the Snow Owl tribe. You need not waste your time on me. Ye Luoxing remained in the Snow Owl tribe for 3 reasons. First, to recuperate. Second, to familiarize herself with the beast world. And third, to await the automatic detachment of the information collector from around Feng He's neck. Once her objectives were met, she would leave immediately. She had a mission. But Feng He was now wholly focused on her. Without concern for much else, he abruptly stood and declared, I will go with you. Male beasts follow their female counterparts. Seeing his determination, Ye Luoxing furrowed her brow. Luoxing, there's something I forgot to tell you. Feng He intentionally shifted the topic, not wanting to hear her continue. Ye Luoxing discerned his intention and knew it was inappropriate to argue now. So she responded, What is it? The tribe members wish to meet you. This afternoon. Feng He revealed in truth, she had hoped to avoid meeting the tribe members. But since he was diverting the conversation, and he knew that the chief would seek her out as long as Luoxing remained in the tribe. Even if he was reluctant, the chief would make the initiative. Ye Luoxing was not particularly surprised. As the new beast person, especially a female beast, it was entirely normal for the members of the Snow Owl tribe to wish to see her. Thus, she nodded. All right, I will go this afternoon. Seeing her acquiescence, Feng He climbed into the nest, retrieving 2 pieces of pure white hide from the deepest recesses. He also pulled out a slender bone needle from a crevice in the wall. Returning to her side, Your hide is dirty and damaged. I will make you a new set. Stay still while I measure. Feng He spread out the large pieces of hide, revealing a nest full of white feathers, which looked familiar, resembling his own. He held the white hide against her, measuring her dimensions, and then began to sew her a new outfit with a bone needle and animal sinew. Ye Luoxing watched the male beast before her, akin to a skilled husband, and was taken aback. How did he know how to do everything? She wondered what kind of animal the white hide came from, but it had already been simply tanned. Feng He sat beside her, threading the needle, and in just half an hour he had crafted a set of leather clothing for her. Luoxing, I see you dress warmly, so I made it quite long. Feng He said, shaking out the long feather bodice and ankle-length skirt to show her. Ye Luoxing reached out to touch the outfit. While the outer feathers were prickly, the inner hide was soft. The stitching was somewhat coarse, and due to the beast's inability to craft intricate designs, even sleeves were absent. Yet compared to her own stitching, they were equally matched. Ye Luoxing was nonetheless astonished by his craftsmanship, considering he was a primitive man. Have you learned this before? Ye Luoxing asked curiously. Seeing her not accept the feathered skirt he had made, Feng He, feeling a twinge of disappointment, lowered his gaze and said softly, No. I know my stitching isn't great. I didn't have time to ask the elder beast how to make a beautiful feather skirt this morning, but I will definitely learn tomorrow. Luoxing, if you don't like it, just throw it away. I quite like it. Ye Luoxing accepted the garment. Noting that the bee-skin skirt he wore was inferior to this one, she refrained from diminishing his confidence from the primitive society. His craftsmanship had already left her in awe. Feng He, feeling the weight of the empty fabric in his hands, looked at her with a tinge of self-reproach and said, Luoxing, you are truly kind. He was aware that his sewing skills were rather haphazard. After all, he had previously focused solely on elevating his rank, neglecting the finer aspects of crafting, which had left him outmatched by many male beastmen. Yet Luoxing still offered him words of comfort. Determined, Feng He silently resolved to master the art of sewing swiftly, vowing to create an even more exquisite feathered skirt for her next time. You may step outside. I need to change, Ye Luoxing instructed. Change away. I shall guard you. Feng He, comprehending her intent, naturally responded. Upon hearing his swift reply, Ye Luoxing raised an eyebrow. Meeting his gaze with her half-squinted eyes, he suddenly grasped the deeper meaning behind her words. He glanced at her modestly covered figure and quickly averted his eyes. Turning to exit the cave, his demeanor was stiff, and after stepping out, he thoughtfully secured the stone door behind her, while Ye Luoxing changed her attire within mere minutes. And when she called him back inside, she noticed his ears were flushed. This fellow, why Ye Luoxing began, "Let us have something to eat before we meet your kin." As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of Ye Luoxing clad in a white feathered skirt. Her soft black hair cascading around her, bathed in sunlight. Though her current appearance was not particularly striking, he found her utterly enchanting. The feathers enveloping her filled him with joy, quickening his heartbeat. He awkwardly spoke, "Actually, the chief and the tribe have gathered on the high ground. Once you have a little something to eat, we shall proceed." "They have already assembled?" Ye Luoxing inquired, surprised. "Then let us go now." "There's no rush. They have no pressing matters at the moment," he reassured, stepping forward to drape a fluffy white bee skin over her exposed neck and arms, while offering her the fruit he had picked. "Please, eat first. Shall I eat while we walk?" "Surely they have prepared food," Ye Luoxing replied, accepting his kindness and taking a bite of the fruit, offering him one in return as she stepped outside. In truth, she was quite eager to encounter more beastmen, as she harbored a fascination with animals. Her choice to don a local bee skin was also to prevent further speculation and suspicion, allowing her to integrate more seamlessly into this beastly world. After all, the resources from her own realm would not last indefinitely. Ye Luoxing reached the cave entrance and swiftly finished the fruit. He, seeing this, did not hinder her further. After placing the fruit aside, he transformed into a massive snowy owl, waiting until she was securely seated on his back before he let out a long call and soared into the sky. As he carried her from the cave and ascended higher, Ye Luoxing finally beheld the magnificent view of the main peak. At some point, the two expansive platforms flanking the peak had filled with beastmen, and numerous large snowy owls circled above. Even the narrow summit was crowded with birds. From her aerial vantage point, she gazed down at the breathtaking scene below. Two large bonfires blazed at the centers of the platforms, with all the beastmen raising their heads in unison. It was as though they were partaking in a mysterious ancient ritual, and the arrival of her and he signaled the commencement of this ceremony. The sight amidst the endless icy expanse was truly exhilarating for Ye Luoxing. The new female has emerged. It was unclear who had shouted first, but hundreds of male beastmen eagerly craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Yet, he seemed intentionally evasive, maneuvering at an angle that obscured her from the view of the beasts on the platforms and even those circling in the air. The sixth-tier Tuya scoffed. "What a mysterious affair. In a moment, they will simply present the female." Beside him, Elri expressed his anticipation. Though Haina claims she is lacking in many ways, she is, after all, the female chosen by He. Surely, she must possess some merit. For He, a seventh-tier beast, surpassed many noble beasts in strength. It was no wonder he had yet to find a female in the northern lands to his liking. Thus, the one he had chosen must be extraordinary. A third-tier male beast leaped excitedly, yearning to transform and rush forth for a closer look. Meanwhile, the higher-tier males, those above fifth tier, maintained a more composed demeanor. Given that all 20 females of the tribe were present today, including those they favored, and knowing that females would select their partners among them, the strongest males in the tribe could not afford to display too overt an interest in the newcomer. Among the fifth-tier beasts, the expressions of Mosin and Traeli were particularly complex, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Beyond He, they were perhaps the most aware of the new female's appearance. An unknown wild female. Why are they so stirred? The female beast Amos, surrounded by her partners near the bonfire, cast a cold gaze towards the sky, a disdainful smile playing on her lips. Opposite her, a delicate female reclined in the embrace of a male beast, toying with a wolfskin whip and savoring the chatter of the surrounding males. Exceptional? We do not even know how she managed to appear alone in the forest, even if it were due to some accident. The fact that her kin have not sought her out after all this time suggests she is not of great importance. Amos and the other female exchanged remarks. their keen ears picking up the words, which silenced the previously restless crowd of beastmen that eye in the sky. He noticed the commotion had quieted before he swooped down towards the left platform. As his claws touched the ground, he transformed back into human form, shielding Ye Luoxing protectively behind him. The chief, Ling Dong, and the high priest approached, and Ling Dong addressed the dark-faced Feng He. Feng He, why not introduce the new female to everyone? The surrounding beastmen gathered closely. The location where Feng He landed being near the edge, with no beast behind them. Why? Ye Luoxing, bewildered by Feng He's protective stance, had already observed the crowd of beastmen from the air. Most were clad in feathered skirts, exposing their robust forms, and while she occasionally caught sight of a few females, their skin tone was notably uniform, distinct from the males, yet she could not discern their features. Chief, Feng He scanned the surroundings gravely. She belongs to the rabbit clan. You have frightened her. At this revelation, the onlookers fell into an astonished silence, clearly taken aback by the new female's lineage. That it was well known that their snowy owl clan often preyed on wild rabbits, explaining Feng He's protective demeanor. Yet they were beastmen, not wild beasts. After a moment, the chief Ling Dong, having recovered from his surprise, glanced at the food stack near the bonfire and commanded, before the wind passes, "Prepare the rabbit meat. Everyone, get moving." Tui is echoed, clapping his hands as a signal for action. Within a brief span of 3 minutes, Ye Luoxing observed through the gaps as the circling raptors discarded chunks of bloody rabbit meat over the cliff. Witnessing this spectacle, she felt a twinge of guilt. Such waste was disgraceful. Had she known, she would have refrained from mentioning her heritage as a rabbit. I am truly sorry. Now, is that sufficient? Feng He, you should have mentioned this sooner. Tui is remarked, his curiosity piqued regarding the female Feng he had been so protective of. Tui had always been Feng He's rival, vying for the position of the foremost warrior, but he could not match Feng He's prowess and begrudgingly accepted his defeat. Though he feigned hostility towards the female Feng he favored, he was more eager than anyone to stake his claim. Had he not been pursuing by Xian, he would have sought the new female out of spite towards Feng He. The males in front began to urge him on. Rest assured, Feng He, we shall not harm the new female. Their words held a double meaning, their faces adorned with bright smiles, despite Feng He's increasingly darkening expression. Their entreaties continued unabated. Let us see the new female. We have long awaited this moment. Indeed, even if she is exceptionally beautiful and of high rank, you cannot keep her hidden forever. Today, the chief has invited the high priest. Your attempts to conceal her will be in vain. Eventually, the new female will choose other male partners. You merely need to secure your position as the first. Exactly. It is said that the female members of the rabbit tribe are quite adorable. Let us meet them. The voices of the male beastmen grew increasingly louder, with many of the male beasts on the right platform flying over to witness the commotion, but a few females also gathered at the forefront, including those near the fire pit. Occasionally glancing in this direction, Feng He showed no sign of yielding. Ling Dong's gaze darkened. That moment, Ye Luoxing stepped out from behind Feng He, facing the assembled beastmen of the Snow Owl tribe. She presented a polite smile and greeted them, saying, "Hello, my name is Ye Luoxing, and I am delighted to meet you." She believed her expression to be exceedingly friendly and even gave a slight nod as a form of salutation. However, upon seeing her sudden emergence, Feng He swiftly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Luoxing." He wished to prevent her from encountering them, for numerous reasons, yet he understood that this matter would have to be confronted sooner or later. He simply hoped his concerns were unfounded. Nonetheless, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the high priest standing ahead. That moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The cacophony gradually faded as Ye Luoxing made her appearance, until everyone could hear the sound of each other's heartbeats. Expressions froze on the faces of all present, whether filled with anticipation, excitement, calmness, or something else entirely. The beastmen, utilizing the keen eyesight of the eagle tribe, beheld the diminutive female beastman before them, her skin a deep shade of black marred by sores, yet adorned in a white dress with hair cropped so short, they could not help but be overwhelmed by a complex mix of astonishment and disdain. Some could not mask their contempt, while others furrowed their brows in disbelief. Yet a singular thought surged through the minds of all the beastmen in that fleeting moment. This female is exceedingly ugly. Most had never encountered such an unattractive female. Their snow owl tribe prided itself on being the rulers of the northern skies, and the females of their clan were of the utmost quality. They had seen the females of neighboring tribes such as the white wolf, white bear, and white fox, and none had ever been this hideous. This was their first encounter with a female of the rabbit tribe, leading them to ponder whether their usual interactions with powerful races left them oblivious to the unsightliness of these weaker tribes. The beastmen in front remained silent, their disdain quietly spreading, and the foremost males even contemplated retreating. They were baffled, utterly perplexed as to where Feng He had found this female. How could he, the foremost warrior of the Snow Owl tribe, have taken a liking to such an unattractive female? Ahem, the leader of the Snow Owl tribe, Ling was the first to recover. She cleared her throat to break the surrounding silence, and, with a polite smile, addressed Ye Luoxing, saying, "Greetings, new female. I am Ling, the leader of the Snow Owl tribe. Welcome to our tribe. Today we have prepared a feast in your honor." "Thank you, leader," Ye Luoxing replied, her smile shifting to a more polite and distant demeanor as she discerned their scrutiny and disdain. Though she was aware of her current unattractive appearance, she found the lack of decorum among these primitive beings quite appalling. Leader Ling appeared to be a female of around 60 to 70 years of age. Her skin an unwholesome deep purple, her round face lined with wrinkles that framed her broad and shrewd features. Her black and white hair cascaded down to her thighs. Despite her unappealing visage, she stood tall. Exuding an air of leadership, she continued with enthusiasm, introducing the beastmen beside her to Ye Luoxing. "This is our tribe's high priest, Jama, and this is our tribe's shaman, Buneyed. They are both esteemed members of our tribe. Do take a moment to meet them." Following her gaze, Ye Luoxing noticed that the high priest Jama was also an elderly female, her oddly small features largely concealed by a thick mane of hair. Her deep purple skin adorned with strange totems. She hunched over, leaning on a staff that shimmered with a bluish light, and merely nodded in acknowledgement when Ye Luoxing glanced her way. The similarly aged shaman, however, was a male. He appeared tall and slender, his hair a withered white. Though his face was lined with wrinkles, it was evident that he had once possessed a handsome countenance, his skin a healthy shade of pale, and there lingered a faint scent of herbs about him. The three elderly beastmen before her wore animal skin cloaks that were far more ample than those of the younger beastmen. "Hello," Ye Luoxing greeted them, though her brow was already furrowed. In this brief span of time, she had discerned a troubling issue. The females of this beastly world not only exhibited a stark contrast in appearance compared to the males, but their skin tones were also quite abnormal. If Ye Luoxing's current appearance could be deemed ugly, then the females here could only be described as unpleasant. As Feng He stepped forward, enveloping her icy hand within his warm grasp, he gazed at her tenderly, saying, "Luoxing, your injuries are not yet healed. You must not be exposed to the cold. Let me take you to sit by the fire." "All right," Ye Luoxing replied, casting a glance at the beastmen ahead before following him as they departed. The two made their way through the throng of beastmen, who parted to allow them passage, yet continued to scrutinize them. Behind them, several males gathered around Tia's, lowering their voices in discussion. "Is Feng He's eyesight truly impaired?" A fourth-tier beastman remarked. He turned down Haina's selection to choose such a female. He was never normal to begin with. He treats this ugly female as if she were a treasure. Now Haina should finally give up. "I was looking forward to being Haina's first mate this year." Emo's son sneered at Feng He, recalling that he had now lost a formidable competitor, which brought a smile of excitement to his face. Tuya's, deeply furrowed in thought, remained unconvinced that Feng He's judgment could be so poor. After all, Feng He was regarded as an object of admiration among the males of their tribe. Would this not be a source of embarrassment if word got out? He fixed his gaze on the two figures by the fire pit and strode over, coldly remarking, "We still do not know what star tier this new female belongs to. You are laughing prematurely. Feng He is not a foolish and useless male." To his words served as a reminder, prompting the other males to exchange glances before following him by the fire pit, as Ye Luoxing settled onto a large stone. She immediately drew the attention of the surrounding females. Their disdain was unmistakable as they scrutinized her from head to toe. Ye Luoxing reciprocated their gaze, observing the 9 young females gathered around the fire pit. Each was either nestled in the arms of a handsome male beastman or leaning against one, or surrounded by a cluster of attractive males. Yet, without exception, their skin tones exhibited an unhealthy purplish hue, and none could be considered appealing. The first on the left had a distorted face, the second had a protruding forehead and thinning hair, the third had swollen features and darkened skin, the fourth bore large patches of dark spots. The fifth was marked with red, peeling skin. The sixth, though seated farthest away, was clearly visible with her pores and dark moles. The seventh had bags under her eyes that nearly sagged to her nose. The eighth and ninth were marginally better. Ye Luoxing furrowed her brow deeply, as she held no inclination to critique others' appearances. However, based on her observations, she arrived at a serious hypothesis. The uniform strangeness of these females' visages must stem from some underlying cause. If one could be excused, it would be one thing. But if the entire tribe exhibited such traits, and the disparity between the sexes was so pronounced, it was plausible that they were unknowingly suffering from some form of insidious poison. I have encountered countless females, yet I have never seen one like you. Those sores on your face are not due to your star tier, are they? And your skin is excessively dark. It is evident that you neglect cleanliness. Sneered the female beastman Shidi, pressing a wolfskin whip against her chin as she laughed lightly. Another female beastman, C, joined the laughter, saying, Shidi, you are giving her too much credit. A discarded female likely has some unspeakable flaw we have never even heard of. The 2 female beastmen adopted a decidedly unfriendly demeanor, their cold, mocking gazes roving over Ye Luoxing without reservation. The Ye Luoxing turned to face them, recognizing them as the 8th and 9th females. They were the only ones who could be considered somewhat presentable. Shidi had a round face, large eyes, a flat nose and lips, with 2 elongated blue spots measuring 2 by 3 centimeters on her face. The other had a square face with a slightly protruding mouth and nose, small eyes, and numerous yellow spots on her prominent cheekbones. Among the 9, they stood out, with Shidi likely being the most attractive. Ye Luoxing calmly replied, You truly have a narrow perspective, especially if you cannot distinguish between being poisoned and being unclean. Ye Luoxing would not mock others for their appearance. Indeed, she had been contemplating whether she could uncover the underlying issues and perhaps assist them in improving their health. However, since they were so discourteous, she naturally would not greet them with a smile. Ye Luoxing had always been one to address matters rather than individuals. In response to her indifferent retort, both Shidi and C's expressions darkened. Feng He's demeanor turned cold, and he intervened before the situation could escalate further. This moment, the leader had approached the fire pit with the esteemed beasts. She cast a cold glance at Shidi and Imis and declared, You are members of the Snow Owl tribe, and the new female is a distinguished guest who has just arrived. Be more courteous in your speech. Regardless of the circumstances, how could any tribe discard a female? The new female must have encountered difficulties. If you cannot speak civilly, it is better to remain silent. Ling Dong exerted the authority of a leader, and indeed, only she could command the respect of the noble females within the tribe. After the leader reprimanded them, Shidi and Imis shot a disdainful glance at Ye Luoxing, snorting softly, and ceased their chatter. Even the surrounding male beasts, who had previously looked down upon Ye Luoxing's appearance, had adopted a more subdued demeanor, lowering their heads. Following an eerie silence, Ling Dong turned back to Ye Luoxing with a smile and said, I apologize on their behalf. It's a trivial matter. I forgive them. Ye Luoxing's smile became more genuine. This leader appeared to be quite amiable. Just after their brief exchange, Ye Luoxing noticed Ling Dong raise her whip high. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. All the single male beasts, including Feng He, stood upright, their right fists placed upon their chests. As Ling Dong brought the whip down, they collectively bowed their heads to Ye Luoxing, exclaiming in unison, Welcome, new female to the Snow Owl tribe. Ye Luoxing was taken aback. The magnitude of this scene was akin to those who had just been fighting her, suddenly halting their quarrel to perform a dance and pose, asking her if they looked handsome. She gazed into the distance and noticed that on the mountaintop, The snow owls were also thumping their chests with their wings and bowing their heads. The crackling fire before her blazed magnificently, and the grandeur of the sight stretched far beyond her line of vision. Yet, Ye Luoxing could almost envision that on the platform to the left atop the mountain, the male beasts were mimicking the same gesture. In her mind, Ye Luoxing panicked, thinking, "Am I expected to give a speech?" The moon remained silent, emitting a soft hissing sound. "You just found them rude," Ye Luoxing replied. "Now they seem a bit overly polite." "Thank you." No need for formality. Rising to her feet, Ye Luoxing felt a sense of awkwardness, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, exuding an air of tranquility even amidst chaos. However, as she spoke and moved, she noticed all the beasts around her staring in astonishment, including the leader Ling, who regarded her with curiosity. Ye Luoxing thought to herself, "I've surely done something wrong." Then, she overheard murmurs among the beasts. "This new female may not be conventionally attractive, but she is quite gentle, that you're right." "Wait, no." Shh. Two male beasts hastily silenced themselves, and a dark line seemed to appear on Ye Luoxing's forehead, feeling quite embarrassed. Ling smiled and raised her whip once more, prompting all the male beasts to stand at attention. "Leader, let the shaman examine Luoxing's wounds." Feng spoke up during the momentary silence that I was just thinking the same. Ling replied, observing the festering wounds on Ye Luoxing's face and the dark patches on her skin. Clearly indicative of poisoning, she turned to the shaman, saying, "Bun-eyed, it's in your hands." Bun-eyed nodded and stepped forward under the expectant gazes of all the beasts to assist Ye Luoxing in examining her injuries. As he delved deeper into the examination, many of Ye Luoxing's wounds were revealed to the gathered beasts. Although the festering sores were revolting, the sight of her long, deep gashes left them stunned. The male beasts felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her injuries. This female is so resilient. Such severe wounds would be difficult for even a male beast to endure. After a brief inspection, Bun-eyed's chest heaved with anger. He suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng, exclaiming, "Feng, you have gone too far. This new female is gravely injured, and you have delayed treatment for so long. Do you understand that with even a slight misstep, she could lose her life?" Feng felt guilty and anxious. He had always lived alone, and since his own injuries healed rapidly, he genuinely believed that Ye Luoxing's wounds were healing well after applying medicine. He felt foolish for not having learned how to care for a female properly. Grasping Bun-eyed's hand tightly, he pleaded, "Bun-eyed, please save her. Whatever herbs are needed, I will gather them. No matter how far, I will bring them back. She cannot be harmed." Observing Bun-eyed's fury, Feng's guilt, and the concern of the crowd, Ye Luoxing felt a sense of surprise. Although her wounds appeared horrifying, they were not a significant issue for her. Just as she was about to interject, she saw Bun-eyed angrily shake off Feng's hand and turn to her with a serious expression that he seemed somewhat hesitant to speak, but ultimately sighed and said, "New female, you must prepare yourself that I can help you detoxify, and your skin color may return to normal. However, the wounds on your body and the sores on your face will undoubtedly leave scars. If you hadn't applied medicine earlier, they would have been much worse now." Bun-eyed's words caused Feng to clench his fists. His expression filled with concern as he gazed at Ye Luoxing. The surrounding male beasts also displayed regretful expressions, and even the females furrowed their brows. Unexpectedly, under the sympathetic stares of everyone, Ye Luoxing calmly responded, "It's all right. Just help me detoxify. You need not worry too much about the wounds that in the 29th century, medicine was the most advanced. Had she not been born in the beast era, she wouldn't require their assistance for the poison, as for the scars. Once the wounds healed, she naturally had ways to deal with them." However, the beasts were unaware of this, seeing her in such a state. Yet still able to speak calmly, left them puzzled. Some found her odd, while others perceived her as gentle. Bun-eyed sighed helplessly once more and began to prepare medicine for Ye Luoxing. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Ling, recalling the matter at hand, stepped forward and said, "Ye Luoxing, allow me to introduce you to the female beasts of our tribe. You need not familiarize yourself with all the males, but it's good to know the females." "All right," Ye Luoxing replied, nodding at her. Subsequently, Ling began introducing the females one by one, starting with the one beside her, the ninth one that her name is Imus. She is a 4-star female of our tribe. This is Shidi. She is a 6-star female of our tribe. Aside from myself, she holds the highest rank among the females in our tribe, and is my only daughter. Upon hearing Ling Dong's introduction, Ye Luoxing was taken aback, realizing that she was the one with a higher rank than Haina. Noticing that she wielded the same wolf whip as Ling Dong and was her daughter, it seemed likely that she would be the next leader of the Snow Owl tribe. Explaining her formidable presence, A.S. Ling Dong continued her introductions. The other females simply greeted Ye Luoxing when they reached the 5th female, who bore red marks and peeling skin. She approached Ye Luoxing eagerly, without waiting for Ling Dong to introduce her. Hello, my name is Yan, and I am a 5-star female of the tribe. Hello, Ye Luoxing managed to utter those 2 words, taken aback by her enthusiasm. Ling Dong smiled as she completed the introductions of the remaining females. Initially, she intended to introduce a few high-ranking beasts as well, but seeing Yan affectionately link arms with Ye Luoxing, she realized that further introductions were unnecessary and turned to leave at this point. Yan glanced at Feng He, who was cutting meat for Ye Luoxing, and leaned closer to her, whispering, Luoxing, how did you win Feng He over? Did you sleep with him? You need to act fast. Be careful not to let Haina snatch him away. Poof! Yan blurted out, nearly causing Ye Luoxing to choke. She turned in astonishment to the slender and fierce-looking girl beside her, noticing her inquisitive expression. Ye Luoxing maintained her composure as best as she could, and replied calmly. No. Ye Luoxing's response was heard not only by Yan, but also by Feng He, who perked up his ears to listen. Yan immediately smacked her in frustration, saying, You should pounce on him when you get back. I've never seen Feng He protect a female like this. He is the strongest male in our northern region, excelling in all aspects. You will undoubtedly find him satisfying once you become his mate. And also, Yan leaned in closer. Haina is very strong and formidable that if she genuinely wants to compete for him, the longer you wait, the less likely you are to win. Feng He stood proudly beside them. But upon hearing Yan's words, he grew anxious, eager to declare his loyalty. Meanwhile, Ye Luoxing, having received a slap from Yan, felt as though her lungs were about to burst from the impact. However, she scarcely had the time to marvel at the incredible strength of the beastly females. Her mind was consumed with Yan's fierce words. Could such things be uttered so casually? Ye Luoxing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her expression rigid as she replied. I currently have no such intentions, Yan was taken aback by her words, suddenly sensing something amiss. She scrutinized Ye Luoxing from head to toe, intently inhaling the scents in the air. After a moment, her eyes widened in shock as she fixed her gaze on her, exclaiming, Luoxing, you have never had a mate? You have no partner? Ye Luoxing was equally startled by the volume of her voice. Momentarily at a loss for words, beside them, Feng He grew wary at Yan's loud outburst. Indeed, when glancing around, she noticed the surroundings had fallen into silence. Countless pairs of eagle-like eyes turning in unison towards Ye Luoxing. Several females displaying expressions of astonishment as they re-evaluated the exposed portions of her body. In truth, the fact that Ye Luoxing had never taken a mate had already drawn the attention of nearby beastmen. However, at that moment, everyone had been focused on the beauty of this female. Thus it had not stirred much of a reaction. Now, due to Yan's loud exclamation, a stir began to ripple through the crowd of beastmen, and a covetous gleam appeared in the eyes of several males. It truly so surprising. Naturally, no one would desire the unattractive beastmen. What are you shouting about? Over there, Shidi frowned in dissatisfaction. She had already noticed that Ye Luoxing had no mate. Initially surprised, she quickly regained her composure and disdainfully shot a glance at Shidi. Her astonishment now quelled, and she continued to affectionately link arms with Ye Luoxing. The surroundings grew noisy again as Ian leaned closer to Ye Luoxing, saying, I finally understand why Feng He is so fond of you. She glanced at Feng He beside Ye Luoxing and lowered her voice. Given this, it seems Feng He is quite fortunate to be your first partner. But wait, you two actually make a good match. Observing Yan's shifting demeanor and the reactions of the beastmen around them, Ye Luoxing's suspicions were confirmed. Her gaze drifted around before landing on the several handsome male beastmen behind Yan. Since Yan had arrived, they had been shadowing her, guarding her. Ultimately, Ye Luoxing turned to Ian, voicing the question that lingered in her heart. Are they your partners? Ian followed her gaze and smiled as she replied. Yes, I currently have a total of 12 partners. These 6 are just a part of them, while the other 6 have gone hunting. Ian's words struck Ye Luoxing's ears like a thunderclap, and she trembled as she exclaimed, How many? Ian assumed Ye Luoxing was mocking her, and, with a frown, looked down, saying, I know my number of partners is not particularly high, and their overall rank is not as elevated as Haina's. But I have only been an adult for 6 years that I will strive to gather more exceptional male partners in the future. But why Ye Luoxing? Ye Luoxing, Yushang, did I just go deaf? The system replied, Team Yi, your hearing is normal. After a 2-second silence, Yushang mischievously remarked, Time for some benefits. Ye Luoxing scowled. Get lost. Stiffly, she turned her head, when her gaze once again swept over the male beastmen behind the females. Her expression could no longer maintain its previous calmness. Tentatively, she inquired, Are those their partners? Ian followed her gaze and responded, Yes, Shidi is older than me. She currently has 15 partners, of which 8 are here today. As for Imus, she has 22 partners. She is the female with the most partners in our tribe. Besides Shidi and Haina, she is also the most beautiful. She enjoys collecting all sorts of partners, including male beastmen from the White Bear, White Fox, and White Wolf clans. Her collection is impressively diverse. Listening to Ian's introductions, Ye Luoxing felt her ears buzzing, her mind exploding with fireworks. Oh my! Is she collecting blind boxes? A complete collection, right? Ye Luoxing had contemplated the possibility of polyandry in the beast world, but she had never imagined it could be this exaggerated. If the number of partners they gathered continued to rise, forming a harem would be entirely feasible. Ye Luoxing had truly embarked on a new frontier, murmuring to herself, This must be exhausting. Ian heard her whisper and looked at her curiously, saying, Not at all. Although there are many males, females do not have to bear offspring with every partner. They can choose to mate with whichever partner they wish, and if they tire, they can simply refrain. How could that be exhausting? Ian's words momentarily stunned Ye Luoxing, but her concern lay elsewhere. Noticing Ye Luoxing's odd expression, Ian leaned in closer, stating, This isn't even a lot. In those smaller tribes, it's common for a female to have 50 partners. Even the most outstanding female in our neighboring White Bear tribe has already gathered 30 partners. Ye Luoxing was left dumbfounded, her expression cracking. Takes 30 partners, year-round without rest? Ian detected the tremor in her voice. Suddenly realizing the implication behind her words, a suggestive smile crept onto her face as she looked at her, saying, So you were worried about this, Luoxing? She scanned Ye Luoxing's slender figure, and with a surprisingly bold comment, she declared, You look so petite and indeed appear to have just recently come of age. You certainly cannot endure such exertion. But in this regard, the male stamina is quite vigorous. Fortunately, you currently have only Feng He. Enough, Ye Luoxing exclaimed, hastily covering Ian's mouth, fearful that she might utter more of her audacious thoughts. However, their conversation had already reached the ears of the nearby males. Ian's partners were taken aback by Ye Luoxing's innocent naivety. While Feng He was drawn in by the blush on Ye Luoxing's ears, he had not anticipated that the female he admired would be so shy, and his heart fluttered with excitement. It seemed that since Luoxing was so concerned about being exhausted, she would not be taking on other partners for the time being. With this thought, Feng He felt a swell of happiness. He must perform well. Luoxing, you must be hungry. Please have some food. Feng He offered her a skewer of roasted meat. Thank you. Ye Luoxing turned her head, releasing her grip on Ian's mouth to accept the skewer. She sought to divert attention, but Ian's gaze grew increasingly suggestive as it flitted between her and Feng He. Ye Luoxing felt as though a pink knife was hanging over her. Fortunately, Ian refrained from making any further bold remarks. Instead, she raised her hand and waved toward her handsome partners, cheerfully saying, Come forward and greet Luoxing. The 6 attractive male beastmen obediently stepped forward, bowing slightly to Ye Luoxing as they greeted. Hello, new female. Ye Luoxing felt awkward as she looked at them, offering a polite smile in return. Hello. Ian's eyes sparkled mischievously as a naughty thought crossed her mind. She glanced at Feng He and, with a dangerously playful smile, turned to Ye Luoxing, saying, Luoxing, Let me introduce you to the males of our tribe Ye Luoxing exclaimed, just as she bit into a piece of meat and looked at Ian. Meanwhile, Feng He's expression darkened suddenly. Sensing the shift in Ian's demeanor, Ian continued, in our Snow Owl tribe, there are a total of 475 male beastmen, including 1 7th tier, 3 6th tier, 28 5th tier, 135 4th tier, 152 3rd tier, and the remaining 156 are 1st to 2nd tier males. You should know that in ordinary tribes, having even a few 5th tier males is considered quite powerful. Listening to Ian's introduction, Ye Luoxing gained a new understanding of the strength within the beast world. It appeared that the Snow Owl tribe indeed possessed formidable power in the northern lands. From Ye Luoxing's perspective, the rankings were as follows. 1st to 2nd tier were weak, 3rd tier were average, 4th tier slightly strong, 5th tier were quite strong, 6th tier were rare and considered exceptionally powerful, and 7th tier, like Feng He, could even dodge bullets. There is a 6th tier beastman in our tribe who is an outsider. He is Haina's partner, while one of the other two is out hunting. The one present today is the strongest among the 6th tier, and I will introduce you to him. Ian began scanning the vicinity, quickly locking onto a group of male beastmen not far to the left. She raised her hand and called out, "Tuyas tier Mosin, come over here." Upon hearing Ian's summons, aside from the individual she mentioned, other beastmen also turned their gazes in this direction. The males recognized that Ian was introducing the high-tier males to the new female, and the lower-tier males watched enviously, lamenting their own inadequate ranks. Feng He remained on high alert, while Tuyas raised his eyebrows slightly, a cold smile flickering in his eyes as he approached. In female, he is accompanied by several handsome 5th-tier beastmen, approached her to pay their respects. Luoxing, this is Tuyas, a 6th-tier beastman. The ones behind him, Terai and Mosin, you have met before. They're the single 5th-tier beastmen from our tribe. And the others behind are Ian, he introduced to Ye Luoxing. Ye Luoxing nodded at them in turn, and they politely returned the gesture. Among them, Tuyas was indeed the most striking, towering over Terai, who stood at 2 meters, reaching an impressive height of approximately 2 meters and 1 centimeter. His bronze skin was adorned with well-defined muscles, and his cascading white hair was tied back. His facial features were deeply chiseled, with fierce golden eagle-like eyes, covered in intimidating bone ornaments. He appeared as a towering giant before the seated Ye Luoxing. His father is from the White Bear tribe, which is why he is so tall. Ian whispered to Ye Luoxing. She nodded, awkwardly averted her gaze due to the angle at which she was seated. Whether it was the tall and valiant Tuyas, the robust and aloof Terai, or the slender and handsome Mosin, or any of the other beastmen nearby, they all wore nothing but narrow feather skirts, making it impossible for her not to notice them whenever she looked up. How embarrassing, Ye Luoxing muttered in her mind. Yushang reassured her, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You will get used to it. Ye Luoxing's expression soured. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. New female, how did you end up alone in the forest? Tuyas asked bluntly. I am not from the north. I was captured by the Yin beasts and escaped into the Jichuan forest. Ye Luoxing replied calmly, unperturbed. Based on the information she had gathered over the past 2 days, she was now able to handle the situation perfectly. Sure enough, upon hearing her response, the surrounding beastmen expressed sympathy. They were astonished that the new female had been captured by those cruel Yin beasts. She must have suffered greatly. Feng He, standing nearby, felt a pang of compassion, thinking of how frightened Luoxing must have been when captured in the north. It seems you will find it difficult to return. However, it is surprising that the Yin beasts did not force you into a mating bond. You must be quite fortunate to have escaped from their clutches. Tuyas' words carried an undertone of skepticism, and a hint of doubt lingered in his smile that Ye Luoxing realized she had underestimated this beastman. It was evident he was a formidable 6th-tier beast. Tuyas, you better refrain from speaking out of turn. Feng He, displeased with Tuyas' attitude and words, knew he was testing Luoxing. He would not allow Tuyas to doubt her. Glaring at him with a cold warning in his eyes, Tuyas noticed, and his smirk grew more pronounced. New female, what tier are you? He asked again, his question more direct. Tuyas. Feng He stood up, visibly dissatisfied. As the tension between the two beastmen escalated, The female beastmen naturally would not intervene in this display of high-tier beastmen dueling. However, the usually composed Terai, noticing that the chief and the high priestess had moved to the elevated ground to the right and were not present, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Enough, this is a tribal gathering. Conflicts are prohibited. You wish to face the chief's punishment. Terai reached out to pull Tuyas away, while Ye Luoxing intended to retrieve Fenghe. Just then, a cold voice from a female beast came from behind Terai. Terai, come here. At that command, Terai froze, and even his indifferent expression cracked, becoming somewhat unnatural. All the beastmen watching turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, where Shidi sat in her partner's embrace, dangerously smiling at Terai while resting a wolfskin whip against her chin. Her cold gaze briefly swept over Ye Luoxing, while Ye Luoxing had already grasped Fenghe's arm. While Terai's face turned red as he turned back, that he obediently approached Shidi, finally half-squatting before her, speaking softly. Shidi, do you have any orders for me? Shidi lifted his chin with the wolfskin whip, her golden eyes coldly scrutinizing him, her smile devoid of warmth. Are you bored? Why meddle in others' affairs? I recall you sought me as a mate before. I have yet to respond. I dislike beastmen who are overly inquisitive. Don't you know? I apologize, Shidi. I will refrain from doing so in the future, Terai assured her, panic evident in his eyes. All right, sit beside me. Shidi offered a sweet treat after a reprimand, watching Terai's overwhelming joy overflow from his eyes. And Ye Luoxing realized Shidi had him firmly under her control. This scene left Ye Luoxing utterly astonished. She couldn't help but want to give Shidi a thumbs up. It seemed that in the beast world, females truly knew how to entice. She had initially thought that emotions in primitive societies were rather blunt and direct. However, to her surprise, Shidi's tactics were so impressive. Ye Luoxing remarked to Yushang. She is truly remarkable. Yet, amid this episode, Ye Luoxing did not forget to pull Fenghe back to her side. Before he could speak, she leaned closer to his ear and softly reassured him. I know you are protecting me, but it's my first day here. Please don't create conflict with the tribesmen. Be obedient. All right, I understand, Fenghe replied, feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear and the gentle grip she had on his hand. Her tender tone made him instantly submit, and he nodded obediently. Meanwhile, not far ahead, Shidi observed how easily Ye Luoxing had calmed Fenghe, noting his love-struck expression. Her gaze turned icy, wondering what exactly Fenghe saw in that ugly creature. She stroked her wolfskin whip, internally scolding. Her methods are truly impressive. Just as Fenghe had been soothed and the surroundings returned to tranquility, with the beastmen harboring their own thoughts, another involved beast was not inclined to let this episode end easily. He noticed Ye Luoxing release Fenghe's hand, and as Fenghe reluctantly returned to the side to roast meat, he suddenly lunged forward, surprising Ian and her companions. He tackled Ye Luoxing. He positioned his hands on either side of her body against the stone, leaning over her, his powerful beastly aura enveloping her. He was so close that his abdomen pressed against her thigh, the heat radiating from him palpable, his lips hovering less than 2 centimeters from hers as he flashed a dangerous smile. Luoxing, what do you think of my physique? Ye Luoxing was momentarily stunned. Her slender back nearly pressed against the stone. The surroundings fell silent, all the beastmen staring in disbelief at the scene. Whoosh! Ye Luoxing felt a gust of wind pass before her, followed by a loud crash as the beast atop her was sent flying. And a figure swiftly darted forward on the densely packed high ground of the beastmen. A gap opened as Fenghe, fists clenched, stood among the beasts, his eyes dark and menacing as he glared at the beastman near the cliff's edge. His voice icy. I warned you, keep your distance from her. Tuyas steadied himself at the cliff's edge, upright and muscular, wiping the blood from his mouth with a finger. The left side of his face was already swollen. Clearly from Fenghe's recent blow, his expression darkened. But instead of being angered by Fenghe's fury, a challenging smile crept onto his lips as he retorted. Pursuing a female is a right every beastman possesses. Even you, Fenghe, have no authority to stop me. His taunting words sent Fenghe's rage boiling, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, ready to lash out at Tuyas at any moment. Meanwhile, Ye Luoxing had quickly straightened up. The preceding events had transpired so swiftly that she had barely managed to react. Now, witnessing the conflict between Feng He and Tuyas, she intended to intervene, but he had seized her wrist, stopping her. It is common for beastmen to fight over a female. They need to showcase their strength in front of the one they desire. Luoxing, you should not interfere. Ye Luoxing, having faced duels in the 29th century, was not unfamiliar with such conflicts. Yet she couldn't help but worry. Will they be all right? After all, this is the savage beast world. Ian held her firmly, preventing her from intervening, and replied with a smile. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Just as Ian's words fell, Tu's gaze intentionally drifted toward Ye Luoxing. He raised his hand and sniffed the scent lingering on his skin, giving Feng He an ambiguous smile. Luoxing smells rather pleasant and soft. Before he could finish his sentence, both Ye Luoxing and Feng He darkened their expressions. All the beastmen witnessed a blur darting toward Tuyas, and in the blink of an eye, two massive raptors soared from the cliff, engaging in a fierce struggle in the sky. Although Feng He's human form was not as tall as Tuyas, in his beast form, he was considerably larger, almost overpowering Tuyas in the air. Ye Luoxing watched the scene unfold, no longer wishing to intervene. She could only scowl in her mind. He truly deserves a beating. The system emitted two beeps, and Yushang remarked, two handsome beasts are fighting for you. Enough already. Ye Luoxing was speechless. If Feng He was fighting for her, she could believe it, but that rascal Tuyasi was clearly just looking for an excuse to provoke Feng He through her. Even if it weren't her today, Tuyasi would find another way to stir up trouble. His intentions were painfully obvious. Ye Luoxing sat quietly on a rock, observing the fierce battle between the two raptors in the sky. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, do you think their battle could serve as part of our data collection? Yushang responded, you are utterly heartless. Yushang continued, are you really not worried about Feng He getting hurt? All you see is the mission, as always. Yushang had witnessed Ye Luoxing's occasional ruthlessness. Looking at the intense light in Ye Luoxing's eyes, it knew she had not changed. Why? Ye Luoxing replied calmly. Are you human, or am I? Yushang, being overly intelligent, seemed to possess human emotions, and Ye Luoxing was merely reminding it of this. As the battle intensified above, Ye Luoxing indeed had Yushang record the fight. Initially, Tuyasi could still resist Feng He's dominance, even managing a few moments of fierce counterattacks that left them somewhat evenly matched. However, within 2 seconds, he was forcibly sent flying by Feng He. White feathers raining down from the sky as Feng He tore Tuyasi's body apart with overwhelming, terrifying strength. This scene was eye-catching. It truly deepened Ye Luoxing's understanding of the power possessed by beasts of different ranks. Feng He, Tuyasi, get down here. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the Ye Luoxing, and all the beastmen on the high ground to the left turned towards the source of the sound, discovering that leader Ling Dong and the high priest Jia Mo, along with other beastmen, had returned from the right high ground. Ling Dong stepped into the midst of the crowd, coldly glaring at the two male beasts entangled above. Clearly, they had been drawn here by the commotion. In the sky, Tuyasi heard the leader's voice and wanted to withdraw, but Feng He seemed intent on devouring him. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out. Feng He, come down. It was Ye Luoxing's voice. She stood up, looking skyward, and intervened. The familiar voice reached Feng He's ears, and his furious emotions were gradually soothed. He finally calmed down. With his sharp eagle talons, he hurled Tuyasi's battered body towards the ground below. When Tuyasi landed heavily, transforming into a scarred human form, Feng He finally descended beside Ye Luoxing, also changing in a human form. Why? Ye Luoxing assessed the condition of the two beasts and thought to herself, see, he'll be fine. Yushang understood that Ye Luoxing was referring to Feng He being unhurt, and she was truly. Feng He coldly warned Tuyasi, if there essay next time, I will tear you apart. Ahead, Tuyasi rose from the ground with a grim countenance. His half-naked body was covered in deep claw marks, his prominent chest marred by bruises, and there were 2 bleeding wounds on his abdomen and legs. His long white hair disheveled over his shoulders, yet his strikingly dark golden eyes remained fixed on Feng He, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Beasts in this world possessed an intense desire for victory. In truth, Ye Luoxing admired their resilience, reverence for strength, and their ambition to surpass the strong. In the 29th century, she had faced a similar group of companions and rivals. Fortunately, their beastly nature had not disappointed her. A subtle smile lingered in her eyes. "Do you two know what occasion it is today?" Leader Ling Dong approached with the other beastmen. Soon, the beastmen on the high ground formed a circle. Enclosing Tu Yasi and Feng He in the center, with the female beasts gathered around the nearby fire pit. Seeing that the standoff between the two beasts had yet to conclude, and being a decisive individual, Ling Dong coldly declared, "Feng He and Tu Yasi's food for 3 days will be halved, and during this period, you are not allowed to approach the females." Leader, Ling Dong's edict successfully diverted Feng He's attention. His gaze, shifting anxiously towards her, thought, Ye Luoxing, why don't you move to the cave next to mine later? However, Ling Dong's decision was not subject to change. She turned to Ye Luoxing and spoke, her tone noticeably softer when addressing her. Feng He's anxious gaze followed Ye Luoxing, the coldness on his face long gone, replaced by a tenderness and pleading in his golden eyes that nearly overflowed. He weakly called out, "Luoxing." Feng He's expectations were palpable. He knew that as long as Luoxing was unwilling to move, she wouldn't have to do Ye Luoxing exchanged glances with Feng He's imploring golden eyes, understanding his thoughts. Yet, Ling Dong's suggestion might not necessarily be a bad thing for her. After all, she and Feng He had no future together. It would be better to distance herself sooner rather than later. Thus, Ye Luoxing looked towards Ling Dong, about to agree to tea that moment. An untimely voice unexpectedly rang out from the back of the crowd. "Leader, this method of punishment is inappropriate. After all, who knows if certain female beasts might deliberately offer them food to gain favor with higher-ranking male beasts?" The strikingly beautiful Haina had just led her companions from behind, drawing the attention of all the beastmen present. She stopped directly in front of Ye Luoxing and flashed a smile. "Isn't that right? Poor little homeless rabbit." Haina stood tall, her figure admirable. Although her skin was poor, her features and aura compensated for it. As she stood by the fire, all the female beasts were overshadowed by her, especially when compared to the now disfigured Ye Luoxing. One was in the heavens, the other in the depths. All the male beasts' eyes were glued to Haina. They hadn't managed to squeeze into the right high ground, only to find Haina approaching them. In contrast to the males, the eyes of female beasts like City and Imus were filled with dissatisfaction. She truly loved to steal the spotlight, even though she had just been at the right high ground. She still had to come over here. Ye Luoxing smiled back. "Are you referring to yourself when you mention certain female beasts?" Haina let out a huff of laughter, turning to Feng He beside her with confidence and pride. "Feng He, your eyes should have healed by now, right? I'll give you one more chance, before all our kin. Tell me who you wish to court, that I can accept you as my 9th partner tonight." Haina indeed had the capital to be arrogant. She was an exceptionally outstanding female in the entire northern lands. With her beauty and star rank, despite only having 8 partners currently, no other female could compare. Haina's standards for partners were always high. None of her partners were below the 5th rank. This led many high-ranking beasts to become infatuated, eager to be her partner, taking pride in being associated with her. Some male beasts even regarded this as a lifelong goal, willing to remain single forever. Beast God, did I hear that correctly? Haina is actually saying she will take Feng He as a partner tonight. She was far too generous towards Feng He, tolerating him so. If Haina were willing to treat me like this, I would gladly sacrifice my life immediately. Haina was indeed both beautiful and strong, as well as domineering. I adore her. The male beasts gazed with fervor, hearts racing, seemingly unable to contain themselves at Haina's words. It should be noted that female beasts consider various factors when selecting partners. Generally, they are not so easily swayed, particularly for someone as discerning as Haina. Although Feng He was excellent, the tribesfolk believe Haina would at least wait until after the Northern Lands Dominance competition in spring to decide. After all, many male beasts would come for the competition, providing ample choices for the females. However, upon reflection, aside from the wolf clan's Black Wolf, no other male beast in the Northern Lands ranked higher than Feng He. It was only natural for Haina to accept him now. Perhaps it was also due to Feng He suddenly taking an interest in that ugly new female. But now, the new female had no chance at all. Feng He had been closely observing Ye Luoxing's expression changes. especially after Haina made her proclamation. He immediately panicked and was about to respond when, much like Ye Luoxing, he was interrupted by another female beast's untimely remark. It seems we still do not know the star rank of the new female. City raised an eyebrow, her gaze meeting Haina's with evident provocation. Clearly, she was doing this on purpose, although she looked down on Ye Luoxing. She was acutely aware that in this tribe, only Haina was qualified to be her rival. With Fenghe's high rank, City naturally had intentions of taking him as a partner, no matter who Fenghe favored. She was determined that Haina should not benefit. Indeed, leader, let the high priest assess the star rank of the new female before discussing anything else. Amos also joined in dismantling Haina's platform, deeming that ugly female to be of no consequence. Fenghe, possessing such a lofty rank, must not be taken by Haina. She still harbored intentions to find an opportunity to seduce Fenghe. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The females were at odds with one another, while the males dared not voice their opinions. Despite their envy towards Fenghe, gnashing their teeth in jealousy, they could only remain silent. Around the fire, aside from Ian, more and more female beasts followed Shidi's lead, provoking Haina, as if fearing that she would lay claim to Fenghe. Ye Luoxing observed the scene with a calm demeanor, yet her heart was already tumultuous in her mind. She mused, Tiske, look at this scene. Doesn't Fenghe resemble a pure little white rabbit that has fallen into a den of tigers and wolves? I feel these females are about to tear him apart. Yushan was also at a loss for words. Eventually, she chimed in with a teasing tone. I see it now. Their greed is not merely for food. They are eager to strip Fenghe of his feathered skirt, while it seems Fenghe only desires to strip you. Ye Luoxing rolled her eyes internally. Would you kindly be silent? Chief Ling Dong, hearing the cacophony around her, furrowed her brow and raised her hand to silence the female beasts. Apologetically, she turned to Ye Luoxing and said, Ye Luoxing, as you can see, some of our kin have expressed dissent regarding my punishment, and it is customary for new beasts to undergo a star rank test upon entering the tribe. This applies equally to both females and males, without exception. However, if today is inconvenient for you, we can postpone the test. In truth, Ling Dong was quite curious about Ye Luoxing's star rank, as no beast could discern her true strength. Regardless, confirmation from the high priestess was necessary. And today, being a welcoming feast with most of the tribe present, made it the ideal time for testing. Yet she was still concerned for Ye Luoxing's well-being due to her injuries. To her surprise, Ye Luoxing readily agreed. It's fine, let's test today. She too wished to understand what the star rank the beast spoke of truly entailed, and it was clear that this matter could not be avoided. Just as her words left her lips, before Ling Dong could respond, a panicked voice interjected. No. The surrounding beasts frowned and turned to him, as Fenghe, visibly uneasy, redirected his gaze to Ye Luoxing, urging, Luoxing, your injuries are too severe. It would be better to discuss this another day. Ye Luoxing understood his concerns and reassuringly replied, It's all right. We must test sooner or later. Fenghe intended to persuade her further, but was interrupted by the voices of the male beasts. Fenghe, what do you mean? The new female has agreed herself. Exactly. We know the new female star rank must be high. Do you wish to hide her away? You've monopolized the new female for 2 days already. The chief and the high priestess are still here. High-ranking females ought to attract more suitors among high-ranking males. Fenghe, do not provoke the wrath of the crowd. Tuyas glared at Fenghe, coldly adding, I shall fetch the prey for testing. As Tuyas turned to leave, it was precisely because the males in the tribe held Fenghe's strength in awe that they were convinced any female Fenghe favored must be extraordinary. If she were unattractive, her star rank must be exceptionally high. In the beast world, both appearance and strength were of equal importance. Thus, they could not help but covet Ye Luoxing since she had never taken a mate. The male's desire to compete for her and possess her was even more intense. Fenghe, incensed by the male beast's lewd gazes, felt Ye Luoxing swiftly grasp his AR and, as he glanced back, she shook her head subtly, her eyes calming his impulsive nature once more. Haina, witnessing this scene, coldly mocked Shidi. Be careful not to lift the stone only to drop it on your own foot. With that, Haina strode towards the open area behind, her handsome male companions trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Shidi's expression shifted at Haina's words. casting a wary glance at Ye Luoxing beside Fenghe. She was acutely aware of the implications behind Haina's remark and regretted her impulsiveness, realizing they were correct. Any female Fenghe favored must indeed possess notable qualities. Even if she were less beautiful than Haina, her star rank must surpass it. If this new female's star rank exceeded her own. What then? Impossible, Shidi murmured, observing Ye Luoxing's youthful appearance. Her star rank could not be high. At best it would be on par with her own. Despite this self-assurance, Shidi tightened her grip on the wolfskin whip, her expression darkening. Accursed Haina! Accursed new female! Chief Ling Dong, seeing Ye Luoxing's agreement, smiled and gestured. Ye Luoxing, this way, please. Ye Luoxing nodded, releasing Fenghe's hand as she followed Ling Dong's lead, while Fenghe, watching her retreating figure, felt a pang of anxiety but quickly caught up. The female beasts by the fire also rose one after another, moving towards the nearby open space amidst the throng of handsome male beasts. The beastmen formed a circle, clearing a circular space with a radius of 10 meters. In the center stood Ye Luoxing in a white dress and the high priestess Gamo, adorned in white and gray attire. Above them, nearly 100 male beasts circled the clearing, with others arriving from the right side to witness the spectacle. The scene was grand and magnificent, causing Fenghe at the forefront of the crowd to feel increasingly anxious. Ye Luoxing lowered her gaze, retracting her attention from the sky, and politely inquired of the beasts ahead. High Priestess Gamo, how shall we proceed with the test? The High Priestess nodded courteously, but did not directly answer her question. Instead, she began to circle Ye Luoxing with her staff, reciting incantations that Ye Luoxing could not comprehend. After several circuits, as the beads on the staff grew increasingly radiant, the blue light flickered like flames. Before finally stopping before Ye Luoxing was taken aback. Did you see that? They possess magic! Yushan was equally astonished. I see it too. It is truly remarkable. Ye Luoxing gazed entranced at the blue light. Just as the High Priestess raised her hand, and Tuyas entered the circle, shouldering a massive prey, he hefted a gigantic polar bear, measuring 5 meters in length and weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Down before her, the impact shook the ground, startling Ye Luoxing. Although she had been astounded by the size of beasts and beastmen in this world before, the sight of this enormous dead creature still captivated her attention. Luoxing, High Priestess, we can begin, Tuyas declared before retreating to the onlooking crowd. During this moment, the glances exchanged between Tuyas and Fenghe crackled with tension. Tuyas held a singular thought. Fenghe, I shall not allow you to monopolize the female. High Priestess Gamo raised her staff high and spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice to Ye Luoxing. New female, you need only purify the food before you to the best of your ability. Without overexerting yourself, I will assess your star rank, Ye Luoxing replied. Purify, she lowered her gaze to the polar bear before her, noticing that it differed from the previously processed food. Its skin beneath the fur had a purplish hue, and its eye sockets were dark. It appeared as if it had been contaminated or poisoned, giving rise to the instinctual feeling that its flesh was toxic, and its condition bore a striking resemblance to Ye Luoxing. Suddenly lifted her head, surveying the other females. The state of this polar bear closely mirrored that of the female beasts. Before Ye Luoxing could express her astonishment, Yushan was already murmuring in her mind. What on earth is happening? Ye Luoxing's gaze deepened. Indeed, what on earth was happening? Do not look at us with such eyes. The star rank test must utilize large wild beasts. Only then can your true strength be determined. If one cannot be assessed, the prey must be continually increased. Though I doubt your strength necessitates such an escalation, Haina caught onto her gaze and feigned disdain. Amos joined in the mockery, scanning Ye Luoxing's unattractive face and stating, You needn't worry about becoming ugly. You are already quite hideous, and any further degradation would only shift from nauseating to utterly repulsive. Ha ha ha. Besides, you yourself said today was for testing. No one is forcing you. Don't waste everyone's time. Haina and Amos were relentless in their taunts, yet Shidi, unusually, refrained from joining in the ridicule. Her anxiety had reached a boiling point. She feared the revelation of Ye Luoxing's star rank. Thus, as she listened to the other female beasts making continuous remarks, She could no longer contain herself, and unexpectedly spoke up in Ye Luoxing's defense. Shidi, her expression uneasy, coughed. Ahem. She is injured, and testing today might exacerbate her condition. I believe it would be better to postpone. Let us not add insult to injury on her scarred face. The moment Shidi's words fell, Amos and the others frowned at her. Was she not the one who proposed the star rank test? Haina, however, let out a cold laugh, for she knew Shidi's true intentions better than anyone in the tribe. After all, the two females have been rivals since childhood, and neither would yield to the other. Then, Chief Ling Dong was about to respond, No. Suddenly, several voices resonated simultaneously. Among them, besides the voices of Haina and Imus, the female beasts, there was also the voice of Ian, which momentarily stunned Imus and the others. Let's measure today. Ian provocatively swept her gaze over them, asserting that no matter how high Luoxing's star rank was, her appearance was still irrelevant. Could it be that certain beastmen were afraid that Luoxing's star rank would surpass theirs? Hence their reluctance to proceed. Ian was evidently supporting Ye Luoxing, as she was astute enough to perceive Shidi's subtle intentions. However, at that moment, Ye Luoxing gazed at the furious Shidi, feeling helpless within. Thank you so much. Ian, let us continue the measurement. I'm curious to see just how high her star rank truly is. Provoked by them, Shidi ceased her obstruction, instead fixing her gaze on Ye Luoxing like a warrior, refusing to believe it. Even if Ye Luoxing possessed extraordinary talent, boasting a 5- or 6-star capability, Shidi had been ascending for so long and remained beneath her. New female, commence. The high priest Gamo spoke with a tone that carried inherent authority. All right. Ye Luoxing nodded. She possessed the ability of purification, but she raised her hand, palm facing the prey below, a white radiance gradually emanating from her palm. The high priest and the surrounding beasts watched in awe as the white light grew increasingly brilliant and intense, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even Haina and Shidi's expressions shifted. My goodness, am I seeing things? The new female star rank glow is so intense, a male beast exclaimed, and the entire clearing erupted in excitement. Such intensity. Her star rank must be at least 7. No, it seems even more than that. It has to be at least 8. I've never witnessed such a powerful star rank glow. Indeed, the new female is exceptionally strong. No wonder Feng he wanted to keep her hidden. I was truly impolite earlier. I must personally apologize to the new female. She is an 8-star. I've seen this radiance only on high-star females in Beast City. I swear to the Beast God, I will pursue this 8-star female. For the rest of my life, I will obey her every command. Don't dream. An 8-star female would never look at you, but I am willing to remain in bonded for her. Feng he is truly cunning, attempting to conceal an 8-star female. Yet, it is understandable. There are scarcely any 7-star females in the entire northern region. Although Feng he is a 7-star male beast, he still lacks the qualifications to match an 8-star female. The tone of the male beasts shifted upon witnessing the brilliant glow ahead. It was no longer a matter of Feng he's blindness, but rather that Ye Luoxing had become a goddess in the northern region. An 8-star female who has never bonded. Ian murmured in shock, her gaze becoming vacant. Luoxing, you truly are a hidden gem. Haina and Shidi's expressions were beyond description, as they had anticipated her star rank would be high, but never imagined it could be so astonishingly elevated. Haina stared at that figure, her eyes gradually reflecting a fervent glow. Meanwhile, Shidi was gripping her wolfskin whip so tightly that it might shatter, and Imus and the others clenched their teeth in frustration. Feng he, Tiwasi turned towards Feng he with eyes filled with shock, knowing that this fellow must be hiding something. His expression grew cold and dangerous. Truly, he was Feng he. Perhaps he was so enraged that he failed to notice Feng he's own astonishment was even greater than theirs. Luoxing, how could you? Feng he recalled how Ye Luoxing had previously been unaware of what a star rank even was, yet now she possessed an 8-star capability. How could he not be astonished? He had no doubts about her honesty. He merely thought that her former environment had been too sheltered, and her kin had protected her so well that she knew nothing yet could do everything. As Ye Luoxing released the powerful purification glow, even the high priest was momentarily stunned. Observing their expressions, Ye Luoxing began to speculate, when Yu promptly reminded her in her mind. All right. Team leader Yi, ease off, don't push yourself too hard. Have you forgotten that your abilities have yet to fully recover? Ye Luoxing was certainly aware, so she merely attempted to channel her purification powers. However, she discovered that the spiritual energy of the beast world was overwhelmingly potent, making it difficult for her body to adapt. She began to attempt purifying the large beast before her, and under the astonished and expectant gazes of all the beastmen, she felt her body being struck by a powerful force, her skin feeling taut, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion gradually paling. New female, do not force yourself. The high priest Gamo observed her discomfort and timely warned her. Even if she had just attained 8 stars, exerting such strength was overly taxing, and it was unnecessary to rush, lest she harm her own body. After several attempts, taking about 10 minutes, the beast before her showed no sign of change. Its purple skin remained abnormal, and its eye sockets were still dark. Ultimately, under Yu's reminder, Ye Luoxing withdrew her hand, terminating the purification attempt. She looked at the high priest Gamo and earnestly stated, I am sorry, I cannot purify it. The high priest Gamo, the surrounding beastmen? Are you joking, new female? With such a powerful star rank low, you actually tell us you cannot purify an ordinary white bear. Ian questioned, perplexed. Haina bluntly stated, if you don't want to appear unattractive, you can just say so. There's no need to deceive us. Shidi's eyes were filled with coldness, offering no interjection, merely fixating her gaze upon Ye Luoxing. As the leader Ling was about to speak, Ye Luoxing directly addressed the high priest. I currently have no star rank and cannot purify any beasts. I sincerely apologize. Her earnest declaration left the beastmen in stunned hesitation. How could it seem as though she was speaking the truth? The high priest approached her, placing his staff between them. May I measure? Ye Luoxing glanced at the blue crystal ball he indicated. Thus, she placed her dimmed right hand upon it, and all the beastmen fixated on the crystal ball. Then, in the high priest's astonished gaze, the light from the blue crystal ball gradually dimmed, fading until it ultimately vanished, leaving the high priest and the crowd of beastmen in utter shock. After a long moment, the high priest looked at Ye Luoxing, tremblingly speaking, you truly have no star rank. What? The new female has no star rank. How is that possible? Hearing the high priestess' words, the expressions of hundreds of beastmen became exceedingly complex. They had never encountered a female beast without a star rank. Surely, she should at least possess 1 star. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, lingering in silence for several minutes until a mocking laugh shattered the tension. Ha! After all this, it turns out to be all show and no substance. I misjeered. Hands on her hips, aha. Shidi also chuckled, the tension within her finally easing as she disdainfully surveyed Ye Luoxing. I've never heard of a female beast without a star rank. Isn't that worse than being disabled? Please don't insult the disabled. A female beast with a notably prominent forehead chimed in. The female beast beside her added, I initially thought her appearance was unattractive. I assumed her star rank was high. Another high-ranking female remarked, I've suspected something was amiss for a while. What ordinary beastman has such short hair? Everyone knows that only the weak have their hair forcibly cut by the strong. Her hair is so short. She must be an ugly and useless female beast. Who knows how many beastmen have abandoned her? Several female beasts looked at her with disdain before turning away, as if they might soil their eyes. While the male beasts refrained from openly mocking her, their expressions grew notably somber, their emotions a mix of complexity and indifference. One male beast murmured to his companion, that statement holds some truth. I too was puzzled upon first seeing the new female. Her hair is indeed very short, but she is already an adult. It shouldn't be this length. Speaking of which, I recall an incident where a warrior from the white bear tribe faced off against a warrior from the white wolf tribe. After losing, the bear warrior had his hair cut by the wolf beast, and he was subsequently exiled from the tribe, becoming a homeless outcast. That male beast lamented, knowing that warrior was a 6-star beast, yet he was still expelled. Hair symbolizes honor and dignity for beastmen. It is not to be violated. The male beast regarded the new female with complex tones, but she's a female beast. Surely, she wouldn't be exiled? Ye Luoxing overheard their discussions, her expression a mix of exasperation and resignation. What a waste of time. As the moon rose, Yushang stealthily remarked, "Humph, utterly useless." Ye Luoxing coldly warned, "Do not utter profanities." Yushang restrained her demeanor considerably, stating, "Captain Yi, you have been scorned by the beastmen." Ye Luoxing remained remarkably composed. "It matters not. I can leave at any time." Yushang lamented, "But your purification abilities are already at their peak, and you have only utilized a mere 1% just now." Ye Luoxing retorted with exasperation. "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Yushang faltered. "It seems that, at present, you are indeed a waste." The chill radiated from Ye Luoxing's gaze, prompting Yushang to immediately quiet down and enter a state of dormancy. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the beastmen, the leader Ling approached with the others. Haina's expression had long since returned to normal. As she gazed at the figure amidst the herd, the fervor in her eyes faded, replaced by a fleeting hint of regret. Yet it vanished as quickly as an illusion. She disdainfully curled her lips and cast a final glance at Ye Luoxing, uttering 2 words, "Waste," with that. She turned away with her companion, having lost interest in the commotion. Feng He, noticing his kin gravitating towards Ye Luoxing, quickly moved ahead, enveloping her in his embrace and whispering in her ear, "Luoxing, do not fear. I shall protect you." Ye Luoxing was momentarily taken aback, looking at Feng He, who wore an expression of both wariness and care, and softly replied, "'Tis," leading the group ahead, who had previously mocked Feng He's clumsiness, now wore a serious expression upon witnessing this scene, perplexed by Feng He's intentions. "Have you lost your mind?" Feng He, to his turned cold. Just then, as hundreds of fierce beasts encroached upon Ye Luoxing, a sharp eagle's cry shattered the eerie atmosphere, drawing the attention of all beastmen, including Ye Luoxing, who looked skyward. She beheld over 20 snowy owls soaring towards them, some carrying humanoid beastmen upon their backs. Before they could approach, Ye Luoxing was already hit by a strong scent of blood. In less than a minute, they landed atop the high ground, and the leading snowy owl swiftly transformed into human form before Ling, urgently proclaiming to the assembled beastmen, "We were ambushed by the Yin beasts. Their numbers are overwhelming, and Kai Meng and Suachi have sustained grave injuries. Where is the shaman?" "Those Yin beasts again," Ling exclaimed, his expression turning grave as he observed the injured, unconscious kin behind Moshich. "Quickly, carry them to the shaman's cave." The hunting team, led by Moshich, wasted no time, hastily shouldering the injured beasts towards the shaman's cave. Meanwhile, Telei and Mozen quickly stepped forward to assist, while Ling anxiously prepared to follow. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back, her gaze deep as she looked at Ye Luoxing and instructed, "You should return to Feng He's cave for now. We will discuss the rest later." "All right," Ye Luoxing acquiesced. Observing as half of the beastmen dispersed, seeing that the remaining beastmen had yet to react, Feng He hastily led Ye Luoxing away from the scene. Meanwhile, Tuyas, intending to follow to the shaman's cave, caught sight of Feng He's hurried departure, his anger flaring as he realized that he was prioritizing that useless female beast over joining the shaman that on the high ground. Shidi and the other female beasts also realized what had transpired. Frowning, they watched as the leader and the others departed. Just as they averted their gaze, they noticed that Ye Luoxing and Feng He were already gone. She let her escape. Emes muttered darkly, turning to leave. "Oomph," Shidi scoffed coldly, then addressed her companion. "Let us head to the shaman." The brief interlude concluded the earlier chaos, and the beastmen on both sides of the high ground soon dispersed, restoring silence to the mountain peaks. Yet, within the shaman's cave, it was so crowded that standing room was scarce. That Ye Luoxing was brought back to Feng He's cave, her mind replaying the events that had just unfolded. In no wonder she found certain remarks from Haina and the leader perplexing. She had struggled to understand why they perpetually linked terms such as female, food, and star rank. Now, it seemed she finally grasped the implications. Retrieving her thoughts, she turned to Feng He and asked, "Aren't you going to check on them?" Feng He settled her beside their nest, his tone gentle as he replied, "It is common for male beasts to be injured. They have the shaman to tend to them. That my presence would be of little help. In the crowd, there would only hinder the shaman's work. why Ye Luoxing was taken aback by Feng He's rationality. His logic was indeed sound. However, she fixed her gaze upon him earnestly. You should go and see. This situation seems rather unusual. She could discern from the reactions of the leader and the beastmen that something was amiss. Yet Feng He flatly refused. I will not go, did I. In truth, he was still irked by the attitude of his kin towards Ye Luoxing. Ye Luoxing grasped his arm. They are your kin. Her gentle words suffused Feng He's golden eyes with a soft glow. He hesitated. Luoxing. Ye Luoxing's response was succinct. Go. Ultimately, Feng He nodded obediently. All right, you eat some fruits if you are hungry. I will return shortly. With that, he turned and departed the cave. Ye Luoxing watched him soar away before retracting her gaze. Those beastmen are clearly unfriendly towards you. You seem remarkably calm. Yu Shang interjected in her mind. Ye Luoxing opened her spatial compartment, organizing her belongings as she replied, We have long understood the principle of the survival of the fittest in this apocalyptic world, haven't we? Given my current unappealing appearance and lack of star rank, it is understandable for them to hold disdain. To survive in this world, we must cultivate our own value. Yu Shang's tone grew serious. What do you mean? Ye Luoxing retrieved items from her spatial compartment. Did you not notice? The male beasts that were just brought back are evidently severely injured. Even the strong healing abilities of the beastmen seem insufficient. Their bones are either dislocated or fractured. With wounds deep enough to expose bone, and inflammation has begun to be by nightfall, they will likely develop high fever symptoms. They may not survive, and the medical conditions here are unlikely to save them. Yu Shang inquired. You wish to save them? Ye Luoxing smiled faintly. Perhaps, but not now. The supplies in her spatial compartment were limited. She would not use them indiscriminately. She had never been one to be overly altruistic. In this foreign world, her priority was to maximize benefits with available resources while ensuring her own safety, fulfilling the tasks assigned to her. Her identity had always been one of constraint. Upon entering the shaman's cave, Feng He found a path clearing for him amidst the throng of beastmen. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng He was the strongest warrior of the Snowy Owl tribe, and resolving the issue with the yin beasts might very well require his leadership. As he approached the front, the shaman was busy tending to the wounds of the injured male beasts. Shidi and Tuyas exchanged complex glances upon his arrival. Moshij, who had led the expedition, was currently reporting the situation to his mate, the leader Ling, that we were fishing by the ice river when suddenly over 20 yin beasts surged up from the water to attack us. They are from the underwater beast group. Once dragged beneath, we were utterly outmatched. Kai Ming and I barely managed to escape, only to find more than a dozen winged yin beasts appearing in the sky, while over 20 land-based yin beasts encircled us, cutting off our retreat. Severely injured, Kai Ming endured the excruciating pain as he addressed his kin. These cunning fiends clearly had this planned, that if Moshij hadn't fought desperately to lead us out, we would have perished there. Upon hearing their account, Ling Dong and the other beasts in the cave wore grave expressions. How many high-ranking beasts did they have? Feng He suddenly inquired, pinpointing the crux of the matter. 7 fifth-tier male beasts. 2 6th-tier male beasts. Moshij replied heavily. In no wonder, even Moshij bore visible injuries, Tuyas noted, glancing at the faint scars on Moshij's face. Moshij was also a 6th-tier beast. Apart from him and Feng He was the strongest in the tribe. Typically, high-ranking beasts took turns leading, and as long as one of the three of them was at the helm, the team would remain unscathed. This time, however, the situation was indeed peculiar. The cave fell into an eerie silence, with all present acutely aware of the unusual circumstances. Feng He pressed further. Did they not pursue you? Mocha hesitated for a moment before speaking. Recently, the forest has seen a frequent emergence of the yin beasts. They have attacked several weaker tribes, seizing the female beasts within. During our escape, we encountered the orcs of the White Wolf tribe, who have also faced a few yin beasts. That black wolf conveniently helped us fend off those high-ranking beasts. It was him. Tuyas was momentarily taken aback. Despite their daily skirmishes with the White Wolf tribe, the female beasts from both tribes often took the male beasts from each other as partners, thus establishing a sort of friendly neighboring relationship. Before losing consciousness, Cayman left behind a final remark. They're currently focusing their attacks on those smaller tribes. Our tribe has a 7th-tier Fengha, so they do not dare to assault us for the time being. Moreover, That black wolf from the white wolf tribe has already reached the 8th tier as for the other tribes. We must be cautious when we venture out. Cayman's words plunged the cave into silence once more. The others looked at Cayman, who had fainted, not only frowning at the gravity of the situation he described, but also taken aback by the rapid ascension of that black wolf to the 8th tier. How could he have advanced so quickly? Wasn't he still without a partner? Had he somehow withstood the period of ascension? At this thought, the male orcs could not help but reveal expressions of admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Fengha seemed to recall something and spoke. By the way, during our recent hunt, we stumbled upon something peculiar, a dead wild gray bear in the forest. Its wounds are quite strange, with only a small hole, yet it was killed instantly. As Mocha spoke, he gestured for one of the accompanying male beasts to bring the gray bear closer. When that male beast tossed the bear before the assembly of orcs with a thud, Fengha, Tuyas, and the others crouched down to inspect it. They discovered a deep hole where the bear's heart would be. The blood long dried upon its body to it appeared as if it had just died the day before. And the wounds did not reveal which tribe's orcs had killed it. This wound is truly bizarre. It does not resemble a claw mark, nor does it seem like a snake bite. However, to be able to kill this gray bear so easily indicates an extraordinary strength. Tuyas analyzed, furrowing his brow. Fengha, unable to discern any further results after a lengthy observation, transformed his claws into sharp eagle talons and pried open the bear's chest. Within the cavity, the assembled orcs beheld a small, sharp object embedded within the bear's flesh. Fengha extracted it with his talons, and under the natural light, the orcs in the cave recognized it. Had Ye Luoxing fired a shot at Fengha yesterday, he would now be able to identify this as a bullet from her firearm at that moment. Emo, some lamented, how could such a small object kill a gray bear? It doesn't appear to be poisoned. The male beast Ailey exclaimed with fervor, this must require at least 7th tier strength. This group of yin beasts is exceptionally dangerous. The orcs' hearts tightened further at Ailey's words, their anxiety rising to their throats. Tile considered for a moment before addressing Ling Dong. Leader, the highest tier among this group of yin beasts may exceed 6th tier. If there are higher tier male beasts among them, combined with the dense presence of high-ranking beasts within their entire group, we must remain vigilant at all times. Yes, I am aware, Ling Dong replied, already contemplating countermeasures. Female beast, I have something to discuss with you. Mocha cast a glance at Fengha and suddenly blurted this out. Ling Dong exchanged a glance with Mocha, as if instantly understanding his implication. She surveyed the several unconscious tribal beasts nearby, and then turned her gaze toward the densely packed orc crowd in the cave, saying, all right, everyone, let us disperse for now. Allow the shaman to treat them in peace. Cayman and the others need to recuperate quietly. Fengha, you should return to the cave to care for the new female beast. She cannot be without a male beast by her side for these next few days. Ling Dong added this, sounding quite considerate of Fengha and Ye Luoxing. Hearing the leader's words, Fengha naturally did not refuse. All right, I shall return now. If anything arises, come find me in the cave. As Fengha turned to leave, he cast a glance at Mocha, coincidentally meeting his peculiar and deliberately evasive gaze, causing a subtle frown to appear in Fengha's eyes. Once most of the orcs had dispersed, 5 orcs of 5th tier and above remained in the cave. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding until Ling Dong finally spoke. Follow me. The high-ranking beasts responded in unison. Yes. All the high-ranking beasts trailed behind Ling Dong and Mocha toward the leader's cave, even Shidi being sent away and not accompanying Ling Dong and the others. Upon returning to the cave, Fengha found Ye Luoxing still busy organizing her disheveled space. IT was indeed a considerable workload, and she was already feeling quite a headache. Back already. What is the situation over there? Ye Luoxing looked toward the approaching orc, momentarily setting aside her tasks. The injuries of our kin are severe. This group of yin beasts is aggressive. Unlike before, there are likely 7th tier or higher yin beasts among them. In fact, I sensed something was amiss when we encountered that group this morning. They have attacked several tribes and taken their female beasts. Luoxing, for these next few days, you must not venture outside. Orcs are not skilled at lying, and neither am I. Why Ye Luoxing appreciated his straightforwardness. He divulged everything to her, proving his trust in her and viewing her as a partner to discuss matters with. She nodded. All right, I won't go out. She did not enjoy courting trouble, though she was not afraid of it either. Given the knowledge of danger, she would stay here for now, which would also allow her to recuperate properly. Ye Luoxing suddenly called his name. Noticing him sitting beside her with a troubled expression, she gently asked, "Will the yin beast attack the snow owl tribe?" "Luoxing, you need not worry. With me here, I will never allow the yin beast to harm you." Feng He, assuming she was frightened, earnestly assured her. The moment he regarded himself as Ye Luoxing's partner, he had already resolved to dedicate his life to her. As long as he lived, he would forever protect her. Ye Luoxing felt her heart stir as she met his sincere gaze. This little snow owl was so pure and loyal that she could not bear to hurt him, given his tone. It seemed likely that the yin beast would indeed target the snow owl tribe, but if they truly found themselves in dire straits, she could always use an airship to take this charming young man away. Feng He's expression was complex as he gazed at her, hesitating as if he had something to say. Just before Ye Luoxing could inquire, he seemed to summon the courage, locking his gentle golden eyes on her, and said seriously, "Luoxing, can we bond as partners right now?" Huh. Ye Luoxing was taken aback by a sudden proposal, unable to comprehend why he would bring up bonding at this moment. "That I was merely thinking that if we bond now, you could stay in the tribe more safely." Feng He's words were sincere. He had noticed the unfriendly attitudes of the tribal beasts toward Luoxing and, with the current situation involving the yin beasts, he feared unforeseen complications that, if he were Luoxing's partner, he could better protect her. "But I am still injured." Ye Luoxing seemed to have discerned Feng He's intentions and offered him a reason he could not refuse. Indeed, after she spoke, Feng He fell silent. The cave remained quiet for a while as he lowered his long, feathered lashes. Subsequently, he looked at her with a guilty expression, saying, "I'm sorry, Luoxing, I shouldn't have brought this up at such a time." Ye Luoxing reassured him. "Did I not say so? Do not keep apologizing." Feng He's voice was low. "It's because I have made another mistake." In that moment, Feng He resembled a wronged puppy, his head bowed, looking exceptionally obedient and endearing. Ye Luoxing fought the impulse to pat his head, feeling a pang of tenderness due to his gentleness. Continuing their relationship in this manner was not a solution. She needed to clarify things with him. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Luoxing, and she seized upon an entry point, her voice ringing clear as she began, "Haina." Upon hearing her mention Haina, Feng He's expression grew grave as he interjected before she could finish. "I have no connection with her." Their gazes locked, and the emotions within Feng He's eyes were unmistakable. Beyond sincerity, there was a hint of worry, as if he feared that Ye Luoxing would misunderstand something. His hands restless at his sides. Seeing this, Ye Luoxing quickly reassured him. "I do not misunderstand anything. I merely recalled something." Feng He's anxiousness was palpable, and yet Ye Luoxing suddenly leaned closer to him. She halted just 5 centimeters from his face, scrutinizing his expression closely, and said with a smile, "Did you not mention before that since I have marked you with my scent, no female would want you? But based on what I observed today, it is evident that the female beasts of the Snow Owl tribe are quite fond of you, and Haina is even willing to accept you as her partner immediately. I believe it is not just the Snow Owl tribe. Given your rank and looks, the outstanding females from surrounding tribes would also be inclined to accept you, and you could easily find a partner." Ye Luoxing observed the bewilderment on his face and the unnatural expression that accompanied it. Her smile deepened slightly as she retreated to her previous position. "You deceived me, Feng He," Ye Luoxing deliberately remarked in a teasing tone, realizing that this fellow could not conceal anything with just a simple probe. She could leave him utterly flustered. How incredibly naive he was. Feng He's ears turned crimson, his expression one of intense anxiety as he attempted to explain. "Luoxing, Ye Luoxing interjected, "No apologies allowed. You are quite the sly one, aren't you?" Upon hearing Ye Luoxing call him cunning, Feng He felt a swarm of ants crawling in his heart. He grasped Ye Luoxing's icy, delicate hand and placed it over his heart, affirming, "Luoxing, all I desire is to be your partner. I like you, and I wish to be with you for a lifetime. That I was afraid you would reject me, which is why I said those things. Please, do not be angry. From the moment I met you, my heart beats solely for you. You can claim everything of mine at any time, even my life at this very moment." His confession was bold and forthright, mirroring the unmasked sincerity of his affections. The warmth radiating from his palm enveloped her, and as she locked eyes with his sunlit gaze, she found herself engulfed in an ocean of profound emotion. It had been a long time since Ye Luoxing had encountered such earnestness in a gaze between the sexes. Faced with such a person in such a scene, Ye Luoxing conceded to a fleeting flutter of the heart. Yet precisely because of this, she felt compelled to shield the purity of this emotion from encroaching darkness. Without hesitation, Ye Luoxing withdrew her hand, feigning indifference as she declared, "Feng He, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I do not harbor feelings for you, nor will I accept you as a partner. You may pursue another female who captures your interest. I will be leaving here tonight. Do you understand?" Her words were cruel, as she had always been. Once she made a decision, she would sever all ties. Her rejection was as direct as his confession, and the color drained visibly from Feng He's face. His beautiful hands slowly fell, his head bowed, and the inky strands of hair behind his ears cascaded down, failing to conceal the sorrowful disappointment in his eyes. After a long pause, a low, hoarse voice echoed in the cavern. "Is it because I deceived you that you no longer want me? Or is it because they desire to claim me? Am I not good enough? Luoxing, I will change. I will change everything. Please believe me, I have no connection with them. Haina has tried to claim me several times, but I have always distanced myself. We have had no excessive contact. Luoxing, I give you all of myself. Will you accept it?" Feng He suddenly released this fervent declaration, raising his head, his gentle eyes now tinged with a passion Ye Luoxing had never witnessed before. Alongside a burgeoning possessiveness and reckless impulse, he abruptly embraced Ye Luoxing's waist, and in a swift motion, their figures tumbled onto the bed, where he pinned her arms down, his tall frame slowly descending upon her. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Ye Luoxing coolly admonished, "Feng He." Feng He's features were strikingly handsome, like a figure from a painting. Over the past couple of days, he had shown her a tender smile that made him appear more harmless than any beast man from the Snow Owl tribe, at least in her eyes. Yet at this moment, his golden eyes seemed to radiate the fierce brilliance of a sovereign of the skies. Though that brilliance was not devoid of tenderness, Ye Luoxing could no longer afford to linger on such thoughts. "Feng He, get off. If you don't blame me for being rude." Ye Luoxing's voice turned icy with warning. "Luoxing, what kind of male beast do you like? I could transform into the kind you desire. I have been learning how to care for females from the elder beasts. Just give me a little more time, please. Just a bit more. I have devoted all my pastime to leveling up. In the north, I can guarantee you will be safe, and..." Feng He murmured fervently. Trailing off, he leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath cascading over her skin. "And I have a great physique. Dante, you want to give it a try? I am not just about having the highest rank." Feng He presented himself as an enticing temptation, leaving Ye Luoxing utterly stunned. "What the... Feng He, what are you doing? Are you trying to seduce me?" This beautiful beastman truly was something else. The system, equally astonished, buzzed in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is inappropriate." After uttering this, the system, which had only recently awakened from sleep mode, promptly retreated back into slumber, this time genuinely resting. After all, it did not wish to witness anything it ought not to. "Get off me." Ye Luoxing gritted her teeth, her frustration palpable. Not only was she angry, but it was also evident that this man was remarkably adept at understanding a normal adult woman. She could not allow herself to be swayed by his charms. "Stay calm. Ye Luoxing." "Luoxing." Feng He leaned down slightly, his warm breath gently brushing against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Ye Luoxing felt a rush of sensations coursing through her body as Feng He smiled, taking her right hand and placing it on his chiseled chest, then guiding it down over his firm abdomen, along his V-line. "And how do you find my physique?" Feng He inquired with a playful smile, a mischievous glint dancing in his golden eyes, clearly confident in his body, his large hand firmly grasping Ye Luoxing's. "Hey!" Ye Luoxing felt an electric jolt as she withdrew her hand, breaking free when she reached his V-line. "I will not hold back any longer." Ye Luoxing swiftly retrieved a dagger from her space and pressed it against his neck. Upon realizing what she had drawn, she paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Feng He felt the cold, hard blade against his throat and merely shifted slightly, causing the sharp dagger to draw blood, a droplet trickling down his shoulder. Both he and Ye Luoxing froze in shock. Then, Feng managed a bittersweet smile, the light in his golden eyes dimming, and the pressure on her lessened significantly. Do you wish to kill me? Feng propped himself up, his gaze deeply fixed upon her, unhesitatingly stating, I told you, my life belongs to you, that if you wish to take it, I will not resist. As he spoke, he pressed his neck closer to her sharp dagger, indifferent to the blood trickling down. Seeing that he was truly unafraid of death, the sorrow in his golden eyes pierced her heart. Those eyes, which should have shone as brightly as the sun, made her realize that her actions had gone too far. She quickly retracted the dagger, saying, I apologize. That was not my intention. Indeed, the chaotic space had caused her to misplace many items. Ye Luoxing's motion to sheath the dagger was swift and decisive, her concern directed towards the injury on his neck, the sight. The spark returned to his eyes. Luoxing, he once again leaned in, burying his head in her neck. Can you not move away? I do not like you. Ye Luoxing reiterated firmly, It's all right. He softly replied, adding, Please don't leave to go pursue another female you like, she repeated mercilessly. But he hesitated, I only like you. He declared with conviction, so, let me pursue you again, Luoxing. His tone was filled with warmth. Before Ye Luoxing could refuse, he implored softly, Didn't you say that I should pursue a female I like? Therefore, I am giving you my answer. He truly was skilled. Why, Ye Luoxing gently raised her hand, wanting to stroke his silky hair, yet that hand ultimately froze in mid-air. What in the world was she doing? Although she knew she had no resistance against animals, he was a beast man. Moreover, he was currently in human form, and she had known him for barely 2 days. Why, Ye Luoxing, you must be out of your mind. Ultimately, she produced a syringe filled with a tranquilizer from her raised hand and unhesitatingly injected it into his body. Before dusk fell, the scene inside the chief's cavern was entirely different. Tia's embodying, and a dozen high-ranking single male beasts stood before Ling Dong, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Embodying spoke up. Mother Beast, I have heard about Feng He and that new female, with the arrival of the Yin Beast being so strange this time. I suspect it may be due to that new female. That is not likely. She lacks that kind of allure, Tuyas replied rationally, even after having just fought with Feng He. Those Yin Beasts usually do their homework before they snatch a female, aiming for the more beautiful ones. Furrowing his brow, Embodying remarked, When I returned just now, I saw that new female. She is indeed quite unattractive, and I heard you say she doesn't even have a star rank. Even if the Yin Beasts are not targeting her, a female who is both unattractive and lacks strength is of no use in our tribe. Not just useless, Tuyas' already deep voice grew even more somber, his gaze sharp. Ever since Feng He brought her back, it seems he has become bewitched, showing no concern for his kin as he once did, while the mighty beasts must prioritize their partners. Feng He, the strongest warrior of our snowy owl tribe, should never be compelled to associate with such a worthless female. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, this principle occasionally applies to females as well. Trell glanced at Ling Dong's expression and remarked, Ultimately, she is just a female. You should refrain from speaking so harshly. Mosin let out a cold laugh, tauntingly responding, A female? Would you wish to bond with her? To put it bluntly, she is nothing but a useless waste. We owe no courtesy to the worthless. Who knows why she was discarded in the forest? Perhaps even the Yin beasts deemed her unworthy. Ha ha, Trell. I recall Sheedy mentioning her disdain for meddlesome males. You seem to have forgotten that entirely. Mosin's mocking gaze swept over Trell, and upon the mention of Sheedy, Trell grew considerably subdued, refraining from further participation in their conversation. Ling Dong remained silent, the atmosphere within the cave thick with tension. After a moment of silence, the most handsome fifth-tier male beast smirked, revealing his sharp fangs, and stated, She is a female. No matter what, she cannot be deemed useless. She possesses the nurturing talent bestowed by the beast god, and keeping her within the tribe holds merit, for we have few young females. However, there is an abundance of young males, and those below the third tier find it challenging to secure partners. This male seemed to speak on behalf of Ye Luoxing, yet his words sounded peculiar. Nevertheless, in a world that reveres the strong, he at least sought to assist this pitiful and helpless female in remaining, for only then could she survive. Yet he did not anticipate that his and Trell's supportive remarks would fail to dispel the dark thoughts harbored by certain males. Having heard enough of their bickering, Ling Dong sighed and inquired, "What are your thoughts, at long last?" This question prompted Machaji to voice his sinister intentions with a smirk. She has lost the divine power and brilliance inherent to her femininity. I propose that the high priest cast a spell to revoke the beast god's protection of her female identity. I've heard that the yin beasts have done such things before. She may remain, but only as the common partner for the lower-tier males in our tribe. She cannot refuse their bonding requests, for does she not possess nurturing talent? Our tribe has few younglings, and would spring upon us. It is quite fortuitous. As Machaji's dark thoughts were uttered, all the beasts in the cave were taken aback. They had never encountered such a cruel and disrespectful approach towards females. They were bewildered as to where Machaji had learned such tactics. Was he not being excessively harsh? How is this any different from the yin beasts? Interrupted the fifth-tier male with sharp fangs, unable to bear it any longer. Although aware of Machaji's ruthless nature, he found this behavior towards a female utterly unacceptable. With this interruption, the cave soon erupted into a cacophony of discussions, as it was evident that the majority of the high-tier beasts found it difficult to accept his proposal. Such an affront to femininity should never occur in a respectable tribe. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from this approach. It is rather inappropriate. Indeed, while the new female may not possess beauty and lacks stellar rank, she is quite gentle. Yes, I perceive something distinct about her, unlike the females I have encountered before. Although I cannot pinpoint the difference, it feels as if she exists in a realm separate from ours. She is indeed pitiable, captured by the yin beasts, and only narrowly escaped. Yes, if we continue to treat her in this manner, would it not be excessively cruel? She became disfigured due to her injuries. You have not seen the scars upon her body. If it were us, we might not have endured. She truly is admirable. Feng Hao holds great affection for her. He even fought Tu Yasi on her behalf today. You best not harbor any ill intentions towards her. I fear Feng Hao may tear you apart. The high-tier beasts exchanged words, their brows furrowed as they defended Ye Luoxing. Yet a few remained silent, either due to their usual camaraderie with Machaji or their belief in the supremacy of strength. Showing no sympathy towards the weak, regardless of gender. Humph, you truly believe everything she claims, Machaji scoffed. If she were truly captured by the yin beasts, she would never have escaped. I do not buy her deceit. I am quite astute. Moreover, I know those yin beasts. If they truly captured her, they would have long since disregarded everything to forcibly bond with her. She is deliberately deceiving us. We do not know her true motives. Perhaps she colludes with the yin beasts. I have heard that there are high-tier beasts among them, and she may have already submitted. She has long lost her dignity as a female. Machaji's words dripped with sarcasm, nearly burying Ye Luoxing in disdain. Furthermore, the underlying insults in his speech were piercing, as he treated Ye Luoxing as prey, devoid of any respect. As for Feng Hao, given his recent blindness to reason, he should more urgently deal with this female. Our tribe possesses many exceptional females. As the mightiest seventh-tier beast, Feng Hao must not squander his affections on this wild female of unknown origin. We cannot afford to lose our strongest warrior. After denigrating Ye Luoxing, Machaji attempted to reason with the assembly of beasts. Invoking Feng Hao's name, Tu Yasi remained silent, disapproving of Feng Hao's attention towards the new female. However, Machaji's suggestion was indeed inappropriate. Yet, he chose not to critique it, merely observing quietly. Having listened for quite some time, Mosin noticed the silence among the beasts and took the initiative to speak, aligning himself with Machaji's stance. I believe Machaji's perspective holds merit. If Feng Hao truly has interest in her, after she becomes the common partner of the lower-tier males, he can still spend a night with her, as a lower-tier beast would not dare to compete with him. Perhaps after a single night, he may lose interest altogether. If Feng Hao were to do so, no female would desire him. Suddenly interjected another male beast. Mosin chuckled. How could that be? While he may struggle to find partners as exceptional as Haina and Shidi, he can lower his standards and seek a plain female from the herbivore tribe. No matter what, she could not possibly be uglier than the current one. That this is inappropriate. Such actions belong solely to the yin beasts. Trell could no longer hold his tongue. astonished that the ruthless Machiji would say such things, and even more so that Mosin, who often shared meals with him, would endorse such disrespectful treatment of females. He remembered that Mosin had not always been this way. It seemed that being in Machiji's company had hardened him. Mosin shot Trell a displeased glance and retorted, "What Yin beast practices? This is entirely unlike their methods. The Yin beast may treat every captured female in such a manner, whereas we are merely addressing a waste. She serves no purpose. If not this, why keep her in the tribe?" With Mosin's support, a towering male beast, standing nearly 6 feet tall, chimed in coldly. "I concur with Machiji's opinion. Many low-tier males within the tribe struggle to ascend and will likely never find partners in their lifetimes. Among them, you may even find your own half-brothers or half-sisters. Can you bear to let them suffer this fate?" This male was adept at playing on emotions. Upon hearing his words, several high-tier beasts who had initially opposed the proposal began to waver. Realizing that there might be some advantages after all, "She is pitiable." What the low-tier males in the tribe? The sturdy male beast, lacking sympathy for the weak, had always aligned himself with Machiji. The balance began to tip, and many of the previously vocal males fell silent, their darker thoughts gradually rising to the surface. Machiji reveled in the current atmosphere, letting out a cold laugh as he stepped forward, turning to survey all the high-tier beasts within the cave, and mockingly proclaimed, "How about this? Since you are all so compassionate, who among you is willing to be her partner? If any high-tier beast steps forward to pursue her, I shall consider my suggestion null and void. The Snowy Owl tribe cannot afford to lose a 7th-tier beast, but we can certainly sacrifice a 5th-tier beast." The cave fell silent, no male willing to step forward. None were prepared to dedicate their lives to safeguarding an unattractive, low-tier female. They exchanged glances, some casting their eyes downward to avoid Machiji's piercing gaze. "Enough." Machiji, Ling Dong, the leader, finally spoke, "Do not cause discord among us." "Mother Beast." As Machiji turned to Ling Dong, his demeanor shifted to one of apparent respect, "that I hope you will carefully consider my suggestion. You must understand which is more valuable to the tribe, a useless female or a 7th-tier male. Especially now that the Yin beasts are launching a massive assault on the northern territories. If Feng He truly abandoned the Snow Owl tribe for the sake of that new female, then the females of the tribe would undoubtedly fall into the merciless hands of the Yin beast." M'Ocheage was acutely aware of what Ling Dong valued, and every word he uttered was a precise strike at her vulnerabilities. As anticipated, Ling Dong's brow furrowed even more tightly. She had to protect the females within the tribe. With a deep sigh, her gaze turned cold and profound, and when she lifted her eyes again, it was evident that she had made a resolute decision. I observed as Ling Dong was about to announce her command, "No." Suddenly, a loud female voice resonated, drawing the attention of all the beastmen in the cave towards the entrance, where a familiar, upright figure emerged against the sunlight, declaring, "I do not agree with this suggestion." When the familiar face and form of Shidi registered in the eyes of the male beasts, the cave erupted into a brief stir of excitement. Yet they felt an inexplicable tension in response to Shidi's cold tone. As Shidi advanced, they bowed their heads in respect and stepped back in unison to clear a path for her. "Mother, have you truly made your decision?" Shidi halted before Ling Dong, her demeanor calm yet serious as she fixed her gaze upon her. Ling Dong looked at her proud daughter, slowly rising from her nest. "I shall let this matter rest," Ling Dong continued. Finishing her earlier statement, Shidi's lips subtly curled upward, yet the beastmen in the cave were momentarily stunned. "Mother!" especially M'Ocheage exclaimed, furrowing his brow and taking a step forward. The leader Ling Dong steadily approached, and Shidi stepped aside, allowing Ling Dong to stand beside M'Ocheage. With a cold glare, she addressed him, saying, "Females are noble beings, regardless of their appearance or status, as long as they are females. They shall never be subjected to humiliation. Since the new female has arrived in our tribe, she is a distinguished guest. This matter ends here today, and no one is permitted to mention it again in the future. If there is a next time, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Ling Dong's words were solemn and serious. Even though her tone remained steady and unexaggerated, it was imbued with authority. Most of the male beasts gradually lowered their heads under her admonition, as if they had recognized their own errors. Not only did they refrain from further objections, but their expressions also turned somewhat shameful. Perplexed at how such filthy thoughts had crossed their minds that in unison, all the beastmen responded to Ling Dong. Yes, leader, we understand. Ling Dong did not forget the pressing matters at hand, due to the frequent appearances of the yin beasts recently. She began to make arrangements. For the next few days, he would protect the new female. Thus Tuya and Mo Chaej would take turns leading the tribe's defense day and night. Particularly, they would increase the number of beastmen guarding outside the female's cave. After dinner, Trell would inform the females in the tribe that she wished to see them, warning of the impending arrival of the yin beasts and that their partners must remain vigilant. Tuya and the reluctant Mo Chaej replied in unison, yes. Trell nodded, affirming, yes, leader. According to the tribe's rules, and bonded males were under the leadership's authority, while bonded males only needed to obey their females, who often afforded the tribe leader respect. Thus, when significant matters arose, the leader would summon the females for discussion, informing them of the risks and allowing them to reasonably arrange their partners' responsibilities. This rule was not exclusive to the Snow Owl tribe, but was common among the majority of tribes in the beast world. Including the Beast City, Ling Dong proceeded to reorganize the hunting party, making meticulous arrangements that it was not until about 10 minutes later that the leader's cave fell silent, and Ling Dong declared, all right, you may disperse. The higher-ranking beasts gradually left, and before departing, Mo Chaej shot Shidi a fierce glare. Mother, I will take my leave as well. Shidi was the last to depart. Go ahead, Ling Dong replied, her gaze fixed deeply on her departing daughter. On the high ground to the right of the main peak, Mo Chaej, Mo San, and several other newly emerged higher-ranking beasts gathered, their expressions darkened. After leaving the leader's cave, the malice and scheming in their eyes were unmistakable. Mo Chaej, we were just about to ask what your plans are moving forward, Mo San inquired. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed from behind, causing the higher-ranking beasts to scatter abruptly. A sharp crack echoed across the high ground as they turned back in anger, and the familiar scent of a female wafted into their noses, instantly tempering their fury. Before them stood Shidi, descending slowly, a wolf whip in her hand. Mo Chaej remains. The others may leave, without waiting for their response. Shidi commanded coldly. The higher-ranking beasts cast worried glances towards Mo Chaej, but did not dare defy Shidi's words, and soon vacated the high ground. With a stern countenance, Mo Chaej boldly confronted her. What do you intend to do? Shidi smirked coldly. In just a day apart, you've truly made progress. With that, another fierce wind surged towards Mo Chaej, and Shidi's wolf whip ensnared his neck with a powerful tug. She pulled him before her, causing him to stagger and kneel. Shidi looked down at him, leaning close to whisper in his ear, if I hear such word from you again, I will break your wings and shatter your legs. Do you understand, my dear brother? Shidi, do not go too far. If I were to become the leader, I would be no less capable than you. Mo Chaej retorted with a scowl. Very well, Shidi scoffed, rising and dismissing him with a laugh. If you possess such ability, I would gladly yield it to you. As she spoke, Mo Chaej was left momentarily stunned, all expressions frozen on his face. Shidi moved closer again, sneering, but a beast like you is unworthy. Upon her words, Mo Chaej clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging with fury. Shidi released him and turned away without hesitation, leaving Mo Chaej standing there, his eyes reddened as he watched her retreating figure. He had lost everything to her since childhood. For every rank he ascended, she rose just as swiftly. In the end, her ascension outpaced his, and recently, he had witnessed her nearing the 7th star, in his desperation to surpass her. He had never considered bonding with a partner, but why was it that despite her youth, her strength surged so rapidly? Mo Chaej was consumed by jealousy, unable to accept her superiority. As Shidi walked further away, her partners approached her, and she encountered Trell. Shidi, Trell said, somewhat perplexed by her demeanor, he had intended to follow Mo San to offer further counsel. But upon witnessing the scene, he hesitated before asking, did you not detest that new female? Of course I loathe her, Shidi replied coldly, stepping away. Trell was even more confused by this. At the tea that moment, Shidi's strongest partner, Meidi, paused and glanced at Trell, speaking calmly. Who Shidi despises, she will handle herself, and certainly not through such a filthy means. As Mady turned to continue walking, Shidi suddenly called out, "Hey!" Trell turned around, astonished to find Shidi genuinely addressing him. Shidi fixed her gaze on him seriously, declaring, "Trell, come to my cave tomorrow." After a lingering glance, she departed once more, leaving Trell and the astonished Mady behind. Mady looked at Trell in surprise and asked, "What did you do in the leader's cave?" Trell, still trying to comprehend the situation, appeared flustered as he asked, "Does Shidi need something from me?" Mady and the other two partners who had yet to leave exchanged knowing smiles. Mady patted Trell's shoulder, saying, "Shidi has chosen you." With that, Mady quickly rejoined Shidi, admiring Trell, as he sensed that Shidi held a favorable impression of him. That it was for this reason he had paused to explain earlier, and it seemed his judgment was correct. Trell remained rooted in place, dazed as he watched Shidi and her partners depart, unable to process the unfolding events, as if everything that had just transpired was but a dream. As dusk approached, at precisely 7 o'clock, the sun still shone brightly. Ye Luoxing stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the perpetual daylight of the northern lands. After laying Fenghe down, she had been observing for quite some time. During this period, beastmen continuously traversed between the shaman's cave and the leader's cave, while the leader and many tribe members occasionally rushed to the shaman's cave to check on the situation. The anguished cries from within the shaman's cave suggested that those injured beasts were reaching their limits. "The time has come," she finally concluded, launching herself toward the leader's cave with the resilience of a bowstring. Be careful. This afternoon, that group of beasts bizarrely emerged from Ling Dong's cave, and then Shidi pursued them, leading to a peculiar scene that I believe pertains to you. As the moon rose, a sense of unease compelled her to remind her why Ye Luoxing, too, had sensed something amiss. Earlier that afternoon, she had witnessed a scene that left her puzzled. Though she could not ascertain the specifics of what had transpired soon, she arrived at the chief's cave, and as she stepped inside, she spotted Ling Dong anxiously pacing within. Upon noticing her arrival, Ling Dong, along with her dozen companions, turned their gazes toward Ye Luoxing in unison. To the sight of Ye Luoxing's countenance, Ling Dong hesitated for a moment, her anxious expression softening slightly. She inquired, "Ye Luoxing, is there something you need?" Ye Luoxing nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have matters to discuss. May I speak with you in private?" Upon hearing these words, Ling Dong took a moment to sniff the air, then glanced outside the cave, realizing that Ye Luoxing had come alone. After a brief moment of surprise, she instructed her companions, "You all go assist the shaman." The group of male beasts nodded in agreement, offering no further words as they departed. As they brushed past Ye Luoxing, leaving just the two of them within the cave, she approached Ling Dong. "How did you arrive here?" Ling Dong asked, somewhat perplexed. "I have my methods," Ye Luoxing replied, halting a meter before her. "Chief, I can save those male beasts." The sudden seriousness of her declaration once again rendered Ling Dong speechless. She instinctively understood which beasts Ye Luoxing referred to. With a sigh, she responded, "New female, I appreciate your kindness, but you need not worry about this matter. Rest assured, I have already spoken to everyone. You can remain in the tribe without fear of any beast causing you distress." Ling Dong, however, was skeptical of Ye Luoxing's assurances, for healing was solely the domain of shamans. In this world, shamans were even rarer than females. Thus, she assumed Ye Luoxing was merely concerned about the events of the day and wished to offer assistance out of fear for her own safety. She would not allow her kin to trouble a female. Why Ye Luoxing comprehended her doubt, and continued, "Their wounds must be swelling or festering, accompanied by pus, and their bodies are beginning to run a fever. The shaman can no longer save them." Ling Dong, astonished, interjected, "How do you know this?" After her initial surprise, she seemed to misinterpret something. Her voice filled with sympathy as she remarked, "I suppose you have witnessed such conditions during your journey to the northern lands with the yin beasts." "You are correct. They truly have no hope left. Not even Bunida can assist them, and there are no shamans in the northern lands capable of saving them. Bunida was renowned as the finest healer in the northern lands. Even the beasts from neighboring tribes sought his aid, often exchanging valuable prey as payment for his services. Ye Luoxing responded, "Since I can articulate their symptoms, I am not merely speaking for the sake of it. I truly can save them. if you will trust me. However, we cannot delay for too long. Seeing Ye Luoxing's determination and the unyielding brightness in her black eyes, Ling Dong found herself wavering. Ye Luoxing added, "But before we proceed, may I ask you a question?" Ling Dong, puzzled, replied, "What question?" Ye Luoxing earnestly inquired, "What is the star tier?" Upon hearing her question, Ling Dong was momentarily taken aback. The cave fell silent as Ling Dong scrutinized Ye Luoxing for what felt like an eternity. Finally, with a resigned sigh, she seemed to recognize that Ye Luoxing had been overly sheltered by her former tribe. Ling Dong tentatively began, "Are you familiar with the concept of mutated beasts?" Ye Luoxing shook her head. Mutated beasts? Such things exist in the primal world. However, given that they possessed magic and legendary beastmen, it was not entirely surprising. Ling Dong, upon seeing her shake her head, furrowed her brow deeper, unable to fathom the nature of Ye Luoxing's previous existence. Yet, now that she was in the Snow Owl tribe, Ling Dong felt it necessary to provide her with clarity. Thus, Ling Dong's deep voice resonated within the spacious cave. 1,000 years ago, both female and male beasts possessed the ability of the star tier, which enhanced their strength and allowed them to capture more prey. However, one day, the beasts of the forest began to mutate. Any beastman who consumed them would succumb to poison and die, with no remedy available. This mutation, initially confined to a small area, gradually spread across all continents. Even the seas were not spared. Eventually, even the food sources for herbivores began to dwindle, and everywhere was tainted with this poison. Without food, the beastmen faced extinction, and the continents were drenched in blood as they turned against one another to survive. A.S. Ling Dong recounted that distant, tragic memory. Her expression grew sorrowful. Ye Luoxing listened intently, recalling her own experiences during the apocalypse. She remembered the infighting among humans amidst hordes of zombies, the betrayals and camaraderie among companions. Having lived through that bloody and dark era, she could empathize with the despair far more than Ling Dong could. Ling Dong's voice, though aged, remained powerful. As the number of beastmen dwindled, they all understood that they would inevitably vanish from this world. This was a punishment bestowed upon them by the sacred Mother Nature. Due to the overhunting by beastmen, the wildlife struggled to survive, leading to their eventual extinction. At that time, all continents were engulfed in carnage as beastmen fought amongst themselves for sustenance. Ling Dong's recounting of that long-ago calamity cast a shadow over her demeanor. Ye Luoxing listened as she spoke, reflecting on the echoes of her own past. Ling Dong continued, "In that desperate hour, the high priests who held divine roles gathered to atone for the beastmen, sacrificing their lives to offer a new chance for survival. From that moment on, female beasts acquired a new star tier ability, allowing them to purify the toxic beasts and plants. As the star tier strengthened, so too did their purifying powers. Upon hearing this, Ye Luoxing seemed to grasp the essence of the situation, her earlier suspicions confirmed. Ling Dong approached her, stating, however, should they choose this ability, they would forego their former star tier powers. Their own strength would rapidly diminish, and small amounts of toxins would infiltrate their bodies, affecting their appearance and rendering them increasingly grotesque. But they still chose to save all the beastmen? Ye Luoxing queried. Ling Dong halted before her. Nodding, they willingly sacrificed themselves to save their kin, and thus the mother bestowed rewards upon them. From that moment on, all female beasts were under her protection. Any male beast bonded to a female would forever be unable to betray her. Should the female perish, her companion would meet the same fate, in order to reproduce. Male beasts must bond with females. For sustenance, they must learn to respect them. For survival, they must protect them. Ye Luoxing spoke softly, as if finally comprehending the source of the female's status in the beast world. In truth, she had harbored confusion, for in a society where gender ratios were severely imbalanced, the fewer would typically hold a lower status. The so-called high status seemed merely a guise for enslavement, confined to breeding. Without strength, females would be reduced to mere prized possessions. Yet, the scarce females in the beast world evidently did not face such fates. This was something they had earned through their own abilities. Wielding absolute authority, no one could belittle them, nor did anyone possess the right to insult them. Seeing her comprehension, Ling Dong continued. However, since then, not only did the mutated beasts hinder the beastmen's reproduction, but their own reproductive capabilities have also significantly waned, reaching a level that barely maintains balance with the beasts. The number of female beast cubs in each tribe has dwindled, and the number of cubs each female can bear annually has decreased, with many cubs struggling to survive, while the elder beastmen easily succumb to death. After listening to Ling Dong elaborate on many matters, Ye Luoxing gained a clearer understanding of the present circumstances in this world. She also realized the reason for the scarcity of elderly beastmen and cubs in the Snow Owl tribe. It turned out that the survival rate of these beasts was already low, their numbers few. Thus, the high priests who hold divine roles are esteemed among every tribe. Ye Luoxing inquired. Ling Dong affirmed. Indeed, for once one becomes a high priest, that female can never bond with a partner, serving as a bridge of communication between the beastmen and the mother, dedicating her life to this purpose. Similarly, shamans are bound by their unique roles, as not every beast possesses the talent for such a calling. Hence, once a male beast chooses to become a shaman, he begins learning all aspects of healing from a young age, leaving no time for ascension or seeking a partner. Clerical duties must remain free from personal entanglements, a sentiment that Ye Luoxing comprehends. However, the notion that shamans cannot take partners is a revelation to her, likely stemming from the primitive and backward nature of this place. With no written record available, the only means to preserve medicinal recipes is through oral tradition, passed down from generation to generation. As the accumulated knowledge grows, the orcs who inherit this legacy become increasingly burdened, often lacking the energy for other pursuits, making it exceedingly difficult for them to fully grasp the teachings within their lifetime. Ye Luoxing harbors great admiration for the selflessness of the females, as well as for the high priest and shamans. Certainly, the males are also toiling for the benefit of their kin. For instance, from Ling Dong's words, Ye Luoxing discerns that shamans are typically male. The females, having borne too much already, share the burden. It is precisely for this reason that, a millennium ago, all orcs united to forge this new world. Although orcs may appear to have short lifespans, those of high star rank can extend their lives. The same applies to the males, but to differentiate, their star rank is often referred to as tier rank. We revere our mother goddess, who embodies both the spirit of nature and the deity of all orcs. Ling Dong concluded. Today, hearing Ling Dong's narrative, Ye Luoxing perhaps gained a fresh perspective on the Orcish realm. She nodded slightly and addressed the matter at hand. Leader, please take me to the shaman's cave. Upon realizing her intention, Ling Dong was momentarily taken aback. Ye Luoxing, female. Ye Luoxing replied with a polite smile. I must possess a skill. Ling Dong furrowed her brow, clearly still hesitating and contemplating why Ye Luoxing's expression grew serious. To be blunt, if they continue this way, they will surely perish. Why not allow me to try? If I can save them, I have but one request. Hearing her preemptively state a condition, Ling Dong considered trusting her, even though it seemed implausible. Yet, as she had stated, Kai Ming and the others were beyond saving. It will be better to let her attempt it. Very well. I shall take you. Ling Dong finally acquiesced, stepping toward the cave's entrance that had settled. Yushang communicated in Ye Luoxing's mind, and a smile danced in Ye Luoxing's eyes, only to be quickly subdued as she hastened to follow Ling Dong. Just as they reached the cave's mouth, they collided with a solid wall of bodies. Feng He appeared to be rushing in, and upon seeing Ye Luoxing safe and sound, he exhaled in relief, saying, Luoxing, I don't know why I fainted again. Are you all right? It was I who caused your fainting. I am fine, Ye Luoxing replied candidly. She had feared he would awaken, thus she had deliberately increased the dosage. She also understood that such a quantity would pose no harm to him. Given his orc constitution, she had not anticipated he would awaken sooner than expected. Hearing Ye Luoxing's forthright words, Feng He expressed surprise, and Ling Dong looked at her with equal astonishment. Yet, Ye Luoxing seized Feng He's arm and declared, Perfect timing. I need your assistance. Come with me. Feng He glanced down to see the small hand gripping his arm. Instantly, all previous concerns faded from his mind, and with a delighted smile, he obediently followed her, saying, All right, I shall do as you say. In less than 2 minutes, 3 figures appeared at the shaman's cave. Inside, The shamans gazed at the fever-ridden males with despair. Yet they continued to attempt to cool them down using snow and water. Bun-eyed, how is it? Has there been no improvement? Ling Dong inquired as she approached. The shaman Bun-eyed turned to her, shaking his head in response. He was somewhat surprised to see Ye Luoxing among them. However, he soon turned his attention back to Ling Dong, stating, "Their injuries are far too severe, and they have been poisoned by snake venom. They were brought back too late. Although I administered antidotal herbs, there are still toxins within their bodies. Leader, I truly..." Bun-eyed hesitated, and Ling Dong understood what he wished to convey. A hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze as she regarded the unconscious males. Snake venom. Ye Luoxing stepped forward, assessing the condition of the males. Bun-eyed intended to intervene, but was pulled aside by Ling Dong, who began discussing Ye Luoxing's proposal with him. Yi, their injuries are too grave. Have you delayed too long? Yu Shang expressed concern for the situation. Point 3 are indeed in critical condition. Mere surgery will not suffice, but healing abilities can assist in treatment. Ye Luoxing stated plainly, instructing Feng he to relocate the dozen or so males to the higher ground on the left. Yu Shang remarked, "It is impossible to perform surgery on all of them in time. Aside from those 3, you will need to use your abilities to treat the remaining 14, but your body cannot withstand it right now. Do not overexert yourself. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my limits," Ye Luoxing replied as she conversed with Yu Shang, while Feng had already begun moving the wounded. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ling Dong's words, Bun-eyed was initially stunned as he glanced at Ye Luoxing, but soon shook his head to dissuade her. Yet, after Ling Dong analyzed the pros and cons, Bun-eyed's eyelids slowly drooped. The leader was correct. He could no longer save them and could only allow her to try. Although he was reluctant to permit this new female to take such actions, he had no choice but to heed the leader's decision. In truth, Ye Luoxing had chosen this moment to avoid unnecessary delays. Only in this critical juncture would they agree to let her provide treatment. Feng He's pace was swift, and Ling Dong directed the other males in the cave to assist. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of the entire tribe. When Haina and Embodying arrived with the orcs, they were met with a chaotic scene. Amidst this turmoil, a glaring figure was seen gesticulating. "You cannot carry him like that with broken ribs. Find another orc to help lift him," Ye Luoxing admonished patiently, her brow furrowed as she organized the male's lifting technique, fearing they might exacerbate the patient's injuries and create greater difficulties for her. Haina and Embodying merely cast her a cold glance before approaching Ling Dong and the shaman. "Mother Beast, what is happening here?" Embodying asked, frowning. The female claims she can save Kai Meng and the others. "We are relocating them to higher ground," Ling Dong explained to the gathered tribe members, aware that trouble was brewing. "What?" As expected, the moment Ling Dong finished speaking, Embodying and the others exclaimed in shock. "Mother Beast, how can you do this?" Embodying's voice rose with indignation. "Indeed, leader, how can you trust that ugly new female?" A male orc named Ali chimed in, nearly cursing outright before catching himself. That moment. The shaman Bun-eyed interjected helplessly, "I am sorry. I can no longer save Kai Meng and the others. This is the only course of action." Bun-eyed, is there truly no other option? Haina turned to him for confirmation. No, Bun-eyed shook his head. If even Bun-eyed was powerless, what could she do? Embodying's voice grew colder. Sensing Embodying's hostility, Ling Dong admonished, "Enough. Embodying, I have made my decision." At Ling Dong's words, Embodying and the other orcs turned their gazes toward the figure beside the nest. Their expressions heavy, Embodying's demeanor darkened, his fists clenched tightly, wishing to confront the useless female. Haina's gaze also shifted to that figure, her eyes filled with confusion and complexity, followed by a cold laugh. "I fear that by the time Kai Meng and Suachi are found, there will be nothing left of them." Upon hearing this, Embodying's pupils constricted, a surge of hostility enveloping him. Kai Meng and Suachi had always been close to him, and he would not allow this loathsome female to insult them. Before Ling Dong could intervene, Embodying had already taken several long strides toward Ye Luoxing, blocking her path and demanding, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Having just completed moving the patients, Ye Luoxing was about to leave the cave when a tall figure loomed over her completely. She looked up to see a strikingly handsome male orc. Over 6 feet tall, his face shadowed with a scowl. His eagle-like eyes were even more sinister than those of a serpent, and with a single glance, one could feel his palpable hostility. "Oh, you require something?" Ye Luoxing did not respond to his question, for her keen senses had already captured their conversation. After her inquiry, she shifted her gaze toward Ling Dong, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with Haina. Haina, catching her gaze, provocatively mouthed, "Ugly prey, be careful not to be caught by the eagle." Here lay the eagle's nest, and she was merely a pitiful, useless little rabbit, the perfect target. Just as Ye Luoxing averted her gaze, Ling Dong was about to rebuke Embodying once more when a larger figure emerged behind Embodying, sweeping him aside with a powerful hand. "Feng," he coldly warned, "keep your distance from my partner." Upon his utterance, he gently addressed Ye Luoxing, saying, "We have finished moving. Let us depart." Ye Luoxing nodded and walked alongside Feng He towards the cave's entrance. Feng He, at this moment, Embodying, having been repelled a few steps back, spoke in a hoarse voice. Ye Luoxing, who had already reached the cave's mouth, suddenly halted, turned to look at Ling Dong, and stated, "Leader, I would prefer not to be disturbed by any orc while I am healing. Until dawn tomorrow, could you ensure that no orc approaches the high ground?" Ling Dong, though clearly uneasy about her request, acquiesced, saying, "Certainly." Ye Luoxing expressed her gratitude with a nod. After she and Feng He departed, they could still hear Embodying's incredulous exclamation. "Mother beast!" On the left side of the mountain peak, Feng He landed steadily, and Ye Luoxing leapt off his back. It was then that Ye Luoxing noticed that the few male orcs responsible for the moving had not yet left. In front of them, Shidi, wielding a wolf whip, recognized her arrival and approached with a dark expression. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, "You worthless creature! How dare you touch my clan's beast?" It was evident that Shidi had learned of the events from those male orcs, and she lashed out at Ye Luoxing with her whip. The fierce wind from the whip threatened to carve a deep gash in her skin. Ye Luoxing had yet to move to evade when Feng He stepped in front of her, firmly catching Shidi's whip with his large hand. "Feng He, do you dare to obstruct me?" Shidi glared at him coldly. "Step aside." She yanked back her whip, striking the ground with a sharp crack. Before she could act further, Ling Dong arrived at the high ground. Observing the scene, she admonished, "This matter was sanctioned by me. Cease this commotion, Shidi." Seeing Shidi's astonished gaze directed at her, Ling Dong addressed her companion directly. "Take her away." A few companions stepped forward to push Shidi away, and Ling Dong also moved to seize her and lead her off, during which they could still hear her and Embodying's incredulous cries. She shot Ye Luoxing a fierce glare, but Ye Luoxing disregarded her, exchanging a calm glance with Ling Dong. Soon, the remaining male orcs on the high ground, under Ling Dong's orders, also departed. It was unexpected that even at such a moment, there would be so much trouble. Ultimately, in the vast and tranquil high ground, Ye Luoxing glanced at Feng He's right hand, noting that he was unharmed, before lifting her gaze to meet his golden eyes and asking, "Feng He, could you guard the high ground for me? Until I complete my healing, no orc is permitted to approach, including you. During this time, you must not glance at anything occurring on the high ground." As she uttered the latter statement, Ye Luoxing felt a twinge of anxiety. She required Feng He's assistance, yet did not wish to disclose the reason. Feng He indeed appeared puzzled. He did not believe that Kai Meng and the others still had hope. However, he did not wish to doubt her. Seemingly harboring a certain suspicion, he replied, "Though I am quite curious, I promise you, I will guard it well, Luoxing. Rest assured, even if the clan beasts disdain you, I shall protect you." Evidently, he, like Ling Dong, had misunderstood her intentions, believing that Ye Luoxing aimed to strive for the tribe's betterment in order to remain. Ye Luoxing offered no further explanation. After watching Feng He depart, she turned her attention to the 10 or so injured individuals. Commencing her task, she summoned the Qingyun and activated the airship's protective mode. Ye Luoxing contacted the system. "The Qingyun has been summoned. Team Leader Yi, what if these orcs awaken midway?" Yu Shang inquired within her mind. Ye Luoxing smiled faintly. "Do not worry. They shan't awaken." Upon hearing this, Yu Shang felt a chill behind its chip. T8 in the evening, Ye Luoxing administered a large dose of anesthetic to the 10 or so male orcs. Subsequently, she carried them into the concealed airship, first using her healing powers to preserve their last breath. Then instructing Qin collect passenger data. Yu Shang remarked, "This is utterly inhumane." Yu Shang added, "Team leader Ye, you indeed have ulterior motives." Ye Luoxing smirked. "One cannot let such a splendid opportunity slip by." Initially intending to gather comprehensive data on a particular clan, it was imperative to observe and collect a greater range of individual information from within the clan for thorough analysis, yielding a more objective result. For her research, the strongest individual S data superseded the comprehensive data of the average individual, which in turn surpassed that of the weakest. Naturally, if an opportunity arose, comprehensive collection was ideal. Yu Shang had previously mentioned that the Qin could only capture limited passenger data, which was incomparable to the information-gathering device. And now that device had also suffered a degree of damage. Thus, to fully understand a clan, it was essential to not only collect as much information on the orcs as possible, but also to conduct manual collection. This task was inherently challenging, fraught with risks. Otherwise, it would not have been delegated to her. Qin, assist me in real-time monitoring of their heart rates and remain vigilant of their conditions, Ye Luoxing commanded. Team leader Ye, please rest assured. I shall handle this, Qin affirmed, already initiating its task. Ye Luoxing proceeded to the disinfection room, thoroughly cleaning herself and changing into surgical attire. During this time, Qin had already utilized its mechanical arms to transfer the most severely injured Soki into the sterile operating room. This airship had been specially outfitted for Ye Luoxing. In addition to the numerous functions required for her previous missions, more capabilities had been added for this journey into the ancient, one of which was a small intelligent surgical room, designed to facilitate her treatment of endangered animals. Indeed, she was now engaged in the rescue of animals. Soki was positioned on the operating table by the intelligent mechanical arms, and Ye Luoxing took a deep breath behind her mask. Preparing to commence her work, activate the surgical intelligence, she instructed. Engage the intelligent surgical assistant. The table lowered to the third setting, and equipment adjustments were made. Logically, adjusting equipment at this juncture seemed unreasonable. However, upon her arrival, far too many items within the space had malfunctioned, leaving her feeling uneasy, so she deemed it necessary to troubleshoot everything. Once the 3 adjustments were completed without issue, the surgical intelligence in the operating room established a connection with her, beginning to assist her in executing the operation. Meanwhile, the multitude of intelligent mechanical arms and surgical assistants provided her with the necessary tools and support, allowing her to focus solely on Soki's surgery. As the captain of a special operations team, Ye Luoxing's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Moreover, due to her secondary specialization in healing, she had simultaneously studied both traditional and Western medicine. Her body had undergone enhancements, coupled with her inherent talent, enabling her to learn at a pace surpassing that of ordinary individuals and to absorb a greater volume of knowledge, making her more adept at mastering a particular skill. This was an irrefutable strength of hers, a testament to her emergence from the training camp and her survival through the brutal apocalypse, which led her to enter the new era's Special Operations Division. One instructor, while being devoured by zombies, had not forgotten to chastise her as a madwoman with an eternally surging passion. She had liberated all the augmented individuals within the training camp and led them to the pinnacle of the apocalyptic hierarchy. She had never feared death, and her actions were consequently ruthless. Ye Luoxing diligently performed the surgery, and each time Yu Shang beheld her earnest demeanor, it found this woman exceedingly captivating. Indeed, Yu Shang's excessive intelligence was a result of this contradictory woman. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was midnight. Ye Luoxing completed the first surgery, resting her hands on the table's edge for a moment before swiftly attending to the disinfection room. The mechanical arms promptly cleaned the operating room. 10 minutes later, Ye Luoxing returned to the operating room and instructed Qin. Next one today, she still needed to employ her abilities to assist in the healing process, and given that her body was yet unaccustomed to the Orc realm's environment, she refrained from using her healing powers to alleviate her fatigue for fear of exhausting her abilities, thus relying solely on her physical stamina to endure, observing that her stamina was depleting more rapidly with the loss of her powers. Yu Shang saw the mechanical arms busily wiping the sweat from her face. Though it wished to offer counsel, Each time it opened its mouth to speak, it hesitated upon witnessing her complete focus. By the time the second surgery concluded, it was already 3:30 in the morning, and Ye Luoxing was in poor condition. After a brief rest of merely a few minutes, she commenced the third surgery. As 5 o'clock approached, some orcs within the tribe could no longer remain patient. Tuyi sought to ascend the high ground for a glimpse, but was obstructed by Feng He, who stood guard. "Feng He, do not forget you are a warrior of the Snow Owl tribe." Tuyi expressed his dissatisfaction. Feng He stood firm, asserting, once a male orc finds a mate, he must submit only to her. Tuyi scoffed derisively. "Are you referring to that worthless creature whom all orcs disdain?" At his words, Feng He immediately coldly retorted, "Watch your tongue. Were it not for Luoxing compelling me to remain here, I would have lunged at you long ago." "Begone," Tuyi coldly remarked. "If you truly consider yourself her mate, prepare to starve. You will inevitably regret this." Having spoken, Tuyi soared downwards. Feng He, witnessing the interruption come to an end, returned to a high perch on the mountain, gripping the stone with his claws. Folding his wings to envelop his fluffy body, he opened his bright golden eyes wide, gazing intently below, vigilantly listening to the sound surrounding the peak. This perch was one he had excavated himself, situated just slightly below the high ground that he was obedient. From this vantage point, he could not see what transpired above. Nevertheless, Feng He occasionally cast a perplexed and complex glance towards the high ground, at times becoming lost in thought for several seconds. Yet his small mind could not comprehend what his favored female was up to, so he could only rest his avian head upon the fluff of his chest, curling into a ball, appearing utterly adorable and endearing. Fortunately, the animal madman Ye Luoxing was oblivious to this scene. Tuyi flew directly back to the shaman's cave, where he found the shaman approaching him in a state of agitation. Tuyi helplessly shook his head. This caused the shaman to fretfully pace within the cave. The events that had just unfolded in the sky had also caught the attention of many orcs who had yet to retire for the night. In a corner of a cave, several high-ranking male beasts had gathered. Among them, the only fourth-tier beast, Ye, withdrew his head from the entrance and approached the others, saying, "Tuyi has indeed been intercepted by that fellow Feng He. With Feng He on guard and the chief in agreement, we have no chance of bringing Cayman and Soki down." Ye's rank was relatively high, yet the overall strength of the Snow Owl tribe was formidable. And moreover, Moshage had always preferred to associate with males of 5th tier and above. Thus, Ye appeared somewhat lesser among this group of male beasts. However, Ye had always supported Moshage, so he was regarded as a strong contender. This was Moshage's cave, and within it, besides Ye, were Mosin and several other male beasts who had earlier concurred with Moshage's ruthless suggestions. That ugly female won't take advantage of Cayman and Soki's injuries to force a bond with them. Will she? Mosin uttered in astonishment. He was not unaware of the severity of Cayman's injuries. Yet that waste suddenly whisked them away, forbidding any beast from approaching. Mosin found it exceedingly difficult to conceive of any other possibility. Firmly believing that repulsive female could indeed commit such a vile act, that I suspect she may go even further, declared the mightiest male beast. What? Mosin frowned in inquiry. She has long noticed the tribe beast disdain for her. Female beasts are typically spoiled, and the uglier they are, the more abhorrent their thoughts. I suspect she wishes to dismember Cayman and the others as a form of revenge against us. It is even possible she intends to consume them. Their speculations grew increasingly outrageous, as they simply could not regard Ye Luoxing as a beast person. As their conversation unfolded, Moshage's expression darkened further. His fists clenched with a crackling sound, and the light in his eyes was as venomous as a serpent's poison. At that moment, a male beast with a sinister countenance questioned, "Isn't she merely a herbivorous rabbit?" After he spoke, a slightly fierce-looking male beast interjected, "What rabbit? I saw Feng He roasting meat for her in broad daylight. Her father must surely be a carnivorous beast, but whatever she does it in secrecy. We still do not know what foul species her father belongs to. I hope it isn't some vulture or insectoid creature. That would be even more repulsive than a hell beast." Upon hearing these words, Mosin and the others raised their brows in disdain, as if fearing to catch a whiff of that nauseating scent. "She is a female beast. Even if she commits egregious acts, the chief would not slay her. Ailey's eyes turned equally venomous. Moshage, what do you intend to do? Mosin inquired, as if whatever Moshage decided would be accepted and supported by them all. Moshage's aura grew increasingly frigid. He stepped forward, his golden eyes glinting ominously like storm clouds gathering overhead. Gritting his teeth, he uttered in a low, hoarse voice laced with venom, "I shall not allow her to remain in the Snow Owl tribe any longer." Did she not claim to have been captured by hell beasts in the northern lands? Moshage's expression twisted into a fearsome grimace. "Since she adores hell beasts so much, let us deliver her to them." Moshage, driven by his experiences with Shidi, harbored a relentless desire to grow stronger, to become the mightiest. His innate disdain for waste was exacerbated by Shidi, leading to an even deeper aversion towards female wastes. His initial encounter with Ye Luoxing had left him displeased, and after learning of Feng's association with her, his distaste only intensified. Now, she dared to lay a hand on Cayman and Soki, if Moshage did not destroy her. That resentment would forever fester within him. As he spoke these words, the temperature within the cave seemed to plummet. Even the sunlight streaming in from outside appeared veiled by a shroud of darkness, rendering the cave dim and cold. The male beasts, however, did not voice their opinions nor attempt to intervene. Instead, as Moshage's expression grew increasingly bizarre, their eyes transformed into a bloodthirsty and terrifying glare, reminiscent of their demeanor while hunting in the wild. The thought of that useless female, that hideous face, allowed the seeds of darkness to take root and flourished. In the operating room, beneath the beam of light, Ye Luoxing remained intensely focused, having worked tirelessly until her legs felt weak. Time passed both swiftly and slowly. Summoning her strength, Ye Luoxing finally administered the last injection. She exhaled a long breath, slightly staggering, yet quickly steadied herself to complete the final tasks. I could see that moment. The clock struck 6 o'clock. The last injury had improved just a tad, hastening the process considerably. That's why Ye Luoxing entrusted him to the care of the intelligence system, changing back in her earlier feathered dress through the sterilization room before stepping outside the operating area. Qingyun had already designated a 20-square-meter resting area, with layers of hammocks cradling the 10 or so injured patients. Last night, Qingyun had been busy administering anti-inflammatory medication using the intelligent robotic arm, setting up IVs, and treating most of their wounds. For those afflicted with snake venom, it had administered anti-venom and tetanus serum, and they had been receiving fluids for several hours. The bedside monitors displayed their temperatures, which had notably decreased, and their conditions had improved significantly. Qingyun, please administer another injection of anesthesia. Timing it right, they should be waking soon. Understood. Qingyun acted swiftly, administering simultaneous injections of anesthesia. The medicine of the 29th century had significantly reduced side effects, and given their robust, beastly physiques, Ye Luoxing felt no concern. Rather than having them awaken all at once in the airship, it was preferable for them to sleep a while longer, especially since she had yet to complete her healing efforts. Starting with the first bed, Ye Luoxing examined the dislocated wrist, gently grasping his hand and arm, deftly manipulating it until a sharp crack echoed, swiftly returning his hand to its rightful place. The second bed presented a similar dislocation, this time of the foot, and Ye Luoxing proceeded with her established method. The third bed had no external issues, yet internal injuries persisted to why Ye Luoxing lacked the time to perform surgery, so she directly utilized her abilities to heal him. A soft green light enveloping his chest, causing the slumbering male beast to appear more comfortable as his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. The fourth bed. The gentle green light flickered once more. As the moon observed, Ye Luoxing's complexion grew increasingly pale. By the eighth male beast, her face had lost all color. The moon, unable to contain itself, spoke up. Team Leader Ye, you should take a moment to rest. The moon hesitated to suggest she abandon them, knowing that once Team Leader Ye made a decision, she would not relent midway. Having already accomplished so much, she would persist until the end, leaving it with no choice but to encourage her to rest first. Morning arrived, and time was of the essence. A calm statement, devoid of any emotion. Qingyun, has the data collection been completed? Ye Luoxing inquired once more. The collection is complete. Team leader Qingyun's reliable response conveyed a difference in tone from the usual. Ye Luoxing cracked a dry smile, her lips parched. In the 29th century, it is rare to encounter animals. Nearly everyone harbors a yearning for them. The zombies have ravaged human cities, disrupting the ecological chain. Nature requires animals, and humanity does as well. I inadvertently strayed here while undertaking a mission. Although they are beast people, I cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. I have borrowed their genes and data. This small act of assistance shall be but a trifling endeavor. Ye Luoxing continued her measured steps towards the next patient's bedside, while Yu Shang and Qingyun exchanged silent glances. Qingyun restrained himself from striking her down, and Yu Shang felt a sense of helplessness. What was this so-called effortless task? The green light flickering between Ye Luoxing's fingers grew increasingly dim, her complexion nearly translucent, yet only 2 patients remained. The clock had struck 7:40. By 7, chaos had already erupted below on the heights. Feng He stood resolutely against the eager beasts attempting to leap forward, enduring their accusations and curses at this hour. The leader was deeply concerned, and the females of the tribe were waking one after another. Did she not say we were not to disturb her before dawn? What time is it now? And yet there is still no sign from above? What has she done to So, Chi, and the others? Surely she hasn't fled after failing to save them, exclaimed the female beast Imus, her voice ringing loud before the throng. Upon her declaration, the males behind her surged forward, only to be halted once more by Feng He. Luoxing would never run away. Feng He asserted firmly, since she had entrusted him with this duty. He was determined to believe in her. You are truly gullible, Feng He, Haina remarked, surveying him with a cold smile, noting her lack of a bond with him, which stirred something unfamiliar within her. She is not one of our snow owl tribe. Thus she holds no affection for our kin. Yet, Kaimeng and Sua Chi are your longtime companions. If she has reduced their bodies to nothing, how will you face everyone? Her tone was icily sharp. And as she spoke, the males fixated on the upper heights grew more restless. City, now incensed, gritted her teeth and declared, that hideous creature has been up there causing havoc all night, engaging in who knows what vile deeds. The beasts of our small tribe are cunning. If she dares to harm any of our snow owl tribe, I will see to it that she pays dearly. Feng He, if you do not step aside, we shall take matters into our own hands. City perched upon her mate's back, gripping tightly onto her wolfskin whip. The males previously restrained by Feng He, sensing the females rallying, began to press him to relent. Step aside, Feng He. We must not let the situation become dire. The females are here. Surely you cannot expect them to wait alongside you. Indeed, what time is it now? If Kaimeng and the others were alive, she would have shown herself by now. Exactly. Did she not claim that she only needed a night? Yet here we are, at the break of dawn. Haina's words struck a chord. Do you not worry for Kaimeng and the others? She may not even be up there anymore, and we are left here bickering. Feng He's gaze deepened with their words. He recognized that time was indeed slipping away. Yet, there was no sound from above. Not only now, but throughout the long night he had kept vigil. He heard nothing, and his heart was heavy with worry. He understood that none could save Kaimeng and the others. But Luoxing merely sought to persevere. His presence here was to prevent them from harming her. After all, Luoxing had assured their leader last night, and the tribe members would surely trouble her, as they had never favored her. Luoxing instructed me to guard this place. Feng He insisted, hoping to delay matters a little longer. You are exceedingly arrogant, Emo Chage interjected, having long harbored discontent towards Feng He, along with several other high-ranking beasts, voiced their disdain. Mosen, his face darkened, remarked, Are you willing to oppose everyone for that female? A fierce-looking male added ominously, Feng He, you ought to consider if this is truly worth it. Even AI Li joined in. Let us be frank today. I shan't speak ill of the new female. However, with your capabilities, Feng He, you could surely find a more admirable mate. This situation is of her own making, now leaving everyone in suspense. What does that amount to? If she has taken advantage of Kaimeng and the others' injuries, you will have no time to regret. Li's words were laden with implication. And while Feng He comprehended the underlying message, he had faith that Luoxing would not commit such acts. If not for the leader and the shaman as presence, Chage and AI, Li would have certainly voiced far more unsavory comments that I believe the shaman, bun-eyed, has been restless all night. His patience is wearing thin. Once he speaks out, he will surely be unable to hold his ground, and the tribe will rush forward. Just then, a female voice rang out. It is still early. Let us wait a little longer. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, including He and the shaman, who saw that it was Eon, smiling gently at the gathering. The beasts paused momentarily, particularly City, who had been ready to send Meidi and Tuyasi to pull He aside. Yes, leader, it is still early. Let us wait a little longer. He quickly responded, echoing Ian's sentiment. His earnest gaze fell upon the leader's eyes, while Ling Dong, who had been silent, reflected on her thoughts. Seeing both He and Ian looking to her with the same expression, she realized they were both vying for time for Ye Luoxing tea that moment. The other tribe members turned their gazes towards her, their expressions starkly contrasting those of He and the two beasts. Ling Dong recalled that she had been the one to insist on this course of action last night, since they had waited this long. She assessed the time and ultimately stated, "Let us wait a little longer. If there is still no sign, we will proceed." The leader had spoken, and though the tribe members wished to voice their thoughts, they hesitated before swallowing their words. City shot a displeased glance at Ian nearby, muttering, "What a self-proclaimed good beast! Mind your own business," as time dragged on slowly. The expressions of Chage and his companions turned as dark as night, as if they could drip ink. The clock struck 8, and within the airship above, Ye Luoxing had completed her treatments. Exhausted, she leaned against the edge of the bed, instructing Qing Yun to remove the 10 or so male beasts from the airship. The mechanical arms within the vessel swiftly began their work, systematically placing each beast onto the ground outside the airship. "That I believe you need to rest," Yushang observed, concerned for her wavering state. "Yes, I shall rest for 3 minutes," Ye Luoxing replied, taking a couple of nutrient drinks. Yushang fell silent. The airship was enveloped in quietude. As Yushang noted Ye Luoxing's breathing stabilize, it could not help but murmur. "You did not use your abilities to heal your own wounds, yet you exhausted your powers aiding the beasts." After a brief pause, Ye Luoxing smiled weakly and responded, "You are aware that I am depleted. My powers had not yet recovered, and now, after some effort, I have regained a modicum. However, my body has yet to fully adapt. So, whenever I employ my abilities, the integration of my body with this otherworldly realm slows. For instance, this time, the remedies I possess can heal my injuries. There is no need to expend my powers and strain my body," she concluded, straightening herself with effort at the edge of the bed. Yushang sighed, "Yet you still use your healing abilities to assist them, knowing that your current overexertion will hinder your purifying abilities for some time, including your combat prowess." That why Ye Luoxing replied earnestly, "Because their fate is intertwined with our mission, do not forget our purpose here. No matter the circumstances, the mission takes precedence." Yushang recognized her unwavering dedication to her work and fell silent. Ye Luoxing stepped towards the airship's exit. "All done, Qing Yun. Until we meet again." Qing Yun retracted the mechanical arm, replying, "Until next time, Team Leader Yi." As Ye Luoxing exited the airship, Yushang withdrew the Qing Yun unit into the spatial realm. Upon seeing the 17 males lying on the ground, she was about to notify He when a cacophony arose from below the heights, as if someone was attempting to rush forward. "Meidi, Tuyasi, pull him aside," City, now impatient, commanded. After her words, several of her mates and tribe members surged forward, surrounding He. Haina and Chage, their expressions stern, exchanged glances with He, preparing to ascend. He sought to stop them, glancing towards the leader and the shaman, hoping to buy more time. Just then, a clear voice rang from the heights above. He, let everyone come up." The beast poised to charge froze, glancing upwards in astonishment. She is still there, and she has been listening to our quarrel. The realization that this ugly female had been observing from above darkened the expressions of City and Chage further. "All right, everyone, let us ascend." The leader Ling Dong issued a command, taking the lead as they ascended into the skies. "Humph!" Shidi glared upwards with a cold snort, transforming into her beast form and leaping fiercely towards the heights. Ye Luoxing stood still, gazing to her right, where towering peaks shimmered with golden rays. A massive flock of snowy owls soared on the winds, swiftly obscuring the distant scenery. The majestic raptors flapped their black and white wings, their sharp talons striking the ground, pairs of golden eyes glinting in the sunlight. A breathtaking yet oppressive sight. Ah, have they come seeking a fight? Yu Shang observed the orcs transforming back into their human forms. Shidi was at the forefront. Upon seeing the motionless line of clan beasts on the ground, her face contorted with rage. She strode towards Ye Luoxing, and behind her, the expressions of the other orcs were equally grim. Emochi's aura instantly became terrifying. He clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching, and tightened his fists at his sides. He slowly shifted his gaze from the line of orcs to Ye Luoxing. His venomous glare seemed poised to devour her whole. Shidi had already begun to hurl insults. "You ugly monster! You truly killed Cayman and the others. I will tear you apart." Ye Luoxing cast a cold glance at her eager hand gripping the wolf whip, raising her gaze. When her deep, dark eyes met the seething golden ones, she spoke in a tone that was both calm and icy. "You would do well to silence that foul mouth of yours." She had refrained from retaliating the night before when Shidi had insulted her, as she was preoccupied with more pressing matters. But now Shidi had dared to confront her again. Shidi initially found herself momentarily stunned by the intensity of Ye Luoxing's black gaze, her steps faltering slightly as if caught in a trance. However, once she regained her composure and heard Ye Luoxing's audacity to insult her again, she swung her wolf whip and retorted, "You have harmed my clan beasts. How dare you be so arrogant? If I don't strip you of your skin today, would you truly think my snowy owl tribe is made of nothing but fluff?" Shidi's pace quickened, but Feng had already anticipated her move. Deftly positioning himself in front of Ye Luoxing, the leader and shaman were now approaching with the other orcs. At this moment, Ling Dong's brows were tightly furrowed. As she looked at Ye Luoxing, her somewhat murky eyes were evidently filled with complexity, tinged with a hint of coldness and self-reproach. She realized her mistake in entrusting Cayman and the others to this new female, that why Ye Luoxing would be unable to save them, a conclusion Ling Dong had already foreseen. Upon witnessing the intact corpses of Cayman and his companions, she had breathed a sigh of relief, yet the fate of the clan beasts remained uncertain. "Mother Beast, what should we do?" Indeed, Emochiage had already begun to exert pressure on her. The orcs halted a few meters away. Had it not been for the concern of the overwhelming number of orcs present, Emochiage would have personally advanced to tear Ye Luoxing apart. Beside him, whether it was Mosin or Ailey or even Tuyas and the others, their expressions were all grim. Haina watched the unfolding drama, while Imus wore a look of schadenfreude when he saw the corpses of Cayman and the others. Her desire to defend Ye Luoxing faded, and she could only stare at her with deepening doubt. Had she truly misjudged her leader? The shaman Bun-eyed rarely wore a grim expression. In truth, Cayman and the others had still been clinging to life the previous night. Perhaps with the beast god's favor, they could have pulled through, or perhaps they would have died more easily. However, now that he encountered this scene, he felt a twinge of blame towards this new female. The sorrow in his voice was palpable. Many clan beasts had perished before due to hunting or other reasons, yet never had they suffered such a collective and grievous fate, particularly not under the torment of snake venom. Bun-eyed yearned to save their lives, but felt powerless. Yet, until he witnessed their complete demise, Bun-eyed clung to hope. He believed that if he exerted enough effort to save them, perhaps the Mother Goddess would smile upon them and create a miracle. He had anxiously awaited through the night. Although he had anticipated the outcome, the shock was overwhelming, the disappointment too great, and he found it difficult to accept. Sigh. Finally, Bun-eyed exhaled deeply, acknowledging that he could not blame her. "Very well, let us dispose of Cayman and the others' bodies." With a resigned wave of his hand, he signaled for action. That why Ye Luoxing perceived their misunderstanding. Their capacity for self-interpretation was excessive. She glanced at Feng He, who stood protectively by her side, and calmly uttered, "Feng He, go awaken Cayman and the others. Luoxing, do not fear." Feng He reflexively began to reassure her, abruptly turning to her with a look of astonishment. Everyone around was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Luoxing, what did you just say? Phone he could hardly believe it, needing to confirm again. He had just seen the orcs glaring at them, also believing Cayman and the others were dead. After all, the neatly lined up figures appeared lifeless, and he had not examined them closely. But now, upon hearing Ye Luoxing's words, Phone he earnestly redirected his gaze to the line of clan beasts on the ground. He observed their states closely, straining to hear their breaths and heartbeats, and soon his eyes began to sparkle with hope. They're not dead. Phone he suddenly exclaimed. Cayman and the others are alive. Leader, with Phone he's exclamation and the brightness in his eyes. Ling Dong and the others snapped back to reality. All the orcs were wide-eyed with astonishment, holding their breath in concentration as they meticulously observed and listened. The shaman and Mo-Chayage had already stepped forward. They crouched beside Cayman and the others, checking their breaths, their expressions turning to surprise. Bun-eyed, filled with excitement, try to rouse them. Cayman, wake up! Soki, quickly! Everyone, come help! He called out to the clan beasts. Hurry, go check. Ling Dong led the charge forward, waving her hand to summon several clan members. Then, under the watchful eyes of the gathered orcs, Bun-eyed, along with the others, began to awaken Cayman and the rest. In truth, Cayman and the others were already on the verge of waking. Ye Luoxing could sense their bodies stirring. Cayman was the first to open his eyes, squinting against the blinding sunlight as he took a moment to adjust. His mind gradually clearing, he looked at the surrounding clan beasts and the shaman above him. Hoarsely speaking, Bun-eyed, am I still alive? You saved me again. Cayman felt elated to see the sunlight once more. The pain in his body seemed to lessen, and he marveled at the shaman's prowess, believing he was destined to die from such severe injuries. Cayman smiled faintly, his lips pale, while Soki and the others also began to awaken one by one. Chij watched as Soki opened his eyes, his golden gaze swirling with an indescribable complexity. His expression froze, torn between joy at his companion's revival and the realization that his earlier suspicions had been utterly mistaken. Chij, our last memories are by the ice river. I was pierced by the claw of the Yama beast, and then knocked unconscious. Soki said, confusion etched on his face as he turned to Mo-Chayage, stiffly surveying his surroundings. Am I all right? Another awakened male beast burst into tears of joy. Chayage brought us back. This is wonderful. The male beasts expressed their gratitude, their eyes glistening. It was the shaman who saved us. The awakened beasts looked around, noticing the throngs of clan members surrounding them, their concerned gazes fixed upon them. And they saw the shaman tending to Cayman's injuries. This moment, Bun-eyed's expression was complex that he noted that Cayman and the others' wounds had been rewrapped. The pure white bee skin used for bandaging was not only peculiar, but also bore a skillful wrapping technique he had never seen before. As if crafted with care by the beast god, he also observed that the large wound on Cayman's body had vanished, the flesh having knitted together, leaving only a long scar as if forcibly mended. Glancing up, he saw that the wounds on Soki and the other males had also healed, with Soki sporting a similar diagonal scar. The horrifying injuries that had once marred their bodies were no longer visible. Bun-eyed reached out to check Cayman's forehead temperature. Upon finding it had returned to normal, a tidal wave of shock surged through his eyes. This was simply impossible. In just a single night. How could they have recovered to such an extent? Bun-eyed was rendered speechless by astonishment, trembling as he lowered his hand. Under the watchful gaze of the clan beasts, he took a few minutes to compose himself before looking up at Ye Luoxing, who stood beside Feng He, noticing her pale complexion, darkened eyes, and cracked lips, clearly signs of sleepless night and overwhelming fatigue. He pondered, could it truly be her? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sense of admiration welled up within him. Ye Luoxing had transformed into a divine figure in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and turned back to Cayman, asking, how do you feel? To everyone's astonishment, Cayman managed to prop himself up slightly with the aid of the clan beasts. He turned his gaze towards the shaman, a brilliant smile illuminating his handsome face. I feel splendid. You and everyone need not worry about me, he proclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, the shaman had yet to respond when a voice emerged from the side. Ye Luoxing looked at the propped-up Cayman and advised, you have sustained severe injuries to your abdomen. It would be best for you to lie down and rest. Cayman, captivated by her melodious tone, followed the gazes of the clan beasts towards her. Suichi and the others also turned their attention in her direction. Upon meeting the gaze of the unfamiliar female beast, whose appearance was not particularly pleasing, they recognized her as the new female that Fenghe had brought back. Kai Ming and Suachi often spent time with Mo Chaich, and their pride had always prevented them from feeling any fondness toward such a face. Yet, inexplicably, when their eyes met hers, which resembled the depths of the ocean, their hearts began to stir strangely, as if wrapped in a gentle breeze or caressed by soft clouds. They felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered her in a dream before. "Hello, new female." Kai Ming took the initiative to greet her, followed closely by Suachi and the others. Ye Luoxing nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Kai Ming, Suachi, and another critically injured orc to lie down. The shaman understood her intention without question and hurriedly addressed the two male beasts supporting Kai Ming, saying, "Let him lie down and rest. Do not exacerbate his injuries." "Understood," several male beasts replied in unison. As they gently laid Kai Ming back down, the other orcs also carefully helped Suachi and the others to rest. The shaman stood up and approached the few male beasts who had previously been poisoned by snake venom, squatting before them to examine their conditions. Upon confirming that the venom had been purged, his expression turned to one of astonishment. He couldn't help but glance again at Ye Luoxing because of the shaman's series of complex gazes. The brows of the assembled orcs furrowed and relaxed repeatedly, unsure of the exact state of Kai Ming and the others, and whether they had truly recovered. Finally, after the shaman had examined all 17 orcs who were once on the brink of death, the tumultuous waves in his heart swelled even more, deepening his admiration for Ye Luoxing. Although his face appeared less astonished, he felt an overwhelming urge to bow before her and beseech her to impart her healing skills to him. The orcs watched as Bun-eyed slowly rose from beside the last orc. He surveyed the crowd, meeting the expectant gazes of the leader, Ling. With a deep breath, he broke into a smile even brighter than Kai Ming's, proclaiming to the orcs, "They're all fine now." "Really? Bun-eyed?" Ling Dong expressed disbelief, remembering how they could barely hold on the previous night. "Indeed," Bun-eyed nodded emphatically, joy radiating from him. "Not only are they fine, but their condition is exceptionally good. I believe that within half a month, they will be completely healed." The timeline he presented surprised even himself, but based on his observations, it was indeed the case. Ordinarily, when orcs suffered severe injuries or fell gravely ill, the prospect of recovery was uncertain, often requiring months, and many would succumb before the end. Yet now, he could assert with utmost seriousness that Kai Ming and the others had indeed recovered. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, Bun-eyed reconsidered. Perhaps it was the new female who was the miracle, a gift from the beast god to their clan. Ye Luoxing was equally taken aback by Bun-eyed's timeline. Although the medical technology of the 29th century was highly advanced, she had anticipated a healing period of around 2 months. Even accounting for a quicker recovery, it would still take at least a month. Yet it appeared she had underestimated the orc's self-healing capabilities, which had reached an astonishing level. She found herself both amazed and slightly envious. "Ye Luoxing, you must be envious," Yu Shang teased, recalling her own experiences when her abilities were depleted and she was unable to heal. Enduring excruciating pain from her injuries, she genuinely envied their remarkable healing ability. Ye Luoxing contemplated retorting to Yu Shang, but after a moment of silence, she remained speechless. Yes, envious, truly envious, as the surrounding orcs absorbed the shaman's assurances. A wave of delightful surprise spread across their faces. Though they found it hard to believe, the evidence before them stirred their emotions. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. The beast god blesses us," Ling Dong exclaimed repeatedly. Kai Ming, Suachi, Ling Dong turned to the injured orcs. "Take good care of yourselves and recuperate." Kai Ming, Suachi, and the other orcs responded in unison. "Yes, chief." With the confirmation that Kai Ming and the others were indeed fine, the atmosphere around them grew quiet. The gazes of the orcs finally converged upon the short-haired female at the end. Scrutinizing her, her face, which had seemed unattractive, appeared less bothersome now, her dark skin and petite stature seeming somewhat less prominent. The chief and the shaman approached Ye Luoxing, followed by the clan's females and higher-ranking males. The orcs halted before her, and Ling Dong, with fervent eyes, could not help but exclaim, Ye Luoxing, you can heal? Are you a shaman? How could the leader of your clan appoint you as a shaman? Ling Dong's surprise stemmed not only from her assuming the role of shaman as a female, but also from her evidently divine gifts. Her capabilities as a healer surpassed even those of Bunide. The position of shaman was not one that anyone could assume that in truth, a shaman could be considered one of the most vital orcs within a clan. Bunide, with his exceptional gifts, was truly a treasure of the Snow Owl clan and one of the reasons for their strength that in the north, regardless of clan conflicts, no orc would dare to insult Bunide. Yet this female seemed to be a divine blessing. I am somewhat of a shaman, though I do not dedicate myself solely to that, Ye Luoxing replied candidly. The astonishment among Ling Dong and the other orcs grew even more profound upon hearing her words. She possessed remarkable healing skills, yet did not pursue the role of a full-time shaman. This was beyond comprehension for Ling Dong. However, upon reflection, she realized that as a female, Ye Luoxing could easily earn the respect of the orcs without needing to take on such responsibilities. Yet it was indeed a pity. Unable to contain himself, the shaman Bunide spoke up, Ye Luoxing, your abilities should not go unnoticed. Would you consider becoming the shaman of the Snow Owl clan? We could save the clan beast together. Or perhaps you could teach me your methods for healing Kai Meng and the others. It's truly miraculous. I sincerely seek your guidance. Bunide, in his esteemed position as a shaman, now appeared remarkably humble before Ye Luoxing. He lowered his once proud head, his words filled with sincerity. The clan beasts were taken aback by the shaman's demeanor. Yushang observed him and remarked, it's clear he genuinely wishes to learn. I will remain until they recover. And during that time, I can teach you, Ye Luoxing spoke calmly. However, some things may take time to grasp that I can only share with you some remedies, such as certain new herbs and the effects of various herbal combinations that can heal specific ailments. Bunide expressed his delight. That would be absolutely wonderful. Yet he quickly grasped the implication, Ye Luoxing, are you saying that you do not wish to stay in the Snow Owl clan for long? Chief Ling Dong voiced the unspoken question that lingered on Bunide's lips, casting a glance at Fenghe beside Ye Luoxing indeed. Fenghe furrowed his brow, his golden eyes fixed intently on Ye Luoxing, clearly having understood the underlying meaning of her words. I do not belong to the Snow Owl clan, Ye Luoxing replied with a detached smile. The chief's expression grew solemn. As if recalling something, unsure she had misunderstood, she regarded Ye Luoxing seriously. Then, unexpectedly, she bowed her head to Ye Luoxing under the astonished gazes of the assembled orcs. She raised her head and sincerely apologized. Ye Luoxing, thank you for saving my clan beasts. Here, I once again represent my clan in expressing gratitude. If there has been any offense in the past, I can punish them on your behalf. That is not necessary, but I hope that such discourtesies do not occur again in the future. Ye Luoxing still wore that polite yet distant smile. She had already gathered most of the information regarding the Snow Owl tribe, and now all she needed to do was tend to her wounds. Once the information collector around Fenghe's neck automatically fell off, she would be able to collect data on the next tribe. When the chieftain heard Ye Luoxing's response, her brows did not relax, clearly indicating that she intended to leave, suggesting that she was indeed angry. The highlands fell silent once more, the surrounding orcs displaying a variety of complex expressions. I could see that moment. A female orc's voice rang out. Amos sneered. Are they truly saved by you? The injuries of Kai Meng and the others are such that even Bunide could not heal them. Amos's words shattered the silence. Her gaze filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Ye Luoxing. Amos, Ling Dong scolded, frowning. She had just apologized to Ye Luoxing, yet here she was uttering such words again that of course it was Luoxing who saved them. I stood guard all night. Fenghe spoke up, clearly displeased with Amos's doubts, as he could see that Tuasi and Emochid were also questioning Luoxing's abilities. Unfazed, Amos retorted with a mocking tone. It's precisely because you were here last night that no orc in the tribe witnessed her treating Kai Meng and the others. No one knows what she did up there. Perhaps Kai Meng and the others simply recover on their own. After all, she is merely a female devoid of any star rank. How could she possibly possess such knowledge? If even Bunide could not save those orcs, what right does she have to do so? It is utterly ridiculous. Amos clearly harbored disbelief. bun-eyed, being so experienced and having studied medicine since childhood, was respected by all orcs in the Beast City. If he claimed he could not save someone, no one else could. How could this frail and seemingly newly mature female possess such formidable capabilities? In the world of beasts, Amos's skepticism was not unfounded. This was not merely a matter of talent. All the orcs had witnessed Kai Meng and Suachi's severe injuries last night. Such grave wounds had never been healed in the entire beast realm. It was simply impossible. How could she revive a dying orc? A few female orcs chuckled softly. It was all too laughable. Their conversation reached the ears of the injured Kai Meng and Suachi, leaving them stunned. What? Their injuries were not treated by the shaman, but by that new female. Kai Meng and the others stared at Ye Luoxing, their expressions blank, quickly engulfed by waves of shock. Yet, they understood their own bodies well. Given how grievous their injuries had been yesterday, it was inconceivable that they could heal themselves unless they were of an incomparable rank. With Amos leading the charge of doubt, others soon followed suit. Shidi raised her lips ambiguously, directly asking Kai Meng and the others, Kai Meng, was it that new female who saved you last night? Even if your injuries were severe, you should have been somewhat aware of what she did while administering medicine or treating your wounds. Right? Besides, some of you had injuries that were not as severe. Shidi's question left Kai Meng and Suachi momentarily at a loss for words. The injured males exchanged glances, genuinely uncertain. But if they returned an answer, what would it mean for that new female? Kai Meng and the others felt quite puzzled. Although their heads had felt intensely hot last night, they still had some awareness when the shaman administered medicine. Yet, after a flurry of commotion in the cave, they gradually fell into an abyss of darkness. Aside from what seemed like a dream, they felt nothing. Not even pain, we saw nothing. We just drifted into unconsciousness. Kai Meng replied to Shidi's inquiry, unwilling to lie as males. They could only speak the truth. However, after saying that, they added, but before they could finish their sentence, Shidi's expression darkened, and with a smile, she interjected, that is indeed strange. Ye Luoxing locked eyes with Shidi, not anticipating that she would begin again. However, having exerted herself all night, she was now physically depleted and lacked the energy to argue. Thus, she forced a smile and coldly replied, no, it was not me who saved them. It was you. Ye Luoxing's words dripped with sarcasm, leaving the orcs uncertain if they had fully grasped the nuance. Shidi's smile instantly froze, her gaze turning icy as she glared at Ye Luoxing, her rising chest betraying her anger. The atmosphere had grown tense, and Mo's hen seized the opportunity to voice similar doubts. He turned to Ling Dong and said, Chieftain, the female's words hold merit. Do you not find it strange? Ailey quickly chimed in, indeed, Chieftain. While we respect the new female, she is still quite young. Such a capability, akin to reviving the dead, is something only the mother goddess could achieve. Furthermore, the shaman often ventures out of the tribe to gather medicinal herbs. She is a female, and O tribe would permit a female to constantly roam about. Ailey's seemingly rational analysis was articulate, explaining why he fit in well with Mo Chaige and his group. However, Kai Meng and the other orcs, who had been referred to as dead orcs, thought, we are not dead yet, Ailey. They were at a loss for words, and before they could speak, they were interrupted by several males from Mo Chaige's group, each raising doubts. Though they each spoke separately, Kai Meng, who often spent time with them, found their incessant chatter grating, and he couldn't help but glance at Ye Luoxing. Noticing the new female's pale complexion, her brow slightly furrowed, and her frail body seeming as if it could topple with a gust of wind, Kai Meng felt an inexplicable pang of worry for her. Silence. Feng, he commanded, evidently on the verge of striking them. As Feng he spoke, another orc, who had remained silent in the past, finally broke his silence. He cast a glance at the injured Kai Meng and the others, then shifted his gaze over Feng He, landing solemnly on Ye Luoxing. Addressing Ling Dong, he stated, Chieftain, since Kai Meng and the others claim not to have seen the orc who treated them, this matter indeed cannot be confirmed. I even suspect that another orc may have come to the highlands last night. Tiwasi's gaze was as deep as an abyss, and no one could discern his thoughts. It was unclear whether he was intentionally opposing Feng He or genuinely found the situation absurd. His words hinted at something, and his gaze drifted far into the distance. The tribal beasts initially did not comprehend his meaning, but as his gaze shifted toward the horizon, they seemed to grasp something instantaneously. Tiwasi suspected that this new female was connected to the yin beasts, who had harmed Kai Ming and the others, and that she had curiously healed them, perhaps with the yin beast's assistance, as they sought to infiltrate the Snow Owl tribe. Tiwasi had always been the most considerate orc for the tribe, and with him harboring such doubts, the other orcs could not help but feel skeptical. Moreover, the new female's sudden appearance was exceedingly strange, as was her account of events. An O female would venture alone into the forest, and none could escape from the yin beasts. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the orc populace, the expression in Haina's eyes shifted continuously from the very beginning. Listening to the orc's rational doubts, Ling Dong's countenance grew increasingly grim. Finally, after Tiwasi's words hung in the air, she declared with authority, "Since you have all spoken your fill, now leave. From this moment forth, I shall not allow any orc to voice doubts regarding the new female. I believe in her. She saved Kai Ming and their lives, and she has rendered great service to our tribe. You must respect her. Although Ye Luoxing does not hold a star rank, her abilities are sufficient to earn the respect of all orcs. She is worthy of settling in any tribe or beast city." Ling Dong articulated each word clearly, her voice imbued with the formidable pressure of a 7-star female orc. After delivering her command, she continued, "From now on, I shall personally purify the food for Ye Luoxing. All orcs who have spoken against her, step forth and apologize. The male shall be penalized with 2 days' worth of food. Henceforth, you would do well to watch your words." Ling Dong's authoritative decree compelled the males to lower their heads. Unwilling to speak further, Ye Luoxing gazed at this upright chieftain, feeling a sense of relief deep within her heart. It seemed that as long as Ling Dong was present, she could remain here until her injuries healed. After all, the outside world was teeming with yin beasts, and her combat prowess was still gradually recovering. If her body were to falter further, venturing alone into the primordial forest would indeed be quite perilous. In the ensuing silence, Tiwasi led the way out of the ranks, with Mo's Hen and Ailey following suit. They bowed before Ye Luoxing, their right fists clasped over their chests, offering their apologies in a familiar manner. "Ye Luoxing, we are sorry. We should not have doubted you, and we will refrain from such remarks in the future." The mighty beasts expressed their apologies. Though Shidi and Aimi were resentful, they dared not defy Ling Dong's command. They wore expressions of discontent, with Aimi muttering, "I apologize, Ye Luoxing, female." Shidi also solemnly stated, "I offer my apologies." New female. She emphasized the latter 3 words, prompting Ye Luoxing to curl her lips in amusement, saying, "Then I shall be magnanimous and temporarily forgive you. Take heed in the future." Aimi and Shidi gritted their teeth in frustration, while Haina, observing Shidi's vexed demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. Her gaze then fell once more upon the delicate figure, her eyes seemingly entranced. She should have been suspicious of her, and she should have loathed her. Yet, why was it that, gazing into those brilliant eyes reminiscent of a starry night, filled with such warmth and joy, she found it increasingly difficult to harbor any animosity? Perhaps it was because she had assisted in teaching the arrogant Shidi a lesson. Haina chuckled softly at the thought. Amidst this atmosphere, an unexpected beast emerged from the crowd. Machaji, who had remained silent throughout. With a grim expression, he stepped forth, exuding an intimidating aura, steeped in a palpable air of bloodshed. His emotions obscured. Yet his imposing presence caught Ye Luoxing's attention. She regarded this unfriendly beast, sensing the chill emanating from him. With her left hand concealed behind her back, she retrieved a handgun from her spatial pocket. Instinctively heightened her defenses. The leader and the other beasts also noticed him. Tuya and Mosin furrowed their brows, seemingly wary of any impulsive actions Machaji might take. Mosin and the others prepared to intervene, while Ling Dong was poised to prevent him from approaching. Ye Luoxing, meanwhile, Fenga had silently stepped forward, ready to transform. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled beasts, amidst their varying states of tension and vigilance, Machaji halted just half a meter from Ye Luoxing. To the astonishment of all, he knelt gracefully, his right fist pressed against his chest, bowing his head in a gesture of respect. The silence was palpable as Machaji's deep, magnetic voice resonated. New female. Thank you for saving Kai Ming and the others. I apologize for my earlier impolite behavior and words. I hope to earn your forgiveness, with his proud head bowed low and his straight back bent. Machiji's actions left not only Mosin in alien shock, but even Tuya and Fenghe, as well as the leader Ling Dong, the shaman Bun-eyed, and all the females and males of the tribe, gaping at him as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions could only be described as stupefied. Ye Luoxing, prepared to respond with a bullet should he dare to pounce, thought, isn't this scene quite bizarre? The robotic moon in her mind chimed in with a static hum. Ye Luo, do we just encounter a bug? The visuals and plot seem inconsistent. Ye Luoxing retorted her mind. Have you played too many games? The scene atop the high ground turned increasingly surreal as the gazes of the beast gradually shifted towards Ye Luoxing. Though her wariness had not entirely dissipated, she still held her handgun firmly, contemplating how to respond to Machiji. Perhaps it was due to her sustained focus and the exhaustion from the previous night, but she suddenly felt dizzy, her footing faltering as she stumbled forward. Ye Luoxing, Fenghe exclaimed in alarm. The shouts of Ling Dong and the other beasts echoed in the distance. Female Ye Luoxing. Fenghe swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, stepping forward to catch her as she fell into his embrace. Ye Luoxing's vision blurred. Acutely aware that the dual exertion of physical and psychic energy had rendered her trained body unable to sustain itself, she desperately needed rest. The robotic moon issued a warning in her mind. Please, Ye Luo, take immediate rest. Your physical metrics are rapidly declining. Ye Luoxing grumbled internally, shut off the alarm. You're so annoying. The leader Ling Dong took a few steps forward, followed closely by the shaman, while Shidi stood aside, watching her with a scoff. Truly, the delicate little rabbit appeared so frail. It was fortunate she had not formed a pair bond, or she would likely be better than daily. The shaman approached to examine Ye Luoxing, stating, she is simply exhausted. Fenghe, take her to rest. Hearing the shaman's words, Fenghe nodded without hesitation, lifting Ye Luoxing effortlessly into his arms as he prepared to fly towards his cave. Ye Luoxing, I shall take you back now. Wait, Ye Luoxing called out, for there were matters yet unfinished. Wow. The moon chimed in her mind. Is this the umpteenth time he has carried you like a princess? It seems you've always been the one to carry others. The handsome beasts of this world are truly unreserved. Ye Luoxing silenced the chatterbox in her mind and turned to Ling Dong, saying, Leader, I need to discuss something with you after I heal Kai Ming and the others. Ling Dong, noticing her pale complexion, was too preoccupied with concern to listen, simply urging, you must rest well. Come find me when you are recovered. Ye Luoxing intended to speak again, but at that moment, two snowy owls suddenly soared into view from below the heights. They swiftly descended into the center of the beast crowd, transforming before Ling Dong. Leader, the wolf pack is approaching. As their words fell, Machiji rose from his kneeling position, and Tuya and the others approached the two beasts. Ling Dong's gaze deepened. What do they want? The two beasts shook their heads, one of them responding, that 8th-tier black wolf has also arrived, and will soon reach the main peak. Ling Dong pondered briefly before addressing two other beasts in the crowd. Tuya, Machiji, take the beasts to investigate their intentions. Do not allow them to ascend the main peak. Tuya and Machiji nodded. Yes, leader. The two beasts quickly led Mosin and the other high-tier beasts down the mountain. As Machiji and Fenghe passed each other, Ye Luoxing sensed a peculiar glance from him, one that was decidedly unfriendly. Ling Dong continued to assign tasks. Bun-eyed, I leave Kai Ming and the others in your care. Bun-eyed nodded. Rest assured, leader, I will look after them. Upon hearing mention of the injured, Ye Luoxing interjected, their wounds should not come into contact with water. Food must be thoroughly cooked, and drinking water should be boiled. Additionally, their cave is not suitable for recovery. They should spend time in the sunlight atop the heights when possible. Ye Luoxing's instructions were meticulous, for they were the lives she had fought hard to save, and she hoped to avoid any further complications. Ling Dong and Bun-eyed were moved by her concern for their kin, urging Fenghe to take Ye Luoxing back to her cave, assuring her that they would heed her advice. Haina, observing her lengthy admonitions, scoffed, fragile rabbit, take care of yourself first. We wouldn't want you dying amongst the Snow Owl tribe. Otherwise, it would appear as though we were preparing you as a meal. Before Ling Dong could reprimand her, Haina leapt in the air, transforming into a snowy owl and soaring away. Yan glanced at Feng He and Ye Luoxing, saying, "Feng He, take Ye Luo back now. I will check down the mountain." Feng He nodded and began to carry Ye Luoxing away. Ye Luoxing, seeing they had urgent matters to attend to, did not press her own concerns, especially since she was in dire need of rest. The beasts atop the heights gradually dispersed, some returning to their caves, while others made their way down the mountain. The remaining beasts, under Ling direction, began to escort Kai Ming and the others to the shaman's cave. As Feng He carried Ye Luoxing back, she caught sight of a stunning scene not far off, leaving her momentarily awestruck. Between the distant peaks, dozens of colossal white wolves raced through the swirling snow, their forms exuding both elegance and wild strength, their powerful limbs propelling them with ease over obstacles higher than themselves. Their fur shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Especially striking was the foremost black wolf, whose physique was the epitome of grace. It resembled a drop of ink against the boundless expanse of white snow, a deep abyss amidst the silver landscape. Its sharp purple eyes were laced with frost, flickering subtly under the sun's rays. Ye Luoxing found herself entranced. The beastly forms of these creatures were undeniably breathtaking. To her, a denizen of the 29th century, they were utterly captivating. As her senses gradually returned, she could clearly see their fur and the enchanting glint in their wolfish eyes, and she was almost instantly ensnared. I longed to embrace. As the light around her dimmed, a warm current surged towards her, obscuring her vision. She found herself back in Feng He's cave. Feng He approached the nest and gently placed her down, saying, "Luoxing, please eat something before you sleep." Luoxing redirected her attention and gazed at Feng He with a soft smile. "You worked hard last night." Feng He, picking up the fruits he had gathered the day before, was taken aback by her seemingly caring words, causing his beautiful eyes to crinkle into a radiant smile. "It was no trouble at all. That I will fulfill everything you ask of me. And as the one who heals the Snow Owl tribe, it is only right for me to look after you." "Luoxing, the fruits have been purified and washed. You can eat them without worry." He offered her the fruits. Luoxing lowered her gaze to the fruits in his hands, recalling her conversation with the chief last night. It turned out that everything she had eaten in recent days had been purified, in that light. Saving Kai Ming and the others could be seen as returning a favor. Although she had not consumed much of the beast world as food in the past 2 days, she accepted the fruits, munching thoughtfully. She then lifted her head and asked Feng He, "Did you really throw away the rabbit meat yesterday?" Ever since she learned how precious food was in the beast world, she had grown reluctant to waste it. Those who had experienced the apocalypse always valued such resources more, especially food, which was often exchanged for lives, and in the beast world, it was obtained at the cost of the female's health. Hearing her sudden inquiry, Feng He seemed to misunderstand and replied, "The rabbit meat was thrown back into the cave. We beasts do not waste food carelessly, but if you're truly concerned, I can discuss with the chief about not hunting rabbits anymore." "How does that sound?" Feng He recalled Luoxing's words on the high ground, fearing she might genuinely leave the Snow Owl tribe. Luoxing quickly reassured him, "It's fine, I'm not afraid. I just don't want you to waste food." Hearing her say this, Feng He smiled. "You are truly kind." It seemed this was not the first time he had praised her kindness. This little snow owl was indeed easily satisfied. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the information collector around his neck. Remembering Feng He's explanation of its significance, she couldn't help but deepen her gaze and softly said, "Feng He, could you crouch down for me?" Feng He, still holding the fruits for her, did not hesitate to half-crouch in front of her. Luoxing raised her slender fingers to the back of his head, gently stroking his hair. Her touch, Feng He's body stiffened, muscles tensed, and he stared at her in a daze. Luoxing's hand slowly descended as she attempted to forcibly remove the collector from around his neck. His hair was smooth and sleek, unlike the dirty and rough appearance often associated with primitive men. It was clear he valued cleanliness. The other beasts of the Snow Owl tribe seemed to share this trait as well, as they appeared to rinse their mouths by the icy river each morning and chew on fruits that freshened their breath. "Luoxing, aside from when I was a child, no beast has ever touched my head. This is a matter of pride for male beasts, but you are my partner. It is different. I am glad you are closer to me," Feng He said gently, Lowering his feathery lashes, his words caused Luoxing, who was about to act, to freeze her hand momentarily. Was it too cruel to remove it forcibly? Moreover, the moon in her mind sensed her intentions and had been trying to dissuade her, as this action could potentially damage the information collector completely. Luoxing continued her movements but decided to approach the matter differently, seeking to reason with Fenghe. She asked softly, "Fenghe, do you truly like me?" At her question, Fenghe abruptly lifted his head to look at her. Her willingness to ask such a question indicated she might be considering accepting him as her partner. His gaze was filled with sincerity as he nodded. "Yes, I like you very much. I want to bond with you, Luoxing." Luoxing chuckled. "But why? We've only known each other for a few days. I don't fully understand you, and you don't fully understand me. I it because I was beautiful when we first met that you like me?" Luoxing's directness rendered the cave silent for a few seconds, and Fenghe's golden eyes trembled. He felt her question was strange, believing he should not simply go along with her words. His heart was in turmoil, as if he wanted to explain something but found himself at a loss for words. Their gazes locked in silence. The seriousness and intensity in her dark eyes made it difficult to meet her gaze. Finally, Fenghe nodded. Upon hearing his honest response, Luoxing's smile brightened. She was neither surprised nor taken aback by the beast's candor. Noticing Fenghe's unwavering gaze, she stated earnestly, "You are handsome, and it is natural for male beasts to pursue beautiful females. Isn't it? Females also choose strong and attractive males. Luoxing, is it because I am not strong enough that you do not wish to bond with me?" The feelings of beasts were straightforward and uncomplicated. Yet Luoxing did not answer his question. Instead, she said, "But I am no longer beautiful. My scars will not heal." Luoxing withdrew her hand from his hair, intending to lay everything bare. Fenghe, however, remained obstinate, "But I recognized you at first glance." Luoxing replied coldly, "Before bonding, male beasts can pursue multiple females. I've already seen this. Therefore, the notion of recognition does not apply. You may choose again, and I will not hold it against you, and beast will deem you irresponsible, as we have only just met." Fenghe, sensing her sudden change in attitude and hearing her words, felt an inexplicable urgency rise within him. He seemed at a loss for how to place his hands and feet, as most of the inhabitants of this primitive society were rather simple-minded, and he was struggling to cope. However, after 3 minutes of turmoil, he began to clarify his thoughts and gradually said to Luoxing, "Luoxing, I initially liked you for your beauty, but after bringing you back, I discovered you were gentle, kind to me, and even helped heal Kai Ming and the others. You are remarkable." Fenghe's words came out in fragments, perhaps because the complexity of his feelings was overwhelming. However, when she revealed her gentleness, that feeling of certainty had never been so strong. Just before, on the high ground, witnessing her revive Kai Ming and the others, she stood calmly under the sunlight, gazing serenely at the tribal beasts surrounding her. Every word, every movement of hers intensified that strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps Luoxing was completely unaware of how radiant she appeared when she stood confidently at that moment. She did not realize that the tribal beasts had momentarily lost themselves in her presence. "Fenghe!" Luoxing interrupted him. He admired her beauty and respected her talents. Yet none of this constituted true affection. Luoxing remained composed, just as she had on the high ground. Slowly, she spoke, "You do not truly like me. If another female possessed the same face and abilities, you would equally be drawn to her. You might even struggle to distinguish between her and me." She suddenly leaned in closer. "Fenghe, let me ask you, when you learned of my disappearance last night, did it pain you? Did you feel distressed? Or were you merely anxious? And let me ask you again, when you saw me, did your heart race uncontrollably? Did you feel as light as a feather? Were you at a loss for words? Did your face flush with heat?" Luoxing was unsure how much he could comprehend, nor did she need him to understand everything. She merely wanted to convey a fact. She drew even closer, causing Fenghe to grow increasingly tense. Her voice shifted from fervent to gentle as she observed the confusion on his face, and with a subtle smile, she softly said, "Just as I'm close to you now, do you feel anything unusual in your heart?" "No, you do not. I only see confusion and tension on your face." Luoxing's tone deepened. "Do you know what lies deeper than mere affection? You may like many beasts, but between partners, Only one type of emotion can exist. Luoxing was unsure why she was explaining this to a primitive beast. Perhaps it was simply because he was too good. Feng He, too, was uncertain why his face reflected only anxiety and confusion. He did not fully grasp her words. She claimed he did not like her while earnestly explaining her reasoning, and he was left questioning whether he truly liked her. However, what Feng He did know was that after this morning, it would be challenging for him to leave her side. Luoxing suddenly cupped his face with a commanding presence. That moment, she resembled a specter in the dark night, her black eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. She appeared as a deity capable of controlling everything. Looking down at him, her flowing dark hair cascading over his cheeks, her breath brushing against his vulnerable eyes as she articulated clearly, "Then, Feng He, now answer me. Do you truly like me?" The oppressive atmosphere permeated the cavern. An invisible hand constricting the heart of Feng He yearned to assertively utter those words. Yet this time, he found himself rendered speechless. The emotions swirling within him eluded articulation in the presence of such earnest eyes. And the brilliance of his golden irises gradually dulled. His gaze fell once more upon Ye Luoxing. She couldn't help but feel that perhaps she was being too cruel. Yu Shang pretended to sob. "He is but a little snowy owl. What wrong has he committed?" Yu Shang, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "Ye Captain, are you not aware of how terrifying your aura can be?" Ye Luoxing remained silent, slowly loosening her grip and creating a slight distance between their figures. As she regarded Feng He, who resembled a wilted flower, a thought involuntarily slipped from her lips, words she shouldn't have uttered. "Feng He, when the day comes that you truly like me, then we can discuss the matter of becoming partners." In that case, Feng He lifted his gaze to her. "Will you become my partner, Luoxing?" "Absolutely not," Ye Luoxing replied with conviction. Yu Shang was momentarily speechless. "Are you out of your mind, Ye Captain?" Yu Shang murmured. "Feng He, why not just subdue this heartless woman? I can hardly bear to witness Ye Captain's unfeeling demeanor." Chastised by Yu Shang, Ye Luoxing's heart softened, and she found herself saying, "Show me your worth." Immediately regretting her words, she thought, "Well, it doesn't matter. I will soon be leaving this tribe anyway." Feng He struggled to comprehend the rest of the conversation, but those simple 4 words resonated in his heart. The once dim glow in his dazzling eyes rekindled, and a smile graced his handsome face. In a sudden turn, he pulled Ye Luoxing closer, his warm lips brushing against her icy ones, in the widening of her eyes. He slowly withdrew. He gazed deeply into her eyes and vowed, "I will certainly prove myself." This was the greed that preceded their partnership. Why, Ye Luoxing thought, what a waste of breath. Yu Shang whispered, "Ye Captain, mind your language." Exhausted, Ye Luoxing rolled over and collapsed in her nest, falling into a deep sleep. Feng He stood and said, "Luoxing, you fear the cold. Allow me to hold you as we sleep." Ye Luoxing firmly rejected him. "No need. I'm not afraid of the cold." "Such stubbornness," Yu Shang remarked. Recalling her earlier chill, Feng He climbed into the nest. "You are injured. Do not let yourself get colder." Ye Luoxing thought, "Help me, save me." She felt him embrace her waist and was tempted to argue further, but fatigue overwhelmed her. She decided to rest first. Reasoning with a beast man was futile. Yu Shang chattered in her mind, "Ye Captain, it is actually safer for you to be with him. You are currently injured, and your abilities have yet to recover. Thankfully, your injuries remain, if they truly healed, given the current state of the beast world. Those male beasts could easily act impulsively towards you, just like how Feng He wishes to engage with you now. At your present weakened state, you cannot refuse." That why Ye Luoxing scowled. "Be quiet. Whose side are you on?" If her abilities were restored, she would not fear them. She could subdue them, and they wouldn't dare utter a word against her. As she pondered, she fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, at the foot of the main peak, the wolf beast pack had already arrived. He Lang, Liao Yuan, and Bai Lang Bo Ben transformed into human forms, followed by a group of wolf beasts morphing into long-legged, handsome, white-haired males. Their muscular physiques accentuated by 8-pack abs, adorned only with white fur skirts around their waists. Chaga spoke first. "What brings your wolf tribe to the territory of my snowy owl tribe?" "Where is Feng He?" Bai Lang, with a dignified appearance, stepped forward to respond. His expression remained unreadable that a few days ago, Feng he assaulted the beastmen of our tribe. Ao Lei has yet to fully recover. We caught the scent of a strange female. Could it be that Ao Lei discovered a new female, and Feng he attempted to seize her, resulting in the altercation? Mo Sun coldly interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? It is clearly your wolf tribe's provocation." Bai Lang surveyed the surroundings and glanced upward, sneering, "Has Feng he gone hunting today, with the recent rampant attacks by the Yin beasts on the northern tribes? Does he still have the leisure to hunt? Where is that new female? Surely we can at least meet her." Bai Lang's attitude was rather arrogant. From the front of the beastmen, Shi Ti stepped forward, wielding a wolf whip. Without hesitation, she lashed it towards Bai Lang, bluntly stating, "Are you here to stir trouble with our snowy owl tribe?" As the whip approached, Bai Lang raised his hand, catching it effortlessly. He lowered his elongated eyes to the wolf whip in his grasp, and then smiled politely at Shi Ti. "Shi Ti, you misunderstand. We have come for a purpose. However, when will you consider changing your wolf whip?" "Umph, it only targets your wolf tribe." Shi Ti scoffed, retracting the whip. Bai Lang remained unperturbed, chuckling, "If you accept me as your partner, you may discipline me as you wish." Shi Ti disdainfully averted her gaze. "Dream on." She turned to the silent Liao Yuan, whose icy expression resembled a winter glacier. Noticing he had indeed advanced to the 8th level, she smiled slightly and asked, "What business do you have?" Liao Yuan, being directly addressed, cast an emotionless glance her way. Upon hearing Bai Lang mention the words new female, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise indifferent face, and a vague figure slid through his mind, causing him to clench his fist tightly at his side. "Oh, not let me find you. Cunning female." Liao Yuan could not ignore the inquiry from the female, yet he delayed his response. Bai Lang eagerly continued, "We were sent by the leader. It has come to our attention that Mo Cha Ji's hunting team was attacked by a pack of Yin beasts yesterday, resulting in serious injuries, even to Kai Ming. It was our wolf tribe that assisted you." "Such a meddlesome fellow," Shi Ti muttered, displeased with his interruption. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Mo Cha Ji's frustration with Bai Lang's words was evident in his ominous gaze, and he shot a glare at the previously silent black wolf. At that moment, the previously quiet Liao Yuan finally spoke, his bun-eyed present. His voice was deep and resonant, devoid of impurities, exuding a masculine allure. Tu Yasi furrowed her brow at his words. "What? Has a beastman from your tribe been injured?" Bai Lang's irritation flickered in his eyes at Liao Yuan's directness. This foolish black wolf was failing to assert dominance through his tone and presence, risking their wolf tribe's dignity. However, having broached the subject at hand, Bai Lang's expression grew serious as he addressed the beastmen of the Snowy Owl tribe. "Those accursed Yin beasts took advantage of our absence during yesterday's hunt and attacked our tribe. Injuring our beastmen, we were delayed in returning to our tribe because we were assisting Mo Cha Gu and his team. Surely your Snowy Owl tribe would not turn a blind eye to our plight?" Bai Lang's words commandeered the moral high ground, swiftly turning their plea into a form of coercion. Though Bai Lang's assertions held some truth, Tu Yasi and the beastmen of Mo Cha Gu felt a wave of displeasure wash over them. Shi Ti was not fond of the white wolf's demeanor and was about to reprimand him when several snowy owls swooped down from above. Liao Yuan and Bai Lang, along with the other wolf beasts, looked up to see several beastmen transforming into human form before them, led by the leader of the Snowy Owl tribe, the 7-star female beast Ling Dong. Ling Dong calmly regarded the multitude of wolf beasts before her, inquiring, "Did your leader instruct you to say such things?" Though her tone betrayed no emotion, her authoritative presence commanded respect. Liao Yuan quietly nodded towards Ling Dong, while Bai Lang quickly adopted a more submissive demeanor, bowing alongside his fellow wolf beasts as they greeted her. The wolf beast Bai Lang and the members of the wolf tribe extend their greetings to leader Ling Dong. Certainly not at our leader's behest. Bai Lang replied honestly to Ling Dong that Shi Ti scoffed at his sudden change in attitude, while Mo Cha Gu disdainfully averted his gaze. Ling Dong then asked, "Have you brought the injured beastmen with you?" Having caught a whiff of fresh blood, Ling Dong's expression softened slightly, as did the reactions of Tu Yasi and the other beastmen. Bai Lang nodded, subsequently stepping aside with Liao Yuan to reveal the sight behind them. The beastmen of the snowy owl tribe caught a glimpse of 4 or 5 dozen male beastmen cradling an equal number of injured ones. That it was evident that these males were in dire condition, and the sheer number left even Ling Dong taken aback. Witnessing this scene, her demeanor softened further as she asked, "Does your white wolf tribe not have a shaman? Why has Tawa the shaman not attended to their injuries in a timely manner?" In response to Ling Dong's inquiry, Bobbin appeared somewhat embarrassed to answer. Lu Yuan had already turned back towards them, calmly replying, "The shaman has also been injured and is behind us." The leader, Ling Dong, and the crowd of snow owls remained silent. As Lu Yuan's words fell, a wolf beastman emerged from the pack behind, carrying the unconscious Tawa shaman on his shoulder. Although Tawa bore no visible wounds, his eyes were tightly shut and his complexion was indeed pallid. "Goodness, even the shaman of the white wolf tribe can be wounded. Can't our 700 beastmen even protect their shaman?" A wave of concern surged within Ling Dong as she glanced at the 8th tier Lu Yuan before continuing to inquire. "How many Yama beasts launched a surprise attack on your tribe? Even if several high-tier beasts had ventured out to hunt, how could the white wolf tribe sustain such grievous losses with over 700 beastmen? Are there 7-tier beasts among the Yama, or even higher-tier beastmen?" The tragic scene of the white wolf tribe filled Ling Dong with dread for the safety of the snow owl tribe. Just how formidable were these Yama beasts? Though the overall tier of the snow owl tribe surpassed that of the white wolf tribe, the sheer number of beastmen in the latter was far greater, rendering their overall strength nearly comparable. If even the relatively powerful white wolf tribe of the north could not contend with this group of Yama beasts, then she had every reason to be alarmed. Bobbin still wore a countenance of hesitation, burdened by unspoken troubles. This time, Lu Yuan remained silent as well. Ultimately, Bobbin steeled himself and replied, "Most of our beastmen were out yesterday, leaving only a few behind in the tribe, due to their delayed return. We were ambushed by the Yama beasts. As for whether there are 7-tier beasts or higher among them, from my recent encounters, I believe those 6-tier Yama beasts are likely backed by even more powerful beasts." As Bobbin spoke, he observed Ling Dong's reaction. Noticing her furrowed brow deepening to preempt any further inquiries that he might find difficult to answer, Bobbin suddenly dropped to one knee, fists pressed to his chest in a gesture of respect, and bowed his head, beseeching, "Leader Ling Dong, we had no choice but to bring our beasts here. The Tawa shaman was already injured and collapsed this morning after tending to the frightened and wounded female beasts of our tribe. The severely injured male beasts have yet to receive treatment from the shaman, and the leader fears they may not endure much longer. Thus, I was sent to personally seek your aid. I implore you, for the sake of Chief Taya, please save our wolf tribe's beastmen." Bobbin expressed profound gratitude on behalf of the white wolf tribe. His demeanor was now earnest, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed, as he hoped that Ling Dong would permit Bunai to heal their beastmen. Ling Dong was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "What? The female beasts of your tribe have also been injured?" Tuyas, in a sudden state of alarm, stepped forward, urgently asking Bobbin, "Is Bai Xian also injured?" Upon hearing that the female beasts of the wolf tribe had sustained injuries, City and Ian exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Even Mo Chayage and Moses, who had just a moment ago diverted their gazes, furrowed their brows, staring incredulously at the pack of wolf beasts. How could they have allowed the Yama beasts to injure their female beasts? Such a disgrace for the north. Bai Xian had injured her arm, but after treatment from the shaman, she should be fine. Bobbin initially hesitated to answer Tuyas, aware of her intentions toward Bai Xian. Yet, with Ling Dong present, he felt compelled to utter those words, knowing that revealing the severity of the situation might increase the likelihood of their beastmen receiving treatment. "What do you mean by should be fine?" Tuyas was beside herself with anxiety. "How could you let Bai Xian be injured? You are utterly useless." Tuyas, overwhelmed with frustration, lashed out, thinking of how precious Bai Xian was, and the thought of her being wounded by the vile Yama beasts must surely cause her great pain. She was on the verge of tears, wishing to rush to the Yama beast's lair and exact revenge upon them at once. Upon hearing Tuyas berate them, Bobbin's expression darkened, but fortunately at that moment, Ling Dong admonished Tuyas, "Control your impulsiveness." Tuyas. Ling Dong easily saw through Tuyas' intentions. After she spoke, Tuyas could only glare at Bobbin and the other wolf beasts, clenching her fists as she retreated to the back of the beast horde. Ling Dong did not pursue her inquiries further, recalling the two matters Bobbin had mentioned earlier. Just days prior, Feng had indeed assaulted the wolf tribe's beastmen, resulting in the snow owl tribe acquiring a new female beast. And yesterday, the 8th-tier black wolf of the wolf tribe had chosen not to hold a grudge against past transgressions, instead aiding Emochage and others in fending off the Yama beasts. The snow owl tribe was unwilling to be in debt to them. Moreover, this Yama beast attack posed a threat to all tribes in the north. Ling Dong turned to Lu Yuan and Bobbin, stating, "The injured male beasts may remain here to receive treatment from Bun-Eyed, and you may leave a few beastmen to care for them. However, the rest of the male beasts must depart. Once the injured beasts have healed, they must leave our snow owl tribe's territory immediately. After all, each tribe has its own defined territory, and it is generally forbidden for other groups to intrude. Had it not been for Ling Dong's amicable relationship with Chief Taya of the White Wolf tribe, the male beasts would have already been attacked upon approaching. That we understand your request, and we will comply," Bobbin replied. Relieved that Ling Dong had acquiesced, he rose from the ground and gestured for the wolf beasts to bring forth the injured members of their tribe. However, Bobbin had yet to mention one more thing when a certain beastman spoke up. "I wish to remain." The moment he uttered those words, the Snow Owl tribe's beastmen immediately assumed a defensive posture, regarding him warily. Tuya's voice or discontent. "What do you intend to do by staying?" Ling Dong also spoke with a firm tone. "I have stated that aside from the injured wolf beasts, I am injured." Lu Yuan bluntly interrupted Ling Dong, turning to expose his back to the assembled beastmen. The Snow Owl beasts collectively gasped. "Hiss!" Tuyas and City stared in shock at the deep, long gashes on Lu Yuan's back. Although he was of a higher tier and the wounds were slowly healing, it was evident that the injuries had initially been severe, with flesh still torn and blood dripping on his fluffy, white bee-skin skirt. City exclaimed, "Even you have been injured? Just what is the tier of those Yama beasts?" Ling Dong interjected, silencing her. "Those wounds do not appear to be inflicted by Yama beasts." After Ling Dong spoke, she cast a glance at Bobbin and the other wolf beasts. The beastmen, well-versed in various wound types, followed her gaze towards the white wolf beasts, their expressions somber. Bobbin, feeling their scrutiny, averted his gaze, cursing the black wolf within Emochage. Withdrawing his gaze from Lu Yuan, remarked coldly, "Even an eagle can be pecked by a rat, and an elephant can be shaken by an ant. A king willingly falls into decline." Emochage's voice was not loud, but his disdainful gaze towards Lu Yuan was laced with disappointment in a strong figure's failure to uphold their dignity. After speaking, he dismissed them and soared into the sky. City and Ian felt a pang of sympathy for the black wolf, realizing it was time to bring him back soon. After the wolf beasts handed over their injured kin to Tuyas and the others, they departed, while Bobbin surprisingly chose to remain with a few male beasts. Seeing Bobbin among those who stayed was unexpected for Ling Dong and the other Snow Owl beasts, given that before the black wolf had arrived at the White Wolf tribe, Bobbin had been their strongest warrior. Hence, Ling Dong could discern the urgency of Chief Taya and the difficulties faced by the wolf tribe. Nonetheless, since they had not left behind any more beastmen, Ling Dong decided not to press the matter further. With so many injured male beasts in the wolf tribe, and the shaman's cave still temporarily housing Kaimon and others, Ling Dong instructed Tuyas and the other beastmen to carry the injured male wolves to higher ground. Below the mountain, the Snow Owl beastmen quickly dispersed. City looked at the black wolf and smiled. "Do you need me to have my partner carry you up?" At that moment, Lu Yuan was lost in thought, gazing at a cave high up on the main peak. Upon hearing City's question, he did not withdraw his gaze and coldly responded, "No need." With that, he suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a tall black wolf, soaring over the heads of the remaining Snow Owl beastmen. The Snow Owl beastmen looked up, witnessing him firmly embed his sharp claws into the smooth mountainside. Then the powerful muscles in his hind legs surged with force, propelling him into the air once more, swiftly darting towards the summit. Shidi and the other orcs, such as Mosin, gazed in awe at his formidable burst of strength, watching as he moved across the peak with the ease of walking on level ground, leaving only an afterimage behind. All the Snow Owl orcs were left astounded. their golden eyes wide with disbelief. Such strength was truly remarkable. Is he a flying beast? Or are we the flying beasts? A certain third-tier snow owl orc lamented, feeling perplexed as to why that wolf beast seemed to climb faster than he could fly. Seeing Liao Yuan coldly reject her once more, Shidi couldn't help but let a smirk grow more pronounced on her lips. Truly a cold-hearted wolf beast. But I will find a way to claim you, Shidi thought. I won't let you slip away. Hearing Shidi's murmurs, Yin provocatively turned her gaze towards her, declaring, I will claim him as well. Let us see who prevails. After saying this with a chuckle, Yin soared into the sky, her companions following closely behind. Shidi snorted disdainfully, but at that moment, she heard a voice behind her. Shidi, could you take me up there? Bobbin said with a smile, looking at Shidi. Ever since she had attempted to bring that black wolf up, he had felt a chill in his gaze. Witnessing the black wolf flaunting itself before the female orcs of the Snow Owl tribe only fueled his anger. Now that he had reached the heights of the main peak, he turned to Shidi with an offer of goodwill. However, Shidi merely cast him a scornful glance, devoid of emotion, retorting, Don't you have legs of your own? Can't you climb? We're all wolf beasts. The only difference is the color of our fur. Why the disparity, Bobbin? The remaining white wolves? With a cold huff, Shidi led her companions away. Bobbin raised his head to watch the female owl slowly vanish from sight. His light brown wolf eyes darkening with intensity. Several white wolf orcs approached him, whispering, As long as that black wolf is here, Shidi will never look your way. The female orc's gazes were clearly satisfied with him. A strange smile crept across Bobbin's face. Rest assured, I won't let him interfere with my plans. After speaking, Bobbin transformed into his beast form and headed towards the main peak. The white wolf orcs furrowed their brows at his actions. Questioning Bobbin, What are you doing? Bobbin replied coldly, Didn't Shidi say we should climb on our own? If that black wolf can ascend, why can't I? The white wolf orcs. Wait, he really is climbing. They read just wolf beasts, not flying beasts. I ascend it unnecessary. Why not let Tuya and the others lend a hand? Even if they can't carry us, they could at least help us up. The white wolf orcs looked up in despair at the towering peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. They felt their limbs weaken. It was so high. What if they fell? Those snow owls really had no sense. Why build a tribe so high? Although the wolf beasts grumbled internally, they dutifully transformed into their beast forms and trudged toward the summit. Liao Yuan approached Feng, He's cave, his beast form, which had been moving with only an afterimage, noticeably slowed. In addition to catching the scent of Feng he also detected the aroma of an unfamiliar female beast within the cave. No, it can't be her. Liao Yuan murmured softly. This scent is distinctly different from that intense fragrance from that day. Although this fresh scent is more pleasant, Liao Yuan's wolf eyes darkened with intrigue. He cautiously approached the cave, as if afraid to disturb the figure within, climbing along the cave's edge to peek inside. His violet eyes reflected the silhouette of a large bird. Feng he was facing inward, shielding the female he cradled closely, making it impossible for Liao Yuan to discern her appearance. Although the scents were different, the female from that day had clearly masked her own fragrance, cloaking herself in floral notes. He could not detect her true scent at all. Liao Yuan wished to examine further, when suddenly a female voice called out from below, That's not right. With how agile you are, you hardly seem to be injured. You don't need a shaman to treat that wound. Shidi transformed into her human form and leaped on a matey's back, observing Liao Yuan's beast form with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Liao Yuan had already averted his gaze, continuing to ascend towards higher ground. Simply uttering 2 words, I do. Shidi watched as his figure swiftly vanished once more, her curiosity piqued by his response. Had he intentionally slowed his pace just to wait for someone? Shidi instructed Matey to follow him and investigate. Meanwhile, at the very bottom, Bobbin and the others were still struggling, climbing 2 steps only to slide back 3. Just after Liao Yuan and Shidi departed, within the cave, Feng opened his mysterious golden eyes. He turned a glance towards the entrance, ensuring the person in his arms was soundly asleep, before carefully rising to his feet, transforming into his human form and stepping toward the cave's entrance. He scanned the area with cold indifference, then slowly moved a large stone slab to block the cave entrance. once the light from outside dimmed, and he confirmed that the outside world was completely sealed off. He quietly returned to his nest, shifting back into his beast form to embrace the sleeping figure. As time passed, Ye Luoxing's body regained its vitality. She had enjoyed a deeply restful slumber, devoid of dreams, and felt warm and soft all over, the sensation of RU being quite delightful. Thus, when Ye Luoxing awoke, she found herself staring into a pair of golden eyes in the dim cave, her hand pressing against his chest, vigorously rubbing that. Why Ye Luoxing was momentarily stunned. Yes, only for a moment, before her expression shifted at a visible speed, just as she attempted to retract her hand and sit up. A large hand pressed down on her, and the imposing bird before her transformed into a human form in her awkward gaze. That why Ye Luoxing awkwardly opened her mouth. If I say I didn't mean to, would you believe me? Feng smiled, his eyes crinkling. I believe you, Luoxing. Ye Luoxing exhaled in relief, realizing that her earlier encounter with the pack of wolves had been too tempting, leading her to unwittingly rub Feng's fur while asleep. Now that he had transformed into human form, her hand rested unabashedly on his well-defined chest, and she, Ye Luoxing, exerted force, attempting to pull her hand away. Just then, Feng casually remarked, Luoxing, how does it feel? Ye Luoxing's mouth spoke before her brain could catch up. Quite nice. Upon hearing her response, Feng's smile blossomed even brighter. Ye Luoxing immediately realized her error. No, wait. You have to listen to my defense. No, I mean my explanation. Ye Luoxing yanked her hand back, sitting upright in embarrassment, covering her forehead with her hand. Feng followed suit, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Luoxing, you were talking in your sleep. Do you want to hear it? Upon hearing this, Ye Luoxing's eyes widened in shock. She turned to face him, declaring with utmost seriousness, Impossible. I never talk in my sleep. At that moment, her inner voice, Yu Shang, timidly murmured, You really did talk in your sleep. Team leader Ye. What? Ye Luoxing was momentarily dazed. No, she hadn't dreamt it all today. Then, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her as she stiffly met Feng's gaze, mechanically parting her lips to ask, What did I say? You said. Feng deliberately paused, teasing her. Then he continued without stopping, This big bird is so beautiful. I want to stroke its head, and it would be nice to bury my face in its chest for a breath. It must feel the same that if I could scratch its chin, and if I could hear it unwillingly hum a couple of times, looking at me with those pitiful eyes, that would be even better. As he spoke, he moved closer to her. In the midst of Ye Luoxing's stunned silence, he slowly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Following the next few words, he gently scratched her chin, trailing down her neck and gliding over her collarbone. His other hand's fingertips lightly brushed over her left arm, resting on the nest, like ants crawling down to her left hand, flipping her palm over and tickling her palm. Just as Ye Luoxing felt a shiver run through her body, he intertwined their fingers. Luoxing, he exhaled softly in her ear. So, you enjoy playing like this? Ye Luoxing stuttered, her scalp tingling with embarrassment. Was this truly something she had said? Fine. She admits she might be a bit perverse towards her own kind, and a little unrestrained with animals. Every time her pets saw her return home, after an initial greeting, they would hide under the bed with a look of disdain, as if they wished to never come out. Unless she opened a can, one stroke. But she wasn't that extreme. Ever since she learned this was a beast world, she had been very controlled. She hadn't exhibited any crazy behavior in front of them. It was unfathomable that she had spoken such words and engaged in such actions with a beast man. They weren't truly birds. They were beast men. Ye Luoxing felt as if her head were about to explode. Yu Shang continued to murmur in her mind, They are indeed birds, and there is not just one bird. Ye Luoxing sensed that something was amiss with her words and swiftly activated the forbidden word filter. Yu Shang, undeterred, added, Oh no, someone's peculiar habit has been exposed. Ye Luoxing gritted her teeth and retorted. Shut your mouth. Yu Shang shielded herself. I knew you would be exposed sooner or later. You delusional woman consumed by your animalistic desires. Taking on this task was inherently self-serving, and it was a pity that she had walked straight into the jaws of the tiger. No. The beak of the bird. Normally, when she slept, Yu Shang would also enter a state of dormancy. However, she was far too noisy, and her words were too unbearable to hear. and oh wonder you wanted to stroke my head. Feng He's smile was laden with meaning. Why Ye Luoxing felt as if she could never wash away the implications. Luoxing. Feng He rested his chin on her shoulder, scrutinizing her awkward expression closely. You are not being honest at all. You clearly like me. You shower me with compliments and wish to touch me, yet you act coy. I'm merely. Ye Luoxing attempted to explain, but the evidence was before her, and she genuinely did not know how to articulate her feelings. She felt like crying that, oh, you still wish to indulge in me. Feng He teased deliberately. Ye Luoxing buried her head. Oh, you wish to scratch my chin and claws. The warm breath from Feng He caressed her neck. Ye Luoxing curled her toes. Oh, you want to hear me call out to you? Feng He coaxed her further. No. Ye Luoxing firmly rejected, her expression becoming unnatural at the thought. She was known for her thick skin, but this situation was far too embarrassing. Luoxing. Feng He suddenly turned her face towards him, his golden eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Do you like me? She nearly let slip. This fellow knew how to exploit her weaknesses. I only admire your beastly form, not you as a person. Oh, you understand. Ye Luoxing explained earnestly. That's fine. I am yours now. Feng He replied cheerfully, even rolling over to lie on her lap. Luoxing, what do you wish to do with me? Feel free. I shall cooperate fully. Looking at the handsome man sprawled across her legs, flashing a smile more beautiful than a rainbow, her heart raced, not from infatuation, but rather from the sheer temptation of the scene. Goodness, why must she endure such torment? Speaking of which, Feng He was indeed extraordinarily handsome. Those picturesque eyebrows, thick lashes, eyes that sparkled like golden jewels, overflowing with tenderness towards her, a high-bridged nose, sensual lips, and rosy cheeks, with a cascade of hair flowing over her legs. Ahem. She cleared her throat, regaining her composure. Yu Shang interjected. Ye team leader, perhaps you should check your gender. I suspect there might be an issue. Ye Luoxing. Rest assured, Luoxing, I will not be reluctant. I am utterly willing. Feng He leaned closer, raising his hand as if to embrace her and pull her down. Seeing his hand reaching out, Ye Luoxing quickly leaned back, exclaiming, I like your beast form. Feng He's hand froze, hesitantly asking, the beast form? He continued, that works too. I can transform for you to play with. If Ye Luoxing had been drinking, she would have surely spat out. Play with what? What absurdity. Can't he speak properly? This could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ye Luoxing pushed him away, instantly feeling much more at ease. Before he could pursue her, she flipped out of the nest, confronting him. I'm hungry. I want to eat. And I need to change my bandages. You're not allowed to mess around. Come down. I'm not causing trouble. You keep taking advantage of me while being irresponsible. Feng He replied, feigning innocence. Why Ye Luoxing's previously calm demeanor faltered. She was certain that Feng He was anything but innocent. Then we shall continue another day. Feng He's expression shifted quickly. Upon seeing her silence, he flipped out of the nest as well. Feng He walked towards the fire pit, and it was at that moment Ye Luoxing noticed that meat was already roasting over the flames. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and as her attention shifted, her stomach audibly growled. Ye Luoxing inquired of Yu Shang, what time is it? Yu Shang replied, it is 5:16 in the afternoon. Approaching the fire, she discovered a flat stone adorned with fruits resting on a clean animal hide, droplets of water glistening on the surface, clearly washed not long ago. Opposite, several large, clean beast bones were filled with fresh water, presumably prepared for her by him. He had risen early to prepare all of this. Ye Luoxing couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at the industrious beastman. Wait a moment, everything was timed perfectly, indicating that he had anticipated her waking time and prepared accordingly, or perhaps he had been going back and forth all along. In any case, he was meticulous, ensuring she had the freshest food and cleanest water. Luoxing, have some fruit to tide you over. The meat will be ready soon. Feng He diligently turned the skewers, and in just one day, his grilling skills had evidently improved significantly, as evidenced by the quality of the meat. So, this guy must not have rested much. After she fell asleep, he likely dedicated time to learning how to roast meat. But where did the failed roasted meat go? Wild beasts are not particularly fond of cooked food. And presumably, beastmen feel the same. Did he consume those failed attempts as his own meals? As Ye Luoxing considered what she needed to discuss with the leader later, she felt a twinge of guilt. She approached the beast bones, resting her hand upon them, and inquired of Yushang, "Can you assess this?" Yushang examined it and responded, "The beast bones are non-toxic and quite clean. The water indeed contains some elements, but it's safe for rinsing." Having been partners for many years, Yushang understood her intent in the beast realm. Some items could be identified by Yushang, while others could not, and the degree of identification varied. For instance, with the water before her, Yushang could only confirm it was suitable for rinsing, but not necessarily for direct consumption. Ye Luoxing nodded and picked up a piece of beast bone. Heading towards the cave entrance, "I'm going to freshen up." Seeing her approach the entrance, Feng He quickly stood, draping the fox skin she had removed before sleeping over her shoulders, concerned, "It's a bit chilly outside. Don't catch a cold." After he spoke, he took several strides to the cave entrance, moving the large stone aside with one hand. As the sunlight poured into the cave, Ye Luoxing slightly turned her head to avoid the blinding rays. Once her eyes adjusted, she gazed at the majestic mountain range outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Her sleep schedule had been thrown off, and the perpetual daylight was not ideal. She hoped to eventually reach a continent where night and day could alternate normally. Surely, the starry sky of the primitive world would be breathtaking. Ye Luoxing began rinsing her mouth with the water from the beast bone. Observing his phone, he returned to the fire to continue roasting the meat. From her space, she retrieved a toothbrush and toothpaste, meticulously cleaning her teeth until the water in the bone was depleted. Due to her facial injuries, she dared not wash her face with this water. Instead, she took out clean drinking water from her space, drank a couple of sips, and then used it to cleanse her face, also using a sterilized cloth to wipe it down. Having completed her routine, just as she put the cloth back in her space and turned to store the water bottle, she noticed Feng He standing nearby, watching the bottle in her hand with curiosity. "Luoxing, what exactly is that?" He had seen this object a couple of days prior and found it both intriguing and odd. A semi-transparent vessel filled with water, adorned with peculiar patterns, as if it were a cherished possession of Luoxing. However, they were not lacking for water in the northern lands. Why did Luoxing carry it with her? Moreover, he wondered about the hard object that had contained the not-so-fresh meat a few days ago. He was puzzled by its material composition. With these thoughts in mind, Feng He approached a wall, retrieving a strange object from a hole in it, and walking back to Luoxing, he handed it to her, asking, "And what about this? What is it?" The vibrant colors danced before her eyes, resembling exquisitely painted slices of meat, a sight she had never encountered before. Upon noticing the canister in Feng He's hand, Ye Luoxing momentarily froze, recalling that a box had seemingly been overlooked earlier. Indeed, it had been taken by Feng He, though she found it difficult to articulate this. With a calm smile, she remarked, "Indeed, those designs are merely illustrations. Both of these items bear painted totems. Point one is a treasure I found in the forest, which I cherish, while the other is crafted from unique, sturdy materials. This lie was a challenging web to weave. For every thread she spun, she would need to fabricate multiple more. Perhaps it would be best to decline to respond next time." Feng He observed the items in their hands, nodded slightly, and, as before, returned the canister to Ye Luoxing, saying, "Since you like it, keep it. Should we come across similar items in the future, I will assist you in crafting a new one." Ye Luoxing nodded in agreement. It seemed unlikely they would encounter such items again. Yes, she walked back to the fire pit alongside Feng He. She noticed a pile of feathers nearby and curiously inquired, "Did you lose some feathers? Are you unwell? Captain, have you gone mad? At this rate, you'll be bald." "Certainly not," Feng He chuckled, transforming into his beastly form beside the pile of feathers. Lowering his head, he began to pluck the soft feathers from beneath his wings with his beak. Explaining in a human voice, "I'm gathering feathers to make you a new skirt." Ye Luoxing was momentarily enchanted by the sudden appearance of this adorable creature, especially as it pecked at its own feathers. So endearing. The firelight enveloped it in a soft glow. Staring in a daze for a couple of seconds, she hastily interjected, "But I'm already wearing a feather skirt. Do we really need another?" Feng He continued his task, casting a glance at her current skirt, and replied obediently, "The one you're wearing isn't well made. I've consulted the old beast on sewing techniques. I'll craft you a beautiful new one. Surprised by his response, Ye Luoxing realized he was indeed a man of action. He had previously mentioned the inadequacy of her current attire and promised to seek guidance from the old beast to create a lovely new one. Yet here he was, taking immediate action. Despite having stood guard all night due to the rescue of Kai Meng and the others, he had not exceeded the time frame he had previously promised her. He was a man of his word, a trait Ye Luoxing greatly admired. Feng He, the beast man, possessed a commendable character. However, she pondered, amidst learning to roast meat, preparing food, and now sewing, did he ever manage to catch up on sleep? Ye Luoxing approached and gently halted his actions. Don't pluck them. It wouldn't look good if you go bald. At her approach, Feng He indeed stopped, tilting his head to gaze at her. Ye Luoxing smiled. I really like the skirt I'm wearing. There's no need to make another. Feng He appeared dissatisfied. Feathers grow back quickly. I promise to make you a new skirt, feigning displeasure. Ye Luoxing countered, should I listen to you or follow my own wishes? Seeing her discontent, Feng He swiftly transformed back into his human form and embraced her, saying, I'll listen to you. Yet he soon found himself troubled as he beheld the haphazardly sewn skirt adorning Ye Luoxing. He hesitated. Luoxing, how about you take off that feather skirt, and I'll sew a new one for you? Ye Luoxing, sensing his intentions, pushed him away with both hands, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. What are you trying to do? Realizing her guarded expression, Feng He suddenly became aware of his predicament. His ears flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, retreating to the fire to roast meat. Ye Luoxing retrieved a piece of clean animal hide from their nest and sat beside Feng He, cautiously gathering the freshly plucked feathers and setting them aside. Feng He watched her with a smile, offering her a skewer of roasted meat. Luoxing, eat up. Ye Luoxing accepted the nearly unmanageable skewer and inquired, have you eaten? I've already had my fill. You need not worry about me. Feng He replied cheerfully, then unexpectedly inched closer to her. Noticing his movement, Ye Luoxing shot him a sidelong glance. What are you doing? Feng He's bright eyes fixated on her. Luoxing, do you find my beast form appealing? Ye Luoxing raised an eyebrow. You just praised my appearance. Feng He leaned his head on her shoulder, seamlessly transforming into his beastly form. You mentioned that I wouldn't look good if I went bald. Thus, you must think I look splendid now, yes? Feng He's reasoning was quite persuasive, as he deliberately transformed into his beast form to entice Ye Luoxing. His avian body gently leaning against her, his softest feathers brushing against her, he subtly extended his left wing, slowly wrapping it around her shoulder. Transformed into his beast form, his fluffy head rested atop hers, causing Ye Luoxing to freeze momentarily. Feng He, she intended to scold him for his audacity, only to find herself face to face with a mass of fluff. Feng He enveloped her entirely in his embrace. Her words faltered. Oh no, this creature's chest is so soft. I want. As Feng He noticed her silence, a glint of mischief flickered in his golden eyes. Luoxing, if you wish to embrace me, feel free. Ridiculous. I have no desire to hold you. Ye Luoxing pretended to move back slightly. Your whole being is stubborn, like a mule. That's not the case. Then it's settled. I'll hold you. And you shall eat. Feng He tightened his grip around her, while Ye Luoxing hesitantly raised her skewer of meat, beginning to eat slowly. Just a few minutes of hugging wouldn't hurt, right? But it was clear that he had initiated the embrace. She hadn't taken any liberties. Yes, Ye Luoxing decided this reasoning was perfect for self-deception. Half an hour later, Ye Luoxing finished her meal, which had been rather meager. Are you attending a banquet? Have you been eating for so long? Be quiet. After she finished, Feng He finally released her, retrieving a separate piece of animal bone from a nearby corner. He handed it to Ye Luoxing, saying, Luoxing, the shaman delivered the detoxifying herbs earlier. I've extracted their essence. The shaman mentioned that if you drink this, the poison will gradually dissipate, and your skin's color will return to normal. Feng He carefully observed her expression, recalling her previous appearance and skin tone, fearing she might feel disheartened. However, now that her skin could gradually return to its original hue, perhaps this would bring her some comfort. Ye Luoxing accepted the animal bone from Feng He, frowning at the vivid green liquid within, which carried a pungent plant aroma resembling poison. The shaman had gone to prepare the medicine yesterday. But after the incident with Kai Ming, she was uncertain when Bun-Eyed had delivered it. Lowering her head, she took a whiff. Unable to identify some of the scents, she asked Yushang to verify, confirming there were no significant issues. Trusting Feng He, Ye Luoxing downed the peculiar liquid in one go as soon as she swallowed it. She grimaced. Luoxing, drink some water. Feng He offered her a vessel filled with water. Ye Luoxing waved her hand, opting instead for a sweet, crunchy fruit nearby, calmly stating, I'll just eat this to cleanse my palate. After a few bites, the strange taste in her mouth nearly vanished. Feng He noted that she seldom drank the icy river water, preferring her own supply, which intrigued him. He had always wondered where she kept her water. However, Feng He refrained from asking further, placing the animal bone aside. Allow me to change your dressing. Ye Luoxing quickly agreed, as her shoulder wound was indeed difficult to manage. The pair approached the nest, where Ye Luoxing removed the fox fur from her shoulder and undid the feathered bustier. She still wore her own undergarment, and Feng He paused, taken aback by the layer she wore. Moreover, the animal hide she donned was peculiar, identical to what she had worn earlier, leaving him unable to identify the beast from which it came. Watching her back, he sensed that Ye Luoxing harbored many secrets deep within her heart. Feng He gradually helped her unwrap the bandages, revealing a shocking wound that made his breath hitch. Although it was not his first time seeing it and the wound had begun to heal, he still felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly cleaned the wound and applied new dressings, softly murmuring, If it hurts, just tell me. I'll be gentle. It's fine. I don't feel any pain. Ye Luoxing calmly responded, stating that these injuries were of little consequence to her. As Feng He tended to the wounds on her back, she swiftly attended to the injuries on her neck, waist, and legs. Furthermore, she washed her cheeks anew and applied another layer of ointment to her face. Observing her composure in the face of such severe injuries, Feng He's eyes were deeply captivated by her presence. Once the fresh bandages were securely wrapped, Ye Luoxing donned her feathered bodice and draped herself in a fox fur before turning around to find someone lost in thought. She inquired, Feng He, has the leader gone to sleep at this hour? Where is she? Only upon hearing her voice did Feng He snap back to reality, meeting her gaze as he replied, No, the leader. Feng He hesitated, seemingly reluctant to disclose information, yet he continued, Is at the high ground. I need to find the leader. There's something I must discuss, Ye Luoxing declared, rising to her feet. I'll carry you up. Feng He promptly responded. Standing as well. Ye Luoxing felt an odd sensation, yet she proceeded towards the cave entrance, with Feng He closely following her. The cave's mouth. Feng He transformed into his beast form. Ye Luoxing climbed onto his back. She suddenly heard a voice in her mind. The wolf pack has come seeking medical assistance. Ling Dong has kept them here to tend to their injuries at the high ground. And that black wolf is also present. Upon hearing this explanation, Ye Luoxing's expression darkened slightly. No wonder Feng He had been reluctant to inform her. Beasts maintain a wariness towards the powerful. However, recalling the black wolf made her lips curl into a faint smile. In under a minute, the pair arrived at the high ground. Ye Luoxing dismounted from Feng He's back and approached her with her partner, effectively blocking her path. With unrestrained joy, Yin grasped her hand and exuberantly praised her. Luoxing, you've awakened. You truly are remarkable. Did you know? Kai Ming and Suachi can already stand and walk. Just last night, they were gravely injured. You are even more impressive than Bun-Eyed. You are a treasure to our snow owl tribe. Ian's excitement was palpable, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Ye Luoxing. Ye Luoxing, in response to the friendly female beast, smiled and warmly reciprocated. Thank you for the kind words. Where is the leader? I need to speak with her, Ye Luoxing said, noticing that Ian seemed about to say more. However, she had pressing matters to attend to and resolved to converse with her at a later time. Upon hearing that Ye Luoxing was searching for the leader, Ian refrained from further detaining her, stepping aside and gesturing in the direction. Over there, she's discussing Kai Ming and the wolves' injuries with the shaman, as well as the matters concerning the Yen beasts. She will likely be busy for the next few days. Following Ian's, Ye Luoxing beheld the expansive high ground to the right, near the mountain wall. Kai Ming and Suachi were collectively recuperating, while to the left, close to the cliff's edge, a gathering of unfamiliar male beasts, approximately 40 to 50, were lounging or sitting, presumably the warriors of the White Wolf tribe. On the right, the leader and the shaman stood beneath the mountain wall, with the beasts, including Imo before them. Ye Luoxing gazed in their direction. The beasts also noticed her arrival. The new female has arrived. Kaimeng was the first to speak up, having waited for her at the high ground for most of the day, previously fearing that after her healing efforts, she would no longer concern herself with them. Now seeing her, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Ling Dong and Bun-eyed also looked at her with delight, approaching her with eager expressions. Only Imo and a few other beasts gazed at her with deep eyes. Slowly trailing behind Ling Dong and Bun-eyed, Ye Luoxing, have you recovered? We owe you so much. Ling Dong's expression was filled with kindness. Thank you immensely. Their wounds are healing so rapidly, Bun-eyed exclaimed, even more excited than Ian. Ye Luoxing stepped forward, responding with calm grace. I've recovered well. As long as they are fine, there's no need for gratitude. She turned to Ling Dong. Leader, may I speak with you privately? Ling Dong nodded in agreement. Of course. After exchanging a glance with the gathered beasts and offering a brief greeting, she and Ye Luoxing walked to a more secluded spot. Feng He, observing this, refrained from following, his golden eyes darkening since their arrival at the high ground. For he sensed that after they had come, a pair of wolf eyes on the left had fixated upon him, and Ye Luoxing. Feng He subtly shielded himself from the distant gaze. Yet the scrutiny only intensified. He coldly turned back, glaring at the pair of purple wolf eyes. That the new female Feng He found. Bourbon and the other wolves turned to this direction upon hearing the commotion. I heard Kaimeng call her that. It must be true. One wolf chimed in. She bears a scent so foreign. She cannot possibly be a female from the Snow Owl tribe, remarked a tall wolf, displaying his keen intellect. Her fragrance is delightful. I truly adore her scent. The wolves' sensitive noses detected an invigorating aroma, akin to the fragrance of flowers blooming on the snow-capped mountains. Yet upon closer inspection, they discerned the scent was quite potent, reminiscent of vibrant red blossoms native to the southern lands. Can you detect her star rank? Has anyone seen what she looks like? The avian beasts are blocking the view entirely. The wolves, curious beyond measure, sniffed, stretched their necks, and craned their heads. Yet they were unable to ascertain her star rank or catch sight of the new female. She must not be a female from the northern lands. I wonder where she hails from. The wolves were filled with intrigue. Wait. Suddenly Bourbon's expression turned serious as he carefully inhaled the air, his wolf eyes widening in astonishment. That female. She is still in bondage? What? Upon Bourbon's revelation, the remaining wolves were left astounded, each extending their necks to sniff the air, only to witness their wolf eyes widen in disbelief. What incredible fortune the Snow Owl tribe has. They've found an embonded female. The wolves were envious, their gazes instinctively shifting to the black wolf beside them, pondering if that day had been the black wolf and Feng He encountering this new female simultaneously. Perhaps she would have belonged to their white wolf tribe. Meanwhile, Liao Yuan had already sensed her embonded status. Upon meeting Feng He's warning gaze, he nonchalantly averted his eyes, though his wolf ears stood erect. Listening intently to the happenings nearby, at this moment, Ye Luoxing determined they were at a sufficient distance and halted her steps. She turned to Ling Dong and asked, Leader, may I move to the cave next door? Ling Dong was taken aback by her request, her eyes wide with surprise. What? You do not wish to stay with Feng He? Has he done something wrong to upset you? Ling Dong glanced toward Feng He, noting that he was not paying attention to them. However, from the interaction she had observed earlier, it seemed there was no discord between them. Seeing her misunderstanding, Ye Luoxing quickly clarified. No. Feng He is wonderful. But I currently have no intention of bonding. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for us to reside together. It's best to part ways early so that Feng He may pursue other females. But, Ling Dong gazed at Ye Luoxing in confusion. Why? Ye Luoxing, I was actually quite shocked when I realized you were embonded. You must have been of age for several years now. Why have you not taken a partner? In this world, females possess formidable purification abilities, ensuring the continuity of their species. Yet, as a consequence, they sacrifice their combat prowess in the face of formidable foes. Females require the protection of partners. Ling Dong could discern Ye Luoxing's approximate age, and her reasoning was sound. Females had made tremendous sacrifices leading to their rapid decline in numbers. Thus, it was essential for males to collectively safeguard a female, which was not a disadvantage for present-day females. Ye Luoxing understood Ling Dong's concerns and nodded. Rest assured, I have the capability to protect myself. Ling Dong acknowledged her abilities, recognizing that with her medical skills, she would earn respect wherever she went. However, the unpredictable dangers of this world were numerous. Ling Dong hesitated before speaking. Ye Luoxing, I previously heard you inquire about the star rank. I assume you are unaware of the specifics regarding the yin beasts in the... I indeed do not know. Ye Luoxing answered honestly. It was not only her who was unaware, but also Yu Shang. Previously, Yu Shang knew those orcs were yin beasts because the fleeing white wolves had stated as much. Moreover, the yin beasts exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter, distinctly different from that of ordinary orcs. It was akin to the palpable difference in aura between a murderer and an average person, a chilling presence that could instill fear in the timid, causing them to tremble at a mere glance. Ling Dong was not surprised by this revelation. With a sigh, she remarked, Yin beasts are orcs expelled by tribes or beast cities. They are mostly homeless and have committed unforgivable transgressions. While there are exceptions, once one becomes a yin beast, they are doomed to commit evil, transforming into relentless predators filled with hostility towards all tribes and royal cities, showing no mercy even to female beasts. As for they represent an immensely powerful and ferocious race. Even beast cities may not regard them with due respect. Ling Dong paused, fixing her serious gaze upon Ye Luoxing. In any case, I do not wish to alarm you with excessive details at this moment. However, I hope you will carefully consider Feng He. He possesses the prowess of a 7th-tier beast. Even the nobility of beast cities find it challenging to attain such a rank. He is undoubtedly capable of protecting you, at least in the northern lands. Furthermore, you may still take other partners later. Ling Dong was reluctant to miss out on this remarkably skilled female, hoping she would not encounter any dangers in the future, regardless of her star rank and appearance. Her medical skills were exceedingly rare. Ye Luoxing was taken aback to learn about the yin beasts and from Ling Dong, particularly intrigued by her description of she wondered just how many species she had yet to encounter in this ancient world. It seemed that there would be opportunities to meet these. She turned to Ling Dong and jested, Are you not afraid I will take Feng He away? After all, with him in the Snow Owl tribe. It is likely that no tribe in the northern lands would dare to oppress you. Ha! What does it matter? Once a male beast forms a bond, he is meant to follow the female. Ling Dong replied nonchalantly, her smile mirroring Ye Luoxing's. Feng He belongs to the Snow Owl clan. Any offspring you bear will also carry the traits of the Snow Owls, ensuring our lineage endures. Feng He is the pride of the Snow Owls, and I hope he can be with an exceptional partner. Ling Dong's words sounded like a bequest of Feng He to Ye Luoxing. Ye Luoxing's expression visibly shifted. Ling Dong continued earnestly, Moreover, you underestimate our tribe. The Snow Owl tribe cannot be sustained by a single beast alone. In the skies of the northern lands, no clan can rival us. As Ling Dong spoke these words, she exuded immense confidence befitting a strong warrior, and Ye Luoxing recognized the source of her assurance. Indeed, the Snow Owls were formidable raptors. She smiled apologetically. I apologize. I spoke out of turn. However, the next moment, she wiped the smile from her face and spoke with equal seriousness. Nonetheless, I maintain my stance. Let Feng He pursue his partner anew. Perhaps it would be even better if he could remain in the tribe. Ling Dong perceived that Ye Luoxing would not stay long in the northern lands. She was a female beast who could not be anchored. Nevertheless, female beasts often harbored more complex thoughts, and she wished to persuade her to stay. Yet, in the end, she chose silence and respect. However, given the current situation, there were certain matters she needed to clarify. You may relocate to a cave, but you are aware of the current situation in the northern lands. Ling Dong said, glancing into the distance. The yin beast horde was approaching, and they could potentially besiege the Snow Owl tribe at any moment. That it would be safer for you to stay with Feng He. Should we postpone this discussion until after the yin beast retreat? Who knows how long that will take? Ye Luoxing was always decisive in her actions. Besides, is there anywhere safer than beside the leader's cave? She smiled. Ling Dong laughed at her words. This astute female was clearly not inclined to give Feng He any glimmer of hope. Yet, Ling Dong found her straightforward character quite likable if she had a star rank or were not injured. Her brilliance would be undeniable, and she would have already made a name for herself in the northern lands. That I will discuss this with Feng He. Ling Dong declared that Ye Luoxing had initially intended to speak with Feng He herself. But recalling his overly enthusiastic reaction when she previously mentioned it, and considering the circumstances of the beast world, she nodded. All right, I appreciate your help. Ling Dong then inquired, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Or is it solely this matter? Ye Luoxing smiled. Originally, I had other matters to address. I hope to stay peacefully in the Snow Owl tribe for a time and assist you in healing your clan's beasts. However, I require your respect, though it seems that it is unnecessary to request now. Ling Dong understood her meaning from her expression. In the past couple of days, the clan's beasts have been rather unfriendly towards her. And this morning, Ling Dong had just reprimanded them. It was likely at that moment that Ye Luoxing felt her request was no longer necessary. Ye Luoxing sensed Ling Dong's respect. Ling Dong smiled apologetically. I am truly sorry. I will ensure they behave. Ye Luoxing chose not to elaborate further. The two of them glanced toward Feng He, who was already looking their way. They began to walk back in his direction. Luoxing, are we returning now? Feng He greeted them warmly. I just want to get some fresh air. I will take a walk over there. Ye Luoxing felt a tinge of guilt towards Feng He. Although she had done nothing wrong to him, she always felt a protective instinct towards innocent souls, hoping their purity would remain unscathed. Feng He quickly attempted to follow. I'll accompany you. Ling Dong interjected. Feng He, I have something to discuss with you. Just as Ye Luoxing took a few steps, Kai Ming and Suachi, accompanied by other orcs, surrounded them. Kai Ming beamed. Ye Luoxing, I am Kai Ming, a fifth-tier male beast. Thank you for saving me. Suachi followed suit. New female. I am Suachi, a third-tier male beast. I appreciate your assistance in saving us. Kai Ming appeared somewhat bashful, while Suachi maintained a colder demeanor. Suachi had previously saved Mo Chage from the jaws of a yen beast, thus integrating into Mo Chage's hunting team. Although Mo Chage preferred to associate with high-tier beasts, all hunting teams were required to distribute their ranks evenly. Hence, every high-tier beast team included ordinary third-tier or lower-tier beasts, with the latter primarily responsible for transporting the spoils while the fifth-tier beasts alternated leadership. Ye Luoxing, are you preparing to take Feng He as your first partner? Kai Ming suddenly inquired. I do not intend to take a partner. Ye Luoxing replied calmly why not? Kai Ming's disappointment was palpable. He straightened his posture. Is it because Feng He is lacking? Luoxing, look at me. Though I am injured, my physique has always been excellent. Once I recover, I can stay awake all night. Ye Luoxing was at a loss for words, feeling his comments were rather inappropriate. Yushang chuckled. Oops. Sorry, Yi team, I couldn't hold back. Nearby, Suachi and the others gaped in disbelief, casting disdainful glances at Kai Ming, who was being anything but discreet even in his injured state. Just as Ye Luoxing was about to respond, a flock of snow owls flew into view from the distant sky, capturing the attention of all the orcs, Ye Luoxing included. She observed as Tuyasi led the group swiftly to a high ground, where they transformed back into their human forms before Ling Dong. Tuyasi frowned and approached. Leader, we have spotted two groups of yin beasts lurking at the periphery of our territory, including two sixth-tier beasts. I suspect they are planning to attack us. What should we do? Ling Dong had been contemplating how to inform Feng He about Ye Luoxing when she saw Tuyasi and the others return in haste. Upon hearing Tuyasi's words, she furrowed her brow and spoke tersely. They have indeed taken action. I knew after attacking the White Wolf tribe, they would surely set their sights on you. Ling Dong spoke. Feng He and Tuyasi glanced over at the wolf beasts, while nearby, Mo Chage and the other male beasts, hearing the commotion, approached as well. Ling Dong quickly issued commands. Tuyasi, stay back. Chage, you have had previous contact with them. Lead the team to investigate. Feng He, you go as well. First scout the situation if they intend to invade our territory. Do not hesitate. Mo Chage nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, matriarch. Feng He hesitated, casting a glance at the fragile figure in the distance before responding. Yes, Ling Dong discerned his thoughts and reassured him. Do not worry. I will take good care of Ye Luoxing. Thank you, leader. Feng He finally nodded but stole another glance at the distant wolf beasts. Due to Feng Yi's actions, Tu Yixi and Mo Chaige turned their attention toward Ye Luoxing. Subsequently, Mo Chaige leaped into the air, transforming into a snow owl and leading the team of male beasts that Tu Yixi had just brought back. Feng Yi turned to Ye Luoxing. Luoxing, I'll be back soon. Ye Luoxing nodded. Go ahead, be careful. Feng Yi averted her gaze, murmuring, She observed Feng Yi and the others as they departed, noting that Ling Dong was engaged in conversation with Tu Yasi, presumably discussing the reinforcement of the tribe's perimeter defenses. Meanwhile, Kai Ming and his companions, despite their injuries, were eager to assist. At that moment, the shaman, who had been tending to the wolf beasts, hurried over. Bunita paused before Ye Luoxing and said, Ye Luoxing, female, there's a wolf beast over there who is gravely injured. Could you take a look? Additionally, I would like to consult you on some matters out of course. Ye Luoxing readily agreed, stepping forward to accompany the shaman. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed in her mind. Courtesy of Yushang. What are you babbling about? Ye Luoxing retorted, annoyed, I fear you may not be able to control your hands. Yushang replied cryptically. Why Ye Luoxing halted abruptly. Recalling Feng Yi's earlier demeanor and Yushang's deliberate reminder about the black wolf being on the high ground, she had sensed something amiss then, but had dismissed it. Now, hearing Yushang's strange remarks again, she was certain something was indeed wrong. Last night, Ye Luoxing tentatively inquired, Did I say anything else in my sleep? Yushang, feeling a sense of pride in her realization, exclaimed, You finally remembered. Ye Luoxing, feeling a wave of embarrassment, stammered, What else did I say? Yushang solemnly repeated, It was about the wolf pack. Just like dogs, their fur is so incredibly smooth. I just want to hug them and give them a kiss. That black wolf has such beautiful eyes. He must look adorable when he wags his tail and acts cute. I can't resist wanting to touch his ears, rub his belly, and... Ye Luoxing abruptly interjected, Stop! Her exclamation startled the shaman, who turned to look at her in surprise. Bunita, bewildered, asked, What's wrong? At that moment, Ye Luoxing's mind felt like it was collapsing, an empty void consuming her thoughts. She stiffly questioned Yushang. Am I really that perverse? Yushang, please, replied. You finally admitted it. Ye Luoxing silently pleaded for help. Inwardly distraught yet maintaining an outward calm, she replied to the shaman, It's nothing. Let us go. All right, Bunita responded, though he found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. However, when he brought her before Liao Yuan, their gazes, two shades of purple and black, locked in an intense stare, why Ye Luoxing nearly faltered, oblivious to the surrounding noise. This was the new female. She was quite hideous. Her face was disfigured. How terrifying. Her skin color was so strange. How could this happen? Her hair was so short. She looked frail and unimposing. They said the avian beasts were fortunate. Little did they know, they had encountered misfortune instead, but one couldn't dismiss her entirely. After all, she was still a female. Yet, she truly offended my eyes, and no normal male beast would want to mate with her. It was likely even the yin beasts couldn't be bothered to compete for her. No wonder the Snow Owl tribe made no fuss over acquiring a female. Bober's low voice emerged, revealing a tone that had shifted from initial astonishment to calmness upon seeing the new female. Yet, beneath his words lay a palpable indifference that, in truth, the wolf beasts had already quieted down in the territory of the avian beasts. However, the shock brought on by this female was insurmountable. The anticipation had been immense, and the disappointment was equally profound. Thus, every conscious wolf beast murmured, and their whispers, though soft, sounded cacophonous. Kai Ming, having overheard the wolf beast discussing Ye Luoxing, immediately displayed his displeasure. Meanwhile, Bunita cast a cold glance at the group of wolf beasts, who, upon noticing the shaman's discontent, promptly fell silent, with Bober even nodding an apology towards the shaman. Bunita retracted his glare. Smiling at the female beside him, Ye Luoxing, this wolf beast has a severe wound on its back that is bleeding profusely. I applied some medicine, but it hasn't improved. Tea doesn't seem poisoned. Could you take a look? If possible, I would like to learn your method of bandaging their injuries. All right, let me have a look. Ye Luoxing replied, revealing no hint of vulnerability as she slowly crouched beside Liao Yuan as her voice emerged. Liao Yuan's wolf-like eyes seemed to deepen in intensity, while Ye Luoxing lowered her gaze, examining the claw marks marring his back, the gaping wound that bled incessantly, mixed with the herbs Bunida had applied. Her eyes darkened as she observed the gruesome sight. Realizing he was neglecting his own well-being, Bunida opened his mouth to inquire what happened to him, when suddenly Kaiming's voice interrupted from afar. Luoxing, my wound seems to have torn open again. Could you take another look for me? Both Bunida and Ye Luoxing turned towards that direction, along with the wolf beasts, drawn in by Kaiming's booming voice. Liao Yuan followed her line of sight to the fifth-tier avian beast, his right hand flexing slightly, as if displeased. Bunida was evidently not pleased either, but he noted that Kaiming's abdomen had indeed become stained with fresh blood. He stood up and said to Ye Luoxing, I'll go check on him. You assess the situation with this wolf beast. All right. Ye Luoxing responded, retracted her gaze. As Kaiming noticed Bunida approaching, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction with the shaman. Pouting and murmuring, what business is it of yours, Bunida? Meanwhile, Ye Luoxing had already gauged Kaiming's condition. Suddenly, a rich voice resonated from above her. I heard that you're the one who healed the avian beasts. Liao Yuan's violet eyes were deep, concealing a restless energy within. Yes, Ye Luoxing replied, lifting her head with a smile, her voice clear and melodious. Upon hearing her succinct response, Liao Yuan's right hand gradually clenched into a fist. Yu Shang, mentally sweating for Ye Luoxing, thought to herself, Ye team leader, you truly possess an unshakable demeanor. Why Ye Luoxing remained composed, because her tone that day had been deliberately crafted to differ from her usual speech pattern. She had wrapped herself like a mummy, and, considering this was a world of beasts, had concealed her scent to avoid detection by the powerful noses of the beastmen. Unless he possessed X-ray vision, he would not recognize her. Your injury is not serious. Take care of it, Ye Luoxing stated calmly, preparing to rise. Just then, a large hand suddenly clamped around her right wrist. Liao Yuan pulled her closer from an angle where no beastmen were watching. Leaning in to whisper coldly in her ear, It's you, I assent it? The unexpected declaration stunned Yu Shang, and Ye Luoxing's heart skipped a beat. She arched an eyebrow, unflinchingly locking her gaze with his starry purple eyes, and smiled. Why? Do you know me? Her gaze was unabashed. Her smile was serene, causing Liao Yuan's movements to freeze, his eyes flickering. That why Ye Luoxing suddenly placed one hand on the ground between his legs, pressing herself against him. She then imitated his low tone, teasingly whispering in his ear, If I'd come a bit later, your injury would have healed, right? Although her breath was warm against him, her words ruthlessly pierced through his thoughts. His grip on her hand loosened slightly, and his body instinctively leaned back, as if wary of her proximity. Ye Luoxing noticed his subtle movements and smiled, leaning closer once more, continuing in that lowered voice. Did you deliberately tear your wound to gain my attention? Do you fancy me and wish to become my mate? If that is the case, I wouldn't be opposed to accepting you. With her left index finger playfully tracing his chin, she sent a shiver down Liao Yuan's spine, causing him to lean back at an angle of 140 degrees, clearly displaying his resistance. Even furrowing his striking brows, Ye Luoxing sensed the grip on her wrist had loosened. She chuckled inwardly, thinking, Oh, the adorable little wolf cub wishes to challenge me. Yu Shang, if in human form, would undoubtedly be baring her teeth in disdain. Ye team leader, you truly are quite slick. I do not fancy you. Liao Yuan steadfastly held his ground, fearful of her coercion. Ye Luoxing's delicate face fell. What a pity. I actually think your physique is quite commendable. Upon noticing the intensity of her gaze, Liao Yuan suddenly regretted not donning a looser fur garment before venturing out. However, in the blink of an eye, Ye Luoxing's demeanor shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page. She abruptly rose to her feet, declaring, Well then, farewell, handsome beast. Just as she was about to turn away, a hand shot out from behind, firmly grasping her wrist. Ye Luoxing furrowed her brow and looked back, only to find Liao Yuan's deep-set eyes fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. What did you just say? Liao Yuan's voice was cold. Recalling that she had previously complimented him, Ye Luoxing smiled and intertwined her fingers with his, gently trailing her fingertips across the back of his hand. What's this? Are you reluctant to see me go? The sensation of her touch sent a shiver down Liao Yuan's spine, Yet he did not withdraw from her grasp or exhibit any resistance. Instead, he held her gaze with an unyielding stare, as if a powerful premonition stirred within him. Both Ye Luoxing and Yu Shang sensed an ominous undercurrent. This wolf beast was far more complex than they had anticipated. Fortunately, at that moment, the shaman Bunida returned. Observing the scene before him, he inquired in surprise, "What is going on here? I was just getting up, and he offered me a hand." Ye Luoxing replied calmly, "His injury is not serious. He merely requires a fresh application of medicine. I will teach you how to bandage another day." As she spoke to Bunida, she forcefully withdrew her hand. And perhaps due to Bunida's presence, he did not attempt to retain her. Thus, she departed, her figure gradually receding from his violet gaze. Bunida scrutinized the interaction between her and Liao Yuan before approaching him to reapply the medicine. Meanwhile, the unfolding drama was keenly observed by a group of beastmen, including Shidi, who stood in a nearby corner. Accompanied by her partners, she regarded Ye Luoxing's retreating silhouette with a complex expression before shifting her gaze to Liao Yuan. Her partner, my D, remarked, given her deliberate actions, does she wish to claim that wolf beast for herself? They had all witnessed Ye Luoxing's initiative, and the scene could easily be misconstrued. One particularly charming male beast interjected. She stands no chance against Shidi. That wolf beast has already reached the 8th rank and surely has high standards. Her current situation pales in comparison to Shidi. Another male companion countered, but she possesses medical skills, which is a significant advantage. The charming beast retorted, "Whose side are you on? Shidi is a 6-star female beast. How many females can compete with her strength?" Their bickering continued, while Shidi's expression deepened in contemplation. Finally, she spoke. It was that wolf beast who approached her first. Her companions gasped in disbelief. "Ha!" Shidi pressed on. "I find it peculiar about her. Not only does Feng He insist on becoming her partner, but even that black wolf deliberately seeks her out. She possesses the shaman's healing abilities. This beast man is indeed unusual." Shidi pondered the inconsistencies as if she were missing a crucial thread, attempting to connect the dots. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she called out, "Tiela, come here." Tiela approached, his chest adorned with Shidi's beastly insignia, a mark that automatically appears when a male and female beast form a partnership. Male beasts display their markings over their hearts, while female beasts can choose any location on their body for their partner's markings, as per their own discretion. Shidi scrutinized Tiela and asked, "What was the situation when you and Feng He encountered her?" Tiela replied honestly, "Feng He spotted her first. When we discovered her, she was alone in the forest. As we approached, Feng He rushed over and embraced her, suggesting she had fled from him earlier." Shidi questioned. "She chose to run from Feng He, who is at the 7th rank, and she managed to escape?" Clearly perplexed, she could not comprehend why she would wander alone in such a perilous forest, unafraid of potential dangers. My D chimed in. "She belongs to the rabbit tribe. It's natural for her to fear our snow owl tribe. Perhaps she mistook Feng He for a yen beast, considering she mentioned escaping from one not long ago. She must have been frightened. Feng He would never harm a female beast. Upon seeing her terrified flight, he allowed her to escape." "Not quite," Shidi interrupted, her expression grave as she turned to Tiela and inquired, "When was she injured? Was she already in that condition when you saw her?" Tiela shook his head. "We don't know when she was injured. But by the time we encountered her, her wounds were already severe. Her face was much more swollen than it is now." Upon hearing Tiela's response, Shidi cast another glance at Ye Luoxing's distant figure. And suddenly, it seemed as though a realization dawned upon her. A smile crept onto her lips as she mused, uncertain if her speculation held any truth. If it did, it would indeed be a pity. Shidi turned to leave, instructing Tiela, "Come, let's discuss in detail what transpired the day you met her." Tiela and my D exchanged glances before hastily following Shidi's lead. Meanwhile, Ye Luoxing had sensed the gaze of the beastmen upon her. Once that scrutiny faded, she looked in their direction and spotted Shidi and the others departing. Noticing Tiela's chest now bore Shidi's beastly insignia, she couldn't help but glance twice, being accustomed to interacting primarily with single, unbonded male beasts. She had never closely examined the markings of partner beasts. Now, she found the ancient symbols to be both mysterious and formidable. Regrettably, gathering information on partnered beastmen and females proved challenging. Otherwise, she would certainly seek to compile a collection. Considering that the information obtainable from the Qingyun was limited, and that Kai Ming and Sawachi had been unconscious and thus provided incomplete and often erroneous data. She knew she needed to conduct a thorough analysis and organization of this information that, if possible, she would require physical assistance to gather more data, enhancing the records on the Snow Owl tribe. As Ye Luoxing delved into her thoughts, contemplating the necessity of engaging more with Kai Ming and the others, Bunida had already reapplied the medicine to Liao Yuan. After Bunida departed, Liao Yuan's gaze returned to the figure lost in thought at a distance. Suddenly, he was overshadowed by several looming figures. Bobbin looked down at him, his voice laced with disdain. "Hey, Black Wolf Pup, since you are no longer incapacitated, go assist the shaman in treating the tribe's beasts rather than lounging about. My claws were merely a lesson, not a death sentence. Our White Wolf tribe took you in, sparing you from the fate of being despised by all beasts. You ought to be grateful. You best not harbor any ill intentions. Stay curled up in the corners of the White Wolf tribe. If you dare to covet our tribe's female beasts or Shidi and Haina, even if the leader shows mercy, I will not hesitate to sever your neck. Do not forget your foul origins. You are nothing but a Black Wolf pup without a tribe." Bobbin's scathing remarks were punctuated by a mocking smile, while the wolves behind him regarded Liao Yuan with disdain. Urging him to tend to the tribe's beasts, Liao Yuan's eyes darkened, yet he refrained from engaging in a quarrel or resorting to violence. Instead, he slowly rose and walked towards Bunida, appearing to assist him. Observing his meek and pitiable demeanor, Bobbin and his cohort felt even more contempt, their expressions filled with disgust. What a waste of such a high rank, bestowed upon such a useless male beast. At that moment, Ye Luoxing, having regained her focus, glanced in their direction and witnessed the entire scene, hearing their mockery directed at him, which furrowed her brow. Yu Shang's voice echoed her mind. "You both share a similar plight." Ye Luoxing replied solemnly. "He seems to be in a far worse predicament than I." Turning away, she collided with Ian and her partners who were approaching to Ian, having also noticed the scene. Approached Ye Luoxing and remarked, "As a newcomer to the Northlands, you must find a situation quite surprising. His father beast belonged to the White Wolf tribe, and by chance he encountered a Black Wolf female beast from the Southlands in B City. Following her back to the south, unfortunately, last year, the Black Wolf tribe was annihilated by the Yin beast at a tone of regret laced Ian's words, and as Ye Luoxing listened to her recount Liao Yuan's story, sympathy welled up within her. She cast another glance at the busy Black Wolf before turning to Ian and asking, and then Ian sighed. Without his mother beast, father beast, or tribe, he had no choice but to seek refuge within the White Wolf tribe. However, his paternal beast had departed to the southern lands many years ago, and he had never had any interactions with the White Wolf tribe. Thus, he could no longer be considered a northern beast man. Furthermore, he bore an aura of malevolence, driven by a desire for vengeance against the Yin beasts. The beastmen of the White Wolf tribe feared that he would disrupt their peace by inciting them to attack the Yin beasts, which led to their persistent disdain for him. Fortunately, Leader Taya had taken him in and continued to protect him. As Ian recounted this, a hint of a smile graced her lips. However, Bourbon and his companions frequently made things difficult for him. As an outsider, if he wished to remain in the White Wolf tribe, he would have to avoid conflict with Bourbon. Otherwise, the White Wolf beastmen would not take kindly to him. Ian felt a pang of sympathy for the Black Wolf, desiring to take him as her mate. Yet she also harbored concerns that he might exploit either the Snow Owl tribe or her in his quest for revenge. He carried an overwhelming burden of hatred. Despite his high rank, he was all too prone to attracting trouble, why Ye Luoxing understood the divergent perspectives stemming from their differing identities. For Liao Yuan, the vengeance for the annihilation of his clan was a matter that could not be ignored. For the White Wolf tribe, the safety of their kin was paramount. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Liao Yuan and the White Wolf tribe were not entirely unrelated, and Bourbon and his companions ought not to oppress him further. Ye Luoxing observed him tending to the wounds of those wolf beasts, who still glared at him with discontent. Nearby, she heard Ian murmur softly, "His injuries are likely connected to Bourbon and the others." Ian's words prompted Ye Luoxing to furrow her brow as she listened intently, her keen hearing bringing her new insights. Not far off, two newly awakened wolf beasts were whispering about Bourbon. The beast with light brown eyes remarked, "Yesterday, it was clearly Bourbon who led most of the clan away from the tribe. Leaving only 200 of us behind, he aimed to take down the Yin beast stronghold and establish his reputation in the north. Yet he fell prey to the cunning Yin beast schemes, nearly leading to the tribe's downfall. Is it not excessive for them to treat that black wolf in such a manner?" The beast with light gray eyes replied coldly, "Had it not been for the black wolf wasting time rescuing the bird beasts, Bourbon and his group would have returned in time. It is his fault that the tribe's females were injured. If they had been delayed any longer, the females would have been taken by the Yin beasts. I suspect he wishes for us to share the same fate since we did not take the initiative to assist him in seeking vengeance." The first beast expressed dissent, but Bourbon's plan was inherently risky, and the leader would never have consented to it. Moreover, the black wolf rescued the bird beasts en route to the Yin beast stronghold. At that point, they had not yet reached the stronghold and were unaware of the Yin beast plot. Besides, he is an 8th-tier beast. Rescuing the bird beasts would not have consumed much time. Furthermore, he was the first to return to the tribe afterward. Without him, we could not have turned the tide. The light brown-eyed beast held a somewhat fair view of the black wolf. Yet his companions remained unconvinced, their voices rising in anger. "He is no different from the treacherous Yin beasts. You saw how ferociously he slaughtered the Yin beasts yesterday. It was terrifying. Furthermore, he even contemplated abandoning us to pursue them, and the leader did not stop him, but Bourbon's punishment was well-deserved." After this wolf spoke, he darkly added, "Have you forgotten about Bai Xian? Leader Tea wanted him to be Bai Xian's mate, and Bai Xian herself consented. This is something many male beasts in the north would covet, yet he rejected it, proving that he is not on our side. He fears that by becoming Bai Xian's mate, he would be under her control. Not far away." Ye Luoxing paused upon hearing this, recalling her earlier conversation with Ling Dong. Indeed, once a male beast entered into a mating bond with a female, his fate would be in her hands. Listening further, the first beast, having mentioned Bai Xian, altered his stance and said solemnly, "You are right. He is indeed not aligned with us. His thirst for vengeance is overwhelming." Ye Luoxing chose not to listen any longer, as their discussions gradually quieted, yet a sinister plot was brewing. Why Ye Luoxing approached Kai Meng and the others, where Bourbon and several wolf beasts were still gathered. Bourbon clenched the fruit in his hand, his expression malevolent. "After tonight, he will be banished from the northern tribes forever," a 3rd-tier wolf beast whispered. "Bourbon, he can recognize poisonous fruit, can't he? We are no match for him. And the leader would punish us if he found out." Bourbon shot him a cold glare, sneering, "Fool! We certainly do not need to confront him in front of everyone. The fruit in my hand was obtained from the west. It is not poisonous, but merely a fruit that incites lust in male beasts, which he will not recognize. Besides, his disappearance from the Snow Owl tribe is of no concern to us. How can we know where he has gone?" A 4th-tier wolf beast frowned. "If you give him this kind of fruit and he harms the females of the Snow Owl tribe, Leader Ling Dong will hold us accountable, and we might never return." Bourbon maintained a demeanor of complete control. "Rest assured, this fruit will only leave him with desires he cannot fulfill, ultimately exhausting him and rendering him defenseless. We will act at that moment, casting him into the hands of the Yin beasts." The Yin beasts have suffered losses at his hands before. They will not let him go if he is slain by the Yin beasts. The leader cannot blame us. Several male beasts found Bourbon's plan flawless. Bourbon then fixed his gaze on that distant figure, letting out a chilling laugh. The worst outcome would be if he holds on for too long. However, Shidi and her companions have mates to protect them. Once he consumes this fruit, he will be no match for Shidi and her mates. Moreover, I see he has taken an interest in that new, unattractive female. If he were to take advantage of her, it would hardly stir any trouble. He and that unattractive female are quite a match. A 5th-tier male beast laughed in agreement, and the surrounding beasts joined in low laughter, their wolfish eyes fixated on their 8th-tier prey, as if he were already in their jaws. Ye Luoxing resumed, tending to Kai Meng's wounds, seizing the opportunity to inquire, "What do you usually do in a day? What do you enjoy eating? How do you process your hunts? Do you have any hobbies?" Ye Luoxing sought to fill the gaps in the data collected by the Qingyun Hao, probing for information in various ways. nearly eager to take direct action. Although she felt she was treating them as subjects of inquiry, they were, after all, beings of a sort. Perhaps the knowledge of beastmen could breathe new life into the 29th century. Ultimately, asking more questions and recording them would be prudent. Kaimeng gazed at Ye Luoxing's bright, clear eyes. Finding them exceptionally beautiful, he exclaimed with delight, "We mainly hunt and sleep, occasionally fighting with other tribes. They all enjoy eating lemmings, but my favorite is fish. That I also like to eat rabbits. I never eat rabbits. We typically begin by using our claws to open the bodies of our prey." Yu Sheng paused. "It seems he likes to eat rabbits." Ye Luoxing replied. She listened to Kaimeng's enthusiastic recounting, quickly noting the information in her mind, while Yu Sheng also initiated automatic recording, both collecting data with shining eyes, filled with joy. Just then, birds and beasts appeared in the distant sky. It was Mo Chaige and his group returning. Ye Luoxing ceased her recording, and Kaimeng stopped speaking. The beastmen on the high ground looked on as Mo Chaige descended with the bird beasts, transforming into human form. Like this moment, Ling Dong was no longer on the high ground, and Bun-eyed stepped forward to inquire, "Did the yin beasts retreat? Why have only you returned? What about Feng He and the others?" "The yin beasts retreated, but did not go far. Fearing a sudden assault, Feng He is stationed to guard it. I brought my team back to the tribe to hold the fort." As I was preparing to discuss matters with the matriarch, Mo Chaige replied. Bun-eyed nodded in agreement. "You did well. Regardless of how many six-tier beasts there are, as long as Feng He is there, they will not dare to act recklessly. The priority now is to ensure the safety of the tribe. You should hurry to find the leader." Mo Chaige and the other beastmen nodded and were about to leave the high ground when their gazes met Ye Luoxing's for a fleeting moment. Ye Luoxing felt a twinge of worry as Feng He had not returned, while Mo Chaige quickly averted his gaze, not pausing for even a moment. Yet, as they walked farther away, their dark intentions began to surface. Mosin remarked, "Mo Chaige, shall we act tonight? If she truly possesses medical skills, will we not?" Ailey interjected, "We have worked hard to divert Feng He. The yin beasts are right outside the tribe. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to come by again." Mo Chaige's eyes darkened. "If she truly possesses medical skills, this will be the perfect opportunity to test her." Mocha Goot toyed with a vibrant fruit in her hand. A beautiful specimen that the female beasts favored dearly, yet they remained oblivious to its toxicity. While they ventured out in pursuit of prey, the females languished within the confines of the tribe, their experiences woefully limited. Naturally, Mocha Ji's companions were skeptical of her claims of having healed Kaimeng and the other orcs. Their preconceived notion of her as a worthless being was firmly entrenched. One could hardly fathom that an unattractive female, without any notable prowess, could possess formidable medical skills. She appeared so frail that it was implausible for her to have spent years foraging for herbs. Her mind, they believed, could scarcely retain the intricate uses and combinations of various medicinal plants, even if the leader of the rabbit tribe had truly imparted medical knowledge to her, making her an exception among the beasts. If she were genuinely skilled, she would not have ended up in the northern lands. The absurd justification she had concocted previously only reinforced their doubts. If she were indeed a shaman, even the yin beast would treat her with a modicum of respect, and she would have no need to flee. This ugly female had deceived them all. The fierce-looking male orc seethed with fury. Mocha Good tightened her grip on the fruit. If she failed to recognize its nature and consumed it, her demise would be well-deserved. She had deceived the mother beast and the others. They could hardly be blamed. Mocha Gu, of course, would not kill her. He was not mad enough to take the life of a female beast. However, should she ingest the fruit and succumb, casting her into the midst of the yin beasts would ensure they would care for her appropriately. Ultimately, they could not harbor such a useless female in their tribe. She would bring shame to the Snow Owl tribe. With that, Mocha Gu departed with Mosin and the others, while Ye Luoxing retracted her gaze. Suddenly, a furious roar from Bobbin pierced the air. "What do you think you're doing? You've stuffed an entire herb into his wound. Can't you hear him screaming in pain? Are you intentionally tearing his injury wider?" As Ye Luoxing turned her head, her eyes met those familiar, deep purple orbs. She heard the male beast's anguished cries, and her gaze dropped slightly to see him pressing several unprocessed herbs directly into the torn flesh of the wolf beast on the ground. He stared at her in a daze, pushing the herbs deep enough that blood flowed ceaselessly from the male beast's wounds. Yushang remarked, "He certainly has his eyes on you." Liao Yuan stood nearby, his face contorted with rage. Just as he was about to apologize to the wolf beast after retracting his hand, Bobbin grasped his shoulder with great force, causing Liao Yuan's bones to creak ominously. "Vicious black wolf, I'm going to smash you." Liao Yuan met his gaze with calm indifference, his expression devoid of concern, as if he did not regard Bobbin at all. He did not resist the grip, yet the muscles in his arms bulged subtly, hinting at his hidden strength. His eyes, sharp as a poisoned blade, retained much of their edge, yet most of it was sheathed. Bobbin, incensed by Liao Yuan's nonchalance, looked at him with contempt, treating him as one might regard an ant. He initially planned to endure the situation, hoping to survive the night, but the simmering anger within him became unbearable. The mere sight of Liao Yuan ignited his fury, all because of this black wolf. If it weren't for him, he would not have lost his position as the foremost warrior of the white wolf tribe. "Get away from me." Bobbin swung his fist toward him, the muscles in his arms tensed, ready to unleash a blow that would surely send Liao Yuan flying or break several bones. As the punch hurtled towards Liao Yuan, he did not flinch, and the surrounding orcs turned their attention toward the impending confrontation. Suddenly, Bionida's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, a powerful hand reached out and yanked Liao Yuan away from the spot, not only avoiding Bobbin's fist, but causing Bobbin to stumble and nearly fall. In that brief moment of danger, Liao Yuan squinted his eyes, looking upward to see a figure illuminated by the sunlight, flickering in and out of focus. A scene all too familiar, reminiscent of that day between dreams and wakefulness. Causing his breath to hitch, Ye Luoxing smiled coyly at the male beast in her embrace, basking in the sunshine as she teased, "Your waist is quite nice." She held him, Liao Yuan reclining in her arms at nearly a 145-degree angle. Compared to when she had approached him earlier, his body was now bent even more due to her pulling him closer, but this time, it was a natural stumble that landed him in her embrace. This position isn't too bad." Yushang interjected, "Ye, be careful not to take advantage of others. You might capsize." Ye Luoxing nonchalantly replied, "No worries, I'm about to capsize soon." Yushang was puzzled, huh? The orcs wore minimal clothing, allowing her hand to directly contact his well-defined abs, which felt quite pleasant. His waist was not broad, and she could easily wrap one arm around him. While he was momentarily dazed, she helped him regain his footing before retracting her hand. Bionida, seeing that Ye Luoxing had escaped the brunt of Bobbin's fury, relaxed his expression, letting out a sigh of relief. However, he soon approached her, noting that this new female was rather audacious, showing no understanding of self-preservation. Bobbin, having missed his target, turned back in anger, seeking to confront Liao Yuan and the meddling ORC. To his surprise, he found Ye Luoxing standing calmly beside Liao Yuan. Bobbin's words remained unspoken, but his dissatisfaction was evident. "New female, this is a matter for our white wolf tribe. You need not interfere." Ye Luoxing smirked. "Is that so? The injuries of the wolf beasts are also your internal affairs, if you wish to take them back. Feel free. We shall not intervene." Bobbin's expression darkened, his fists slowly clenching at his sides. "You are not yet considered a member of the Snow Owl tribe, are you? This matter was sanctioned by Chief Ling. Your words hold no weight. Could it be that you have taken a liking to this black wolf?" Bobbin's gaze scanned the pair, his disdain barely contained. Deep down, he was aggrieved. This foul wolf seemed to attract every female beast. Merely because of its rapid ascent in rank, he thought the pair of them were well suited for each other. Ye Luoxing raised an eyebrow. "Does it matter whether I have a say? Regardless, your words carry no weight here. You just disturbed my peace. You'd best be silent." Bobbin opened his mouth to retort, but he was ultimately facing a female beast, and he could not argue with her in front of the others. Though Ye Luoxing had told him to shut up, he struggled to suppress his mounting frustration as he glared at the black wolf but dared not direct his ire toward Ye Luoxing. His fists clenched so tightly that his sharp claws nearly pierced his flesh. Bionida stepped forward, his tone grave. "What she says goes. She is a distinguished guest of our tribe and a revered female beast. Bobbin, I warn you, if you dare to cause trouble here or show disrespect to any beast of our tribe, especially the new female, I will have no choice but to expel you immediately." Bionida's defense left Bobbin in a state of disarray. He cast a furtive glance at the injured wolf beast still in danger, forcing himself to dissolve the hostility within. Despite his myriad thoughts, he could only meekly utter, "I'm sorry, Bionida, new female. It was my mistake. I won't cause a ruckus again," with Bobbin's reluctant apology. Ye Luoxing turned her attention to the injured male beast on the ground, saying, "Your wound will heal once treated. There's no need to make such a fuss." Her words were blunt, as the wolf beast was indeed overreacting. Injuries among male beasts were commonplace, and she herself had sustained injuries frequently. She understood the nature of his wounds. While they appeared somewhat grotesque, those accustomed to pain could endure far worse. His cries of agony were exacerbated by the fact that Liao Yuan was the one applying the herbs. Nonetheless, Ye Luoxing selected a few blood-stanching herbs from the ground and handed them to him. Bionida watched her every move intently. After Ye Luoxing stood, she glanced at Bobbin in the distance. "You may leave now." Bobbin cast one last lingering look at them before turning towards the distant high ground. "Why, Ye Luoxing? It's getting late. You should return to rest," Bionida advised her. "Yes, I will return shortly," Ye Luoxing replied, glancing at the time. It was already 7:47 p.m. Bionida nodded. "All right, I shall attend to my duties." Once Bionida had departed, Ye Luoxing turned to meet the gaze of the male beast beside her. "From now on, don't let other beasts bully you so easily, and stop staring at me like that." Liao Yuan hesitated before speaking. Their eyes met in silence, each concealing unspoken thoughts. Liao Yuan contemplated for a moment before coolly asking, "Why did you help me?" Ye Luoxing smiled, "Because you're handsome, and your physique is impressive." "What? Have you come to a realization? Are you considering being my partner? You're quite concerned about me." Liao Yuan did not shy away. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Is it you?" His directness left Yushang at a loss for words. Lang, do you think Yi Team would acknowledge that? Ye Luoxing's confusion was evident as she exclaimed, "Huh? What?" Liao Yuan narrowed his eyes, a strong premonition stirring within him. Yet could it truly not be her? Suddenly, Ye Luoxing leaned closer, and just as Liao Yuan intended to evade her, a voice, deeply familiar and ingrained in his very bones, whispered seductively in his ear. With a mischievous smile, she murmured, "What if you know? What can you do?" A little wolf beast in heat. Liao Yuan froze in place. Yushang was equally stunned within the confines of Ye Luoxing's mind. "Oh no! Yi, what are you doing? Are you playing werewolf? Are you stabbing yourself? Is it really that intense?" Liao Yuan's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his violet wolf eyes casting a sideways glance at her. Turmoil surging within him, his complexion shifting from pale to green, then to red, the temperature of his body rising swiftly. He felt the warm breath against his ear. Memories from that day flooded his mind like the tide, causing his heart to race and his body to flush, even his breathing turning unsteady. He had never experienced such a sensation. Yet he knew that the cunning female beast standing before him was indeed the same one from that day. She had said something to him then. Gritting his teeth, Liao Yuan spoke unsteadily, "It really is you." Ye Luoxing beamed with radiant delight, deliberately entwining a strand of his hair around her finger, teasing, "Yes, it's me. I thought I rescued a high-ranking male beast, yet who knew you were so useless? Any ordinary wolf beast could climb on top of you and oppress you. Had I known you were this inept, I shouldn't have saved you." "That's not true," Liao Yuan interjected suddenly, surprising even himself. Despite having no obligation to explain, when faced with her and her words, he could not bear to let her perceive him in such a light. He was indifferent to how other beasts viewed him, but not this cunning female beast before him. Ye Luoxing casually glanced at him, her tone dismissive. "Seeing is believing. I trust my own eyes, just like now. I can openly admit my identity, yet what can you do with yours? Exact revenge? Or perhaps tell everyone what happened that day? No, you can do nothing. You wouldn't even dare to stop me." After finishing her words, Ye Luoxing turned to leave, only to be pulled into an embrace by a strong arm. He pressed closely against her back, whispering near her ear, "Do you think I dare not?" Liao Yuan's sudden boldness left both Ye Luoxing and Yushang astonished. The heat surged around her ear, warmth enveloping her back. Yushang muttered in disbelief. "Oh no, this is a real disaster." His hand roamed down to her chest, and his gaze darkened as he unceremoniously tore away the fox cloak draped over her. When his deep violet eyes locked onto the familiar mole on her collarbone, an unusual expression blossomed on his previously indifferent face. She heard a murmur from the abyss echoing in her ear. "Got you." Ye Luoxing. He deliberately emphasized her name. And though Ye Luoxing had regained her composure, his actions and words left her unable to steady her expression. "Would you like to see where you currently find yourself?" She raised an eyebrow with a calm smile. Nearby, the injured wolf beast sensed a disturbance behind him. As he turned to look, Liao Yuan swiftly struck him with a punch, knocking him out. He then spun around, lifting her off the ground, his towering form shielding her completely. In this secluded corner, with their backs to the outer circle, no one would know what transpired here. Why, Ye Luoxing, Yushang. They silently mourned the pitiful wolf beast for 2 seconds. "They are simply no match for me. I could do anything I wish with you." Liao Yuan's rich voice was tinged with hoarseness, his words filled with conviction as his fingers lightly caressed her ear. Drawing her close to why Ye Luoxing understood. He referred to all the beasts on the high ground, and he indeed possessed that strength. However, she remained unperturbed, instead playfully questioning, "So, do you dare? What would you dare to do?" In response to her bold provocation, Liao Yuan tightened his hold on her restless waist, his breath warm against her ear as he brazenly declared, "I want to mate with you." His sudden declaration left Yushang's chip short-circuiting. Entering a self-imposed dormancy. "You've gone too far. Ye team. Take care." Why? Ye Luoxing's gaze froze, her expression turning slightly cold, her playful tone darkening. Forbidden words should not be spoken. "After all, I didn't treat you harshly that day." Liao Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously as his fingers glided over her shoulder bone. "That is unimportant. What matters is that I desire to possess you." Ye Luoxing shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, you wish to exact revenge? I saved you twice that day out of kindness." Recalling the events of that day, Liao Yuan did not deny it. She had audaciously completed everything before disappearing. "You've done nearly everything you should and shouldn't have. This last step is all that's left. I merely want to finish what was left undone that day." Liao Yuan's words seemed to be bitten out through clenched teeth, and one could only imagine how furious he had been since Ye Luoxing cast him aside. His grip tightened as if to embed her within him. A rabbit cannot outrun a wild wolf. He uttered those words. Ye Luoxing delivered an elbow strike to his abdomen, then seized his wrist and twisted. Smoothly turning to escape his embrace, she released his hand, exposing herself to the view of the surrounding beasts, and before he could reach for her again, she issued a threat. "This is the Snow Owl tribe. Your fellow beasts are still here. You wouldn't dare act recklessly, unless you wish to be expelled by the White Wolf tribe." Ye Luoxing knew his disdain for the Yin beasts and understood his desire to remain within the White Wolf tribe. He would not act impulsively, for he was not a reckless beast. Liao Yuan's hand paused mid-air, his expression inscrutable, yet his violet eyes were entirely captivated by her. Ye Luoxing extended her right index finger, resting it against his chest, retreating as she slowly slid her finger down. "Be good now, and don't chase after me, little wolf beast." Her smile was carefree as she retreated to a safe distance before turning and leaving without hesitation. Liao Yuan's gaze followed her departing figure, his expression growing increasingly profound. Meanwhile, Yushang sensed the gaze behind him and had emerged from his dormant state. Ye team. Those taunts you threw earlier seemed to have had some effect. "It feels like he wants to devour you." Ye Luoxing chuckled lightly. "He just needs a raging fire, but he must use it in the right place." She had capsized her own ship, but that was not to invite him to use that force against her. Minutes later, Ye Luoxing returned to the cave adjacent to Ling Dong's. Although it was described as adjacent, due to the caves being excavated further apart above, there was still a horizontal distance of several dozen meters between her cave and Ling Dong's, making it relatively quiet. Standing within the similarly seven-shaped cave, she surveyed her surroundings, noting it was about the same size as Feng He's cave, with an unobstructed view. The nest at the forefront had already been lined with dried plants, and several layers of soft bee skins were spread atop, evidently arranged by Ling Dong, who had acted quite swiftly. Having walked around the cave, Ye Luoxing sat back in the nest, intending to tidy up the space and organize her materials before sleeping, so as not to disrupt her schedule. However, before 10 minutes had passed, a tall shadow loomed over the cave entrance. Ye Luoxing looked up to find Chij standing at the entrance, his face betraying no emotion. Ye Luoxing, I apologize for the intrusion. I have brought your food, Chij stated flatly. Ye Luoxing's gaze dropped to the food he carried in both hands. Although she had exchanged few words with this male beast, her warrior instincts prompted a degree of wariness towards this inscrutable figure. However, since he was Ling Dong's offspring, she assumed he was sent to deliver food, so she thought little of it. After all, she recalled Ling Dong mentioning that her food would be personally purified by him. Ye Luoxing stood and said, "Come in, just place in the middle of the cave." Chij then stepped inside, first placing the wild duck meat wrapped in bee skin on the ground, followed by the fruit wrapped in bee skin beside it. Ye Luoxing approached to inspect the items, finding the duck meat well prepared and the fruits vibrant and fresh. One particular blue fruit, resembling an apple, was especially eye-catching. "With that color, are you sure it's not poisonous?" Ye Luoxing inquired, glancing at Chij. Chij interjected seriously. "These fruits were specially picked from afar this morning. I heard females tend to enjoy them." Ye Luoxing, I apologize for what happened before. Consider this my apology, and I hope you can forgive me. Chij bent down as he spoke, bowing his head in a gesture of sincere apology. Being the offspring of Ling Dong, his demeanor was markedly amiable, prompting Ye Luoxing to refrain from holding a grudge against him. Moreover, considering the environment of the Northern Territory, securing fruit was no simple feat. It appeared they had indeed traveled a considerable distance to procure these. Ye Luoxing recognized among them an orange heart fruit she had previously tasted, which had taken Feng a significant amount of time to obtain. Ye Luoxing nodded, stating, "I accept your apology. I shall take these fruits." As she spoke, she crouched down to grasp a blue fruit, only to be abruptly alerted by a warning bell in her mind. The mechanical voice of Yu Shang echoed, toxic and inedible. Ye Luoxing's voice faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, she thought, "Yu Shang, do I appear to be easily deceived? This scheming beast, fortunately, I conducted an assessment." Yu Shang replied matter-of-factly, "Perhaps they think so." A chill flickered in Ye Luoxing's eyes. They were indeed intent on opposing her, daring to poison her. As Ye Luoxing stood up, her expression remained unperturbed. Instead, she smiled at the handsome beast before her, saying, "This fruit is truly beautiful. I shall accept it. However, I have already eaten, so I will consume it tomorrow. Please bring me food. Food spoils if left too long. Our tribe is not lacking in sustenance. Since the matriarch has promised to purify it personally for you, there is no need for you to conserve resources for us." Chij straightened, having initially thought Ye Luoxing had caught on as something when she hesitated. However, upon hearing her words and seeing her smile, he realized he had overthought the matter. This unattractive female was indeed foolish. Her medical skills were likely a facade, easily dazzled by beautiful things. Ye Luoxing continued, "It won't spoil in just one night. I wish to rest now. You may leave." Seeing her insistence, Chij refrained from further persuasion, saying, "Then I shall take my leave. Rest well." He was not concerned about the night. Earlier, he had worried about Feng returning unexpectedly, yet he had not anticipated that this ugly female would voluntarily propose to move the cave. Although he could not fathom how her foolish mind worked, she had effectively severed her last escape route. It was now her turn to face consequences. After Chij departed, Ye Luoxing turned to gaze outside the cave. Yu Shang's serious voice resounded in her mind. "Team Leader Yi, what do you intend to do?" Ye Luoxing's cold chuckle was chilling. "You should thoroughly examine that fruit. The results will determine his fate." Yu Shang replied earnestly, "Understood," while Ye Luoxing was being schemed against. Another beast was concurrently embroiled in a plot. The male beast of the White Wolf tribe had delivered food to Bourbon, who was situated in the Snow Owl tribe, surrounded by several males who had a good relationship with Bourbon. They watched him produce 4 toxic fruits and placed them among the provisions. In contrast to Chij, Bourbon's approach towards the robust Liao Yuan was considerably more ruthless, fearing he might not bring him down. Thus, doubling his efforts, he swiftly packaged the fruits alongside the meat and made his way towards Liao Yuan. The chief had dispatched a beast to deliver the food, including some sweet fruits to accompany the vile tasting bitter medicine, instructing that a portion be given to him. Bourbon soon stood before Liao Yuan, unceremoniously tossing the meat and fruits onto the ground before him. Liao Yuan cast a glance at the food, his gaze cold and devoid of excess emotion. Upon seeing Liao Yuan regard him with such intensity, Bourbon felt a pang of unease. However, he maintained a facade of calm, even feigning dissatisfaction as he scolded. These fruits are typically meant only for females. I truly do not understand why Chief Taya values you so much. Other intertribe members are left wanting, yet she insists on providing this black wolf with a portion. Liao Yuan's previously impassive expression shifted slightly upon hearing the term female. He scrutinized the fruits again, seemingly lost in thought. Then he crouched down, disregarding the meat favored by carnivorous beasts, and instead picked up the fruits he generally avoided, wiping the dust from them with great care. "You may leave now," Liao Yuan said flatly. "What kind of attitude is that?" "Humph." Bourbon was thoroughly displeased, suspecting that Liao Yuan would once again make things difficult for him. Yet, upon witnessing Liao Yuan treat those fruits with such reverence, a chilling smirk crept across his face as he turned and left. "You black wolf, you are truly on the path to becoming a dead black wolf." After a brief interval, Ye Luoxing had settled back in her nest, preparing to retire early to conserve energy for the grand performance the following day. Just then, a towering figure blocked the light at the cave entrance. Abruptly shattering her reverie, she glanced irritably towards the entrance. "Who is it now? Will I not be allowed to rest?" Turning to sit upright, she squinted and beheld a striking wolf beast standing there. Ye Luoxing opened her eyes and inquired, "What brings you here?" Liao Yuan stepped inside without acknowledging whether Ye Luoxing was awake, striding forward to place 4 fruits, wrapped in clean animal skin, into her hands. "They have been washed. They are for you. You should find them enjoyable." Tea that moment. Ye Luoxing, seated at the edge of her nest, found herself holding several fruits without understanding how they had come to be there. She glanced down at the pink fruits, still glistening with water droplets, then looked up at Liao Yuan. "What is going on today? Everyone seems to be bringing food." Moreover, she felt something was amiss with the colors of these fruits. Hadn't their matriarch informed them that the more vibrant the item, the more toxic it could be? Whether it was malice or ignorance, it shouldn't be so blatant. These thoughts crossed her mind. The familiar mechanical voice resounded once more. Yushang stated, "The fruits are toxic and inedible." Ye Luoxing. Yushang was taken aback. Ye Luoxing, "Yushang, do I have full etched upon my face?" Yushang attempted to reassure her. "It does not appear so. Please do not be angry. Team leader Ye." Ye Luoxing could no longer contain her frustration, mentally cursing. What is wrong with them? Who would be foolish enough to poison someone in this manner? Yushang remained silent. That avian beast was one thing, but this wolf beast dared to poison team leader Ye, who had saved him twice. Such ingratitude could truly provoke her ire. Yet Ye Luoxing did not allow her annoyance to cloud her judgment. She assessed the earnest-eyed beast before her, sensing he might not be the type to engage in such treachery. Just as she was about to probe further, Yushang's grave mechanical voice interrupted once again. "Team leader Ye, it appears that these fruits are not merely poisoned." Ye Luoxing raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Yushang hesitated, finally divulging, "They contain aphrodisiac properties, and the dosage is quite substantial. If ingested, you understand." Ye Luoxing was instantly rendered speechless, her intended inquiry evaporating. She gazed at Liao Yuan's fervent eyes, recalling his earlier words on the high ground. Coupled with the glaring oddity of these fruit colors, he should not be so foolish. Yet, she wondered, what on earth is he trying to accomplish? It was absurd to offer her such a potion. Initially, Ye Luoxing contemplated discarding the fruits and sending him away. However, as she lifted her hand, a thought struck her. Slowly, she retracted her hand, retrieving 1 fruit from the animal skin and keeping it. She then returned the rest to him, saying, "I'll keep 1. I'll eat it tomorrow. You may take the others." "You should keep them all and enjoy them at your leisure," Liao Yuan insisted. "That isn't necessary. You can take them back," Ye Luoxing replied firmly. Sensing her displeasure, Liao Yuan pursed his lips, wishing to linger a while longer, but ultimately turned and said, "Very well. I shall take my leave." Until Liao Yuan left the cave, Ye Luoxing reluctantly returned to her nest. However, after coldly staring at the stone wall above for a brief moment, she turned over and sat up again, intending to request a stone door from Ling to block the cave entrance. After over an hour of toiling, the orcs finally managed to barricade the entrance with stones, leaving only a narrow exit. Lying in the quiet cave, with the animal pelts beneath her still relatively soft, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Time flowed in the dimness, and the entire snow owl tribe gradually quieted down. Around 2 in the morning, a gust of cold wind mixed with a fierce aura jolted Ye Luoxing awake. She heard the sound of the animal's skin skirt brushing against the stone door and the heavy breathing growing closer from behind. As she opened her unusually bright eyes in the darkness, she sensed a wave of warmth rushing toward her. With a sudden roll, she evaded the figure lunging into her nest, quickly flipping back to pin the orc, who had just regained his senses, beneath her. She drew out a sharp dagger and pressed it firmly against his neck, a chilling aura enveloping her. Her low, dangerous voice resonated. "Are you so impatient? Planning to harm me tonight?" She had emphasized that she would consume the fruits tomorrow. Yet the threat had arrived this very night. However, when Ye Luoxing caught a glimpse of the orc beneath her in the faint light filtering through the cave entrance, she was momentarily taken aback. She furrowed her brow. "Why are you here?" Liao Yuan's voice was hoarse. "It's me." The frost on Ye Luoxing's face did not dissipate. She had initially thought it was Emo Chago. But to her surprise, it was him. She truly did not expect his visit this evening. Were those fruits indeed delivered by him on purpose? Ye Luoxing scrutinized the orc beneath her, noticing his flushed complexion, bloodshot violet eyes, and the rapid beating of his heart. His hair was damp with sweat, and the heat radiating from his body, which she felt through her legs pressing against his waist, was all too familiar. Ye Luoxing loosened her grip on his neck. "Get up." Liao Yuan's deep voice, now tinged with hoarseness, carried a hint of seductive allure, while Ye Luoxing coldly laughed at his words. "You crept in my cave while I was asleep, suppressing your presence, and now you feign this aloof demeanor for whom?" The black wolf beast was being hypocritical. Although his desires were evident, and his aura was overwhelming, she could still sense his deliberate restraint, as he did not wish for the other orcs to discover him so close to her. While Ye Luoxing's gaze fell as she tightened her grip on the dagger until a trickle of blood appeared at his neck. "I am poisoned." Liao Yuan struggled to maintain control, gripping the animal pelts beneath him as he explained, his gaze entirely captivated by her elongated figure. "Oh, what?" Ye Luoxing scoffed. "Do you expect me to cure you again? Is it that simple?" Upon hearing her sarcastic words, Liao Yuan's face reddened further to try to turn his head away, avoiding her penetrating stare. He did not wish to be in this position. He should not be here. Yet after sensing something was amiss within himself, he found himself unable to resist the pull towards her. He recognized his insatiable greed. "That I'm sorry," Liao Yuan murmured, his breath increasingly labored, perhaps sensing his genuine discomfort. Ye Luoxing once again eased the pressure of the dagger. Leaning closer, she smiled with a hint of mischief. "Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Do you intend to repeat it? Did you not find that memory quite humiliating? Yesterday, you even sought revenge." The tip of Ye Luoxing's dagger traced along his neck, slicing through the leather strap, and to Liao Yuan's astonishment, the blade slid past his Adam's apple. Trailing down to his chest, her smile grew brighter. "If I help you again this time, wouldn't I be feeding myself to the wolves?" Liao Yuan could not withstand her provocation. He seized her restless hand and gazed intently into her eyes. "Is it truly so difficult to take this final step? You've seen me completely, touched me entirely, and now you remove my collar. By rights, I belong to you." The last few words seemed to require immense courage for Liao Yuan to utter, and he clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of indignation and reluctance as his ears flushed red. After a brief pause, he continued, gritting his teeth. "That's why I can't find you, ha." Ye Luoxing laughed. "So that's what you meant? But I have no interest in you." Liao Yuan's eyes flared with anger and complexity. "I merely saved your life last time, and this time, you came to me willingly. Do you not wish for my continued assistance? I am merely extending a helping hand. Without any intention of taking you as a mate, Ye Luoxing declared straightforwardly, yanking her wrist from his grasp and lifting the dagger to his chin. Liao Yuan's breath was hot and heavy, his body radiating a heat that threatened to consume her. His tone turned dangerously low as he whispered in her ear, "Do you wish to abandon me? We are hardly acquainted. How can one abandon what was never truly possessed?" Ye Luoxing's voice was equally unfriendly to so. "Will you leave willingly, or shall I cast you out?" Her words dripped with threat. Liao Yuan's gaze darkened, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Soon, an eerie emotion flickered across his indifferent expression. Just as Ye Luoxing braced herself against him, he suddenly grasped her wrist again, twisting her shoulder with a forceful turn, switching their positions with a vigorous strength. Even as Ye Luoxing sensed the shift, she found herself firmly pinned beneath him. He pressed her dagger-wielding hand to the top of her head, leaning close to her ear, and dangerously uttered 4 words. "Dream on as the moon emerged from slumber." It bore witness to this scene, silently mourning for Liao Yuan before hastily retreating in a slumber once more. Last time, I should have subdued you. Ye Luoxing did not struggle against him, but radiated an aura that could scare even the dead. Last time was last time. You have no chance now. Liao Yuan lightly bit her ear. "You had better get up at once," she threatened, parting her lips. "I wish to mate with you." Liao Yuan replied succinctly. His blood surged, muscles bulging, veins prominent, and his towering figure completely overshadowed her. Memories of that day flooded back, coupled with the evident turmoil within him. He was enveloped by the primal desire of a wolf. His beastly violet eyes glimmered with an eerie light in the darkness. His hand moved towards the hem of her garment, yearning to fulfill what had remained undone that day, an intention he had long harbored. This cunning female, he wished to make her plead for mercy. Ye Luoxing returned the dagger to her space, then with her other hand drew out another dagger, ready to strike fiercely, when suddenly a sharp sound echoed. He caught a glimpse of her movement, but had no time for surprise. Instead, he skillfully pinned down her resisting hand that he leaned down, pressing with conviction. "It's futile. I am an 8th-tier beast, capable of even slaying Feng." Ye Luoxing was indeed taken aback. She had a rough understanding of the strength of male beasts from the 1st to the 6th tier. Having witnessed Mo Chagu exert his full power, she could estimate the strength of 1st to 5th-tier beasts from various angles. Yet, she had never known the pinnacle of Feng He's power, as she had never seen him fight at full strength. However, she had observed the battle between Feng He and Tu Yisi, where Feng He effortlessly defeated the top-tier 6th-level Tu Yisi, leaving him severely injured. Since that moment, she had harbored a suspicion that the strength of beasts escalated dramatically from the 5th tier onward, and the gap between the 6th and 7th tiers was akin to that between heaven and earth. For any beast above the 7th tier, even a single tier increase would result in an exponential surge in strength. Ye Luoxing finally understood why Feng He was the sole 7th-tier beast in the northern lands, why the orcs revered him, and why the orc tribes struggled to break through the 7th tier. Because the 7th tier represented an entirely different realm. Their ascension became increasingly difficult, thus making them even more formidable. As for Liao Yuan, who had already ascended to the 8th tier, his strength was exceptionally formidable, unquestionably overwhelming. The sheer dominance of his power and presence was something Ye Luoxing had just begun to perceive. Although she herself possessed considerable strength, she had been momentarily intimidated by him when her abilities were sealed. No, even if her powers were accessible, she would still be astonished by the might of this orc. "Not necessarily. I only need to call out once, and it would be your end." She sensed that he was reminiscent of their previous encounter, yet something felt amiss, as if an unsettling aura lingered. "Go ahead and shout." With a simple utterance of 3 words, he suddenly seized Ye Luoxing's lips. The slight pain on her lips startled her. This fellow, indeed. Furrowing her brows, she intended to draw her gun. But the beast man above her distanced himself, his blazing gaze momentarily clearing. He turned to look at her palm, questioning, "Why does it smell of blood?" He swiftly grasped her hand, and upon noticing the bloodstains on the back of her hand, his complex eyes froze in shock as he murmured, "Did I hurt you?" Had his earlier force been too great? Yet, that couldn't be. For though he was not entirely lucid, he had maintained excellent control over his strength. He should not have harmed her. You have reopened the wound that took me so long to heal, Ye Luoxing stated matter-of-factly. You are injured? Liao Yuan's flushed face quickly paled, his gaze astonished as it turned towards her. Ye Luoxing glanced at her abdomen pinned beneath him, and Liao Yuan followed her gaze, only to see that the feathers of her bodice were stained with blood, the same as the scent emanating from the back of her hand. In a panic, Liao Yuan propped himself up, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet his breathing was heavy, his voice hoarse, and his body ached. At this moment, he could think of nothing but her. Your powers of observation leave much to be desired. Ye Luoxing remarked as she examined the laceration on her hand, a headache washing over her. Silence enveloped the cave for less than 5 seconds. With a gravelly voice, he spoke again. Who injured you? Ye Luoxing chuckled. Does it matter? If I say it was the yin beast, will you go and slay them all? Liao Yuan fell silent, fixated on her wounds, before shifting his gaze to her face. He pondered. So, the injury on your face is also? Ye Luoxing replied. It was inflicted on the same day. Liao Yuan was momentarily speechless. He had assumed her face had always been like that, perhaps with only a minor injury. But he was mistaken. His complexion shifted from its previous flush to a pallor, his lips trembling, and his body felt as though its strength had been sapped away, leaving him weak and swaying. Nearly collapsing against her, he steadied himself with his strong arms, ensuring he did not touch her skin again. His muddled mind was clouded, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes had reached a terrifying extent. His heavy breaths betraying his discomfort. Why, Ye Luoxing noticed his sudden change. She realized that this beast man was indeed resilient. The previous night, Yushang had mentioned that the dosage of that fruit was significant, and consuming it would surely lead to trouble. Yet, he had ingested the fruit, managed to reach her cave, and had striven to remain conscious for so long without collapsing. She lowered her gaze and asked, "Why did you eat that fruit?" She did not wish for him to be truly pursuing her. She needed to hear his honest answer. Liao Yuan looked at her in confusion. Fruit? In that instant, their gazes locked, and both pairs of eyes mirrored astonishment. He didn't know. What was she trying to say? Those fruits, the ones sent by the chieftain? Could it be that they were not sent by the chieftain at all? In that moment, Liao Yuan discerned far too much, for previously, Bobbin had claimed that the food was sent by the chieftain. Thus, he had never questioned it, only doubted whether he had consumed the wrong thing. But now, with clarity dawning upon him, his wolf-like eyes turned colder than the glaciers of the polar regions. Why, Ye Luoxing immediately comprehended. Was it Bobbin and the others who poisoned you? Liao Yuan abruptly clenched his fist. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the silence. He said nothing, but his reaction spoke volumes. Why, Ye Luoxing observed the furious beastman before her, his clenched fist betraying his strength, yet yielding to his weakness. And her previous dissatisfaction with him dissipated entirely. Bang! He suddenly collapsed towards her. Perhaps the anger had drained his stamina, or perhaps he had reached his limit. Why, Ye Luoxing struggled to support him with both hands, asking, what do they intend to achieve with this poison? Liao Yuan's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. This is not. He paused, unable to utter the rest of his thought. Why, Ye Luoxing inquired. Not what? Liao Yuan had sensed something was amiss. He shifted his words, weakly stating, I suspect they want to exhaust my strength to take action against me. Recalling the events of the previous night and gazing at the beast man who shared her plight, Ye Luoxing felt a surge of sympathy. With a smile, she spoke, Do you need me to assist you once more? With the last of his strength, Liao Yuan propped himself up, resolutely replying no. She watched in surprise as he sat up. Liao Yuan rolling off the nest. Why? Ye Luoxing asked with a smile. Are you sure you don't need help? I am somewhat of a healer. Consider it treatment. Liao Yuan retorted sarcastically. You are right. I truly do not wish to relive this. And besides, a rabbit escaping is just as well. A wolf beast would not desire to mate with its food. I shall never submit to a mere rabbit. With a cold expression, Liao Yuan forced himself to leave, his gaze fixated outside. The dignity of the black wolf and the poison from Bobbin had fully awakened the hatred within him. He had been determined to find her, because he found it difficult to forget that day's events. Yet now that he had truly found her, it seemed he did not have to be with this unfamiliar female at all. Since she did not intend to mate with him, it suited him just fine. He would either remain unmated for life or seek a powerful female beast to bond with. Ye Luoxing watched him depart with harsh words, not attempting to stop him. Do as you wish. Good luck. She reclined back in her nest, and soon she heard the sound of the beast man pushing open the stone door and leaving the cave. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and the alarm she had set before sleeping was due to ring. The timing was just right. Yushang emerged from hibernation, saying, Ye team, that pink fruit not only exhilarates, but also seems to suppress excitement. Its composition is quite complex, continuously tormenting the body, rendering existence worse than death. Having consumed it, he is surely in dire straits. Ye Luoxing was taken aback. Are you implying? She had grasped the meaning Yushang was trying to convey, and thoughts began to form in her mind. Reflecting on the black wolf who had just departed, she added, he is an 8th-tier beast. He should be fine, right? She did not plan to concern herself with him any further, as she had her own matters to attend to. She retrieved the pink fruit from a hole in the wall and took out a juicer and a bottle from her space. A few minutes later, she had bottled the juice, masking her scent with a spray before leaving the cave. She pinpointed the cave where the snow owl tribe stored their food, recalling the information she had gathered from Kaimeng yesterday, including the tribe's food distribution rules and the preferences of beasts like Chich. She easily diverted the attention of the guarding male beasts and slipped into the cave, leaving silently within 3 minutes. Initially intending to return directly, she suddenly recalled Liao Yuan and that pink fruit. Abruptly, she turned back, stealthily approaching the high ground where the wolf beasts were sleeping. She used 2 needles to incapacitate the 2 guarding wolf beasts. Swiftly removing the anesthetic needles, this entire process was executed without a sound. Then, she found 2 leftover pink fruits in the area where Liao Yuan had been during the day. Upon seeing them, she smiled. Fortunately, the wolf beast did not favor these. Yushang, witnessing her pilfering at midnight, remarked curiously, Ye team, what are you planning? Ye Luoxing's smile turned colder as she mentally replied, to relocate them. Yushang immediately understood her intent. Admiring her cunning. Ye team, it is truly you, that devious creature. Having completed her tasks, Ye Luoxing returned to her cave, changed her dressing, and fell asleep, enjoying a night of sweet dreams. The next day, upon waking, Ye Luoxing felt invigorated. She stretched languorously, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the crevice at the cave's entrance. Just as she intended to rise and freshen up, she noticed a blinding white light to her side. Retracting her arm to take a look, she smiled. The herbal remedy truly works. My skin color has returned. Yushang was equally astonished. Indeed, your wounds appear to be scabbing over. Ye Luoxing touched her face. It was indeed beginning to scab, and lifting her shirt, she felt some of the shallower wounds beneath the bandages also starting to scab. It seemed some of the bandages could be removed. Ye Luoxing gazed at her returning arm. It was not particularly pale. Years of training and surviving in the apocalypse had given her skin a healthy wheat tone. However, her original complexion had leaned towards fairness, and when not on missions, it would gradually revert. After several days of healing, coupled with the effects of the medicine, her skin had begun to return to its former state. In summary, at least her hair no longer appeared dark and unkempt, which was a considerable relief. Previously, her appearance seemed rather unhealthy, but now she felt invigorated and full of vitality. Ye Luoxing quickly rose, completed her morning routine, and retrieved some canned food and water from her storage to address her breakfast needs. Subsequently, she administered her medication once more, donned her feathered outfit, draped a shawl over her shoulders, and announced to Yushang, let us go. We shall ascend to the highlands to witness the grand performance. Her current cave was now closer to the highlands, and she swiftly leapt upward with the aid of her resilient threads. This hour, the orcs had just finished their breakfast, while the wolf beasts on the highlands were recuperating from their injuries. Several orcs, including Bo Ben, had vanished without a trace, while Liao Yuan and Feng, he were also absent. Tuyasi was likely patrolling the mountain periphery, and Chago, along with Sun and a few other male beasts, had gathered in a regular circle, engaged in some undisclosed activity. Her arrival was silent and unnoticed by the orcs, as Ye Luoxing scanned her surroundings, seeking an optimal spot to settle. Suddenly, her gaze landed upon the sharp peak of the main summit, where, despite the narrow space, She could easily accommodate several dozen of her kind. Just as she was about to approach, she spotted Haina descending with her partner nearby, making their way toward Imo, Chagu, and the others. Ye Luoxing exclaimed, "Oh no!" She rushed forward with fervor, raising her hand to halt Haina, declaring, "Stop!" Haina was abruptly intercepted by an unexpected figure, and her displeasure was evident as she halted her steps. Upon recognizing the familiar attire of the orc before her, she immediately focused on the scabbed and darkened face, her brows furrowing as she thought to herself how this female seemed to grow more unappealing by the day. However, Haina soon sensed something amiss. Although Ye Luoxing, dressed warmly due to her inability to acclimate to the northern climate, appeared rather bundled up, Haina noticed the subtle difference in her skin tone, which seemed to have brightened. No, it had turned pale. Haina raised her gaze, observing that the uninjured patches of skin on Ye Luoxing's face had also significantly lightened. The change was strikingly obvious upon closer inspection, as she rarely encountered such a fair complexion, especially before a female had begun purifying beasts. Due to years of environmental shifts, the skin of newborns typically lacked such radiance. This particular whiteness was something she had only seen on the face of the wolf beast Bai Xian before she had begun her purification. And Bai Xian's skin was renowned for its beauty. Even after ascending to a 5-star female beast, her complexion remained superior to many others. Clearly, the medicine from the shaman had proven somewhat effective. Haina smirked disdainfully. "What is it that you want? Why are you stopping me?" Haina inquired, her tone laced with annoyance that why Ye Luoxing cast a furtive glance at Imo, Chagu, and the others. Aware that the spectacle was about to commence, she could not afford to intervene. If this involved a female beast, it could escalate into a significant affair. She smiled at Haina, replying, "It's nothing. I merely wish to befriend you." "Become friend with me?" Haina squinted, scrutinizing her before breaking into a laugh. She leaned closer, her expression dripping with sarcasm. "Snowy owls do not befriend rabbits. Be careful, or I might just gut you and feast on your innards." "You feeble little rabbit. You wouldn't dare eat me." "Beautiful sister," Ye Luoxing retorted, defying expectations. Haina's expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if she had struck a blow into the water. Her face flickered between shades of green and white, the sarcasm fading into a semblance of awkwardness as she gazed into Ye Luoxing's innocent, sparkling black eyes. The sincerity emanating from this female was disarming, leaving Haina at a loss for words against such audacity. Behind Haina, her companions, including Jieshi, stood equally bewildered, taken aback by this new female. While Ye Luoxing was merely stalling for time, she was unconcerned with anything else, knowing that her words held some weight. "Yes, there's something wrong with you?" Haina scrutinized her earnestly, her gaze suggesting that she suspected Ye Luoxing might not be quite right, even questioning her gender. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ye Luoxing feigned a frown, deliberately provoking her. Haina awkwardly averted her gaze and gestured to compare their heights, muttering to herself, "Are all herbivorous females like you? I recall seeing some diminutive females in B City." She rambled on. Haina recalled encountering many shorter than Ye Luoxing. In truth, the female before her was not particularly small. It was just that in the Snowy Owl tribe. Her height did not stand out. In the distance, a commotion began to stir, and Ye Luoxing recognized that tensions were about to boil over. Just then, several snowy owls swooped down from the sky, and upon looking up, she saw Shidi descending with her partner beside her and Haina. What a fortuitous occurrence! Shidi, having observed Ye Luoxing's transformation while soaring above, had contemplated the implications after hearing Talai recount their encounter with her. Now, upon noticing Ye Luoxing's complexion, she stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Haina before addressing Ye Luoxing. "It appears that a female without a star rank indeed possesses exquisite skin. I knew Feng he would not be drawn to you without reason. I suspect he encountered you before your injuries, and you must have looked rather appealing." Shidi's words spilled forth, as if she had long since reached this conclusion. Both Ye Luoxing and Haina turned in surprise to face her. At this moment, their partners, including Talai, were also scrutinizing Ye Luoxing's skin tone. Shidi continued, "Males are always enamored with females before they begin purification. However, once they attain a star rank, changes in appearance are inevitable. Feng he must have been blinded by your allure, but judging by your skin, Even if you are beautiful, you cannot surpass Bai Xian's former beauty. Feng He truly lacks worldly experience, and your scars will not heal. Shidi, clearly dissatisfied with a female lacking strength, yet captivating a formidable male in their tribe solely by appearance, was intent on asserting her own superiority. She felt compelled to remark that even if Ye Luoxing shed her dark scabs, she would still bear a visage marred by crimson scars. Beauty alone could not sustain a female without a star rank. How could she survive in the beast world without leading her partner to starvation? Ye Luoxing held deep respect for the sacrifices made by female beasts in their society, lamenting that they had forsaken their bodies for the sake of star ranks. However, being ridiculed for it was an entirely different matter. She chuckled coldly. You have guessed correctly to a degree, but some matters are best not concluded prematurely. Ye Luoxing perceived the root of Shidi's disdain. However, regarding the star rank, it was not that she was incapable, merely that it was temporarily out of reach. The purification abilities she had painstakingly honed over the years had been cultivated to perfection, and she had faced numerous threats from zombies in her quest for mastery. While she could tolerate criticism in other areas, she would not allow anyone to belittle her prowess. That Ye Luoxing's hard-earned achievements made her intolerant of insults. Though she could somewhat empathize with Shidi's current mindset, she still felt a pang of irritation. Amidst their exchange, a sudden uproar erupted from the beast horde nearby. Ochago, what are you doing? Exclaimed a startled high-ranking male beast. Ochago and Mo-san stood wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Quickly, pull Ochago away, shouted another fierce-looking male beast. The commotion drew the attention of Shidi, who was facing off against Ye Luoxing, as well as Haina, both of whom turned to investigate the source of the ruckus. That Ye Luoxing, already aware of what was about to transpire, turned to observe as well. Jieshi, Mai Di, and the other high-ranking partners appeared puzzled and astonished as they gazed toward the unfolding chaos. Then, amid the tumult of the beast horde, Ye Luoxing and the orcs witnessed a shocking scene. Ochago had transformed into a colossal snowy owl, pinning Li to the ground. His piercing bird call echoed harshly as he flapped his wings, startling Li into a state of panic. His talons, sharp as iron, clamped down on Li's arms. And in the next moment, Ochago reverted to his human form. All the orcs beheld him, flushed and fierce, his chest heaving rapidly, his eyes seemingly fixated on Li, though it appeared he was lost in a haze of desire. Those eyes sent shivers down Li's spine. Everyone knew of Ochago's merciless nature, yet none were aware of this peculiar inclination he harbored. Hey, Ochago, calm down. Li shrank back, trembling. Witnessing this scene and hearing Li's quivering words, Ye Luoxing nearly burst into laughter. However, she knew she would soon be stifled by her own amusement. The effects of the medicine were indeed potent. Ochago's self-control was far inferior to Liao Yuan's, and while she merely intended to reprimand him, she never anticipated he would act so absurdly. Fortunately, she had prevented Haina from approaching. Had he taken advantage of her, the situation would have escalated further. Not only did she feel a pang of guilt within her heart, but it seemed that this splendid performance would come to an abrupt end. Beside her, Haina and Shidi were left agape, their eyes nearly bulging as they stared at the unfolding scene before them. The high-ranking companions behind them were equally taken aback, each of them with mouths agape. At a loss for words, Shidi quickly furrowed her brow. What is that madman Mocha doing now? While Shidi spoke, Haina had already taken a step forward, leading her companions towards the chaos. The sixth tier, Jiexia, fearing that Mocha's impulsiveness might harm Haina, had positioned himself firmly between her and the two other fifth-tier companions, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Mocha, get up now, Haina bellowed, her voice sharp, in the absence of their leader. A female beast could intervene and quell any disturbances that arose within the tribe. Upon seeing Haina approach, the male beast parted to create a path, while several high-ranking beasts surged forward to stand beside her, bracing themselves against the suddenly volatile Mocha. Haina, you should leave. Mocha, evidently agitated, was suddenly spurred into action. Mosin swiftly appeared before Haina, blocking her way and preventing her from advancing further. Haina forcefully shoved him aside, exclaiming, "Step aside." Haina's presence caused Mocha, lying on the ground. To redden his eyes even further, he turned his head, his gaze dark and covetous, fixating on Haina's striking figure. Gradually, he released Eri, his intentions towards Haina becoming increasingly apparent. In the rear of the beast crowd, Ye Luoxing and Shidi had also arrived. Shidi, accompanied by her companions, stepped forward, while Ye Luoxing remained stationary at the back, quietly observing the spectacle. Just as Mocha made a sudden lunge towards Haina, Jixie swiftly positioned himself in front of her. Mosin and the surrounding beasts exclaimed, "Haina, be careful." Then came a loud bang, as Jixie's fist struck Mocha, sending him flying. Haina coldly mocked, "Deserved it." She cast a disdainful glance at the figure tumbling on the ground, while Shidi had already taken her wolf whip and moved to Haina's side. Ye Luoxing stifled a laugh at the sight, sensing that Mocha was likely to receive a thorough thrashing from Shidi. "Ha ha," Yushang remarked. "Ye Luo, your laughter is quite audacious," to which Ye Luoxing retorted, "I'm simply enjoying myself. You should be quiet." Meanwhile, Mocha slowly began to rise from the ground, his desire not only unabated but intensifying. Just as Shidi cracked the whip against the ground with a resounding snap, a flock of 60 or 70 snowy owls suddenly soared up from the cliffs, creating a grand and tumultuous scene that enveloped the highland in a cacophony. The injured wolf beasts had already awakened, and several of the wolves, including Bobbin, had returned without anyone noticing. Ye Luoxing turned to see the leader hurrying from the back, and her smile faded. Yet her heart was elated. All had gathered. The performance was about to commence. Yushang was mentally playing with numbers. Let the grand show begin. Ling Dong soon stepped to the forefront of the crowd, her gaze fixed on the frenzied Mocha as she coldly commanded. "Tuyas Shumyan, take the beasts and subdue Mocha." The 6th tier Tuyas and the strongest of the 5th tier, Shumyan, immediately responded, rallying several male beasts as they charged towards Mocha. Mocha launched into another furious leap. He was caught mid-air, with Tuyas and Shumyan each seizing one of his arms, forcibly bringing him back to the ground. Mocha attempted to shift into his beast form, but several male beasts secured his legs tightly. Tuyas and Shumyan readied themselves for transformation, prepared to deliver a beating should Mocha attempt to forcefully change. With so many beasts restraining him, Mocha seemed to gradually regain some clarity. Tuyas' voice resonated above him. "Mocha, what has come over you?" Shumyan chimed in with a complaint. "What madness has possessed you, Mocha? You look as if you wish to devour someone." Ling Dong noticed Mocha's eyes were clearing, and she stepped forward, her voice cold as she demanded, "Mocha, you best provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, even if you are my offspring, I shall show no mercy." "Mother Beast," Mocha's voice emerged, cold and hoarse, his eyes glinting with malice. "The food this morning was tainted." He struggled to suppress the boiling blood within him, nearly grinding his teeth as he uttered those words, his labored breaths betraying his extreme discomfort. Tuyas' revelation. Tuyas, Shumyan, and the other beasts were left stunned. Tuyas and Shumyan quickly lowered their heads to assess Mocha's condition. Soon, Shumyan spoke in a daze. "Leader, his symptoms seem to be..." "Enough." Ling Dong had already discerned Mocha's predicament. She decisively commanded, "You two, throw him into the ice river to cool down. Have a beast fetch the shaman." Following her orders, several male beasts hurried towards the shaman's cave. Bunite had been busy all day and was likely catching up on sleep. Tuyas and Shumyan hoisted Mocha, with Shumyan tossing him onto Tuyas' back, and the two transformed into their beast forms, transporting Mocha towards the distant ice river. In the rear, among the beast crowd, Bobbin and a few other wolves listened intently as the tribe beast recounted the events. Observing Mocha's familiar reactions, they were gripped by a sense of foreboding. Within 10 minutes, the bleary-eyed Bunite arrived, accompanied by the tribe beasts. During this time, Ling Dong had instructed the beasts to bring the remaining food from that morning to the highland, which included a piece of juvenile rock thunderbird meat that Mocha had left uneaten. Mosin was recounting what had transpired earlier. "As we feasted on our hunt this morning, Mocha suddenly felt unwell and ceased eating. However, we noticed nothing amiss. After finishing, his body began to redden, becoming increasingly peculiar. We were just contemplating whether to seek out Bunite when Mocha's gaze turned terrifying, and he pounced on as Mosin narrated. Both Ling Dong and Bunite wore grim expressions. The tribe beasts were puzzled. All food had been uniformly distributed, and none had fallen ill. So why had Mocha experienced such a reaction? Surely, he wouldn't have consumed something unsuitable outside. However, considering Mocha's profound familiarity with the northern lands and its various prey and flora, it seemed improbable that he would recklessly consume anything out of the ordinary, especially since his sense of taste was remarkably acute. Thus, amidst the bewilderment of the other beasts and the observant gaze of Ye Luoxing, One-Eyed knelt before the pile of food, meticulously inspecting each piece. Finally, he uncovered the piece of juvenile rock thunderbird meat that Mocha had left behind. He first sniffed it but detected nothing amiss, then tore a piece apart. One-Eyed scrutinized it, sensing something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Summoning his courage, he took a small bite. Upon chewing, he immediately spat out. Coupled with the faint, elusive flavor he had sensed earlier and a suspicious pink hue within the bird's flesh, One-Eyed quickly comprehended the situation. He hastened to Ling Dong's side and whispered in her ear, "Leader, Mocha has inadvertently ingested a type of aphrodisiac fruit from the West. However, it differs from the commonly known aphrodisiac. I encountered it during a trip to a beast city in the West. This substance should not have appeared in the northern lands, as the West is far too distant, and besides, it had been juiced and mixed into the meat." Ling Dong's expression darkened significantly upon hearing One-Eye's hushed words. She turned her gaze towards him. "Are you implying that someone has poisoned Mocha?" One-Eye nodded gravely. "There is a possibility. This fruit has a potent effect. If not careful, Mocha could be rendered incapacitated. Fortunately, the quantity of juice mixed in was minimal." Ling Dong's face had turned ominously dark, and Ye Luoxing took note of the change. While she held a favorable view of the leader, she acknowledged that Ling Dong's offspring had indeed strayed from the path. Thus, she held no qualms about teaching him a lesson, regardless of whether Ling Dong intended to downplay the matter or escalate it. However, she knew Ling Dong would not let the matter rest upon realizing that someone had poisoned Mocha. Indeed, the next moment, Ye Luoxing heard Ling Dong coldly issue her orders. "One-Eyed, you shall personally lead the beasts in a search. Spare no detail that seems amiss. Understood. I shall set off at once." One-Eyed affirmed, summoning Mosin and other beasts to scour every cave for clues. Ye Luoxing casually found a stone to sit upon, patiently waiting for time to pass. During this interval, her gaze occasionally swept over the beast crowd, searching for Bobbin, the black wolf who had mysteriously vanished. However, this white wolf nearly caused her indirect harm. It is certainly not a benign entity, having fortuitously teamed up with Mocha. Why, Ye Luoxing remarked. "If only we had a watermelon." Yushang retorted, "Aren't you worried about freezing your teeth?" Approximately half an hour later, One-Eyed returned with Mo's son and the others. Approaching Ling Dong, One-Eyed shook his head and said, "Chief, we found nothing." Ling Dong surveyed the apprehensive expressions of the surrounding beastmen, coldly tugging at the wolf whip in her hand. For reasons unknown, upon hearing One-Eye's words, Bourbon and the others appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Sheedy from the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Mother Beast, we have yet to search the highlands." Sheedy's demeanor was grave, her tone laced with danger, her words evidently implying something, drawing the gazes of the beastmen towards her. Sheedy maintained her composure, locking eyes with Ling Dong. She could not believe the coincidence that their snowy owl tribe had been peaceful, only for the wolf clan to arrive yesterday, followed closely by Mocha, falling victim to poison. "Sheedy, what do you mean by that?" Bourbon stammered, feeling an unease creep into his heart. He sensed her suspicion towards them, prompting his inquiry. Sheedy scoffed, "This is our tribe's territory. We will search wherever we please." The female beast Amos chimed in. "Indeed? Bourbon, do you think you have any say in this?" Cornered by the two females, Bourbon dared not utter another word, suppressing his anxiety as he stood rigidly in place. Ye Luoxing leaned against a rock, noticing that the prey was about to fall into the trap, a smirk playing on her lips. Sheedy turned once more to Ling Dong, declaring, "Mother Beast." Understanding Sheedy's intent, Ling Dong hesitated before addressing One-Eyed. "Take the beastmen to search." One-Eyed nodded and once again led Mo's son and the others away. They began by meticulously searching the left highland, finding nothing suspicious, and then proceeded to the right highland. During this time, the right highland, crowded with beastmen, forced Bourbon and the wolf beastmen to remain still, wary of making any rash movements, Bunide located the spot where the black wolf had been recuperating the previous day. Bourbon's heart raced. He was uncertain if the black wolf had consumed the fruits, having rushed to deal with matters at dawn and forgotten to check. However, given the wolf's appetite, he presumed it had been finished, especially knowing it was food sent by Chief Taya. The black wolf would never waste provisions from Chief Taya. It was only when Bunide left that location, as usual, that Bourbon finally exhaled in relief. He chastised himself for being overly cautious, realizing it was unlikely to be connected to him, yet he remained tense. Although, even if there were any ties, he could easily blame it on that black wolf. Nevertheless, that black wolf ultimately belonged to their white wolf tribe. Ye Luoxing, observing Bourbon's shifting expression from afar, understood his thoughts. After a few minutes, Bunide discovered the resting place of Bourbon and his companions from the previous night. Suddenly, Sin caught sight of a hint of pink beneath a stone and hastily bent down to retrieve the fruit, presenting it to Bunide. Shaman, look. Upon seeing what Sun held, Bunide's expression darkened. He took the fruit from Sun, and the beastmen accompanying him, noticing the shaman's demeanor, realized something amiss, their cold, hawk-like eyes darting towards Bourbon and his group. Bunide approached Ling, the pink fruit in hand, drawing the attention of all the beastmen. Upon recognizing the familiar fruit, Bourbon and the other wolf beasts turned ashen. Impossible, Bourbon murmured, his voice betraying his panic. What to do? The wolf beasts beside him also grew frantic, their voices trembling. Bunide spoke. Chief, it was this that Mocha Gu consumed, leading to his current state. My judgment was indeed correct. As Bunide's words hung in the air, Ling Dong glanced at the fruit in his hand. And nearly 100 hawk-like eyes on the highland fixated on the wolf beasts, with Bourbon at the forefront of scrutiny. Ling Dong strode towards Bourbon and the other beastmen, the snowy owl warriors parting the way for their chief. Her voice was devoid of warmth. Bourbon, step forward. Bourbon, feeling trepidation, hurriedly began. Ling Dong, please let me explain. Suddenly, Suachi from the crowd interjected. Chief, I saw Bourbon delivering this fruit to the black wolf yesterday, and it seems they went hunting to the west a couple of days ago. Suachi's timely revelation halted the storm brewing in Bourbon's mind. He had initially considered how to shift the blame onto the black wolf, only to find himself now implicated by Suachi's words. With Suachi's testimony, the gazes of the snowy owl warriors turned savage, as if they wished to rend Bourbon and his companions to pieces. Dozens of bird beasts encircled Bourbon and the wolf beastmen, while those wolf beasts, still recuperating, gradually stood, limping towards Bourbon. They were unaware of the underlying intricacies but could see the tension brewing, knowing they could not simply ignore it, given their kinship with Bourbon. The atmosphere on the highland grew tense, while Ye Luoxing and a few lower-tier beasts lingered at the periphery. He remained stationed at the territory's edge, vigilant against potential ambushes from the yen beasts. The black wolf had yet to appear, leaving Ye Luoxing feeling regretful that Liao Yuan could not witness this unfolding drama that had been brewing for over an hour. Tu Yasi and Xuan Mian had already returned with Mocha Gu, who was drenched in icy water. His pale body trembled, his lips a ghastly white, with his long black and white hair hanging wetly over his shoulders. Yet, even in this condition, it was hard to conceal the lingering desires in his golden eyes, which seemed to glow despite his pallor. Tuyasi, carrying Mocha Gu back, had droplets of water on his back, his white hair now damp. Mocha Gu stood weakly, his left hand clutching his right arm. Uncertain whether he was cold or hot, his head bowed, his eyes marred by bloodshot veins resembling a spider's web. An alarming sight. Nevertheless, the rise and fall of his chest indicated that his breathing was less labored than before. It seemed the icy water had indeed proven beneficial. Ye Luoxing mused. This is a physical method to forcibly suppress desires. Yu Shang, observing the scene, remarked, honestly, if they weren't so bothersome, this sight would be quite pleasing. The alluring spectacle of two handsome beastmen. Completely drenched, Ye Luoxing retorted, enough. Don't let your drool cloud my thoughts. Ye Luoxing rolled her eyes and continued to fixate on the scene, where Mocha Gu had begun to grasp the situation through the words of the tribe's beasts. Tu Yasi and Xuanman, upon hearing the news, were initially taken aback, their brows furrowing as they turned coldly towards Bourbon. After resting for a moment, Mokaji's muddled mind gradually cleared. He raised his head stiffly, tilting it to the side, his fierce, menacing gaze narrowing towards Bourbon. Under Mokaji's penetrating stare, Bourbon felt a chill run down his spine, his body shivering involuntarily. The sensation was akin to being watched by a malevolent spirit, sending shivers coursing through him, as if Mokaji's gaze could strip him of his very skin and bones. Mokaji's infamous ruthlessness resonated throughout all tribes in the north, and given his high rank, there were likely no beasts in this region, save for Feng He and that black wolf, who would dare confront him, including Tu Yasi, who was barely above Moka Gu in strength. After all, Mokaji's cunning and methods were not something an average beast could withstand. He had infamously ended the lives of numerous beasts. Mokaji's voice, low and terrifying, echoed, "Yes, you." The weight of his words struck Bourbon, who felt an overwhelming urge to flee, trembling as he stammered, "Moka Gu, listen to me." Moka Gu shifted his stance, his eerie eyes locking on a Bourbon amidst the crowd, leaving Bourbon speechless with fear. The surrounding snowy owl warriors, noting Mokaji's expression, instinctively stepped back, with Imo Sun retreating the fastest. The male beasts who often accompanied Moka Gu, including Ai, Li, and Kai Meng, also took a synchronized step back, fully aware that Bourbon's fate was sealed. The ominous atmosphere was palpable. Even Ye Luoxing, observing from a distance, felt a chill. This Moka Gu was indeed a formidable foe. Had he existed in the apocalypse, he would likely have survived until the last piercing call of a bird echoed across the highlands. In the next moment, as all the orcs remained oblivious, Mochog darted forward towards Bourbon in midair. He swiftly transformed into a colossal beast form, emanating an aura of ruthless ferocity, and with his sharp eagle claws, he lunged at Bourbon's vulnerable head. Exclaiming "Die!" Mochog's cold, furious voice sent Bourbon retreating in fear. Transforming into his wolf form a moment too late, he had intended to raise his paw to fend off Mochog's assault, but Mochog's speed was simply too overwhelming. With a single swipe, he tore away 2 strips of flesh from Bourbon's body, along with tufts of fur that floated down to the ground. In agony, Bourbon bared his sharp wolf fangs, his light brown eyes desperately seeking to lock onto Mochog's figure, spinning in circles in place. Yet, Mochog's beast form was extraordinarily agile, flipping and twisting in the air, repeatedly charging at Bourbon, tearing away his flesh, even plucking a piece of tender meat from beside Bourbon's wolf ear with his beak. Mochog was enraged. Nevertheless, he could still pinpoint Bourbon's location amidst the crowded orcs with precision. Although Bourbon's wolf form was significantly larger than that of the snowy owl, he was still no match for Mochog. Even several attempts to bite merely resulted in superficial scratches on Mochog, posing no threat whatsoever. Nearby, a few wolves who shared a bond with Bourbon attempted to assist him, but were swiftly subdued by Tuyas and his companions as they transformed. Thus, they could only watch anxiously from beneath the sharp claws of the avian beast. "I dare anyone to cause trouble in my snowy owl tribe." Ling Dong's cold voice rang out. The remaining restless wolves, witnessing more and more avian beasts surging onto the high ground, gradually abandoned their thoughts of transforming and fighting. The wolf clan was typically united and fearless, yet this time they realized Bourbon was in the wrong. Having come to the snowy owl tribe seeking medical aid, which Ling Dong graciously provided, with Bun-Eye tending to their injuries, yet Bourbon had now harmed the orcs of the snowy owl tribe, regardless of the underlying circumstances. It was indeed Bourbon who had brought the poisonous fruit. Many wolves were aware of this. Moreover, with Ling Dong himself issuing a statement, Tuyas and the others exerted their hierarchical pressure, and as more avian beasts gathered around, the wolf clan understood that this was not the time for a ruckus. If this matter escalated and strained relations with the snowy owl tribe, Chief Taya would surely hold them accountable. The wolf men exchanged glances, ultimately turning their attention to the 2 beasts engaged in battle, silently wishing for Bourbon's safety. As long as no lives were lost, they could endure a beating, perhaps best to observe for now. The high ground soon became suffused with the smell of blood, growing increasingly pungent. Ye Luoxing watched the battered wolf, realizing he was no match for Mochog. However, she noted Bourbon's seemingly high status within the White Wolf tribe and could not help but curiously inquire to the nearby Ian, "What rank is that Bourbon?" He is a 5th-tier male beast, on the verge of advancing to 6th tier, Ian replied. Not particularly fond of commotion, she stood back quietly to observe, comfortably perched on her partner's shoulder where she could still see. However, Ian soon turned to Ye Luoxing in surprise. Ye Luoxing, can't you smell it? Ye Luoxing shook her head, admitting she could not discern the star rank or tier of the orcs. Although surprised, Ian chose not to pursue the topic further, stating, in truth, Bourbon is quite strong. He is the most powerful male beast of the White Wolf tribe. Unfortunately, he has encountered Mochog, which is rather unfortunate, as there are very few 6th-tier beasts in the entire northern region. Ye Luoxing felt a sense of astonishment at Ian's words. No wonder Fenghe often spoke highly of the Snowy Owl tribe, and Ling Dong and the other orcs frequently conveyed the same sentiment. It turned out that the Snowy Owls were not merely dominant due to their formidable species in the northern lands, but their overall strength far surpassed that of most tribes. She recalled having learned that the White Wolf tribe had a much larger population than the Snowy Owl tribe, yet the latter still ranked among the strong, likely compensating for their numerical disadvantage with tier levels. She had previously underestimated the rarity of 6th-tier beasts, which explained why there was only one 6th-tier beast partner in the Snowy Owl tribe, Haina, who had apparently returned from the Beast City with her. Once again, a piercing bird call rang out, accompanied by a pained wolf howl. As Ye Luoxing turned her head, she witnessed Mochog, in a frenzy, tear away a chunk of flesh from Bourbon's front leg, devouring it whole along with the tendons. Bourbon's entire white fur was stained with crimson blood, his body riddled with gaping wounds. He could no longer stand, howling in agony. Yu shocked exclaimed, "Wow, he seems even more ruthless than you." Team Ye Luoxing, faced with Mochog's brutal consumption of an orc's flesh, Ye Luoxing was left momentarily speechless in astonishment. Perhaps Mochog's utterly dominant and merciless confrontation with Bourbon, coupled with the extent of his cruelty, was the sole unexpected revelation for Ye Luoxing. She had not anticipated Mochog could go to such lengths. His appearance was indeed more terrifying than that of a zombie. He would consume his own kind. Ian, however, remained unfazed, casting a cold glance and stating, "He brought this upon himself." In that instant, Ye Luoxing felt she had truly come to comprehend this world governed by the law of the jungle, deeply immersing herself in the brutal and bloody realm of beasts. Indeed, this was the nature of orcs, forever embodying the instincts of wild beasts. Once humans ventured into this primordial forest, they were akin to a raindrop falling to the earth, disappearing without a trace in an instant. She finally witnessed the mystery and danger of the beast world. Chief Ling Dong, a wolf man, held down by Tuyas, called out in despair and urgency. The situation had escalated. The wolves realized Mochog was intent on Bourbon's life. They understood this orc was not to be trifled with, yet his actions were excessively ruthless. The two tribes were neighbors, and their relationship was decent. Why must Mochog be so merciless? Ling Dong, observing Mochog's lethal intent, narrowed his eyes, witnessing Mochog dive once more towards the prostrate Bourbon. This time his sharp beak aimed directly at Bourbon's throat. This final strike was truly meant to slay Bourbon. Ling Dong quickly intervened, commanding Mochog, "Stop." Although Ling Dong's order was issued, Mochog had already descended. However, due to Ling Dong's command, Xu Mian immediately transformed into beast form and charged at Mochog in midair, with several other Snowy Owl orcs also shifting forms to intercept Mochog. Xu Mian collided with Mochog's body, while the other avian orcs obstructed Mochog's path. The trajectory of Mochog's dive was altered, ultimately causing him to crash to the ground. Reverting to human form, Mochog stood tall, looking down at the bloodied wolf, while Bourbon, now barely conscious, also transformed into human form. Mochog coldly spat out blood and flesh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his chilling gaze remaining terrifying as he stood there like a specter. And no wolf dared to meet his eyes, and even Bourbon, sensing the icy stare above him, did not dare to lift his gaze. Naturally, his vision was already shrouded in red. Ling Dong approached, addressing the wolf men. "He is a 5th-tier beast. These wounds are not enough to take his life. As for the wolf men who came seeking medical help yesterday, Bunite has already treated your injuries, and Tawa the shaman is about to awaken. Your wounds are not grave. Take him back and report the events that transpired here to Chief Taya, if you dare to deceive." You know what the consequences will be. Understanding Ling Dong's intent to send them away, the wolf men complied, realizing their injuries had indeed improved significantly. As long as Tao awakened, they would be ready to leave. Given the current situation, it was indeed inappropriate for them to remain in the Snowy Owl tribe. A few wolf men stepped forward to assist Bourbon, feeling sympathy for his wounds, yet recognizing that Ling Dong's willingness to allow their departure was quite gracious. Likely considering Chief Taya's esteem, Ling Dong continued, "If Chief Taya has any grievances, she may come to find me at any time." The wolf men hurriedly responded, "We will report the truth to Chief Taya. Rest assured, we deeply regret this incident. We shall take Bourbon and depart at once." They had no time to concern themselves with the whereabouts of the Black Wolf. Indeed, Ling Dong's allowance for Mochog to reduce Bourbon to such a state was not solely due to Mochog being affected by the poison Bourbon had brought, but rather because that poison could likely harm females as well. Thankfully, Mochog had not harmed any female beast today. Otherwise, Bourbon would likely have paid with his life. The wolves departed swiftly, and, as they left, Tawa the shaman's fingers twitched, indicating he was on the verge of awakening. Bun-eyed sighed as he observed Tawa's figure gradually fade, lamenting that he had initially wanted to learn medicine alongside Tawa with the new females. But alas, this incident had caused Tawa to miss a valuable opportunity. With the wolves gone and Mochog's poison not yet fully dissipated, Ling Dong turned to the surrounding tribal beasts, declaring, "Everyone disperse. Tuyas, lead the team to continue patrolling the outskirts of the tribe. Do not allow the yin beast to sneak in." Ling Dong remained vigilant, and Tuyas nodded, promptly leading a team of orcs away. Ling Dong then turned to City and Haina, along with the other female beasts, saying, "You should return as well." An unsettling occurrence transpired upon the highlands, causing Ling Dong to be deeply concerned for the safety of the female beasts. Shidi and Haina, not wishing to linger, cast a fleeting glance at the ominous figure of Moshich, who stood frozen in place. With a graceful leap, they transformed and took flight alongside their companions. Similarly, Ian had no desire to tarry. She turned to Ye Luoxing and said, "Luoxing, I shall take my leave now. You should return and rest as well." All right. Ye Luoxing nodded, observing the orcs on the highlands gradually dispersing. Ling Dong was engaged in a conversation with Bun-eyed. "Bun-eyed, I must trouble you to prepare more herbs for Moshich. His condition remains precarious. I shall return to the cave to gather them." Bun-eyed replied, soaring off towards the cave, accompanied by several male orcs who were closely related to Moshich, eager to assist. "You should return as well and rest well." Ling Dong cast a complex glance at Moshich before departing. Once Ling Dong and her companions vanished from sight, only Moshich and the group of orcs led by Mosin remained on the highland. Of course, Ye Luoxing was still present, as she had yet to complete her intended tasks. "Moshich, how do you feel?" Mosin approached with concern. "Are you feeling any better?" Eli, evidently still haunted by previous shadows, inquired. "Moshich is perfectly fine." The fierce-looking male orc remarked coldly. That reckless wolf beast got what it deserved. Another robust male orc chimed in. Keeman and Soki also approached to examine Moshich closely. Surprisingly, Shuen Mian, who had previously assisted in restraining Moshich, had not yet departed. He stepped forward and patted Moshich's shoulder, saying, "You ought to be grateful to me today. Had you harmed a female beast, you would have been doomed. Your self-control is usually commendable, is it not? Was that poison truly so potent?" Shuen Mian, with his tiger-like fangs, wore a gossipy expression, pondering the fact that even the typically aloof Moshich had lost control due to that poison. The potency of the toxin was indeed alarming. He couldn't fathom which male orcs would consume such things, or how the wolf beast had come to know of that fruit. The mere thought of the wolf clan's orcs indulging in such substances made Shuen Mian wish to mock them mercilessly. Upon hearing Shuen Mian's words, Moshich clenched his fists tightly. Being poisoned, he was acutely aware that the fruit was far from ordinary. The mere recollection of that wolf beast daring to use such a thing against him only fueled his anger. Today they had not torn out his throat, yet the fury within him remained pent up. Moshich disregarded the other orcs and strode forward, his expression dark and his aura foreboding. The male orcs recognized his foul mood and chose not to comment further. Though several of them slowly fell and stepped behind him, vigilant of his condition. Just then, as they had not ventured far, a female voice rang out from the side. Moshij, Ye Luoxing called his name. Perched upon a large stone as she observed the orcs ahead, Moshij's steps abruptly halted, and the orcs behind him followed suit, turning towards the source of the voice. Their surprise was palpable upon spotting Ye Luoxing seated on the stone, as they had been so focused on Moshij that they had failed to notice the lingering female. Upon seeing Ye Luoxing, Keeman's eyes lit up, and he took a couple of steps forward, exclaiming, "Ye Luoxing, you are here too. Has your wound healed? Why haven't you returned?" He observed the scabbed injury on her face without showing any signs of disdain, although they were skeptical about the new female being the one to save them that day. Keeman believed in her. He felt as if he had glimpsed her in a hazy dream, where she appeared earnest and captivating. Unfortunately, he had not been able to ascertain in that dream whether it was truly her. Nevertheless, he appreciated a capable female beast with medical knowledge. Not just anyone could be a shaman. She was truly remarkable. Keeman's enthusiasm stood in stark contrast to the cold expressions of the orcs behind him. Moshij's gaze turned frigidly towards her, and the other males, including Mosin and Eli, displayed similarly indifferent expressions, as did Soki and the rest. Upon noticing the scabbed wounds on her face, they could not help but think how much more unsightly she appeared. They could hardly fathom how such an unattractive female beast could exist. They had seen female beasts from the herbivorous and insect clans, and while those females were shorter, they did not possess such a grotesque visage. Had she merely looked somewhat normal, they might not have found her so repugnant. "What do you want?" Moshij's voice was as cold as ice, his naturally resonant tone tinged with lingering hoarseness that why Ye Luoxing did not respond immediately, but instead smiled at Keeman and replied, "Yes, I am better now. I came to speak with Moshij. I shall return once I am done." Keeman felt a surge of joy upon hearing her first response, but grew anxious upon learning she had matters to discuss with Moshij. "Moshij has mistakenly consumed the love fruit. You should leave now. I fear he may pounce on you." The male orcs behind them glowered in silence. Mosin, clearly displeased, retorted, "Keeman, what nonsense are you spouting?" The fierce-looking male orc interjected, "I believe it is not Moshij who has been poisoned, but rather you." Eli added quietly, "Though Moshij has indeed been afflicted by the love fruit's poison, he would not resort to attacking her. With Moshij's status, he could easily find a female orc in the beast city. He would never lower himself to pursue such an unattractive, lowly creature." Keeman, upon awakening, had expressed an unusual friendliness towards this hideous female, despite his previous declarations of seeking a mate in the beast city, leaving others bewildered as to what had influenced his change in demeanor. The surrounding male orcs were at a loss for words. Soki contemplated stepping forward to pull Keeman back while urging the new female to depart. He too found Keeman's words rather absurd. If the one poisoned had been a lower-tier beast or a third-tier beast, Soki might have understood Keeman's concerns, but Moshij was far too powerful. What on earth was Keeman rambling about? Keeman was acutely aware that the others disdained the new female. In the past, he would have shared their sentiments. However, that was no longer the case. He now found himself quite fond of her. Displeased with their attitudes, he was about to turn and reprimand them when Ye Luoxing leapt down from the stone. Her movements were graceful, momentarily rendering Keeman speechless, as the new female seemed. "I believe he will not pounce on me." Ye Luoxing smiled brightly. Striding purposefully towards Moshij, as the male orcs witnessed, Ye Luoxing approached Moshij with a smile. A sense of foreboding arose within them. They instinctively took a step back, concerned for Moshij. This unattractive female could not possibly be attempting to take advantage of Moshij while he was under the influence of the love fruit. Goodness, if that were the case, should they intervene? They could not confront a female, yet if she truly intended to force Moshij into a bond, they would not stand idly by. Moreover, they feared Moshij might not be able to restrain himself from clawing her heart out. If that happened, he would surely drag the ugly female down with him. Ultimately, the male orcs could not contain themselves and took a collective step forward. Moshij was injured. They could not allow this unattractive female to exploit the situation. They had to remain vigilant against her, that if it became necessary, they would subdue her, pinning her firmly to the ground. The male orcs glared menacingly, as if bracing for battle, their eyes fixated on Ye Luoxing. unable to imagine the sight of her alongside the powerful and handsome Moshage. It was simply too unappealing. Ye Luoxing halted half a meter before Moshage. The proximity only deepened the scowl on his face. The male orcs felt a shared discomfort for him. Hearing the sound of Moshage's knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, likely the only way he could restrain himself from striking her. Or perhaps retreating a step? What do you wish to say? Moshage ground out each word through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, an expression far more terrifying than when he had confronted Bobbin. The bloodshot veins in his eyes only intensified, and the previously calm rhythm of his breath became erratic, his pale complexion gradually regaining color. It was evident that it was fueled by rage. Ye Luoxing naturally perceived the changes in him. Was he angry? Perfect, he was still not enraged enough. The thought that he had not finished those food items and had not suffered much himself. Indeed, he had merely dealt with the wolf clan, only ignited her desire to fan the flames of his fury. Before she departed from the Shueshao tribe, she could not allow this grievance to go unaddressed. Since he despised her and dared to poison her, he might as well despise her a little more. If he could drive himself to the brink of fury or even provoke some sort of reaction, that would be even better. Thus, amidst the cold and wary gazes surrounding her, and under Moshage's disdainful and dissatisfied scrutiny, Ye Luoxing unexpectedly leaned in close to his and the moment Moshage's eyes began to redden, on the verge of an explosive rage, she swiftly whispered a single phrase. Is fruit juice mixed with meat delicious? The melodious timbre of her voice, laced with sinister words, entwined with her breath as it slipped into his ears, rendered Moshage momentarily paralyzed. Not only did his entire body freeze, but in that fleeting moment, his mind felt as if struck by lightning, leaving it blank. The flush that had just graced his skin rapidly drained away, leaving his complexion a pallid mix of blue and white, while the blood vessels in his eyes trembled like a spider's web. His clenched fist seemed to lose sensation, with only her words echoing in his ears. Ye Luoxing had already regained her composure, standing tall with an air of calm elegance. The surrounding male beasts were equally stunned. They had just witnessed her suddenly approach Moshage, startling them. They had intended to intervene, assuming he would push her away, yet to their astonishment, the furious Moshage stood frozen, his aura in disarray. His fist still clenched without the chance to strike. Kai Ming, too, was taken aback. He thought the new female might truly mean to confront Moshage, his eyes widening in fear as he envisioned Moshage knocking her to the ground. However, before he could rush forward to assist, he found Ye Luoxing standing upright, her demeanor contrasting starkly with Moshage's vacant expression, leaving him and all the male beasts rooted in place. This tableau lingered for what felt like an eternity. Even the distant Xuemian, who had not caught up, was taken aback. I s at you, Moshage finally articulated, his words emerging through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed on the female beast before him, his knuckles white with tension. Ye Luoxing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Not too foolish, are you? Moshage's teeth ground together audibly as he swung a fist toward her. Ye Luoxing sensed the fierce wind rushing toward her, and with a graceful leap backward, she effortlessly evaded his attack. Yet Moshage's sudden and brutal strike horrified the surrounding males. While they had been wary of Ye Luoxing, they could hardly believe that Moshage would genuinely seek her demise. Indeed, though his fierce punch had not been delivered with full force, had it struck a female beast, she would surely have been gravely injured. Realizing this, Kai Ming and Xuemian swiftly lunged forward, each grasping one of Moshage's arms. Mosin and Ali, too, surged forward to prevent Moshage from acting impulsively and killing the new female. Moshage, what are you doing? Xuemian admonished angrily. That you've gone mad. Moshage, Kai Ming shouted in protest. However, they noticed out of the corner of their eyes that Ye Luoxing was nimbly dodging, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Especially Kai Ming, who had just realized how incredibly agile the female S-form was. Moshage's expression was one of primal hunger as he glared at Ye Luoxing, and Xuemian and Kai Ming struggled to restrain him. Soki, perceiving the gravity of the situation, was about to summon the leader. At that moment, the new female unexpectedly spoke again, her face adorned with a playful smile. Ye Luoxing tossed a blue fruit into the air, leaning against a large stone behind her, Her demeanor relaxed as she casually remarked, "Didn't we agree not to pounce on me?" Her nonchalance starkly contrasted with Emo Chae's frantic state. The other male beasts watched in astonishment, struggling to comprehend her calmness. A female should be enraged at such a moment. What had she said to Emo Chae? Was she deliberately provoking him? This new female was indeed audacious and reckless. However, at that moment, even Xue Mian, who had always found Ye Luoxing unattractive, stared at her. Captivated, her grip on Emo Chae's arm tightening. If this new female were not deemed unattractive, she would be utterly enchanting. She stood with an elegant poise, her movements exuding a domineering pride, tinged with an air of mystery. As Kai Meng stood in a daze, he noticed the similarly entranced expressions of those around him that a sense of crisis welled within him, prompting him to mentally chastise Xue Mian. "You white-haired fool. Why stir trouble?" But then he recalled that he too had white hair. As Ye Luoxing continued to toss the blue fruit, the gaze of the male beasts shifted from her face to her hands. When they discerned what she was tossing, the expressions of Mosin, Ailey, and even the enraged Emo Chae froze once more. Seeing that the impulsive fool had halted, Ye Luoxing also ceased her playful tossing. Instead, she examined the fruit closely, her voice a chilling whisper. "This fruit is indeed beautiful. However, I have an even greater fondness for it. Were I to receive such a fruit, I would certainly choose to return a more exquisite one to him, to broaden his horizons and show him what truly beautiful fruit looks like." After uttering this last statement, Ye Luoxing lifted her gaze to Emo Chae, a smile still gracing her lips, yet her eyes had darkened. More fearsome than the densest night in the rainforest, brimming with an intangible yet perilous aura, she cast her warning glance. Emo Chae's seething fury seemed to be engulfed by a tempest. Extinguished in an instant, Mosin, Ailey, and the other male beasts were equally terrified by her gaze, bewildered by their own fear of her. Her eyes were more toxic than venom and more fervent than flames, as if they could consume them entirely. Kai Meng and Soki were baffled, and even Xue Mian felt an inexplicable danger mingled with allure emanating from her. As Ye Luoxing stepped closer to Emo Chae, all the beasts remained frozen in place, unable to move. Reaching his side, she gestured for Xue Mian and Kai Meng to release him. Bewildered, they complied, stepping back as Ye Luoxing leaned in closer to the dazed Emo Chae, whispering with an ethereal chill, "Do you understand? There shall not be a next time, or I shall pluck every feather from your bird, rendering you worse off than a wolf beast." Emo Chae shuddered, the icy fire within him simmering in response to her words. Ye Luoxing straightened her posture. The surrounding male beasts remained in a daze. Even Emo Chae fell silent, standing there in a stupor. Ye Luoxing cast a cold smile over them before elegantly taking her leave. She departed, leaving only a silhouette of black and white. The male beasts turned stiffly to watch her go, while Emo Chae remained unmoved. Yet as she exited, clarity pierced the chaos in his mind. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, his body flushed with heat, his pale face betraying his tumultuous thoughts. His dark gaze was more terrifying than that of a specter. Ye Luoxing chose not to inform the leader of this incident. Had she done so, Emo Chae would undoubtedly have been expelled from the tribe. No tribe would harbor a male beast that endangered female beasts. This was the conundrum that Emo Chae and Mosin could not fathom. Why had she acted so? Why hadn't she revealed this matter to the leader? Did she know the fruit was poisonous all along? Why hadn't she exposed Emo Chae on the spot? Had she intentionally toyed with them, orchestrating such a scene while remaining serene and leisurely in the background? Her previous demeanor was far too composed, rendering those present uncomfortable. They seemed to have underestimated this new female's intelligence, or perhaps her insight. Had she deliberately showcased that fruit as a threat? Yet, it appeared she had no need to do so. Did she intentionally spare Emo Chae and the others this time? Was she truly so magnanimous? This female beast was indeed peculiar. Emo Chae, who held great pride, felt insulted by her actions. He would have preferred her to inform the leader. The tumultuous emotions swirling within him were enough to engulf him in this moment. Since Ye Luoxing had orchestrated that encounter with Emo Chae, she spent the next 7 days in tranquility. During this period, Feng He had not sought her out, nor had she seen him. She was uncertain whether it was due to the recent surge of yin beasts encroaching upon their territory, or if Ling Dong had said something to him. Nevertheless, with Feng He absent, Ye Luoxing felt a sense of relief. At least she could return to her previous way of life. Throughout those 7 days, Ye Luoxing frequently climbed to the high ground to gather information from Kai Ming and the others. Collecting a wealth of knowledge from them, as some gaps in information were filled, Ye Luoxing could hardly contain her joy, and seeing her happiness, Cayman beamed brightly each time, eagerly engaging her in conversation. Recently, Cayman and his companions had spent less time with Imo Chaej, likely due to Imo Chaej's frequent patrols of the territory, while Cayman focused on recuperating. In any case, everything was progressing smoothly. During this time, Ye Luoxing took the opportunity to thoroughly tidy her chaotic space and organize all the information to as she and Yu Shang observed the progress of their data collection and the restoration of the time machine. Their spirits soared. The progress bars were moving, which was all that mattered. After 7 days, most of her wounds had scabbed over, and the dark scabs on her face began to gradually peel away. On the 8th day, the Snow Owl tribe suddenly became lively. Ye Luoxing made her way to the high ground and noticed many high-ranking beasts who had been dispatched to patrol the territory had returned. Recently, many of the orcs stationed at the edge of the territory had also returned, and even the hunting team had yet to set out, gathering on the high ground where Ling Dong was speaking to them. Hence the day's commotion. Chief, if this continues, the prey for spring will be nearly captured by other tribes. Let us maintain vigilance for one last day. Tomorrow we shall retreat and hunt as per usual. Ling Dong discerned the anxiety among the tribe's beasts. After some contemplation, she made this decision, concerned about the yin beasts. However, their hunting frequency had significantly decreased due to the need to guard against the yin beasts, resulting in a food shortage. Nonetheless, Ling Dong, being a cautious orc, decided to uphold their vigilance for one more day. The tribe's beasts, upon hearing her words, ceased their discussions and respectfully took their leave, soaring into the sky. Amidst the bustling orc crowd, one orc noticed Ye Luoxing in the distance and hurried over before departing. As Xuan Mian approached, he noticed the dark scabs around her eyes had fallen away. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, he paused momentarily before grinning widely, revealing his fangs. Luoxing, your injuries are healing quickly. Yes, just a few more days. Ye Luoxing nodded with a smile. Recently, this bird beast had taken to chatting with her occasionally. That's wonderful. Your previous injuries were quite alarming. I can't believe you endured it. Rest assured, I often accompany the shaman to gather herbs and know orcs from other tribes. I will inquire if there are any herbs that could help diminish the redness after your scabs fall away. No worries. I can manage on my own, Ye Luoxing replied, possessing her own medicine and not wishing to owe anyone a favor. Seeing her decline his offer, Xuan Mian's handsome face fell slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. His long, soft white fur cascaded over one shoulder, making him appear exceedingly adorable. Recently, Yu Shang had been treated to quite the visual delight, often conjuring playful thoughts in her mind. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Dong had also approached and noticed the changes in Ye Luoxing's face. I was worried when you refused the herbs sent by Biani D. It seems my concerns were unfounded. From the moment you were able to heal Cayman and the others, I should have known you would mend your own wounds. Indeed, but my recovery is not as remarkable as theirs, Ye Luoxing admitted, still envious of Cayman and the others' rapid healing. Even her once proud physical condition seemed weak in comparison. Ling Dong chuckled. The recovery speed of females tends to be slower, necessitating more careful attention. She then inquired earnestly, have you been managing while living alone lately? Though Ling Dong occasionally sent orcs to deliver food and encouraged her to reach out whenever needed, Ye Luoxing had not troubled them with any requests. Not only had she consumed very little of the food provided, but she also frequently assisted the shaman in caring for Cayman and the others on the high ground, teaching Biani to many things. She recalled how, just a few days prior, Biani had excitedly approached her, declaring that their tribe had struck gold and urging her not to let the new female leave. It's been quite good, Ye Luoxing replied with composure. Well, Ling Dong hesitated before continuing. Once the danger subsides tomorrow, I can have a male orc take you to the extreme river forest for some fresh air, to witness the northern spring scenery, lest you grow weary from confinement. Let us discuss it then, Ye Luoxing replied, uncertain of when she would leave. For now, her priority was to heal AS for exploring other territories in the beast world. She would take her time to investigate and gather information. Meanwhile, as the two orcs conversed not far away, a pair of eyes were quietly fixated on Ye Luoxing's figure from a distance. Half an hour later, upon returning to her cave, Ye Luoxing was surprised to find a figure waiting for her inside. "Feng-he," she exclaimed, astonished to see him after his 7-day absence. Feng-he, with his striking golden eyes, gazed deeply at her, remaining silent for a long time. His hand opened and closed as he battled his inner impulses. Finally, unable to suppress his feelings any longer, he stepped forward and wrapped her in his embrace, burying his head into her shoulder as he murmured softly, "Luoxing, let us not part ways." "Okay." Ye Luoxing was taken aback, unsure of his sudden display of emotion. His warmth enveloped her, his demeanor gentle yet firm. She raised her hand to pat his back, perplexed. "What's wrong?" "Days ago, the chief told me you would be leaving my cave, that you would eventually depart and not bond with me, urging me not to seek you out." Feng-he softly recounted his recent grievances, feeling her warmth against him. A sensation so real, bittersweet yet comforting. "I know you don't harbor feelings for me. I don't wish to impose on you. Given the recent appearances of the yin beasts, I thought to distance myself from you, as you once said to respect your wishes." His breath brushed against her ear, his voice wavering. Yet he concluded resolutely, "But I tried, and it didn't work." Feng-he raised his head, locking his gaze onto hers with intent. "I miss you, Luoxing." Without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss her, but Ye Luoxing quickly raised her hand to block him. "No," she declared firmly. Upon her rejection, Feng-he paused briefly before grasping her hand that obstructed him and pulling it aside. Before Ye Luoxing could protest again, he kissed her lips, their gentle touches altering the rhythm of both their hearts. Ye Luoxing attempted to push him away, but his strength was formidable. Just as she furrowed her brow, he released her lips. "Are you interested in Cayman and Xuan Mian?" he inquired. He had noticed her recent companionship with him, and every time he saw Cayman clinging to her, seeds of jealousy took root in his heart. Had Cayman not been a tribesman, he would have confronted him already. Ye Luoxing frowned. "Not at all. That was rather rude of you." With a swift motion, she pushed him away and turned to leave, only to be firmly grasped by Feng-he, pulling her back into his embrace, against her back. His gentle voice took on a mischievous tone. "I don't care. I want to be with you." His final statement brooked no refusal. Feng-he had reached his limit. "Luoxing, tonight I will bond with you." Ye Luoxing elbowed him in the stomach, causing Feng-he to wince, but not relent. "I've made myself clear," she stated, her tone laced with frustration. Feng-he persisted. "These past few days, I've been watching you. The more I understand you, the less I want to be apart. After you left the cave, I felt an emptiness within me. I believe this is what you referred to as liking before. You once said that if I truly fell for you, you would be willing to give me a chance." Feng-he recalled her words vividly, his arms wrapped around her waist, feeling her softness against him. Ye Luoxing warned sternly, "If I inform the chief, you will face consequences." Feng-he shrugged with a smirk. "Go ahead and tell the chief. It would be best if they expelled me. I'll wait outside the territory for you, the moment you decide to leave." ILL followed. Ye Luoxing lowered her gaze. "Are you trying to be unreasonable?" Feng-he nuzzled in her fragrant hair. "Absolutely. As long as I can be with you, I don't want to wait even a day." As Ye Luoxing felt his hands growing increasingly audacious, she suddenly headbutt him. With a loud bang, both were momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Luoxing distanced herself from him and swiftly turned to kick him. Feng-he effortlessly caught her foot, then released it, leaning in with concern. "Is your head all right? Does it hurt?" Ye Luoxing, initially intent on delivering another kick, found herself unable to do so at his unexpectedly caring tone. What was wrong with this guy? She was hitting him, yet he remained oblivious and asked if she was in pain. She forcefully swatted away his outstretched hand and strode into the cave, stating, "It's nothing, you may leave." Feng-he's hand lingered in the air, and as he turned to observe a retreating figure, a pang of emotion stirred within him, though he felt no anger. On the contrary, the smile on his face grew more pronounced as he followed her into the cave. It was only when her silhouette halted ahead and she turned to cast a displeased glance back at him that he spoke softly. "Luoxing, What would you do if I were to force you? Indeed, he was testing her, an impulse surging within him, intensifying with each moment. Yushang was taken aback, while Ye Luoxing's eyes turned cold as she prepared to respond. But Yushang quickly intervened. Thus, Ye Luoxing's expression shifted, and she coolly remarked, "My injuries are not yet healed." Upon hearing this, Yushang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Ye team leader might genuinely come to blows with Fenghe. Healing was of utmost importance at present. Fenghe chuckled helplessly. "You always do this, yet your reasoning is something I cannot refute." He stepped closer to her and reassured, "Rest assured, at least for now. I will not exacerbate your injuries." That Ye Luoxing noticed that his intentions had softened, and her guard lowered slightly. "Then can you leave now?" she inquired. Fenghe feigned ignorance, striding over to the nest's edge. Ultimately sitting upon the spot still imbued with her fragrance, he then lifted his gaze to her, pointing at the silver ring around his neck, and said, "Your item still resides upon my neck. Shall we indulge in some conversation?" Ye Luoxing followed his gesture, her expression shifting as she glimpsed the information collector around his neck. Yushang's expression also changed, realizing that Fenghe had indeed struck at Ye team leader's sensitive spot. It was unclear whether he had truly discerned something, but it likely was mere coincidence. As Ye Luoxing scrutinized the snow owl beastman before her, she noted that his smile remained as gentle as ever, though an inexplicable difference lingered in the air. Perhaps it was the revelation of his true nature as a formidable being, unyielding in his quest to possess what he desired, refusing to relent. So long as he refrained from inappropriate advances, Ye Luoxing maintained a favorable disposition towards him. Being the first beastman she had encountered since arriving in the beast realm, she settled beside him, her peripheral vision sweeping over the silver ring around his neck, wary of any inappropriate topics he might broach. Thus, she initiated the conversation, asking, "I overheard the chief discussing matters above. Have the yin beasts retreated?" "They have," Fenghe replied, unperturbed by her change of subject, as long as they could remain in each other's company. In truth, the yin beast had retreated 2 days prior, likely unable to find a breach to infiltrate. Moreover, with the impending Northern Territory champion match approaching, various tribes would gather, and it was likely they feared a coalition among the northern tribes to confront them. Yet, the chief, harboring concerns, had extended their guard for an additional 2 days. Wary of a feigned withdrawal. Ye Luoxing was quite surprised by the information he revealed, growing increasingly impressed with Ling. She realized he was indeed a leader, his wisdom and caution far exceeding her preconceived notions of primitive beings. She believed that a strategist like Ling would thrive in any world. It seemed they would need to remain vigilant for another day. Fenghe added, he noted the unease among the beasts atop the highland, and Ye Luoxing had observed it as well. Yet, even in such circumstances, Ling insisted on maintaining their strict watch for 1 more day. The strength of the Snow Owl tribe stemmed not solely from the beast ranks and star levels, but also from the significant role of their leader. Ye Luoxing murmured, "Yes, it's wise to remain vigilant for a few more days." Although she had not directly engaged with the yin beasts, her recent findings indicated their cunning nature, typically solitary. This time they had united, and when the yin beasts began to band together, they would become a formidable threat. The males among them advanced in rank through relentless combat, and their daily hunts rarely presented significant challenges. The yin beasts thrived on slaughter, accumulating extensive battle experience and ascending ranks at an astonishing pace. The thought of a horde of high-ranking beasts gathered together was indeed a terrifying prospect. "Luoxing, may I move in with you?" Fenghe suddenly inched closer. "That way, I could protect you." "Absolutely not." Ye Luoxing firmly rejected, reminding him, besides, haven't the yin beasts retreated? Seeing his goal unachieved, Fenghe retreated to his previous position, falling into a thoughtful silence. Soon, he scrutinized her once more, asking, "Luoxing, is your back injury healing well?" "Allow me to apply some medicine." Ye Luoxing replied, "It's nearly healed. Haven't you noticed how my facial wounds have also improved?" Fenghe gazed intently at her face. In fact, just a few days prior, he had observed that her complexion had returned to its former glory, likely due to the medicine from a shaman. Now, upon closer inspection, he noted the scabs on her face were indeed shedding, revealing the strikingly beautiful eyes he had first encountered. This realization brought a sweet smile to his lips. Her wounds were healing, which perhaps meant that he could soon pursue a bond with her. I will inquire with nearby tribes to see if I can find herbs to remove the red marks. Although Feng he knew that the best medical skills in the Northern Territory belonged to the Buni tribe, and if they couldn't heal her, no other shaman would be able to. He still refused to give up, believing she would surely be distressed by the scars on her body, noticing yet another beast man willingly seeking medicine for her. Ye Luoxing was about to decline when the calls of birds echoed from outside the cave. Both she and Feng, he turned to gaze outside, where a flock of avian beasts circled in the distance. Seemingly bound for a destination, yet waiting for someone, Ye Luoxing recognized one among them, a dark-feathered creature that had been guarding the territory's edge alongside Feng. Turning to him, she asked, "Are they calling for you?" Feng nodded. "Yes, it's time to depart." Ye Luoxing rose to see him off, then go quickly and be cautious of the yin beasts infiltrating. Feng he perceived her desire for him to leave. Standing, he leaned in closer to her ear, speaking in a dangerous tone. "Luoxing, I merely stated that I would not act against you while you are injured, but that does not imply I will refrain once you have healed." With that, Feng he left with a smile. Ye Luoxing watched his retreating figure, her gaze fixated on the silver ring. It had been long enough. Surely it was time to come loose. Simultaneously, she communicated in her mind with Yushang. "In the next few days, we must load all the firearms in our space with ammunition." Yushang, puzzled, replied, "Are you still concerned?" Ye Luoxing's eyes deepened with contemplation, but she offered no answer. The sudden retreat of the yin beasts felt too simple, too convenient. Although Ling Dong had done well, her innate instincts and long-standing combat experience told her that unforeseen events could arise in the coming days, necessitating her constant vigilance. That day passed once again in tranquility, and Feng he did not seek her out that evening. The following day, the guards at the territory's edge withdrew, and Feng he led a hunting party. With his involvement, the day's catch increased significantly, bringing joy to the snow owl beastmen as they gradually replenished their prior shortages. It was yet another calm day, and at night, she fell asleep alone with her firearm, a routine that had persisted for 2 days. On the third day, the black scabs on Ye Luoxing's face had faded considerably, indicating her swift recovery. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped her, not due to Feng he, but as she stood at the cave's entrance gazing into the distance. The feeling of foreboding intensified. It felt as though something was amiss. These days had been too eerily quiet. NO reports had emerged from the extreme river forest regarding any yin beast attacks on the tribes or hunting parties, as if they had vanished overnight from the Northern Territory. This tranquility bore an unsettling resemblance to the calm before a storm. Ye Luoxing had experienced this sensation before, akin to an empty street suddenly teeming with zombies, rushing towards her, eager to devour her flesh. She felt so insignificantly small. Yushang, sensing her anxiety, inquired, "Should we inform Ling Dong?" Ye Luoxing shook her head. Such instinctive feelings cannot alter a person's mind. Moreover, beasts possess a heightened perception of danger compared to humans. They are currently preoccupied with preparing food for the Northern Territory Champion's warrior rewards and would not agree to reduce hunting frequency. "We shall wait another day to observe." Ye Luoxing resolved to investigate the extreme river forest the following day. Before departing, she ensured that no incidents would occur here. That day, she set several traps within the cave, refraining from venturing outside. As night fell at 7 o'clock, the Northern Territory remained bright, perhaps the only silver lining in this perpetual polar day. Even in the face of an impending assault, she maintained her clarity of vision. Ye Luoxing tucked 2 pistols into her attire, choosing to remain shoeless and fully clothed as she slept, for she needed to endure a few more days. The stone door at the cave's entrance was merely ajar, allowing her to monitor the situation at any moment. Time drifted by slowly. At midnight, a frigid wind surged through the entrance, causing Ye Luoxing to shiver uncontrollably. Awakened from her light slumber, she rose to peer outside, finding nothing amiss, and the tribe remained eerily quiet, most of the orcs having retreated to rest. Approaching the entrance for another glance, she discerned no signs of orcs, neither near nor far, which allowed her to exhale in relief and return to her nest to continue her sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ye Luoxing remained in a state of light slumber. By 2 o'clock, she had slipped into a deeper sleep. T2:30, the majority of the orcs were ensconced in profound slumber. However, at exactly 3 o'clock, an ominous alarm rang out, jolting Ye Luoxing awake. Team Yi, detecting a large number of life forms approaching, Yushang urgently reported within her mind. In an instant, Ye Luoxing rolled out of her nest, drew her sidearm, and rapidly chambered around, her demeanor shifting into one of battle readiness, her previously indifferent face now exuding a sense of lethal intent. Just as she reached the light, a hand abruptly pushed her back, and the shadowy figure of Feng He materialized before her, his expression grave as he cautioned, "The Yin beasts are launching a surprise attack on the tribe. Luoxing, stay hidden and do not emerge." Feng He had barely finished speaking when he was momentarily stunned by the familiar visage before him. He stood frozen for 2 seconds. "Luoxing, your face." Before he could utter another word, the cacophony of Orcish roars erupted outside, a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. The flapping of wings echoed ominously, and the ground at the foot of the mountain trembled as he discerned orcs scrambling towards the main peak. Feng He couldn't afford to linger on words. His gaze fixed upon Ye Luoxing's face, the dread of the vicious Yin beasts swelling within him. He earnestly warned her, "You must not step outside. We are out there. Ensure you hide well." Ye Luoxing perceived the urgency and anxiety he was suppressing, the palpable worry he harbored for her safety. She nodded, affirming, "All right." Feng He swiftly retreated from the cave entrance, moving a large stone slab to seal her cave securely. The cave was engulfed in darkness, where fear often burgeoned in such obscurity, much like the other female beasts ensconced in shadowed caverns throughout the tribe. Though they possessed night vision, the sudden tremors and shifts still instilled a sense of unease, prompting their mates standing guard beside them to share in the tension. That why Ye Luoxing composedly raised her gun against the cave's side. Fully prepared, should an orc invade, she would not hesitate to eliminate it. Her affinity for animals did not supersede her instinct for self-preservation. "How many are there?" Ye Luoxing inquired. "Approximately 200, Yushang swiftly replied, its demeanor much more serious than usual. Fully alert, Ye Luoxing closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the malevolent energy swirling outside the stone door, a suffocating aura of danger intermingled with the cries of various beasts. The agonized screams of the snow owls, the frantic conversations of the snow owl orcs. She knew that even though there were merely 200 Yin beasts outside, their numbers paled in comparison to the snow owl tribe. Yet they were all high-tier beasts. Their 5th-tier beasts outnumbered the snow owl orcs 2-1, and they possessed an equal number of 4th-tier beasts, not to mention 3 6th-tier beasts and 1 7th-tier beast. This configuration was formidable enough to rival the snow owl tribe. They were clearly premeditated, meticulously planned. The ratio of their high-tier beasts was perfectly calibrated to counter Feng He and 2 Yasi. It was no wonder they dared to assault the snow owl tribe. No wonder they had previously concealed their strength, shrouded in secrecy, leaving no orc in the northern lands aware of their true configuration. Everyone had dropped their guard, including Ling, who had been deceived. Recently, they had feigned weakness, pretending not to dare attack the snow owl tribe, leading Ling to believe that the Yin beast horde lacked a 7th-tier beast. With perhaps only a few 6th-tier beasts present, she had assumed it was due to Feng He's presence deterring them. Yet, it appeared that was far from the case. Although this group of Yin beasts was sufficiently equipped to contend with the snow owl tribe, they continued to obfuscate their true strength, such profound cunning and remarkable patience. Ye Luoxing pressed her ear against the stone wall, straining to listen. She could hear something climbing up. Outside her cave, Feng He stood guard, confronting the formidable horde of enemy beasts, his earlier concern for Ye Luoxing's safety now shed. His golden eyes appeared dark and fierce, his aura chilling and foreboding, his massive beast form unfurling in the air, vigilantly monitoring every approaching Yin beast, resembling a powerful king standing sentinel. No, Feng He was indeed the king of the northern lands, the greatest asset of the snow owl tribe. The Yin beast seemed to recognize the necessity of neutralizing him first. Surging toward him, "Quick, protect the females," Snow Meon's urgent shout echoed from above the peaks as he witnessed numerous high-tier yin beasts charging toward the female's cave. He yearned to descend for reinforcements, but was intercepted by a fifth-tier spearhawk. Outside the cave, a gray bear climbed above, its massive paws swiping at Feng. He effortlessly evaded the attack, his broad wings flapping, sending the bear plummeting down the cliff. Yet concealed behind the bear, a venomous snake lunged at him with its gaping maw. Feng He reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. The venom splattered into the air, and the snake's malevolent gaze glimmered, while the bear that had fallen was caught by a bird-like yin beast. A piercing bird call suddenly rent the air. As a falcon of 6th tier rushed toward Feng He with blinding speed, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two, the 6th tier falcon and 5th tier snake united in their assault against Feng He. While more high-tier beasts converged relentlessly, Tuyasi and Imochage found themselves entangled with 2 other 6th-tier yin beasts, the situation growing dire. Suddenly, a thunderous bird cry shattered the oppressive mass of avian beasts in the sky. With keen eyes, razor-sharp talons, and a beak like a curved blade, a 7th-tier bird beast spread its 8 to 9 meter wingspan, casting a vast shadow over the mountainside, resembling an ancient behemoth, its fierce expression radiating malice as it barreled toward Haina's cave, indiscriminately clearing its path. High above, Ling, vigilant and commanding, orchestrated the tribe's beasts in battle. At that moment, she discerned the 7th-tier yin beast's intent, hastily scanning the throng for a familiar silhouette. Within the blink of an eye, she spotted the figure she had locked onto and shouted, "Feng He! Intercept that 7th-tier beast! Do not let it near Haina's cave." The 7th-tier yin beast had reached the entrance of Haina's cave. The moment it focused on a location, the 6th-tier Jieshu was already prepared to engage in combat, while Haina's remaining high-tier mates formed a semicircle to protect the entrance, with a series of sharp eagle cries. Feathers from various birds rained down as Jieshu, fully alert, surged forth to combat the 7th-tier yin beast, determined to prevent it from encroaching upon Haina's cave even by a step. 2 other 5th-tier mates also advanced to assist, ever watchful for any openings from the 7th-tier beast. Yet, they were clearly no match for its prowess. The disparity of power was vast, merely 1-tier difference rendering them helpless against the overwhelming strength of a 7th-tier beast. Increasing numbers of high-tier beasts flooded toward Haina's cave. Their intentions were unmistakable. Clearly, they aimed to seize the most beautiful females of the Snow Owl tribe. This time, it was Haina. The next would undoubtedly be Shidi. Meanwhile, Feng He remained ensnared by the 6th-tier falcon and several 5th-tier beasts, steadfastly guarding the cave behind him, refusing to stray even a step. Yet he heard the leader's command and witnessed the unfolding chaos at Haina's cave. "You all take the orcs to secure the new female's cave." Ling, noticing Feng He's unease, also realized that aside from him, there were no male beasts guarding Ye Luoxing's cave. How could he possibly disengage? The designated 5th-tier beast swiftly led several 4th-tier orcs towards Ye Luoxing's cave. "I will go too." Kai Meng and the others had already transformed into their beast forms to end this dire situation. Even if their wounds reopened, they had no choice but to protect the tribe first. Kai Meng swiftly dispatched 2 4th-tier yin beasts that had entangled him, and upon glancing toward Ye Luoxing's cave, his blood surged with urgency as he raced forward. In front of Haina's cave, Jieshu was already battered and bruised, a fellow flying beast, his white feathers stained with blood. The situation for his 5th-tier companions was equally grim, one having his wings severed by a snake beast. Had it not been for a companion catching him, he would have plummeted down the cliff. The combat prowess of these yin beasts was terrifying. Despite being 5th-tier beasts, the snake beasts, naturally disadvantaged against eagle beasts, struggled against the yin beasts, who had undergone numerous battles. The 7th-tier yin beast, sensing imminent victory, chillingly declared, "Haina, you are mine." His brazen words echoed into the cavern behind the stone door. And Haina, her face clouded with fury, contemplated bursting forth but was restrained by a few companions remaining in the cave, urging her to temper her impulsiveness. Crack! Suddenly, a whip crack sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust, aimed at the 7th-tier Yama beast. Tsidi's scornful voice resonated from above. "You How delightful that you think so. Such a venomous creature. The seventh-tier Yama beast swiftly evaded the lash, lifting its gaze to see Tsidi standing imperiously atop her companion, surveying them from the sky with not a trace of fear in her eyes. The seventh-tier Yama beast, observing Tsidi's demeanor, felt a strange depth in its eagle-like eyes. Tsidi. It murmured, the madness evident within its gaze, that it had long heard of Tsidi's name and understood that this female beast was not to be trifled with. Originally, its primary target had been her. Alas, they must first secure an easier prey. Ha ha ha! The Yama beast suddenly chuckled darkly. You have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. But first, you shall wait alone for a moment. I shall come to seize you shortly. With that, the seventh-tier Yama beast withdrew its gaze and charged even more recklessly towards the few male beasts in front of Haina's cave. Seeing that he was still intent on capturing Haina, Tsidi quickly turned to Trell and the others beside her, urging, You three, go lend assistance. We cannot allow them to breach Haina's cave, but you, Trell, and the others clearly expressed their concern for her safety. With matey here, I am perfectly fine, Tsidi replied swiftly, her eyes narrowed with determination. It won't be easy for them to capture me. Besides, Tuyas and the others are also in the sky. It is safer here. Her words brimmed with confidence. She was a 6-star female beast. Although she lacked the extraordinary powers of the males, the growth in her star rank had enhanced her physical capabilities and reflexes. Currently, among the Snow Owl tribe, she was the strongest female beast apart from the leader. Yet to reassure Trell and the others, she added one final remark. Hurry. Seeing that Jieshi was struggling to maintain flight, Tsidi urged them on. Trell and the others could not defy her command, and they quickly spotted Tuyas and the others not far away, diving down toward the seventh-tier Yama beast. Kai Meng and his group had also arrived at the entrance of the Yellow Star's cave, delivering a claw strike that wounded a 5th-tier snake beast, sending it flying. Kai Meng declared, Fenghe, we will guard the Yellow female here. You go deal with that 7th-tier Yama beast. Fenghe hesitated, glancing at the 6th-tier falcon in the sky, fearful that Kai Meng and his group might not be able to handle it. Just then, Yellow Star's voice emerged from within the cave. Fenghe, capture the leader first. Hurry and assist. If that 7th-tier Yama beast were to slay Jieshi, it would spell disaster for everyone. Indeed, although Star had not left the cave, her hearing was exceptionally acute, and she had already discerned the commotion outside. The Yama beasts were configured similarly to the Snow Owl tribe, comprising one 7th-tier beast and 3 6th-tier beasts. The presence of these high-tier beasts significantly influenced the battle's outcome. Though Jieshi was Haina's mate, he was also one of the only 3 6th-tier beasts in the tribe. Should Jieshi perish, the Yama beast would gain an additional 6th-tier combat force, potentially overwhelming the Snow Owl tribe. Fenghe, bound to protect her, dared not pursue the falcon. This was clearly a trap laid by the Yama beasts, and they must not fall into their scheme, allowing them to gain the upper hand. Fenghe called out in concern. Listen, move quickly. Yellow Star shouted again with urgency. Finally resolved, Fenghe spread his wings wide, diving toward the 7th-tier Yama beast. In midair, the 7th-tier Yama beast, seeing Fenghe charge, ceased its engagement with Jieshi and swiftly retreated, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the 6th-tier falcon in the sky, noticing Fenghe's departure and seeing several 5th-tier beasts rushing to aid Haina's cave, decided to abandon its post and dove to provide support. The commotion at the cave entrance diminished significantly, and Yellow Star let out a sigh of relief, realizing her assumptions were correct. They were indeed after Fenghe. Do not fear, Yellow Star. We will protect you. Kai Meng's voice rang out from outside the cave. Yes, I am unharmed, Yellow Star responded. Just as Fenghe swooped in, he became entangled in a fierce aerial struggle with the 7th-tier Yama beast. The 6th-tier falcon that rushed over began battling the severely wounded Jieshi and Trell. Now, the main combatants were engaged in a series of one-on-one duels, each side striving to endure until the end. Of course, the other beasts in the tribe were not idle. Maziger was already drenched in blood, though not all of it was his own. This battle-mad creature had nearly ensnared the 6th-tier black python in a web of wounds. Two malevolent beings clashed, neither yielding an inch, each determined to gain the upper hand. Tuyas fought fiercely against the sixth-tier white bear, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. The expulsion from the white bear tribe was indeed justified. How dare you bring Yamabeast to wreak havoc upon the northern clans? The white bear, Ajin, stood atop a high point, ever wary of the airborne avian beasts, sneering. Huh, what do you think you are? Spare me the chatter. Today I shall turn you into a plucked chicken. You seek death, white bear. Tuyas charged, brandishing his sharp claws. Roar. The white bear bellowed in response, slamming his sturdy paws toward him in the skies. The two seventh-tier male beasts engaged in a fierce battle, briefly separating after a round of intense combat. I hear that a seventh-tier male beast has become infatuated with a useless female. The seventh-tier Yama beast scoffed. Originally, your tribe had a new female to capture, but alas, the wolf clan has already spread the word, making her a waste of our efforts to pursue. However, it charged fiercely toward Fenghe once more. Rest assured, once we dispatch you, we shall treat her well. After all, I am curious how she ensnared you. The air around the mountains was thick with the scent of blood, even wafting into Ye Luoxing's cave. Are we simply to wait like this? Yu Shang inquired, for waiting was not the customary approach of Team Yi. Let us wait and see, Ye Luoxing replied, remaining composed. She understood the importance of conserving her energy. At this moment, she was on high alert, not daring to relax for even a moment, gripping her weapon tightly. Before long, the sounds of battle resumed outside the cave. The scent of a female beast was present. It seemed to be the voice of the unfamiliar Yama beast near the new female's cave. Whoever it is, we shall capture them first. A fifth-tier bear beast raised its paw to strike at Kaiming. Nearby, the Yama beasts, seeing their comrades attacking the defenseless cave, cared not whether it was the new female or not. After all, any female beast would suffice. Having shed their third-tier snow owl companions, they swiftly descended to assist. We must surround them, Yu Shang spoke in a low voice. Ye Luoxing listened intently to the sounds beyond the stone door and suddenly retreated swiftly, moving back to the horizontal section of the seven-shaped cave. Raising her gun to aim at the entrance, Kaiming appeared to be entangled with a snake beast, tumbling toward the cliff's edge. Another fifth-tier snow owl was caught in a tussle with a fifth-tier avian Yama beast, battling in the skies. Meanwhile, the remaining fourth-tier snow owls guarding the cave were also engaged with several fourth-tier Yama beasts. In the sky, a few high-tier Yama beasts surrounded Ling to prevent her from controlling the situation. At this moment, the snow owls at the entrance of Ye Luoxing's cave were cleared away, and a massive bear paw smashed through the sturdy stone door. Debris flew as shadows loomed, and the towering figure of a fifth-tier bear beast appeared at the cave's entrance. Though the cave's width was limited, its height reached around 7 to 8 meters, ample enough to accommodate the giant bear's entry. It first surveyed the surroundings, and its gaze quickly locked onto a concealed corner. The Yama beast's low, bloodthirsty voice echoed, "You are unprotected by a mate. If you wish to avoid death, come out." The Luoxing ignored him, and the bear beast, clearly enraged, charged into the cave, just as it reached the stone bed. A bullet whistled through the air, aimed directly at its heart. The Luoxing's eyes glimmered with an eerie luminescence in the darkness, colder and more malevolent than the Yama beast. Whoosh, sensing the fierce wind rushing toward it. The fifth-tier bear beast paused momentarily in shock, but then swiftly sidestepped to evade. Consequently, the bullet grazed its shoulder, leaving a streak of blood upon its dark fur. Enraged by her attack, the bear beast charged at her with great speed. Whoosh, 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 with a series of consecutive gunshots, Ye Luoxing relentlessly fired bullets from her silenced pistol while simultaneously evading backward. The bear beast, marked by several bloodstains, approached her menacingly. Its rank was far too elevated. Ye Luoxing's eyes darkened as she stowed her pistol into her spatial pocket and swiftly drew out a machine gun. Just as she aimed it at the bear beast, it raised its paw. "Ready to strike her, you?" As the bear beast sought to incapacitate her with a powerful blow, it froze mid-motion upon beholding her visage, unable to bring its paw down. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Luoxing pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that riddled the bear beast with holes. Given its rank, it could scarcely fathom that it would perish at the hands of a beautiful female beast, and without any chance of resistance. Indeed, with its rank, even if Ye Luoxing had aimed a machine gun at it, in a sufficiently expansive space, it would have had the opportunity to preserve its life. Alas, it was momentarily stunned. After dispatching the bear beast, Ye Luoxing hurriedly made her way towards the cave entrance. This place was no longer safe. However, just as she had taken a few steps, another hellish beast entered the cave, a serpent beast. Drawn by the commotion within, it had feared that the impulsive bear beast would kill the female. Yet, as it slithered inside, it was met with the sight of the fallen bear beast before it could summon its rage. Its gaze locked onto a pair of chilling black eyes, reflecting back at the image of a stunning female clad in a white feather dress. Yes, a truly exquisite female. It was momentarily captivated. The serpent beast dangerously flicked its tongue, intending to alert the outside hellish beast to capture her. Bang! But before it could utter a sound, Ye Luoxing produced a shotgun from her spatial pocket and aimed it at its vital point. Firing a single shot, blood erupted from the wound, and Ye Luoxing swiftly followed up with a few more precise shots, causing the serpent beast to collapse and roll down the cliff. Ye Luoxing approached the cave entrance cautiously. Peering outside, that single glance set her mind ablaze with the horrific scenes of slaughter. A dense swarm of avian and beast alike obscured the sky, resembling a dark cloud pressing down, draping a veil of darkness over the polar region. Even in this perpetual daylight, enormous raptors swooped down, clawing, gnashing, and tearing, each attack accompanied by the sounds of flesh ripping and veins bursting, crimson feathers raining down like droplets into the abyss, with the wind carrying the scent of blood. Looking up at the sky was a sight that struck terror into the heart. Gazing down at the earth was a jolt to the soul as a massive horde of terrestrial beasts climbed up from the depths, their blood-red eyes brimming with greed. They sank their claws into the stone walls, their bulging muscles exuding a murderous intent, their cores first standing on end, their icy serpentine bodies slithering over their companions as they bared their sharp, venomous fangs. They were boundless, unafraid of death, some falling while others ascended. The deafening roars of the colossal beasts echoed from the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. They were more terrifying than zombies. They looked up high. They charged frantically toward the female beast caves. They swarmed the visible cliffs. What kind of hellish scene lay beneath the abyss? Was it a tangle of withered bones and flesh? Or was it the fierce horde of hellish beasts trampling over lingering souls? Continuing to surge forth, she could neither see nor discern. Blood splattered onto her face, obscuring her vision. She raised her hand to wipe the crimson from her face, her fingers sticky with a viscous substance. And her throat felt as if it were filled with a metallic taste. This truly resembled the scenes of an apocalypse. The moon above marveled at the spectacle within her mind. It had been long since she had witnessed such a sight. The last time was nearly forgotten, for at that time, no one knew if it would indeed be the last. Yet this stench of blood and chaos ignited her senses into an explosive awakening. Memories of the apocalypse flashed through her mind incessantly. In this moment, she was acutely aware of her surroundings, lurking within the shadows. Ye Luoxing quickly retrieved a spray to mask her feminine scent and pulled out an oversized black cloak from her spatial pocket, donning the hood to conceal her entirely. Her black eyes darted around, searching for Feng He's silhouette. Suddenly, a piercing female scream echoed as another hellish beast invaded the female's cave. Haina has been captured. The frantic voice of a male beast called out. "Quick, save Haina!" cried her severely injured companions. "Damn those hellish beasts! Release Haina at once!" Someone cursed vehemently while Ye Luoxing glanced in that direction, witnessing that Jieshi and the others had all been defeated, either lying bloodied at the cave entrance or plummeting into the abyss below. The few remaining beastmen, attempting to chase after the falcon, appeared shaky and could hardly keep up. The sixth-rank falcon. Ye Luoxing observed the ascending hellish beast below, her eyes deepening with concern. Feng He and the seventh-rank hellish beast had already soared into the unreachable heights. The injured Jieshi and the others were no match for those high-ranking hellish beasts, especially this sixth-rank falcon among the horde, known for its incredible speed, now enhanced by its rank, was as swift as lightning. It was a top-tier predator lurking in the shadows, should it seize Haina, No one could hope to catch up without overwhelming rank suppression. This was likely the reason the hellish beast had sent it to restrain Feng he earlier. In the blink of an eye, it zipped past Ye Luoxing's cave entrance and ascended into the sky. Swish! At that moment, a slender line swiftly ensnared its body. The falcon had only soared a short distance upwards, shaking off the pursuing snow owl beast behind it, when it abruptly changed direction, diving fiercely toward the left side of the abyss. Moving with such speed, it left only a blur in its wake. Ye Luoxing's wristband released the line, and as the falcon reached a height near the summit, she leaped into the abyss, following the taut line. The protective shield around her activated as she plunged down, having already pressed a button on her wristband, causing the line to retract rapidly. Crack! The line halted, revealing the tightly bound falcon below. She descended steadily onto its back, her lips curling into a frosty smile as she uttered chilling words. Capture successful. The falcon screeched sharply, thrashing violently as her wristband emitted alarms. They were both in freefall, and Ye Luoxing leapt off its back, using a sharp dagger to slice its talons. The falcon's scream became even more desperate, and as its grip loosened, a terrified Haina tumbled from its claws toward the abyss. Another scream echoed from below. The line could no longer contain the frenzied falcon. Ye Luoxing kicked it away, releasing the line and anchoring it into the cliffside. This entire process took less than 3 seconds as she rapidly pursued the falling Haina. Her speed was unnaturally quick, and the hellish beasts clinging to the cliffs attempted to intercept the descending female. Haina tried to transform midair, but due to the reaching claws of the hellish beasts, she barely managed to shift into beast form before being forced back into human form to evade. She staggered between her beast and human forms, panic-stricken as she continued to plummet. The sound of gunfire echoed from above, and the pursuing avian beasts were suddenly stained with blood. Then, a dark shadow enveloped her. Breaking through the sanguine haze, it steadied her falling body, wrapping around her waist, the line retracting rapidly as they surged toward the mountain peak. Ye Luoxing's familiar voice reached Haina's ears. Your cave is no longer safe. Find another place to hide. Haina understood. Earlier, at midnight, she had felt a bone-chilling wind. This was no mere coincidence that it was likely that hellish beasts had snuck into the tribe at that time, pinpointing the location of each female beast cave. Otherwise, even with their keen sense of smell, they would not have been able to precisely locate them amidst the overwhelming sense of femininity pervading the tribe. These hellish beasts had plotted for a long time, catching them completely off guard. The Snow Owl tribe was naturally ill-equipped to cope. Cradled in her arms, Haina gazed at the half-revealed face beneath the black cloak. Her left cheek bore remnants of dark scabs, while the areas where the scabs had fallen away revealed red marks. Yet when Haina caught a glimpse of that nearly healed visage, her eyes widened in astonishment, wonderment spreading through her being. She doubted for a moment that she was imagining things. Why, you're Ye Luoxing? Your face. Haina stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, as Ye Luoxing swiftly ascended into the air, enveloping her entirely within the cloak. She quickly deposited Haina into a secluded, dim cave, tossing her a tube of ointment. Apply this to your body. It can barely mask your feminine scent. Stay hidden here. Upon finishing her instructions, Ye Luoxing's gaze fixed upon a few fourth-rank snow owl beasts not far away, calling out to them. The nearby snow owls immediately noticed Haina at the cave entrance and began to fly toward her. At that moment, Ye Luoxing turned back, noticing several hellish beasts trailing behind, drawn by the scent. Utilizing the line, she clung to the cliffside, raising her pistol to eliminate them. Suddenly, Haina's serious warning rang out from behind. Whatever you do, don't let them see you. Don't let the hellish beasts recognize your feminine identity. Ye Luoxing comprehended her meaning, nodding as she wrapped her face in a black scarf. She fired several shots at the approaching yin beasts, most of which were high-tier creatures, managing to strike only a grounded land beast. They were closing in on her. A few fourth-tier snow owls had already arrived, with one dispatched to alert its companions. Observing the oddly wrapped figure before them, they refrained from transforming into their beast forms. Yet they were certain that he was assisting Haina. They could not afford to linger. leaving 3 snow owls to guard the cave while the remaining 2 surged forward to aid Ye Luoxing against the swarm of yin beasts. The group of yin beasts surrounded them, and Haina obediently applied ointment, retreating into the cave. Ye Luoxing and the snow owls engaged in a direct confrontation with the yin beasts. However, they were at a disadvantage due to the latter's numerical and tiered superiority. Ye Luoxing glanced upwards, wishing to ascend to a higher altitude, but just as she shot a resilient line into the cliffside, she spotted a 6th-tier falcon hurtling toward her from the distance. The falcon's eyes were dark and ominous, moving with incredible speed, clearly enraged by its past encounters with her, ready to skin her alive. The previous ambush had been a fluke, and she was ill-equipped to confront it now. Yu Shang cautioned her, but she could outsmart it. Ye Luoxing swiftly retracted the resilient line, reaching a higher elevation, and simultaneously drew a flash grenade. Just as she was about to hurl it, she noticed a familiar snow owl charging toward her from afar. Arriving almost instantaneously, the falcon drew within 2 meters of her. It caught the creature's back with its sharp claws, pecking at the flesh covering its back. The falcon screeched and struggled to escape. The owl flung it off the cliff. Feng-he, Ye Luoxing was the first to speak, glancing at the large falcon being thrown down for the 2nd time. Feng-he's golden eyes scanned her anxiously, and upon confirming her safety, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been frantic after discovering that her cave had been breached, grateful that he had found her. He gestured towards his back. Luoxing. Hop on. Ye Luoxing was unsure how he recognized her, but she noticed a raptor pursuing Feng-he from a distance. Even from afar, she could sense the raptor's formidable aura and chilling presence. It was surely the 7th-tier yin beast. Without hesitation, Ye Luoxing leapt onto Feng-he's back, and as she secured her grip, he soared into the sky. She turned to face the oncoming raptor, which had a head cloaked in white feathers and a body covered in dark brown plumage. Measuring about 4 to 5 meters in length, its wings cast shadows over the peak like 2 massive wings, and its beak was sharper than that of the snow owls, as were its talons. It was significantly larger than the snow owls, even surpassing Feng-he. Ye Luoxing instantly recognized the colossal bird. It was a bald eagle. Yu Shang responded to her mind, also known as the bald eagle. It is an exceptionally fierce avian predator. This species is inherently large, and being the beast form of a beastman, it is even larger. That why Ye Luoxing had recently gained more insight into the beasts of this world. She understood that compared to her home planet, ordinary beasts in this realm were twice the size, while the beast forms of beastmen typically range from 3 to 5 times larger than those on her planet. A truly exaggerated and terrifying phenomenon. Now, she was witnessing this firsthand. With a piercing cry, the bald eagle drew closer, while Ye Luoxing retrieved her sniper rifle and aimed at the bald eagle, firing several shots that it effortlessly dodged. She distinctly felt a portion of its malevolent energy directed at her. Feng-he, carrying her, struggled to outpace the bald eagle, which soon positioned itself ahead, blocking Feng-he's path. Crolin's voice was low and menacing as he glanced at the beastman on Feng-he's back, dangerously inquiring, "What is that on your back? Is she a female beast?" Crolin was astute, quickly piecing together the situation, but Feng-he did not respond. Crolin, unfazed, revealed his sharp claws and declared, "No matter. I will soon find out." He lunged at Feng-he, just as Ye Luoxing pulled the trigger. Hitting him, blood splattered from the eagle, and Crolin's eyes widened in shock, his white feathers staining red as he noticed a pair of cold eyes locked onto him ahead. A truly terrifying sensation. Crolin hesitated for merely 2 seconds before his eyes erupted with frenzied excitement. He stiffly turned his bird-like head, fixating bizarrely on the figure on Feng-he's back. Seizing the opportunity, Feng-he pounced on him, and the 2 beasts engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Yet Feng-he was struggling to gain the upper hand. Ye Luoxing leaned closer to his head and urged, "Take me to higher ground." Feng-he hesitated. "No, it's too dangerous." Why Ye Luoxing insisted gravely. "The sky is even more perilous for me. You've forgotten, I cannot fly." Feng-he asserted, "I'll 1T let you fall." Ye Luoxing repeated firmly, "Take me down now." Feng-he voiced his concern. Luoxing, Ye Luoxing softened her tone slightly. "Focus on dealing with him, remember." Ultimately, Feng-he relented, engaging Crolin in battle once more. Seizing an opening, he dove toward the higher ground below. Just as he was about to approach the elevation, Ye Luoxing gracefully leapt, concealing herself behind a large boulder. He was astonished by her agility, then turned to confront the pursuing Krolin. Battling to keep him away from Ye Luoxing, behind the boulder on the elevated ground, Ye Luoxing observed the bustling scene. Countless avian yin beasts were hurling various land beasts off the cliffs, including 2 or 3 imposing muskoxen and gray bears. These yin beasts occupied a vast area of the high ground, their weight astonishing as they descended simultaneously. Ye Luoxing felt the ground tremble, stones cascading from the mountaintop. Tias and Mo Chayage were fighting against 2 6-tier yin beasts atop the high ground, now encircled by these gigantic land beasts. Ye Luoxing lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Yu Shang spoke. Currently, the Snow Owl tribe is at a disadvantage. Should we retreat? Ye Luoxing lowered her gaze. The information-gathering device has yet to return. Yu Shang remarked. You wouldn't want to withdraw like this. Would you? Ye Luoxing remained silent, intending to observe further. Just then, a pair of glowing eyes locked onto her from not far behind. The beast's warm breath billowed, its sharp claws digging into the ground as it silently descended. Scrutinizing her petite form, Ye Luoxing and Yu Shang remained focused on the unfolding scene atop the high ground, and she smoothly drew 2 silenced pistols. She sensed that the number of yin beasts had far exceeded the initial count detected. The snow owls were too reactive. She inquired mentally to Yu Shang. What is the current number of yin beasts? Yu Shang replied honestly. They have mingled with the snow owls, making it impossible to discern clearly. But the life forms surrounding the main peak are only increasing, indicating that the yin beast group is expanding. Ye Luoxing's expression darkened. The number of snow owls was fixed, yet after such a protracted battle, the life forms continued to multiply. Thus, the increase must be attributed to the yin beasts. Just how many of these wretched creatures were there? Yu Shang, pondering some uncertainty, murmured in her mind. I recall there is only one type of snake in the Arctic. Right? Why are there so many snake beasts among the yin beasts, and don't these snake beasts hibernate? It's so cold in the north. Yu Shang found the scenes just witnessed illogical. Shattering its understanding, Ye Luoxing responded in her mind. This is not our planet, and they are not merely snakes, but beastmen as well. Though I share some of your doubts, it would be splendid if we could gather their data. Yu Shang exclaimed in horror. No. Team Leader Yi, you're not considering the yin beast data as well, are you? Ye Luoxing retorted coldly. Isn't the data on beastmen also useful? Aren't yin beastmen? Yu Shang had no rebuttal. Ye Luoxing suddenly smirked, a shadow of clarity passing through her eyes. She sidestepped, swiftly turning to aim her gun at the strong wind approaching from behind her. Furthermore, I truly have calculated. With a whoosh, a silenced bullet pierced through the oncoming wind. This treacherous individual had been fixated on her for quite some time, and the aura of malice enveloped her. As if she could not perceive it, still daring to ambush her, Ye Luoxing unleashed a flurry of bullets, all aimed with precision. Yet that creature moved with astonishing speed. Still, it sustained wounds from the bullets. Thanks to the silencers on her pistols, the yin beast group ahead was not drawn to the sound. The malevolent beast did not call for reinforcements upon realizing that its ambush had been detected. After a few evasive maneuvers, it retreated to the higher sky. Once it halted, Ye Luoxing gazed from a distance at the familiar figure, now marred with bloodstains, her brow furrowing in displeasure. She and Yu Shang simultaneously remarked, How, is it him again? The 6-tiered peregrine falcon unexpectedly soared back into the air. Just moments ago, when he had struck it fiercely, leading one to believe it had met its demise, that it seemed she had underestimated the defensive and regenerative capabilities of high-tier beasts. With its eerie, dark brown eyes resembling a vengeful spirit, it clung to her like an adhesive plaster, refusing to be shaken off. This creature certainly bore a grudge. What do you hold in your hand? The 6-tiered falcon questioned coldly in the language of beasts. Ye Luoxing and Yu Shang, upon hearing this, exchanged puzzled glances. What is he asking about? It sounded like a question, yet one was in combat while asking. Ye Luoxing followed the falcon's gaze to her firearm, as if she had guessed what it was referring to. However, she had no intention of answering him. The standoff between one human and one beast ensued. When suddenly the falcon retracted its wings and descended, Ye Luoxing was taken aback as she witnessed a familiar transformation. The avian beast morphed into a man approximately 1.83 meters tall. He possessed long, blue-gray hair cascading to his waist, a lean physique, and a natural fair complexion. That a blue-gray feather skirt was tied around his waist, reaching just above his knees, revealing his well-defined calves. He was dressed more modestly than most male beasts. Nevertheless, his upper body remained bare, showcasing prominent abdominal, chest, and deltoid muscles. His features were refined and delicate, yet they bore a sinister edge when compared to the elegance of Xuanmian. The pronounced bridge of his nose cast deeper shadows across his face, and his long lashes draped over his eyes, shrouding his dark brown gaze in an air of gloom. "Are you a female beast?" he murmured, his lips moving to form the words, his voice reminiscent of a clear, babbling brook. Ye Luoxing realized the reason behind his transformation into human form. His icy tone halted her scrutiny. She had just discerned that the physique of beastmen in the beast realm might be related to their primal forms. The peregrine falcon was not a particularly large bird, hence his human form was not overly imposing either. However, it remained uncertain whether he inherited traits from his mother, the peregrine, or characteristics from his father's lineage. His curly hair was clearly not something a peregrine would possess. Ye Luoxing chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond to him. She had no intention of revealing her identity. "If you remain silent, I shall kill you." Lu Fei's words were calm and devoid of emotion, as if slaying the beast before him were as simple as dispatching an ordinary wild animal. He tightened his fists, his biceps bulging. Ye Luoxing squeezed the trigger once more, and the figure before her swiftly darted closer. Ye Luoxing nimbly retreated behind the rocks on high ground, while Lu Fei pursued relentlessly, evading the bullets she fired. Soon, he was nearly upon her, only for the cold muzzle of her gun to suddenly press against his forehead, causing Lu Fei to scowl. Simultaneously, in the sky, Ling Dong had completely lost her ability to command. She could no longer see her surroundings or what lay below. Within the rows of caves below, Haina was temporarily safe. The arriving snow owls had dealt with the pursuing yin beasts, and upon discovering Haina's faint female scent, they swiftly decided to leave only a few high-tier beasts to guard her within the cave, suppressing their presence. The cave entrance bore no obvious signs of male beasts guarding it. They crafted this scene so that the subsequent yin beasts would remain oblivious to Haina's presence. The snow owls were quite astute. Suachi delivered the remaining half of Haina's ointment to the nearest female cave. However, the current situation was still rather grim. If this continued, the snow owl tribe would surely face defeat at the peak of the sky. A group of figures appeared, deftly maneuvering through the chaos. Shidi and her companions. Shidi stood atop her partner's back, gazing at the brutal scene below. She recognized that she could no longer rely completely on the mother beast's commands. Their kin were in peril, and she had to lead the snow owl tribe out of danger. Suddenly, a piercing bird call echoed through the heavens, emanating from one of Shidi's companions. The snow owls engaged in battle with the yin beasts below all turned their gaze towards the source of the cry. Many raising their heads, including those like Ian, who were hiding in the caves, quickly pressing their ears against the stone walls to listen intently to the sound from above, seeing that her kin had gathered their attention. Shidi raised her wolf whip high, slicing through the wind above. The long whip swept past with a fierce momentum and powerful pressure, as Shidi looked down upon the multitude of beasts, embodying both arrogance and confidence. She was the undeniable leader. Her voice rang out, strong enough to reach every corner of the main peak. "All kin, heed my command. Ascend." The domineering words fell from her lips as she transformed first into a massive snow owl, dashing towards the heights of 10,000 meters. Her companions followed suit, their eyes sharp and wings unfurled, flapping vigorously to keep pace. In that moment, Krolin's gaze darkened, along with the expressions of the 3 six-tiered yin beasts, which shifted swiftly. A 5-tiered yin beast shouted, "Stop them." Yet his call came too late. They could not hinder the hundreds of snow owls taking flight towards the sky. The tightly shut caves were flung open from within. as female beasts and their partners surged forth in their beast forms. The yin beasts on the mountain walls attempted to intercept them, but the females were shielded by their partners at the center. Even if they managed to grab a few snow owls, the females had already soared into the air. Next, countless snow owls enveloped them. The avian yin beasts attempted to breach the barrier formed by the snow owls. However, even high-tier yin beasts could only dispatch the outer ring of male snow owls. Some yin beasts sought to break through from below, chasing the fleeing female figures, only to be thwarted midair by several high-tier snow owls descending upon them. As the synchronized flapping of wings filled the air, Ye Luoxing caught a glimpse of the breathtaking spectacle of countless birds taking flight. She was momentarily awestruck, as was Yushang, by the scene before them. The snow owls abandoned their posts in the tribe, and as they ascended in unison, their orderly formation and unparalleled unity rendered the far fewer avian yin beasts utterly powerless against them. In an instant, Shidi made an audacious decision that would swiftly turn the tide of battle. In truth, in the skies, female beasts were susceptible to being accidentally wounded or killed. Capturing them could also be easier. However, this was only under ordinary circumstances, such as when the main peak suddenly shed its dark veil, or when the massive black and white formation surged upward. The snow owls, with their monochrome plumage, now appeared more resplendent than a rainbow. They were the aerial sovereigns of the northern lands. The female beasts did not lag behind. They made their choice in the blink of an eye. They rapidly transformed into their beast forms. Rejecting the notion of being sheltered by their partners in the dim, cramped caves, fearlessly and resolutely, they charged into the clouds, dispelling the malevolent aura and shrill cries of the surrounding yin beasts. They even adeptly evaded the incoming yin beasts, disregarding their locked-on gazes and the exposure of their bodies. Countless male snow owls sacrificed themselves, taking up positions on the periphery, forming an indomitable barrier for the entire snow owl community. I won't play with you anymore. Tuya sneered coldly at the white bear, Ajin, as he ascended into the skies. Next time, I will definitely kill you, you venomous snake. Emochage muttered darkly as he freed himself from the snake's tail, executing an aerial flip before soaring towards the group above. Due to the changes in the air and high ground, Ye Luoxing was momentarily dazed, and as the avian beasts flew away in droves. The relentless sunlight of the polar day once again bathed the towering mountains. The sun dazzled her eyes, momentarily blurring her vision. In that fleeting moment, the peregrine falcon Lu Fei seized the opportunity to capture her. As he tightly encircled Ye Luoxing's form, his dangerous eyes narrowed, and the icy words escaped his lips. You truly are a female beast. He was about to rip away her hat and scarf when that familiar cold sensation surged from his abdomen. Ye Luoxing's voice, low and melodious, replied, "So what? I'll shoot you." She pulled the trigger, and Lu Fei swiftly dodged, retreating to a safe distance. However, as she turned to fire a few more rounds, her freshly reloaded ammunition was already expended. She returned her pistol to its base, and before she could draw her long gun, the speedster avian beast had reached her, seizing her collar and flinging her toward the group of yin beasts on the high ground. "Capture her!" Lu Fei issued a cold command, his gaze fixed on the ascending snow owl flock in the sky and the yin beast being hurled down from above. He heard Crolin's sharp bird call and realized new orders had been issued. Without lingering any longer on the high ground, he transformed into beast form and pursued Tia's and Emochich. Suddenly, everything became brightly illuminated while Ye Luoxing had yet to acclimate to the environment when the avian beasts had all departed. Yushang hesitated, wanting to speak, as the dense, terrifying atmosphere bore down upon her, and towering shadows approached her. She was once again enveloped in gloom, as the surrounding environment turned ominous. She trembled from the cold, looking up to see dozens of massive musk oxen, gray bears, and serpent beasts encircling her. They loomed over the frail chick that had not transformed into beast form. Indeed, with the snow owls having retreated, she was now the sole target of the fierce land beasts. She had become the object of their collective assault. Furthermore, on the mountainside, more yin beasts were steadily climbing towards the high ground. Ye Luoxing, Yushang, you have finally realized it. Captain Ye Luoxing. Are you suggesting that there's a possibility they might consider taking me along? Yushang, You're finished. Ye Luoxing's expression stiffened. She now claimed to be merely a passing beast, but was it still too late? No, judging by their intent to devour her, with the snow owl beasts taking to the sky en masse. Even the fury of these land-bound yin beasts had reached its peak. At this point, even a stray dog passing by would likely receive a couple of slaps. Kill him. The sixth-tier black python, Qianlin, uttered this ominous command, dangerously flicking its tongue. Roar, the land beast bellowed, shaking the ground as they charged towards the center where Ye Luoxing stood. As Ye Luoxing surveyed this shocking scene, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. No, this can't be happening. Great ones, I'm just a tiny speck. Each of your claws is more than enough to crush me. Do you really need to all rush at me? You intend to grind me to dust. Damn it, Ye Luoxing couldn't help but curse loudly, drawing out her submachine gun, preparing to flee. The rapid-fire weapon erupted with a strange light, unleashing a storm of lethal bullets. Ye Luoxing stood her ground, sweeping her fire in all directions. The yin beasts, caught off guard, halted their advance, quickly dodging the onslaught, while those who reacted slowly were either injured or killed. The scent of blood began to permeate the air, and Qianlin and Ajin stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Qing Yunhao, Ye Luoxing shouted, knowing she couldn't afford to wait here for death. There's nowhere for Qing Yunhao to land. Captain Yi, Yu Shang anxiously reminded her in her mind. Ye Luoxing looked up to find numerous avian yin beasts plummeting from the sky. They had initially intended to soar higher, but were suddenly drawn by the commotion on the high ground. Witnessing an untransformed beastman forcing their powerful companions away, they displayed surprise. When had such a formidable snow owl beast appeared? However, it wasn't long before the bird beasts darkened their expressions, spreading their wings to swoop down for reinforcement. This created a scenario where the nearby sky was once again shrouded by dozens of avian beasts, a dark veil enveloping the main peak. Qing Yunhao had nowhere to land. These massive high-tier bird beasts might even shatter Qing Yunhao's glass. This is truly a matter of life and death, she thought as her barrage of bullets quickly ran out. Standing firm with her weapon, the towering yin beasts glared at her with vicious eyes, cautiously yet menacingly closing in once more. Their encirclement was tightening, and Ye Luoxing continuously scanned her surroundings, her brain racing with calculations. Suddenly, one of the bird beasts broke the standoff, diving towards her, while Ye Luoxing flicked her wide black cloak and spun at the center, swiftly switching to another fully loaded submachine gun before the beastmen could react. The familiar sound of gunfire erupted, and in that instant, she shot down the approaching bird beast and swiftly redirected her aim to fire at those around her. Grateful that she had previously ensured all her firearms were loaded, as the surrounding yin beasts leaped into the air, they felt the fierce winds barreling towards them. Having learned from their earlier mistakes, most yin beasts quickly dodged, retreating to safety, but the ferocious gunfire still left many wounded, eliciting furious growls and roars from them. They exchanged disgruntled words in beast language. What was that thing? That dark object is extraordinarily powerful. This snow owl beast appears to have no combat prowess. I can't even detect its tier. It relies entirely on that thing. The yin beast seemed to grasp that the dark object was not a manifestation of the beastman's abilities, but rather an external tool. If they could seize it, he would be utterly defenseless. As they withdrew, the sound of the submachine gun ceased. Ye Luoxing did not waste any bullets. The yin beast stirred restlessly, yet dared not approach again to that moment. The black python Qianlin slithered forward, declaring, "Don't move, I'll handle him." Before Qianlin could finish a sentence, he swiftly closed the distance to Ye Luoxing. From his speed, Ye Luoxing discerned he was a sixth-tier beast. And given the watchful eyes of dozens of yin beasts around her, she dared not switch to single-shot weaponry. Moreover, she had no time to change firearms. Thus, she aimed her weapon at the shadow of the serpent beast. The familiar tac-tac sound ringing out again. The surrounding yin beasts retreated further, and at the center of the high ground, a fierce battle ensued between one man and one beast, as the final gunshot echoed. Her submachine gun was drained of bullets, and although the sixth-tier snake beast bore some wounds, its life was not imperiled. Ye Luoxing recognized this was their strategy, to test her strength while exhausting her energy. They succeeded in depleting her ammunition, yet she found herself with no other recourse. The black python Xianlin surveyed the blood oozing from her back, catching the scent of iron in the air. After several rounds of conflict, the strange light from her weapon had ceased, the familiar sounds had fallen silent. He realized the beastman before him was nearing the end of her strength. Xianlin halted his assault. Positioning himself nearby, rhythmically striking the ground with his tail, his forked tongue flickering as he spoke in a deep voice, "No tool, no matter how sharp, can rival the claws and fangs of a beastman. I give you a chance to transform. We will tear you apart openly." His words were infuriating. Ye Luoxing glanced at the submachine gun in her hands. If it weren't for the restrictions against heavy artillery, she would have loved to fire a shot at him, demonstrating the might of high technology. Yet in this fantastical world of beasts, his words did carry a semblance of truth. The surrounding yin beasts moved in closer. Emboldened, their expressions fierce, the shadows in the sky layered over her, with avian yin beasts circling above, waiting for the snow owl to transform so they could pounce and tear her apart. The six-tier white bear gene also approached from behind her. Ha! Ye Luoxing suddenly chuckled lightly, concealing her submachine gun within her voluminous black robe. Lowering her voice, she declared, "You don't think I only know how to shoot, do you?" The black-eyed Xianlin and the yin beasts eyed her warily. And then, seeing her calm demeanor, they watched as she lifted the hem of her black cloak, revealing two gleaming, sharp weapons in her hands. At first glance, they appeared exceptionally lethal. Swish! Ye Luoxing flipped her hands, gripping the dual blades, crouching low and preparing to attack. Go! Xuanling's patience had worn thin. He issued the cold command. Whoosh! At that moment, Ye Luoxing's body shot forward as the towering yin beasts lunged at her. She swung her blades, cutting them down, drenched in their blood. Her movements were swift, evading in their shadows, like the most adept fish swimming effortlessly through a net of countless predators, showcasing her finest skills and hidden ferocity. Occasionally biting back at her attackers, she arched her back, using the sharp blade in her right hand to slice open the belly of a musk ox above her, sliding out from beneath it. She spun around and pierced the chest of a nearby gray bear. With a rapid twist of her left blade, she severed the throat of a serpent beast beside her. Her speed was astonishing. Her strikes precise and ruthless. Her black cloak was splattered with their blood, and Xianlin and Ajin watched in shock, their eyes wide. The beastman before them had not transformed, yet with his beastman form alone, he had wounded and killed so many of their companions. His strange techniques were unlike anything they had ever seen. She seemed more agile than the snake beasts, fiercer than the bear beasts. What on earth was she? The white bear Ajin questioned, their curiosity shifting from the weapon in her hand to the beastman herself. Could she really be a snow owl beast? Xuanlin's eyes darkened, his flickering tongue betraying his growing impatience that Ye Luoxing narrowly avoided being charged by a musk ox, executing a graceful backflip to land distantly, unsteadily kneeling with her dual blades plunged into the ground. She lifted her cold gaze, observing the increasing number of yin beasts surrounding her, while the snow owl beasts soared high above, leaving her feeling isolated and besieged. The intensity of the battle was beginning to wear her down. What to do? Yu Shang sounded clearly panicked. Captain Yi, yin beasts do not kill female beasts. If it comes to that, just focus on surviving. Yu Shang understood Ye Luoxing's aversion to such words, but had hoped she wouldn't harm herself by forcibly breaking through the limits of her powers. It wished for her to live on. The chill enveloped Ye Luoxing, and she did not respond to Yu Shang's words, her eyes locking onto the white bear and black python among the beastmen ahead. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Mere meters away, the towering musk oxen and gray bears were hot on her heels, while serpent tails lashed towards her body. Ye Luoxing leaped gracefully onto the back of a towering musk ox ahead of her. With her left hand, she stowed away one blade into the void, while gripping another with both hands. She thrust it with all her might into the creature's back. A pained bellow echoed in her ears as the musk ox collapsed to the ground, in a flurry of agile jumps. She evaded the massive yin beasts in her path, while overhead, birds and beasts attempted to peck at her. She bent low to dodge their assaults, raising her blade to slice through their wings. resolutely charging towards the ominous black python. Xianlin noticed her advance, and venom dripped from his sharp fangs that he warned Ajin, "Do not interfere." Ajin fixed his gaze on the swiftly approaching figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. He certainly possesses courage. As Ajin stepped back, Ye Luoxing was already upon them. Xuanlin's thick serpent tail lashed out mercilessly towards her, but she crouched just in time to evade it. In her peripheral vision, the speed of that tail was astonishing. Even for her, capturing it in the moment proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, when Xianlin swung his tail at her once more, she executed a light leap, landing deftly upon it. She raised her blade, aiming for his tail. "Today, I shall reduce you to mere worms," Xianlin scoffed. You better pray your flavor is delectable, lest you become fish bait," with a series of swift tail swipes. He not only dislodged Ye Luoxing from his tail, but also knocked the blade from her grasp, subsequently ensnaring her waist with his tail, intent on constricting her. However, Ye Luoxing quickly drew forth another blade, slicing into his serpent skin. As blood gushed forth, a wicked smile danced upon her lips in the dim light. She sprang free from his tail, her right hand lifting the blood-stained blade, while the fingertips of her left hand glided along the crimson edge, trailing down to the sharp tip. The biting wind atop the peak was already chilling, exacerbated by the shadows cast by the birds and beasts overhead, while Ye Luoxing's broad black cloak billowed behind her, and her long scarf traced the contours of the wind's flow. Standing amidst the shadows, she danced in the midst of blood and carnage, embodying both mystery and danger. Her allure drew in her adversaries, eager to unveil her true visage. The surrounding yin beasts had stilled, no longer advancing towards her. They regarded Xuanlin's injured tail, graciously conceding this opponent to him. Some birds and beasts once again soared into the heights. Swish! Ye Luoxing brought her blade down, her entire being radiating murderous intent. Thud! Xuanlin's tail slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. Clearly infuriated, with the speed of a six-tier beast unleashed, he appeared before Ye Luoxing in the blink of an eye. His venomous fangs poised to bite through the fabric shielding her body, while Ye Luoxing sidestepped, aiming her blade at his vital point, but a serpent tail swiftly coiled around her calf, drawing near to her body. Both her and his speed were formidable. Clang! Suddenly, Xuanlin's tail had ensnared her waist, sweeping aside the blade that had penetrated his serpent skin, and his tail continued its ascent, wrapping around her chest and neck, exerting pressure to suffocate her. Ye team. Yushang panicked, her powers currently feeble. How could she contend with these formidable foes? Ye Luoxing tightly bound his grasp, found a newly reloaded handgun in her hand. Struggling to adjust her position to aim at the serpent tail that moment, Xianlin, intent on choking her, abruptly halted his constricting motion. Sensing softness at the tail's end, he tentatively probed a few times, then suddenly slackened his grip, gazing incredulously at the beast-man before him. "You are a female beast?" Xuanlin's astonished tone barely escaped his lips when the surrounding Ajin and the remaining yin beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. Ye Luoxing's dangerous voice pierced through. "Keep your tail in check." Recognizing his inappropriate advantage, Ye Luoxing made no effort to disguise her tone. Upon hearing her melodious female voice, Xianlin and the yin beasts finally confirmed that this beast-man, who had not transformed, was indeed a female, their previously fierce gazes transforming into an excited and eerie glimmer. Xuanlin's tail tip approached her visage, coiling around her hat and scarf, pulling them aside as he sought to behold her true form. As he removed the scarf, the shadow cast by her hat revealed a pair of radiant eyes, sparkling like stars, and a visage of unparalleled beauty. He was left stunned, captivated beyond words. She surpassed the females of the fox and peacock clans in beauty, and was even more pristine than those of the swan clan. She appeared as a divine gift from the beast gods. With just one glance, she became indelibly etched in his memory. Xianlin stammered, his awe causing him to falter. The tail that had only recently loosened its grip now retreated hastily from her neck, moving cautiously down to her waist, fearful of harming her, his movements becoming gentle. "I apologize, I did not know you were." Xianlin, typically cold in demeanor, now spoke with a hint of fluster, offering an unexpected apology. The surrounding yin beasts furrowed their brows in confusion at Ling's behavior. Before he could finish, a cold object pressed against his serpent tail. Thud! The sound of a bullet embedding itself in a flesh rang out as Ye Luoxing fired a shot, causing Lin to recoil in pain. Retreating a distance, a deep hole in his tail oozing blood, yet he merely cast a cursory glance at Itida while Ye Luoxing leveled her gun at him, firing several more shots. "Capture her!" Ajin commanded the surrounding yin beasts coldly upon witnessing Ling's lack of resistance. While the female beast pressed her advantage. "Have you lost your mind?" Ajin scolded. "We are yin beasts. Why are you apologizing to her? A female beast is even better. We can simply capture her. Don't harm her." Lin implored, seeing the female beast swiftly cover her face once more, while Ajin and the others seemed oblivious to her presence. Ajin shot him an irritated glare, pushing him aside, fixing his cold gaze on the figure ahead. "Though I know not why she was left here alone. I suspect she is that ugly female from the Shui Yao tribe. Regardless of her appearance, having a female beast is sheer luck." With that, Ajin charged towards the figure ahead, while Lin, witnessing his companions encircle her, fearing they might incapacitate her too roughly, hurriedly followed. "Ajin, wait!" The chaos on the heights had yet to subside, and high above, Feng He, ensnared tightly by Gallivanting, was in a state of desperation. He realized that the clan beasts had not brought Luoxing up with them, and he repeatedly attempted to rush down to her aid. However, Gallivanting seemed to have noticed that the female beast he had previously released had not made it into the sky, calculating that Ajin and Lin remained below. Gallivanting's sinister smile widened at this moment. He had no intention of allowing Feng He to descend the heights. After all, he had previously let her down, so he would not permit her to be reclaimed. Though Gallivanting had surmised that the new female beast was indeed Luoxing, he was most intrigued by her prowess. He intended to torment her thoroughly. As for Feng He relished in watching him flail helplessly, ultimately leaving him battered and bruised. It's futile to worry. She may have already been taken by the land beast from the Shui Yao tribe. Gallivanting taunted, a mocking smile on his lips. "If you dare harm her, I will slaughter you all." Feng He insisted, desperately yearning to charge downwards to Ha. Gallivanting's laughter was wicked. "Your taste is indeed unique, but who knows if she'll ever see you worrying about her again." Above the layers of clouds, the Shui Yao beasts reached their highest point, with the relentless pursuit of the avian yin beast below. The Shui Yao beasts engaged in aerial combat, striving to eliminate the flying yin beasts as swiftly as possible before descending upon the main peak to confront those on land. Shidi, clever as ever, utilized their numerical advantage, devising a strategy to take them down one by one, and her clan members cooperated seamlessly. However, just as the Shui Yao beasts began to turn the tide, raining down punishment upon the pursuing aerial beasts, a familiar female voice suddenly echoed from the center of the beast guard. "Ye Luoxing has not ascended. You've overlooked her." It was Haina, her expression growing increasingly panicked as she scanned her surroundings, failing to spot the familiar figure. Her words prompted the nearby Yayan and other female beasts to quickly look around as well. Then, Yayan's voice rose in anxious surprise. "I don't see Luoxing either. This is bad. Feng He is battling that 7th-tier yin beast, and Luoxing is surely still in the tribe. But now, the tribe is teeming with yin beasts. I'm afraid she has already been captured." A female hesitated, speaking softly. Surrounded by the pack of yin beasts, she was still but a female creature, utterly terrified. What was she to do? She had only just joined our tribe and the yin beasts encircled her, and the presence of another female only heightened the sympathy felt among them. Their voices erupted one after another. Though typically boisterous, the looming threat of the yin beasts rendered them unable to fathom the horror of a female being cornered by such monstrous foes. Concern for her welfare pierced through their hearts. That moment, Ling Dong, who had regained command, overheard the murmurs of the females. She quickly surveyed the surroundings, dispatching several 4th-tier beasts to search the skies. Upon confirming that Ye Luoxing was indeed absent from above, a frown creased her brow, and a flicker of panic began to surface within her murky, composed eyes. Ling Dong's gaze swept across the scene. Below, Feng He battled fiercely with a white-headed eagle. To the right, Tu Yasi was entangled with a 6th-tier peregrine falcon. To the left and behind, Emochage led high-tier, snowy owls and swiftly dispatching the flying beasts. And at the center, the remaining snowy owls formed a protective circle around the females, while their vigilant high-tier partners stood guard above, below, and on either side. Every snowy owl had its task, yet Ling Dong needed only a few blinks to make her decision. Emochage, Ling Dong called out, her voice cutting through the chaos. Spotting the multitude of yin beasts below, she boldly chose a 6-tier beast. As Emochage turned to her, she commanded, take a team of beastmen down to retrieve Ye Luoxing. Emochage frowned at her order, and the dissatisfaction was palpable among his companions. Emo, Sun, and Ai Li. They were disgruntled, particularly regarding that female. Watching from a distance, Shidi understood Emochage's strength, yet she harbored doubts about her brother's judgment. She leapt from Matey's back to that of another partner and spoke sternly to Matey. You must go as well and bring her back. Shidi's words took her companions by surprise, including her mate and the other females. Everyone knew that Matey was on the verge of ascending to the 6th tier. He was Shidi's most trusted and favored partner, the strongest among them, and she was rarely seen apart from him. Yet she had sent him to fetch that new female. In the face of crisis, the snowy owls witnessed Shidi's inherent leadership, a testament to the skills she had cultivated. After a moment of hesitation, Matey nodded and, without a second thought, dashed into the fray, ever obedient to Shidi's command. Shidi sent Matey off while also instructing the 2 5th-tier partners guarding her side. You too, go as well. The 2 5th-tier partners exchanged uncertain glances before instructing their other companions to safeguard Shidi and then charging into the throng of beasts. Due to the earlier ferocious assault by the yin beasts, many of Haina's partners were injured and thus unable to assist, but a few females, after some deliberation, quickly sent 1 or 2 of their partners to join in the effort to recover Ye Luoxing. The female Amisai, witnessing Shidi and several others spring into action, finally spoke up. Many of my partners are land beasts, and they struggle to transform and fight in the air. Let them go as well. Upon finishing her statement, Amisai cast a glance at the few humanoid partners standing atop her flying beast companions. The land beasts understood her intent, nodded, and collectively leapt onto the back of a snowy owl partner, which then surged downward to join Matey and the others. The females had made their intentions clear and even sent their protective partners into action, leaving Emochage and the others with no choice but to follow suit. This is such a bother, Emochage muttered darkly, flipping to shake off the 2 yin beasts clinging to him before diving toward the main peak below. Behind him, Emo, Sun, and the others followed closely, their expressions cold. Their pace in subduing the yin beasts would now slow further, as that female was not only a nuisance but also a liability. Feng He, we will retrieve the female Luoxing. Do not fret, just ensure you crush him. Snow Mian reassured Feng He as she passed by, leaving him with those words to bolster his confidence. Below, many high-tier land beasts were present, and Feng He, uncertain of his own thoughts, found himself trailing along. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a group of clan beasts heading toward the main peak, and he felt a measure of relief wash over him. He fixed his gaze on Krolin, whose presence grew increasingly ominous. This adversary was exceedingly troublesome, and he needed to deal with him swiftly to protect Luoxing, who was undoubtedly terrified at that moment. Krolin's gaze swept over the beasts diving below, and a shadow of contemplation crossed his eagle-like eyes. He, too, realized that the battle needed to be concluded swiftly. The 6th-tier peregrine falcon, Lu Fei, who was bloodied from his scuffle with 2 Yasi, began to flap his wings more vigorously upon recalling that formidable female. The beastmen in the skies soon noticed that Ye Luoxing had not followed, but at that moment, she was precariously perched on the edge of survival. Her handgun had exhausted its ammunition once more. Her spear was brutally snapped by the yin beasts, and a serpent's tail had struck her, leaving her half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. With disheveled hair framing her face, presenting a rather desperate picture, faced with such a formidable enemy, brimming with supernatural powers, it was likely that anyone would struggle to cope. Truly unfortunate. Ye team, we are left with but one final option. The voice of the moon remained solemn. Ye Luoxing concealed her hands beneath her black cloak, retrieving smoke bombs and grenades. She had not anticipated that a single assault from the yin beasts would deplete her resources so drastically. Her collection progress stood at a mere 3, and she was uncertain how many months or even years she would have to endure in this perilous beast realm before completing her task. Should she lose her firearms, her capacity for self-preservation in the face of danger would diminish significantly. Yet today's intense battle had begun to attune her body to the rich spiritual energy of this world. She could only hope that her supernatural abilities would recover quickly. Then, even without firearms, she would still be able to traverse this perilous animal realm unimpeded. Why injure her? She is a female, not a male. What happens if she dies? Ekin scolded the fourth-tier serpent beast with displeasure. Though he longed to capture the female, he argued that merely incapacitating her would suffice without inflicting injury. Females, unlike their male counterparts endowed with supernatural powers, had grown increasingly frail since the great calamity a millennium ago. Any injury or illness could easily lead to their demise. She is far too agile. If we go easy on her, it will be challenging to capture her. The fourth-tier serpent beast lowered its head but flicked its tongue, attempting to explain to Ekin. Upon hearing the serpent's words, Ekin and the other beastmen wore grave expressions. The serpent spoke the truth. Ekin's eyes, filled with a complex blend of emotions, remained fixed on the female surrounded by the encirclement. She was indeed far too nimble. Not only agile, but she was also powerful. Her prowess was formidable for both females and males alike. When employing those peculiar devices, her strength could barely match that of a fifth-tier male beast. Even without those devices, her abilities were sufficient to contend with a fourth-tier male beast. She could even hold her own against the sixth-tier Quan Lin for several exchanges and evade his attacks. This female was truly extraordinary. How could she possess such formidable capabilities? The beastmen of the wolf tribe had branded her a useless creature. Were they lying, or was there another reason? Ekin pondered. Yet the massive bear continued to press toward her. You have no further options left. You are but prey in our grasp, and there is no escaping. You might as well come along quietly. That way, you shall not suffer harm. Female, although we are yin beasts, we do not slay females. I have heard you have wandered into the northern lands. Remaining in the unfamiliar snowy owl tribe would be unwise. You would be better off accompanying us. The black python, Quan Lin, chimed in, having initially intended to caution Ekin against knocking her out, only to find that her nimble form required no such warning. Quan Lin harbored his own selfish motives. He feared that she might be seen by others and harbored concerns that his companions might harm her upon witnessing her countenance. He understood his companions well, and from the information circulating in the wolf tribe, it seemed the beastmen of the snowy owl tribe, aside from that seventh-tier snowy owl, were likely unaware of her appearance and strength. Otherwise, they would never abandon her. For the yin beasts, this was fortuitous. Should she reveal herself now, both the pack of yin beasts and the group of snowy owls would inevitably swarm to the high ground, escalating the conflict into a far more complicated and brutal affair. Go with you. Ye Luoxing scoffed, her voice laden with derision, to meet a more tragic fate, though she did not fully comprehend the yin beasts. The intelligence she had gathered recently suggested that these beastmen were no different from malevolent spirits. They would not kill females. Yet, they were willing to forsake their lives to forcibly bond with a female. These creatures were insidiously cruel, and should she fall into their clutches, the outcome would only be mutual destruction. Quan Lin, witnessing her unwavering resistance, found himself filled with respect for her. This female was truly remarkable. However, Xianlin, fearing that she might be further harmed by her companions, urged gently, "Female beast, it is evident from your remarkable abilities that both Liu Fei and Kelluo Lin hold your strength in high regard. Therefore, even if you choose to accompany me, it may not lead to dire consequences. We will at least ensure your safety." Xianlin found herself perplexed by this. She was extraordinarily beautiful, even surpassing many female beasts prior to their purification. Logically, given her current appearance, she must have only recently begun her purification, suggesting her star rank would be low. If her star rank were indeed low, her reaction and combat abilities should be weaker. Yet her strength was paradoxically formidable. How could this female beast possess power comparable to that of a fourth-tier male beast? The enigma of her prowess ignited Xuanlin's curiosity, compelling her to unravel the layers of her mystery. First, focus on safeguarding yourselves. The cold, cutting voice of Ye Luoxing echoed just as she hurled 2 smoke bombs from her hands, enveloping the area in thick fog. She swiftly rose to her feet, simultaneously pulling the pins from 2 grenades and tossing them towards the black python and white bear, executing a deft maneuver to escape their encirclement. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions reverberated, and the flying beasts above witnessed the sudden eruption of mist below, accompanied by the cacophony of destruction and the anguished cries of their companions. The flying beasts were taken aback, swirling in the sky in confusion. "What is this strange device?" one of the flying beasts pondered. "Why does she possess so many peculiar items?" another queried. They recognized that the power of these devices surpassed that of the earlier, ominous contraptions. The flying beasts were resolute. They must capture this female beast. "I shall personally strip her of her arrogance." Anger coursed through them. This female beast was ferocious, having injured many of their companions and slain several others. They could not rest until they had tormented her sufficiently to quell their indignation. With their keen vision, the flying beasts quickly spotted the silhouette emerging from the thick fog. Realizing her intent to escape from the high ground, they called out in unison, "Screech!" They alerted their companions on the cliff and dove towards her. "Damn it, they have flying beasts as well." Ye Luoxing cursed inwardly, realizing that these creatures were omnipresent. The grenades and smoke bombs would hardly confuse the aerial predators, nor would they pose a threat to them. Ye Luoxing had anticipated that the flying beasts would pursue her. However, she calculated her distance well. Just a few meters ahead lay the precipice. All she needed to do was sprint and leap, utilizing the resilience of her abilities and channeling all her energy into speed. She had a chance to reach the ground swiftly. If she could shake them off, she could pilot the Qingyun ship towards the extreme river forest. Whether in the sky or the forest, she would have greater opportunities for a safe escape. Yes, she ready to flashbang, preparing to leap from the cliff and simultaneously tossing the device towards the pursuing flying beasts. A shadow darted towards her, swiftly encircling her waist. The icy touch sent chills down Ye Luoxing's spine. She turned her gaze to see Xianlin, having gracefully maneuvered closer along the serpent's tail. He loomed over her, his tail coiling upward, declaring, "You shall not escape." Ye Luoxing hurled the flashbang at him and the swarm of flying beasts, tilting her head to evade as a burst of blinding light erupted around them, filling the air with a deafening roar. Yet, Xianlin did not relinquish his grip. Having discerned her cunning, he prepared to evade as she threw the device, swiftly closing his eyes and distancing himself. Nevertheless, his long serpent tail remained tightly coiled around her, and sensing her struggles, he tightened his grip further. Amidst the haze, he stated, "Your tricks are futile. Many beasts do not rely on sight for hunting, and I shall soon reacquire my hold on you." Yu Shang understood this well. It was an easily overlooked truth. Their adversaries were a diverse group of beasts endowed with various innate talents from nature, many of which surpass human capabilities. Strategies effective against humans were often ineffectual against them, smoke bombs being one such example. However, for many beasts relying on sight, they were still useful, albeit the flying beasts also possessed extraordinary abilities. With a swift thrust, Ye Luoxing plunged a sharp dagger into his serpentine body, sliding it downward. Hiss! Xianlin gasped in pain, yet he remained unwilling to release her. "Let go, or I shall turn you into a two-tailed serpent." Ye Luoxing's attack was merciless. The crimson blood splattered across her face, obstructing her vision and trickling down her scarf. The blinding mist dissipated. Xianlin approached her once more, deftly knocking the dagger from her grasp with the tip of his tail. He then ensnared both of her arms securely, lowering his serpent head to her level, using his tongue to lick the blood from her eyes, in the face of her furious glare. He spoke nonchalantly. "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Or have you exhausted them all?" Meanwhile, the beastmen emerging from the smoke, led by a Jin, approached, their massive shadows casting an ominous presence over her. A few birds, still reeling from the flash, gazed at her with predatory intent. Just then, the cry of the snow owl beast echoed from above, casting an even greater shadow as more of its kind descended. Xianlin and a Jin looked up to see the sixth-tier snow owl beast return. Accompanied by a host of others, Xuanlin's serpent eyes narrowed. It seemed they had been discovered, a stroke of bad luck that could have otherwise led to a successful extraction. They seem to have not forgotten you. Yu Shang noted upon spotting the snow owls, finally releasing a breath of relief. Seizing the moment while Xianlin diverted his gaze, Ye Luoxing prepared to leap from his tail. However, Xuanlin's attention quickly returned, and he darted aside with her, instructing Ajin, "That six-tier beast is yours." With a thunderous roar, Ajin intercepted the charging Mochog, while the remaining yin beasts encircled Xianlin. Engaging with the returning snow owls, a few of Imus's terrestrial companions leapt from the high ground, rapidly transforming to join the fray. They beheld the new female, indeed captured. The scent of her blood filled the air, provoking their fury. These yin beasts had harmed her. Their treatment of female beasts was already coarse, and it seemed they were particularly merciless towards this less than attractive newcomer. Ajin, you have truly disappointed everyone by becoming a yin beast. One of Imus's companions from the White Bear tribe recognized Ajin and was enraged to see a former powerhouse reduced to this. Ajin sneered, "I am no longer a member of the White Bear tribe. It was you who compelled the leader to expel me. It's so surprising that I became a yin beast. What is there to be disappointed about? I have bested you numerous times in the tribe. You are no match for me. You would do well to vanish from my sight, lest I leave you in pieces." As Ajin clashed with Mochog, he cast a cold glance at the nearby white bear, who was contemplating a sneak attack. Above the high ground, feathers continued to rain down as the battle erupted anew. Xianlin observed the unfolding situation, deliberating whether to withdraw with her. However, without a command from Kelluo Lin, he was uncertain of the circumstances above in the heights. Feng He and Kelluo Lin both sensed fatigue, their bodies marked with claw and beak wounds. Yet, facing equally formidable opponents, it was challenging to determine a victor in short span. They noted that neither Liu Fei nor Tu Yasi suffered severe injuries, and the fierce conflict between the high-tier beasts was far from conclusion. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the situation teetered precariously as Mochog and the other high-tier beasts withdrew, creating an opportunity for both sides to regain some balance. The ferocity of the yin beasts appeared to shift the tide slightly in their favor, but the snow owls fought valiantly to contest this. Thus, aside from the fluttering feathers, no significant losses were evident in the sky. However, the somewhat diminished defenses of the snow owls presented an opening for a team of yin beasts. Imus, a voice called urgently, a fifth-tier peregrine falcon spotted a gap and led a charge into the center of the female beast group. Swiftly seizing Imus from the outskirts, the accompanying yin beasts subdued the snow owls attempting to intercept, and the fifth-tier falcon darted away with remarkable speed, piercing through the dense crowd of snow owls. It screeched sharply in the air, signaling to Kelluo Lin and the other yin beasts. As Kelluo Lin turned to view the scene, he beheld the female beast struggling beneath the falcon's grip. A wicked smile crept across his face as he taunted Feng He. "Ha! Even in the air, your female beast is still within our grasp." Feng He felt a surge of anger rising within him, not only because their tribe's female had been captured, but also for the unsettling thought that they might do the same to Luoxing. His heart raced with anxiety, and he found himself increasingly uneasy about Mochog and the others. Tu Yasi, a great roar erupted from one of the beastmen, prompting Tuyas and several high-ranking beasts to swiftly pivot and pursue the fifth-tier falcon, which was currently darting towards the main peak, evidently aiming to rendezvous with the land-dwelling Yama beasts. With a piercing cry, Krolin issued new commands in the dark language of the Yama beasts, and the Snow Owl beastmen observed as the sixth-tier Liu Fei, accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking Yama beasts, surged downwards towards the main peak, clearly intending to intercept Tias and his companions on the high ground. Due to Ye Luoxing's formidable prowess, Xianlin had ensnared her. Leaving only her head exposed, she had entirely lost the ability to resist, yet she persevered, continuing to struggle. The voice of Xumian echoed from above. "Luoxing, don't be afraid. We shall rescue you soon." Xianlin cast a disdainful glance at the fifth-tier Xumian. "Dare to descend, and it shall be your demise." Xumian retorted with indignation. "You venomous serpent, how arrogant you are!" As the battle raged on, a sudden scream from a female beast pierced the air. Yin and Moshij looked up in astonishment to witness a fifth-tier falcon grasping the shrieking Imus as it soared down towards the main peak, simultaneously calling out to the Yama beasts surrounding the high ground for assistance. Ye Luoxing's brow furrowed as she beheld this scene. It was evident that the skies were far from safe. Yu Shang murmured, "These Yama beasts are seasoned warriors, difficult to fend off. It seems relying on our own team is the most reliable course of action, as these Yama beasts are tenacious and cling too closely. If we had even a moment's respite, we would have already departed aboard the Qingyun." Upon discovering another female captive, Xianlin and Ajin could hardly conceal their exhilaration, their excitement palpable even in their beast forms. Xuanlin's serpentine eyes narrowed as he took note of the sixth-tier snow owl and Liu Fei pursuing from behind. He realized that this battle was approaching its conclusion, and he exchanged glances with several fifth-tier Yama beasts, who promptly led the charge to assist the falcon. Save me! Imus cried out in panic. Imus, her land beast companions, witnessing this scene, were horrified. They paid no heed to Ye Luoxing and rushed towards the direction in which the falcon fled. Moshij and his companions exchanged glances, and Mosin along with Eri took a portion of the snow owls to intercept the falcon. Thus, only Moshij, Yin, and Meidi, along with Ian and several female companions, remained engaged in combat with Ajin and his group. Fortunately, although their numbers were few, they comprised high-ranking beasts, and Ajin's forces had dispersed, preventing the Yama beasts on the high ground from gaining the upper hand. Imus's screams gradually faded as the fifth-tier falcon, bearing her, plunged past the high ground, hurtling down the mountainside. In that fleeting moment, a throng of Yama beasts followed suit, some even attempting to intercept Tuyas from the high ground. The falcon, possessing a natural advantage in species and remarkable speed, was further bolstered by its fifth-tier status. Even the sixth-tier Tuyas found it somewhat strenuous to pursue, especially with the Yama beasts interfering, causing the distance between him and Imus to steadily widen. Xianlin turned to Ajin. Ajin, retreat. The succinct command prompted Ajin to glance towards the sky, where Liu Fei was already approaching, and he understood the implication. Their team exhibited a seamless synergy. Ajin swiftly repelled a charging Moshij with a strike, then pivoted to sprint towards the cliff's edge. A Yama beast in the sky took note of this movement and followed Ajin's lead. As Ajin neared the precipice, he leaped into the air, transforming into a humanoid figure over 2 meters tall. Just as he was about to plummet into the abyss below, the airborne creature swiftly soared towards him, catching Ajin with precision on its back. Ajin urged, "Pursue that sixth-tier snow owl." Beneath him, the fifth-tier falcon surged forth. Clearly, the Yama beast had entrusted Tuyas to Ajin. Though he could not fly, he had companions who could, and as long as he caught up with Imus and drew her away from the land, even if Tuyas sought to reclaim the female beast, he would be compelled to descend and engage him in battle. Meanwhile, Moshij and his group realized Ajin's intentions, causing a wave of panic among Yin and the others. Moshij attempted to pursue, but before he could catch up, a sudden scream erupted from behind as Yin and his companions were assaulted. Moshij swiftly turned back to witness Liu Fei, a sixth-tier beast, fiercely flapping its wings, sending Yin and her companion sprawling, while also injuring 2 of Ian's partners. Liu Fei charged towards Moshij with a cold, fierce gaze, compelling him to confront a new adversary. He narrowly dodged Liu Fei's onslaught, stumbling to the side as Liu Fei successfully joined forces with Xianlin. Gazing at the female beast cradled in Xuanlin's arms, his eyes darkened as he locked gazes with the cold black eyes beneath the hat. Before addressing Xianlin, Krolin has given the signal. They conversed in the beast's tongue, a dialect incomprehensible to Ye Luoxing. However, the orders relayed by Liu Fei were already anticipated by Xianlin. He noticed Moshij and his companions preparing for another charge and summoned a nearby, fifth-tier serpent beast, using its tail to secure Ye Luoxing and hand her over to the serpent. The transfer was executed swiftly and cautiously, ensuring Ye Luoxing could not escape. They bound her tightly, clearly wary of her potential to flee. Ye Luoxing felt exasperated. Did she truly appear so perilous? Liu Fei also observed their meticulous actions, recognizing the female beast's strength. Once Xianlin relinquished the captive, the 2 sixth-tier Yama beasts simultaneously turned their attention towards Moshage and his team, wherein the confrontation among the 6-tier beasts became a 2-on-1 scenario, placing Moshage at a significant disadvantage. The remaining high-ranking Yama beasts continued to entangle with Xiumian and Meidi, while Xianlin and Liu Fei launched a coordinated assault against Moshage. One approached from the ground, the other from the sky, effectively barring Moshage's escape, relentlessly clawing and biting at him. Ye Luoxing, ensconced in the embrace of the serpent beast, watched this unfold with a heavy heart. This was nothing short of a passive onslaught. After a series of exchanges, Moshage was nearing his breaking point, teetering on the brink of collapse.